3 years of marriage had passed when her husband, Chen Shushu, took his rebellious cousin Li Xuan to battle for 2.5 years. Upon his return, Chen Shushu received a decree of divorce. The unrequited love she had cherished for 3 years had ultimately reduced her to a discarded woman. Chen Shushu concealed her pregnancy and distanced herself from the source of her sorrow. 4 years later, she emerged as a mysterious and unparalleled Taoist priestess, returning to the capital with her daughter, Tang Bao. Unexpectedly, she encountered her decisive ex-husband, the general, who stood beside his cousin, both of them holding a child. One night, Chen Shushu forcefully pinned her against the bed, his eyes reddened, and coldly inquired, "Tang Bao, is she my child?" Chapter 1: Divorce. Chen family, this is the decree of divorce. Sign your name swiftly, lest you become a source of ridicule. Li Xuan, Chen Shushu's proud and haughty cousin, slammed the divorce decree onto the pearwood table before Chen Shushu. Chen Shushu, Xuan speaks the truth. Had you not shamelessly clung to Yan, he would never have married a country girl like you. You carry an ill omen, having brought misfortune to your parents since childhood. After 3 years in the Shen household, you have not even given birth to a child. What if you were to bring ruin upon my son one day? How could I bear that? The Shen family cannot harbor a harbinger of death like you any longer. Sign the decree of divorce and leave the Shen family with your possessions. Li Qinghui, her mother-in-law, wore a noble facade, her face filled with resentment as she glared at her. Chen Shushu's clear, sparkling eyes swept over the divorce decree, her heart a tumult of emotions, yet predominantly filled with pain and the chill of despair. Do not linger here any longer. Yan has returned triumphantly today and has already proposed the divorce at the victory banquet. If you wish to retain even a shred of dignity, obediently sign your name and make way for Xuan. Otherwise, tomorrow, Yan will issue a formal divorce decree and cast you out, leaving you with no place to stand in the entire capital. Seeing her remain motionless, Li Qinghui's expression turned cold as she urged her on. Li Xuan, noticing this, smirked with a depth of malice, lightly patting Li Qinghui's back in reassurance. "Aunt, some people just cannot shed tears until they see the coffin. They lack any self-awareness. I believe we should take our leave once our cousin returns. She will have no choice but to sign the divorce decree." With that, she shot a disdainful glance at Chen Shushu before strutting away with Li Qinghui. Chen Shushu stared at the glaring divorce decree, tears slowly blurring her vision. In the 3 years of their marriage, Chen Shushu had only spent half a year at home before marching off to war. During the first year of his absence, his mother received a letter stating that he had fallen ill from missing his cousin and requested her companionship at the border. Li Xuan eagerly followed him there, and they remained together for a year and a half. She had also seen that letter, where Chen Shushu inquired about his parents and Li Xuan but made not a single mention of her, his wife. Not once in the 2.5 years did he include a word for her in his letters home. She had never imagined that her willing sacrifice of everything to become a devoted housewife would turn into a cruel joke after marrying him with such joy. 3 years, over 1,000 days and nights she had endured the bittersweet fruits of love, waiting alone in the vast general's mansion, only to find herself in a dreamlike state, her affection rendered void. She sat still, motionless, until darkness fell, when a sudden, rapid knocking at the door broke her reverie. She concealed her sorrow, numbly rising to open the door. Outside, a gust of wind supported the inebriated Chen Shushu, who looked at her with an apologetic expression. "Madam, the master has returned victorious from battle. At the celebration banquet, he drank a bit too much, so I kindly ask you to take care of him tonight." Chen Shushu managed a faint smile and nodded as she extended her hand to help him inside. As soon as the door closed, the weight of the man fell heavily against her. The fragrance of autumn dew enveloped her, intoxicating and overwhelming. As she stood there, the man's strong hand locked around her slender waist. Husband Chen Shushu's heart raced at this intimate nearness, her pale cheeks flushed with warmth, her entire being ignited with heat. This was the first time in their 3 years of marriage that Chen Shushu had embraced her. She recalled their first encounter when he was pursuing a band of mountain bandits, and she had fortuitously provided him with a lead. He had achieved a resounding victory, successfully slaying the bandits, yet a few had escaped. They had harbored resentment towards Chen Shushu and attempted to kidnap and assault her, only for Chen Shushu to arrive just in time to rescue her. However, she had found herself nestled in his arms, her clothing disheveled, her body nearly exposed to him. The next day, somehow, this became public knowledge. The citizens of the city began to criticize Chen Shushu, claiming that he must take responsibility for having seen her body, or else it would tarnish the reputation of the war hero general. As the situation escalated, Shen's father dispatched covert guardians to suppress the rumors, urging his precious son not to fear public opinion. Yet, in a surprising turn, Chen Shushu announced his intention to marry Chen Shushu. Thus, the young general, Chen Shushu, became the hero who saved the damsel in distress, marrying a powerless orphan, a topic of gossip among the citizens of Bianjing. Chen Shushu was overjoyed by the marriage, for her love had blossomed from that fateful night when he had saved her. After their marriage, aside from not sharing a bed, they had treated each other with mutual respect until a month later, when Chen Shushu's demeanor abruptly changed, and he began to spend nights away from home. Rumor had it that he was with his rebellious cousin. From then on, Chen Shushu scarcely saw him, even during his military campaigns. As her thoughts drifted, the heavy head resting on her shoulder suddenly drooped, pressing down against her soft bosom. His warm lips brushed against her clothing, sending shivers through her. Chen Shushu recoiled instinctively, hurriedly dragging him to the bed. As he lay there, eyes tightly closed, his high nose and thin lips formed a strikingly handsome face, still fair and radiant despite the hardships endured in battle. His lips, a deep crimson, were reminiscent of a clear and elegant day, exuding an otherworldly charm. It was a visage of breathtaking beauty, yet it was a pity that he did not love her. Though her heart ached, she reached out to help him remove his clothing. The moment her gentle fingers brushed against his chest, his wrist was suddenly seized by the man in his sleep. Almost instantly, he pinned her beneath him. Before she could react, his large hand tore through her nightgown, exposing her delicate shoulder to the cool air, while his legs forcefully parted hers. With no time to resist, the man captured her lips, murmuring incoherently, "Ashu, I miss you, you smell so good." He deftly breached her lips, indulging in an unrestrained advance.
Ashu?
Chen Shushu's gaze froze. That was the pet name of his unconventional cousin. It was widely known that she was skilled in crafting alluring fragrances, intoxicating enough to ensnare even the most resolute of men. She was renowned for her enchanting scent. It was no surprise that Chen Shushu would be captivated by her fragrance, especially since there had recently been rumors circulating in the streets featuring portraits of Chen Shushu and Li Shuin, depicting them reveling together at the border. Li Shuin, nestled in his embrace, had shed her usual boisterous demeanor, delicately feeding him wine, creating a scene that was nothing short of scandalous. Consequently, the public speculated that they were destined to be a loving couple, only to be disrupted by the arrival of Chen Shushu, the proverbial fly in the ointment. There were whispers that the war hero general would discard her at the banquet upon his return and seek to marry Li Shuin instead. With such thoughts swirling in her mind, she suddenly found the man pressing down on her utterly repugnant. Despite any lingering affection, she had no desire to indulge in his fervent embrace. She pushed him away with a mixture of embarrassment and anger. At that moment, Chen Shushu was already primed, intoxicated, seemingly devoid of the rationality to discern who lay beneath him. In stark contrast to his usual aloofness, the more she struggled, the more fervently he clung to her. His lips captured her soft, delicate form, whispering a warning, "Do not resist." Thus began a night of fervent entanglement. Chapter 2, 4 years later. At the break of dawn, Chen Shushu awakened slowly. She abruptly opened her eyes, instinctively glancing at her exposed self beneath the thin blanket, her body marked with traces of their encounter, her legs feeling as heavy as lead. Turning slightly, she beheld Chen Shushu's strikingly handsome profile, peacefully asleep. Anger surged within her, prompting her to unceremoniously draw a hairpin and press it against Chen Shushu's throat. As the moment of separation loomed, he had frantically stripped her of her virtue. She had resolved to take them both down in flames, yet suddenly recalled her master's final wish. Realizing she could not meet her end in such a hasty manner, she inhaled deeply, quietly retracting her hand. Rising from the bed, she cast a glance at the divorce papers on the table. Rather than await dismissal, she preferred to depart with dignity. After all, in this predatory feudal society, a woman cast aside would bear the heavy stigma of 7 offenses. Accusations of being a husband killer, barren, and excessively jealous would haunt her for life. Whether she married again was of little consequence. She could not allow the Chen family to carry an indelible stain that would taint future generations. With this in mind, she swiftly signed her name on the divorce document and left the Shen family mansion. Only when the cold metal of the hairpin was removed from his throat, followed by the sound of the door closing, did Chen Shushu slowly open his eyes. Last night, under the influence of alcohol, he had unleashed 3 years of pent-up love and resentment upon Chen Shushu. Even when she cried out in pain, he had not ceased. This morning, her fury at herself was entirely understandable. However, Chen Shushu was finally his. He no longer needed to worry that she would leave him for another. He had marked her as his own henceforth. Regardless of whom she might cherish in her heart, she belonged solely to him. He would no longer evade the truth. With this thought, he rose from the bed in good spirits, surveying the room he had not entered for 2.5 years. The furnishings remained as warm and inviting as they had been on the day of their wedding. Holding his breath lightly, he detected the lingering scent of white orchids that still seemed to linger in the air from her presence. Though that woman lacked decorum, last night had been rather agreeable. Just as he was lost in contemplation, the door was abruptly pushed open, and Li Shuin and Li Qingwei entered. "Son, Chen is nothing but a promiscuous harlot. She divorced you and immediately embraced that scholar, riding off in a carriage," Li Shuin exclaimed. "Indeed, cousin. You should have seen how eager your wife was, immediately getting cozy with that man the moment they stepped outside, completely oblivious when her token of affection fell." As she spoke, Li Shuin handed Chen Shushu a heart-shaped lock, translucent with a pale green hue and intricate floral designs. Chen Shushu recognized it as Chen Shushu's most treasured possession. He recalled a night shortly after their marriage when he caught her staring at the lock, which bore the character for Ju. Later, he discovered she had been discreetly inquiring about a person named Ju. Now, looking at the divorce papers she had signed, what more was there to comprehend? After enduring for 3 years, she had finally succumbed to running away with someone else. A chill settled within him, and the knuckles gripping the lock turned white with rage. Very well. Chen Shushu. She was the first to dare toy with him. A cold glint flashed in his eyes as he bolted out the door. The sky rumbled with thunder, and a fierce wind howled. Inside a dilapidated straw hut, a midwife and a maid were in a panic, urging Chen Shushu to push. Chen Shushu clutched the hemp rope with all her might, her voice hoarse from the effort. At last, the cries of 2 newborns filled the air. "Miss, it's a boy and a girl, a most auspicious omen." The midwife's joyous announcement was abruptly cut short when the door was violently kicked open. A group of men clad in black, exuding an aura of menace, stormed into the room, their curved blades glinting ominously. In the blink of an eye, the midwife's head was severed. "Ah!" The maid, Tao Hong, shrieked in terror, collapsing protectively in front of the weakened Chen Shushu. In an instant, another blade swung, and Tao Hong's head fell, rolling to the floor amidst a pool of blood. Chen Shushu, overwhelmed and weakened, attempted to rise but succumbed to a surge of anger, spitting blood before losing consciousness. Mother, what's wrong? Wake up!" A clear, youthful voice jolted Chen Shushu awake from her nightmare. She opened her eyes wide, still haunted by the bloody memories of that fateful night, which lingered even 3 years later. Clenching her fists, she fought to quell the unease, turning to her daughter with a gentle smile. "Tang Bao, I'm fine, I just had a dream." "Then let me hold you, mother. That way you won't be afraid." Her mother often slept restlessly, surely fearing that there were bad people on the road, and she could protect her. "Yes, that would be nice." Chen Shushu smiled warmly, pulling Tang Bao into her embrace, using her free hand to lift the carriage curtain and gaze outside. The distant calls of vendors signaled their imminent arrival in Bianjing. Returning to this familiar place, Chen Shushu felt as though a heavy stone pressed upon her chest. The memories of 4 years ago surged in her mind. As an orphan since childhood, she had been taken in by the Taoist priest of Baiyun Temple at the age of 6. After her divorce from Chen Shushu, she had nowhere to go and returned to her master's temple. After a brief stay, she discovered she was pregnant. Since her master's passing, the temple had been managed by a new priest, making it unsuitable for a woman in her condition to remain. Reluctantly, she descended the mountain and found a straw hut to live in. Initially, she visited a doctor, intending to procure a remedy to terminate the untimely pregnancy, but the physician informed her that she was carrying twins, a rare occurrence. Thus, she chose to keep the children, utilizing her skills in beast communication to gather medicinal herbs for sustenance during her pregnancy. As the time for delivery approached, she sought the assistance of a midwife and a maid, yet on the night of her labor, bandits targeted her. Those brigands burst in without hesitation, killing the midwife and the maid. She had fainted in that moment, narrowly escaping death. When she awakened the next day, groggy and disoriented, she found her newborn son missing, while her daughter lay swaddled on the ground, wailing. She suspected the bandits had overlooked her daughter, taking only her son to raise as their successor. Yet why had they targeted her, and how had they known she would give birth that night? These questions remained unanswered. Pondering fruitlessly, she hurried to report the incident to the county magistrate. The magistrate of Fengqiu quickly dispatched officers to retrieve the bodies of the midwife and Taohong, advising Chen Shushu to vacate the scene promptly. He explained that the bandits in the current Tianqin kingdom were rampant, with a formidable leader named Chen Shushu, a cunning wolf with a strong desire for vengeance, feared even by the emperor. Thus, unless the bandits frequently committed crimes, the authorities dared not provoke Chen Shushu. And so, the fates of the two lives, along with her abducted son, were left unresolved, forcing her to leave Fengqiu. Though she had intended to bring this matter before the emperor in Bianjing, the cries of her hungry daughter and her master's dying wish compelled her to endure in silence. To file a complaint is to pave the way with one's own life. She cannot afford to perish just yet. Senior sister, we have arrived in Bianjing. Shall we proceed directly to the residence of the third prince? At this moment, Su Ziru halted the carriage and inquired by leaning in. Su Ziru, like her, is an orphan, 2 years her junior, taken in by their master at the tender age of 10. After their master passed away 7 years ago, she too departed from the temple. It was only recently, at their master's tombstone, that they fortuitously reunited and decided to journey together to Bianjing to assist the third prince in quelling the bandits. Godmother, have we arrived so soon? I wish to get down and have a look, Tang Bao exclaimed, unable to contain her excitement at the lively vendors outside. She eagerly climbed out of the carriage, ready to descend. Indeed, little Tang Bao, look over there, they sell candied hawthorns. Shall I take you to buy some? Yes, yes. You are the best, godmother. As she spoke, Tang Bao leaped into Su Ziru's arms and planted a kiss on her cheek. Su Ziru, filled with joy, led Tang Bao towards the candied hawthorn vendor. At this moment, Chen Shushu also disembarked from the carriage, cautioning the duo not to wander too far before she found a nearby tavern courtyard, securing the horse in a spacious and pristine stable. Just as she was about to leave, a sudden voice resonated from within a nearby building. Master, the third prince has just dispatched a guard to inform you that they have discovered traces of Chen Shushu and invite you to the Ning Wangfu for discussion. A clatter followed, as if a cup had been carelessly placed upon the table, and then a voice, cool and familiar, tinged with a hint of amusement, echoed out. He sends for me, and I must comply? Moreover, Chen Shushu is as cunning as a rabbit with 3 burrows, accompanied by a strategist comparable to Zhuge Liang. His tracks are elusive except. Who? Suddenly, his tone shifted, and with a calm gaze, a fierce gust of wind shattered the door before Chen Shushu. Her pupils widened in shock, her heart pounding like a drum, instinctively searching for a place to hide. Married for 3 years, Chen Shushu's husband, Chen Shushu, departed for war with his wayward cousin for 2.5 years. Upon his return, she was presented with a divorce decree. The unrequited love she had cherished in solitude for 3 years was reduced to that of a discarded wife. Chen Shushu, concealing her pregnancy, distanced herself from her heartache. 4 years later, she emerged as a mysterious and unparalleled Taoist, returning to the capital with her daughter, Tang Bao. By chance, she encountered her decisive former husband, who stood beside his cousin, both accompanied by a child. One fateful night, Chen Shushu forcefully pinned her against the bed, his eyes reddened as he coldly inquired, Tang Bao, is she my child? Chapter 1. The Divorce. Chen Shushu, this is the divorce decree. Be swift and sign your name. I cannot bear to look at you any longer. Li Xuan, Chen Shushu's cousin and childhood companion, arrogantly slammed the decree onto the pearwood table before Chen Shushu. Chen Shushu, Xuan is correct. Had you not shamelessly clung to Shushu, he would never have what a country girl like you. You bring misfortune. You lost your parents at a young age, and even after 3 years in the Shun household, you have yet to bear a child. What if one day you bring disaster upon my son? How can I endure that? Our family cannot accommodate a wife who brings such doom. Sign the divorce decree and leave the Shin family with your belongings. The matriarch, Li Qinghui, adorned with an air of elegance, glared at her with disdain. Chen Shushu's clear, glistening eyes scanned the divorce decree, her heart a tumult of conflicting emotions. Yet, the predominant feelings were pain and the chill of despair. Do not linger any longer. Shushu returns victorious today and has already announced the divorce at the celebration banquet. If you wish to maintain any semblance of dignity, sign the decree and make way for Xuan, or tomorrow Shushu will cast you out with a letter of dismissal, leaving you no refuge in the entire city of Bianjing. Seeing her in a daze, Li Qinghui's expression grew stern. Li Shuin smirked, "Aunt, some people are simply oblivious until they face the grave. I believe we should take our leave. She will sign the decree upon my cousin's return." With that, she cast a disdainful glance at Chen Shushu and strutted out with Li Qinghui. Chen Shushu gazed at the glaring divorce decree, tears gradually blurring her vision. In 3 years of marriage, Chen Shushu had only spent 6 months at home before departing for war. During the first year of his absence, his mother received a letter stating that he had fallen ill from longing for his cousin, prompting Li Shuin to eagerly follow him to the border. They remained there for a year and a half. She had seen that family letter within. Chen Shushu inquired about his parents and Li Shuin, yet he failed to mention his wife even once. For 2.5 years, every letter he sent contained not a single word for her. She never imagined that her willingness to forsake all and become a devoted housewife would turn into a farcical tragedy after marrying him with such joy. 3 years, over 1,000 days and nights out of a flicker of affection from their first meeting, she had endured the emotional torment of solitude within the vast general's residence. Now, she found herself in a dreamlike state where love and calamity had both dissipated. She remained motionless until sunset, when a sudden, urgent knock at the door stirred her from her reverie. She masked her sorrow, rose mechanically, and opened the door. Outside, the cool autumn breeze accompanied the inebriated Chen Shushu, who looked at her with a face full of regret. "Madam, the master achieved a great victory against the barbarian forces. At the celebration banquet, he was in high spirits and drank more than he should have. Please bear with him tonight, and take extra care of him." Chen Shushu managed a faint smile and nodded as she reached out to support him. No sooner had she closed the door than his weight bore down on her. The fragrance of autumn dew enveloped her, intoxicating and overwhelming. In her moment of distraction, his large hand locked tightly around her slender waist. "Husband," the intimate closeness sent her heart racing, a rosy hue spreading across her fair cheeks, igniting a warmth throughout her body. This was the first time in 3 years of marriage that Chen Shushu had embraced her. She recalled their initial meeting when he was pursuing a band of mountain bandits, and she had inadvertently provided him with a clue. He emerged victorious, vanquishing the robbers, but some had escaped. They had come to resent Chen Shushu and attempted to abduct her, only for Chen Shushu to arrive just in time to rescue her. However, she had found herself in his embrace, her clothing disheveled, nearly exposed to him. The following day, news of the incident circulated, leading the townsfolk to criticize Chen Shushu for having seen her body and insisting he take responsibility, lest he tarnish his reputation as a legendary general. As the situation escalated, Chen Shushu's father dispatched covert agents to quell the rumors, advising his son not to fear public opinion. Yet, Chen Shushu unexpectedly declared his intention to marry Chen Shushu. Thus, the young general, Chen Shushu, became the hero who rescued the damsel in distress, marrying a powerless orphan, which became a topic of gossip among the citizens of Bianjing. Chen Shushu felt immense joy at the prospect of marrying him, having buried her affection for him since that fateful night when he saved her. After their marriage, they maintained a respectful distance until a month later, when Chen Shushu's demeanor suddenly changed, and he began spending nights away from home. It was rumored that he was with his wayward cousin. Since then, Chen Shushu had scarcely seen him, not even during his military campaign. As her thoughts wandered, the weight of his head suddenly fell against her shoulder, pressing down onto her soft bosom. His warm lips brushed against the fabric, sending shivers through her. Chen Shushu recoiled, hastily maneuvering him onto the bed. His eyes were closed, his high nose and thin lips giving his chiseled features an air of rugged handsomeness that remained unblemished despite the hardships of war. Yet, his skin remained as pale as jade, his lips of vivid crimson, exuding an otherworldly elegance. Such a breathtaking visage, alas, did not belong to her. Though her heart ached, she extended her fingers to assist him in removing his clothing. As her soft fingertips grazed his chest, he suddenly seized her wrist, pulling her down beneath him. Before she could react, he tore her nightclothes apart, exposing her delicate shoulder to the cool air, her legs forced apart without restraint. There was no time to resist as he captured her lips, murmuring incoherently, "Ah Shu, I miss you, you smell so good." He effortlessly breached her lips, indulging in her sweetness.
Ashu?
Chen Shushu's gaze froze. That was the nickname of his extraordinary cousin, known for her alluring fragrance, one that could intoxicate even the strongest of men. It was no wonder Chen Shushu was enamored with her scent, especially since portraits of him and Li Shuin had surfaced recently, depicting them reveling at the border. Li Shuin, seated in his lap, had transformed from her usual boisterous self into a delicate figure, feeding him wine, a scene that was undeniably alluring. Consequently, the townsfolk claimed they were destined to be a pair of loving souls, yet it was Chen Shushu, the interloper, who had spoiled it all. They even predicted that the war hero would abandon her at the return banquet to seek Li Shuyin's hand in marriage. At this thought, she felt a surge of revulsion toward the man pressing upon her. No matter how deep her love, she had no desire to indulge in his fervent embrace. She pushed him away in a fit of embarrassment and anger. At that moment, Chen Shushu was already intoxicated, seemingly devoid of the rationality to recognize the person beneath him. Contrary to his usual aloof demeanor, the more she struggled, the more fervently he clung to her. His thin lips captured her delicate softness, warning in a husky whisper, "Do not resist." A night of relentless struggle ensued. Chapter 2. 4 years later. At the hour of the tiger, Chen Shushu awoke languidly. Suddenly opening her eyes, she instinctively glanced at her bare self beneath the thin blanket, her body marked with traces of the previous night, her legs feeling leaden and weak. Turning her head slightly, she caught sight of Chen Shushu's handsome profile, blissfully asleep. A surge of resentment caused her to bite her lip, as she uncontrollably drew out a hairpin, pressing it against Chen Shushu's throat. On the brink of separation, he had madly taken away her innocence. She had already resolved to share a fate of mutual destruction with him, yet the memory of her master's dying wish flashed through her mind. She was suddenly aware that she could not perish so carelessly. Taking a deep breath, she silently retracted her hand and rose to gaze at the divorce papers on the table. Rather than await dismissal, she decided to leave with dignity. After all, in this cannibalistic feudal society, a woman who is dismissed would be branded with the grave sin of the 7 reasons for divorce. Accusations of being a husband killer, barren, and excessively jealous would follow her for life. Whether she would marry again was of little concern. What mattered was that she could not tarnish the Qin family with an irreparable stain that would burden future generations. With this thought, she swiftly signed her name on the divorce papers and departed from the Shun household. Only when the cold hairpin left his throat and the sound of the door closing echoed did Chen Shushu slowly open his eyes. Last night, in a drunken frenzy, he had unleashed 3 years' worth of pent-up love and resentment upon Chen Shushu. Even when she cried out in pain, he did not cease. This morning, her furious desire to harm herself was entirely understandable. However, Chen Shushu was now truly his, and he need no longer fear that she would leave him for another. He had marked her with his presence, ensuring that no matter whom she might hold in her heart, she belonged to him alone. He would no longer evade this truth. With this thought, he rose from the bed in good spirits, surveying the room he had not set foot in for 2.5 years. The decor remained as warm as it had been on their wedding day. Holding his breath lightly, the air still seemed to carry the lingering scent of Chen Shushua's white orchid fragrance. Though that woman had no sense of propriety, last night had been quite memorable. As he pondered this, the door was suddenly pushed open, and Li Shuin and Li Qingwei entered. "Son, the Chen family is nothing but a loose woman. She divorced you and immediately embraced a scholar, hopping into a carriage with him," Li Shuin exclaimed. "Indeed, cousin. You should have seen how eager she was as soon as she stepped outside. She was all over that man, even losing her love token without noticing." As Li Shuin spoke, she handed Chen Shushu a heart-shaped lock, pale green with intricate carvings. Chen Shushu recognized it as the most cherished possession of Chen Shushu. He recalled a night shortly after their marriage when he had seen her entranced by that very lock which bore the character Ju engraved within. Later, he discovered that she had been discreetly inquiring about someone named Ju. Now, looking at the divorce papers she had signed, he understood everything. After 3 years of restraint, she could no longer suppress her desire to run away. A chill crept over him, and his fingers tightened around the heartlock, turning white with rage. Very well. Chen Shushu. She was the first to toy with him at will. His gaze darkened as he rushed out the door. Thunder roared, and fierce winds howled. Inside the dilapidated thatched hut, the midwife and maidservant were drenched in sweat, urging Chen Shushu to push. Chen Shushu gripped the hemp rope tightly, her voice hoarse from the pain. Finally, the cries of 2 newborns filled the air. "Miss, you've given birth. It's a pair of twins, a great omen." The midwife's joyous announcement had scarcely left her lips when the door was violently kicked open. A group of men in black, exuding murderous intent, rushed into the room, their curved blades gleaming ominously. In the blink of an eye, the midwife's head was severed.
Ah!
The maidservant, Tao Hong, screamed in terror, throwing herself in front of the weakened Chen Shushu. A second blade swung down, and Tao Hong's head fell, rolling to the bedside amid a shower of blood. Chen Shushu, covered in blood, attempted to rise but succumbed to a fit of rage, spitting out a mouthful of blood before losing consciousness. Mother, what's wrong? Wake up in the midst of a nightmare. Chen Shushu was urgently awakened by a sweet, innocent voice. She opened her eyes abruptly, her heart still haunted by the bloody scenes of her childbirth night, which, despite the passage of 3 years, continued to plague her. Clenching her fingers tightly, she strove to quell her unease before smiling gently at her daughter. Tangbao, mother is fine, I just had a dream. Then let me hold you. Mother, that way you won't be scared, her daughter offered, eager to protect her from imagined dangers. Yes, all right. Chen Shushu smiled and embraced Tangbao, while her free hand lifted the carriage curtain, peering outside. The distant sounds of vendors calling suggested they were nearing Bianjing. Returning to this familiar place, Chen Shushu felt as if a heavy stone were pressing upon her chest. Memories from 4 years ago began to resurface. She had been an orphan since childhood, taken in by the Taoist priest of Baiyun Temple at the age of 6. After her separation from Shen Shushu, with nowhere to turn, she had returned to her master's temple. After residing there for a time, she discovered she was pregnant. Following her master's passing, the temple had been taken over by a new priest, making it inconvenient to keep a woman in her condition. Reluctantly, she descended the mountain and sought refuge in a thatched hut. She had intended to seek a remedy to terminate the inconvenient pregnancy, but was informed by the doctor that she was carrying twins, a rare occurrence. Thus, she chose to keep the children, relying on her skills in animal communication to gather herbs from the mountains to support her pregnancy. As the time for delivery approached, she enlisted the help of a midwife and a maidservant, but on the night of her labor, bandits targeted her. They burst in without warning, killing the midwife and maidservant, while she fainted amidst the chaos, narrowly escaping with her life. When she awoke the next day, dazed and confused, she found her newborn son had mysteriously vanished, leaving only her daughter, swaddled and crying on the ground. She surmised that the bandits had overlooked her daughter, abducting her son to raise as their own. However, she could not fathom why they had chosen that night to strike or how they had known she would give birth. After much contemplation yielded no answers, she hurried to report the incident to the county magistrate. The magistrate of Fengqiu quickly dispatched constables to retrieve the bodies of the midwife and Tao Hong, urging Chen Shushu to leave the scene. He warned her that the bandits in the Tianqin kingdom were rampant and powerful, led by the elusive and vengeful bandit chief, Zhan Buxin, a wolf one dared not provoke. Even the emperor was wary of him. Thus, without frequent occurrences of crime, the authorities would not dare to mobilize against Zhan Buxin. Consequently, the lives lost along with her abducted son faded into obscurity, forcing her to leave Fengqiu. Although she had intended to bring her grievances to the emperor in Bianjing, she found herself stifled by the needs of her hungry daughter and her master's dying wish, compelling her to endure in silence. Lodging a complaint is a perilous endeavor, one that may cost one's very life. Thus, she cannot afford to perish just yet. Senior sister, we have arrived in Bianjing. Shall we proceed directly to the residence of the third prince? At this moment, Su Ziru halted the carriage and leaned in to inquire. Su Ziru, akin to her, is an orphan, merely 2 years her junior, having been taken in by their master at the tender age of 10. After their master's passing 7 years ago, she departed from the temple. It was only recently, at their master's tombstone, that they fortuitously reunited and resolved to travel together to Bianjing to assist the third prince in combating bandits. Godmother, have we arrived so soon? I wish to disembark and see. Tangbao exclaimed, unable to contain her delight upon observing the bustling vendors outside. With uncontainable joy, she eagerly climbed out of the carriage. Indeed, little Tangbao, look over there. They sell candied hawthorn. Shall I take you to buy some? Yes. You are the best, godmother. As Tangbao spoke, she leapt into Su Ziru's embrace, planting a kiss on her cheek. Su Ziru, filled with joy, led Tangbao towards the candied hawthorn vendor. At that moment, Chen Shushu also dismounted the carriage. After cautioning the pair not to stray too far, she tied the horse to a nearby inn's courtyard, securing it in a stable that appeared spacious and newly built. Just as she was about to depart, a voice abruptly resonated from within a nearby room. Master, The third prince has just dispatched the Imperial Guard with word that they have discovered traces of Chen Shushu and requests your presence at the Ningguang Manor for discussion.
Clink.
The cup was carelessly placed on the table, followed by a voice, familiar and chilling, laced with a hint of amusement. He summons me, must I comply? Moreover, Chen Shushu is as cunning as a fox, accompanied by a strategist comparable to Zhuge Liang. His whereabouts are elusive except for...
Who?
Suddenly, his tone shifted, the calmness in his eyes replaced by a fierce wind that shattered the door before Chen Shushu. Instantly, her pupils dilated in shock, her heart pounding like a drum as she instinctively sought a place to hide. Chapter 3. Has she returned? As Ling Feng and Chen Shushu emerged one after the other, the space outside was devoid of any presence, save for a small, timid raccoon cat, which scurried about like a startled creature. Upon noticing the troublesome feline, Ling Feng's irritation flared, and he bent down to seize the oblivious creature, poised to deliver its death blow. Hidden within the stable, Chen Shushu observed her little raccoon cat, now in a state of fright and distress, its pitiful cries nearly compelling her to rush out in its defense. Chen Shushu was a man of decisive actions on the battlefield. His hands stained with the blood of many, he was known for his merciless demeanor. Should he discover that she bore his child, he would undoubtedly resort to his authority to seize it. Thus, she could not allow herself to be exposed before him. Furthermore, she had just overheard a shocking revelation. Did Chen Shushu know the whereabouts of that demon leader, Chen Shushu? This constituted a grave betrayal, and should they find out she had eavesdropped, she would likely attract unnecessary trouble. Remaining silent and concealed was her best strategy. Ling Feng, having failed to kill the wild cat with a single strike, was about to attempt again when Chen Shushu's noble and refined countenance darkened, his patience wearing thin. What are you doing wasting time with that creature? Investigate who has recently been here.
Ah?
My lord, is it not just a wild cat? There are no signs of any other presence nearby. This is a royal stable. Who would dare trespass here? Ling Feng responded in confusion, only to abruptly shift his gaze to the right and catch sight of a rather shabby cart weaving through their opulent stables. The cart was poorly constructed, glaringly out of place, much like an intruder in a grand estate. My lord, someone has indeed infiltrated. Could it be? His expression shifted to one of grave concern as he glanced at Chen Shushu. Noticing the latter's impatient and menacing glare, he hurriedly exited, declaring that he would investigate immediately. In an instant, several soldiers clad in practical attire swarmed the courtyard, thoroughly searching all 4 stables, yet they found nothing. Ling Feng, with a grimace, turned to Chen Shushu. My lord, aside from that foreign cart, we found no one. They must have escaped. Should we seal off the marketplace and conduct a thorough search? You seem eager to escalate the situation, Chen Shushu replied, his displeasure evident as he approached the intrusive cart. With a mere glance, a soldier at his side promptly lifted the cart's curtain. The interior was plainly adorned, clearly a vehicle for street performers, unlikely to harbor any ill intentions. As he suppressed the rising frost in his gaze and was about to turn away, a gentle breeze wafted forth, carrying a familiar scent of white orchids. Silky and intoxicating, it was alluring yet not overwhelming. This delicate fragrance permeated his senses, conjuring memories of a fateful night 4 years prior when a woman, tender and warm, lay in his embrace, evoking a longing so profound it was unforgettable. Could it be that she had returned? A woman capable of callously discarding her own flesh and blood dared to show her face again? His fond reminiscence was swiftly overshadowed by a fierce resentment. Chen Shushu's face darkened palpably, as if ink had spilled upon it. My lord, it is the fault of the subordinates that someone managed to intrude. I shall ensure they are duly punished. Please, do not let your anger affect your health. Ling Feng sensed the ominous shift in atmosphere, anxiety gripping him as he feared the wrath of his master could lead to his demise. The nearby soldiers, hearing Ling Feng's words, immediately knelt in fear, pleading for mercy. Chen Shushu found their noise grating, his mind in turmoil. He cast a slow, sweeping glance over them before leaving the courtyard. Ling Feng noted the intensity of Chen Shushu's anger, especially upon approaching the cart, where his demeanor had shifted dramatically. Could there be something unusual within? Curiosity piqued, he stepped closer to the cart, scrutinizing its contents before leaning in, where a faint, familiar scent enveloped him.
Ah?
This fragrance seems oddly reminiscent. Could it belong to my cousin? His cousin, known for her eccentric personality and lively spirit, possessed a unique talent for creating exquisite scents. Had his master been longing for her, prompting such urgency in his departure? Meanwhile, Chen Shushu swiftly escaped through a concealed opening in the stable, finally stepping into the open marketplace where she could breathe freely. Fate had been oddly kind. On her first day back in Bianjing, she had unexpectedly encountered that heartless man. Fortunately, she had also found refuge in a hidden crevice within the stable, allowing her to escape a perilous situation. As her erratic heartbeat began to calm, she turned to seek out Ziru and Tang Bao when, unexpectedly, she caught sight of a familiar figure clad in palace pink, hurrying towards her with a small boy, around 3 years old, in tow. It was Li Shuin. Who could that little boy be? She rubbed her eyes, intent on discerning the truth. But before she could fully glimpse the child's features, they drew closer. Chapter 4. The Bastard Child. A thought flashed through Chen Shushu's mind, and she quickly concealed herself around the corner, eager to observe further, only to see Chen Shushu exiting the tavern with a somber expression. Upon spotting the young boy, his brows relaxed slightly, and his icy demeanor softened as he bent down to lift the child into the cart. Li Shuin followed closely behind, climbing aboard. The cart soon set off, gradually disappearing from her sight. Had they truly started a family? In just 4 years? The boy appeared to be about 3 years old, suggesting that immediately after their divorce, they had married and consummated their union. However, given the child's resemblance to Tang Bao, it was plausible that their illicit affair had begun even before the divorce. How pitiful her own son must be, the one she had fought to bring into the world. Now lost to her for 3 long years, caught in the hands of bandits, with no word of his fate. Lost in thought, she was approached by Tang Bao and Su Ziru, who noticed her dazed state as she leaned against the wall. "Sister, did you encounter someone? You seem quite disheveled." "Yes, mother. Your hair is all a mess," Su Ziru added, aware that her sister-in-law had once belonged to a wealthy family in Bianjing, known for both its affluence and power. They had mistreated her sister, taking advantage of her vulnerable status as a solitary woman during her 3 years of marriage. Is she distressed because of that wretched ex-husband? Chen Shushu shook her head, brushing off the grass clippings from her skirt and smoothing her disheveled hair. "No, I simply stumbled and fell. It's nothing serious. Let us hasten to the prince's residence. We must not keep Lord Li waiting." The White Cloud Temple had an array of mystical arts. While Chen Shushu was adept in the art of beast communication, a notoriously difficult skill that relied heavily on innate talent, her master, Taoist Baiqin, had deemed her destined for this discipline and imparted it to her. 7 years prior, she had aided Chen Shushu in capturing a notorious bandit, thanks to her secret use of this very skill. Her journey to Bianjing was twofold, fulfilling her master's last wishes and, more recently, due to Su Ziru's serendipitous acquaintance with the guard Liushang of the Ningguangfu. Upon learning that they were the disciples of the renowned Baiyun Temple's 100 Birds Taoist, whom the third prince had been desperately seeking, Liushang promptly offered them a generous sum to assist him at the Ningguangfu. It was said that their master wished to enlist them as his advisors. The ability to communicate with beasts was not something to be disclosed to many, and Chen Shushu was initially reluctant to engage in such murky affairs. However, given that Xiao Mingqi sought her assistance against the bandits, she felt compelled to act. She harbored an unyielding grudge against the bandits, having lost 2 lives and a son whose whereabouts remained unknown. This debt would eventually need to be settled. Furthermore, the person her master had instructed her to find was also within Bianjing, and only by returning could she fulfill these tasks. "All right, I will fetch the carriage," she declared. Su Ziru, holding onto Tang Bao's tiny hand, merrily entered the tavern. Swiftly, they procured the carriage and made their way directly to the Ningguangfu. "Who permitted you to take you out?" Inside the carriage, Chen Shushu's gaze darkened as he fixed a displeased stare upon Li Shuin. Li Shuin despised being questioned with such haughty demeanor, yet she found herself inhabiting the body of the ineffectual Li Shuin, whose parents were vain and incompetent. The original family had relied on the imposing Shin family for sustenance, compelling her to draw close to Chen Shushu since childhood. Now, she harbored feelings for him, particularly because he had chosen to marry the seemingly archaic Chen Shushu, which only fueled her determination as a modern woman. She could not allow Chen Shushu, that antiquated woman, to overshadow her. She could not disgrace her identity as a time traveler. Thus, she employed her modern knowledge and devised all manner of schemes to captivate Chen Shushu's attention while exerting considerable effort to win over his parents. Yet, This lofty man maintained a brotherly distance from her, unwilling to allow her to cross any boundaries for over a decade. Compounded by his formidable strength, intelligence, and a heart hardened by distrust, she dared not employ any underhanded tactics against him. Instead, she manipulated the Na'vi populace to cultivate a narrative that would pressure Chen Shushu into initiating a divorce. To secure Chen Shuryan's favor and ascend to the position of general's wife, she exerted herself to the utmost, employing all her learned skills. Cousin, it was not I who took you out. He was drawn out by a little sparrow and followed it outside. Luckily, I happened upon him, otherwise he, unable to speak, would surely have encountered misfortune. Li Shuin explained, though the sparrow that had attracted Shinyu was, in fact, a creature she had secretly released. Her intent was to lure Shinyu outside so that she could fortuitously rescue him, thereby creating an illusion of heroism in Chen Shuryan's eyes to garner his favor. A sparrow? Chen Shuryan raised an eyebrow, glancing at Shinyu, who sat in the corner, staring blankly at his toes, silent. This son of his, exquisitely handsome and strikingly similar to him, had been afflicted with mutism since birth, isolating himself emotionally. He often languished alone in dim corners, neglecting food and exhibiting signs of profound lethargy. Despite Chen Shuryan's exhaustive search for esteemed physicians and various remedies, nothing had yielded results. Just as he was about to resign himself to despair, he noticed that his son had begun to react to his surroundings. Shinyu, previously lost in the void, now observed various small creatures, from ants to horses, with curiosity, sometimes even smiling as though he understood their communication. While this response seemed absurd, it marked a positive development for a boy who had long been in a stupor. Yes, cousin, you know you enjoys the company of those oblivious creatures, this time. It truly isn't my fault. Li Shuin lamented, then suddenly illuminated by an idea, exclaimed, by the way, cousin, I have been researching a new form of healing technique recently. I believe I shall be able to cure your mutism shortly. Do not forget your promise when that time comes. Chen Shuryan had previously stated that if she could restore Shinyu to normalcy, he would accept her as his mother. Chapter 5, An Encounter. Should she become Shinyu's mother, she would naturally ascend to the role of Chen Shushu's legitimate wife and the matriarch of the general's household. She intended to utilize Chen Shushu's child to achieve high status, and once everything settled, she would then bear her own child with Chen Shuryan, leaving Chen Shushu as offspring with no path forward. Once her goals were realized, she would not hesitate to rid herself of that disgrace, which she found repulsive. As a highly intelligent modern individual, being a stepmother to the foolish and backward people of the ancient world was absurd. She was not a benevolent saint overflowing with sympathy. If you can accomplish this, I shall certainly fulfill my end of the bargain, Chen Shuryan replied gently, his gaze deepening. However, patience is not my strong suit. You are well aware of the consequences of deceiving me. Under the seemingly gentle, yet unfathomable gaze of the man, Li Shuin shivered. She had already volunteered to treat Shinyu twice, yet both attempts had only worsened his condition, provoking him to the brink of self-harm. Chen Shuryan's fierce gaze had been terrifying after those failures. Should she fail again, he would surely deny her further access to Shinyu. This time, she had to ensure absolute success. I understand, cousin. This time, you may rest assured, I guarantee I will not falter. She straightened her posture, addressing him with confidence. Miss Ziru, over here. Su Ziru and Chen Shushu knocked on the grand door of the Ningguangfu, waiting as the steward entered to announce their arrival. Liu Shang promptly emerged to greet them, for the esteemed guests of his master were also his esteemed guests. Standing at 8 feet tall, with a straight posture and bronze skin that radiated vitality, he appeared remarkably handsome and youthful. As Liu Shang approached them with a gentle smile, Su Ziru's cheeks flushed with excitement, and she discreetly nudged Chen Shushu, whispering, Sister, what do you think? Even the guards of the Ningguangfu are so striking. One can only imagine how magnificent the master must be. We have certainly come to the right place. Chen Shushu, graceful and demure, smiled softly in response to her teasing. Ziru, you must be 20 by now. It is time you consider finding a reliable and handsome husband. Su Ziru's face flushed at the remark. Sister, what nonsense. I have promised Tangbao that I shall never marry. Yes, mother, my godmother has already made a pact with me. She assured me that she would never find a vile man to be my godfather. She will always be with us, Tangbao chimed in, lifting his cherubic face to join the conversation. Indeed, the three of us living a good life together is far better than anything else. Sister, Please refrain from discussing inappropriate matters. In the midst of her gentle reproach, Liu Shang approached them with a warm smile and greeted, Miss Zero, you and your esteemed guest may rest in the manor for a while. My master will return shortly. Just moments ago, Xiao Mingqi had intended to personally await the arrival of the heir of Daoist Baijin, intending to introduce her to Chen Shushu. It is well known throughout the Tianqin kingdom that the war god General Chen Shushu has a son whom he cherishes dearly. However, this son is mute and possesses an exceedingly introverted nature, preferring the company of small animals. Xiao Mingqi sought the heir of Daoist Baijin with the hope of having a practitioner who understands the language of beasts assist in healing Xinyu. This would serve two purposes: to forge an alliance with Chen Shushu, thereby paving a path for his ascension, and to address the growing threat of banditry. For Chen Shushu is one of the few who has faced the bandit leader, Shan Buxin. Thus, both the Daoist and Chen Shushu are essential. Yet, Chen Shushu, with his proud and aloof disposition, was reluctant to come to the manor even when invited. Consequently, Xiao Mingqi had to let Liu Shang receive the Daoist while he returned to the court to attend to state affairs. No need to hurry, Su Ziru replied, and the three followed Liu Shang into the manor, where they were shown to a guest room in the back courtyard. The Ningwang manor was vast, and as they walked across the stone-paved corridors adorned with exquisite paintings and elegant eaves, the scenery was truly enchanting. Tang Bao, who was accustomed to living in a dilapidated thatched cottage with her mother, was thrilled to see such a beautiful residence. She eagerly poked her little head around, curious to explore. Liu Shang, noticing the little girl was merely 2 or 3 years old, yet entirely unafraid, couldn't help but chuckle, remarking on how well she had been raised. Her personality endearing. Su Ziru nodded gently, affirming that their Tang Bao was indeed a rare gem, loved by all who met her. She unabashedly praised her, introducing Chen Shushu's identity to Liu Shang briefly. After some pleasantries, Liu Shang advised them to rest while he attended to other matters. Once the room fell quiet, Tang Bao, with her bright, sparkling eyes, turned to Chen Shushu and asked, Mother, may I play in the garden? Chen Shushu nodded lightly. You may go with your godmother, but stay only in the garden and do not disturb anyone else, understood? Liu Shang's attendant had mentioned that if they felt bored inside, they could stroll in the back garden, but they must not venture into the front courtyard. Okay, Mother, I will behave, Tang Bao replied joyfully, grabbing Su Ziru's hand and bouncing out. Chen Shushu, considering their need to stay in Ningwang Manor for some time, began organizing their daily necessities from their luggage. As evening approached and the meal was delivered by a maid sent by Liu Shang, the third prince had yet to make an appearance. A week passed in Ningwang Manor, with the third prince continuously occupied with state affairs and unable to meet them. Chen Shushu felt a growing sense of urgency, but she could not press Liu Shang too hard. She could only wait. Meanwhile, Tang Bao enjoyed her time in the manor, relishing the delicious breakfasts, and after one delightful morning, she pulled Su Ziru to the back garden to play, excitedly describing the many beautiful koi in the pond. After spending some time alone in the room with a classical dictionary on the language of beasts, Chen Shushu decided to join Tang Bao and Su Ziru in the garden. However, just as she stepped outside, she heard laughter not far ahead. Instinctively looking up, she saw 2 elegantly dressed men walking side by side toward her. One of them, with skin as pale as jade, a straight nose, and thin lips, was remarkably handsome and strikingly familiar, Chen Shushu. He was tall, dressed in a cloud-white brocade robe, with an otherworldly demeanor. Chen Shushu's heart raced as she quickly glanced at the man beside him, whose attire was even more splendid than Chen Shushu's. With a gentle and clear visage, he was undoubtedly Xiao Mingqi, the third prince of Ningwang Manor. She had no desire to encounter that unfaithful man again, but retreating hastily might draw their attention. Thus, she remained still, quietly pretending to tend to the flowering branches of a nearby begonia. She listened intently to their departing footsteps. 1 step, 2 steps, they were finally passing by. Just as her anxious heart began to settle, suddenly, Xiao Mingqi's attendant called out, You, come here and prepare tea for His Highness and the General. Chen Shushu did not turn, merely replying softly yes. As she lifted her skirt to enter the courtyard, the attendant's voice rang out again, Which courtyard do you serve in? How can one not bow to their master and turn their back to them? What are the rules you learned before entering the manor? At that moment, Chen Shushu wished to silence the incessant chatter of the attendant. Chen Shushu and Xiao Mingqi had not noticed her. However, upon seeing her hesitate to bow, they both halted in their tracks. feeling their gazes fixated upon her. Chen Shushu had no choice but to turn, placing a hand to her forehead in a gesture of respect, bending slightly, and saying, "Greetings, Your Highness, greetings, General." A tense silence hung in the air. Xiao Mingqi casually glanced at the bowing Chen Shushu but said nothing, turning his attention to Chen Shushu, who was about to speak when he suddenly stepped forward, standing directly in front of the kneeling maid. Chen Shushu felt a familiar, chilling aura envelop her, and upon noticing the exquisite embroidered boots before her, realization dawned upon her. Her breath caught, her fingers digging into her palm, emotions swirling chaotically, mingled with a burgeoning rage. She struggled to contain her feelings, bowing her head and holding her breath, delaying her gaze upward. Xiao Mingqi, eager to take Chen Shushu to meet the Taoist who understood the language of beasts, was impatient with the maid before him. However, noticing Chen Shushu's unusual behavior toward her, he felt a wave of confusion. Just as he considered whether Chen Shushu had taken a liking to the maid, he heard Chen Shushu's cool, steady voice, laced with suspicion. "Command, look up." Chapter 6. Self-Respect. Chen Shushu remained motionless, her heart tumultuous, yet before absolute authority, she suppressed her brilliance, avoiding a direct confrontation. "Do you not understand? The general commands you to look up." The attendant, observing her subservient posture, rebuked her coldly. Chen Shushu was not a man to be trifled with. Offending him would bring wrath upon them all in Ning Wang manner. Chen Shushu fought to suppress her visible disdain, adopting an air of indifference. Lowering her hand and curtsying to Chen Shushu, "Greetings, General." Chen Shushu had sensed something was amiss from the beginning. Now, gazing at the familiar yet distant face before him, a tempest of emotions surged within him. His hands, which had been clasped behind his back, tightened slightly, his eyes gleaming with a dangerous intensity, though his expression remained composed. Xiao Mingqi, surprised by Chen Shushu's prolonged silence, wondered if he recognized the maid. Initially thinking Chen Shushu was fond of her, he now sensed an undercurrent of disdain in his demeanor. General Shen, who has always kept his emotions in check, unexpectedly displayed a different sentiment towards the maidservants in his household, which piqued Xiao Mingqi's interest in the unfolding situation. "Your Highness must be jesting. How could I possibly know her?" Chen Shushu scrutinized for a long moment before uttering a dismissive remark, his gaze swiftly shifting away in disdain as he turned coldly to depart. Xiao Mingqi cast a meaningful glance at the still-bowed Chen Shushu before following Chen Shushu out. As Chen Shushu saw the man finally leave, her expression relaxed slightly. Although she had anticipated the possibility of encountering that heartless man upon arriving in Bianjing, the proximity of their meeting still filled her with an inexplicable sense of distaste and agitation. She could only hope never to see him again. A parting of ways, allowing each to find joy in their own lives, would be the best outcome for both. Burdened with a tumult of emotions, she made her way to the rockery in the backyard, where she spotted Tangbao and Su Ziru, one large and one small, intently feeding the koi at the pond's edge. The sight of her daughter's joyful figure finally alleviated the gloom on her face, her rosy lips curving into a hint of relief. Just as she was about to take a step towards them, a tall, cold figure suddenly blocked her path. "Chen Shushu, after 4 years apart, have you so quickly forgotten your husband, the one you once adorned with green hats?" Chen Shushu's expression was shadowed, a cold smile playing at the corners of his lips, as he approached her step by step with an inscrutable gaze. His formidable aura was akin to a frozen lake in winter, sending shivers through Chen Shushu as she felt the weight of his presence. Despite the pressure bearing down on her, she deliberately retreated deeper into the rockery, determined to shield Tangbao from his sight. Eventually, she found herself backed against the hard stone wall, pain shooting through her as her expression betrayed her growing anger. "You, who consort with others, devoid of loyalty or compassion, are the one who should feel shame. I never wish to see you again. Please show some respect," she exclaimed, her delicate fists clenched tightly. Chen Shushu, towering over her, fixed his penetrating gaze upon her. After a long pause, he suddenly laughed, raising his hand to caress her slender neck, gently stroking it with a dangerous glint in his eyes, reminiscent of a serpent's flicking tongue. "Did you think that your silver-tongued accusations could absolve you of your transgressions?" He chuckled, his voice smooth yet laced with a chilling undertone. "Did you believe I was merciful? To recall how you discarded our newborn in a stormy night at my doorstep for the sake of another man, any tenderness I harbored for you has vanished. Such a woman, with a heart as venomous as a viper, has no right to assume the guise of a virtuous lady." His hand suddenly tightened around her delicate neck, his tone turning harsh and menacing. Tell me, what brings you to the residence of the Prince of Ning? Has that scholar cast you aside? And now you wish to climb into the bed of the third prince? You certainly possess a knack for seduction. He vividly remembered their 3 years of marriage, during which she not only concealed a mysterious figure named Ju, but also maintained a close relationship with another scholar, likely already entangled with him. Chen Shushu's breath grew shallow as his grip tightened, tears welling in her eyes from the pain. After struggling for some time and failing to break free, she lowered her head in frustration, biting down on the back of his hand with all her might. Blood quickly welled up, the metallic taste flooding her mouth as she quaked from the exertion. This heartless scoundrel had no right to insult her with accusations. She truly regretted having ever fallen for such a heartless and shameless man. In her fury, she longed to strangle this beast who toyed with her emotions. Seeing the woman so filled with revulsion towards him, exerting all her strength to fight back as if she wished to bite him to death, a wave of irritation washed over him. His gaze swept over her pale, bloodless face, streaked with tears, and he retracted his hand, feeling a surge of disgust at her feigned innocence. Keep your distance. I do not wish to see you again, he coldly declared before turning away, leaving Chen Shushu leaning against the rockery, perplexed by Chen Shushu's inexplicable rage towards her. It was he who had engaged in an affair with Li Xuan for 3 years, forcing her into a penniless divorce, and now he hurried to start a family with her. What right did he have to treat her in such a manner? This self-righteous philanderer was nothing short of a despicable beast. After cursing him in her mind, she collected herself, stealing her expression before emerging from behind the stone, making her way toward Tang Bao. No matter how arrogant that heartless man was, for the sake of Tang Bao and her missing son, she must remain strong. She needed to secure a place for herself in Bianjing, ensuring she would no longer be subjected to Chen Shushu's tyranny. Tang Bao, Ziru, we. As she approached the two, intending to call them back, Lu Shang suddenly rushed over. Miss Su, Miss Chen, my master has returned. You must come with me to see him. To meet her master meant another encounter with Chen Shushu, and Chen Shushu fell silent. Very well, Lu Shang, Su Ziru responded, unaware of Chen Shushu's unease, taking Tang Bao's hand. Sister, let us go. Chen Shushu hesitated but nodded, trailing behind them in a daze. As they walked, Su Ziru inquired of Lu Shang, is your master fierce? The princes she had encountered in her life were all charming and proud, exuding an air of superiority. Having lived among commoners, she had never laid eyes on someone of such high status. Lu Shang grinned at her question, reassuringly replying, Miss Su need not fear. My master is known for his kindness and is an exceptionally affable gentleman. Moreover, as you are honored guests, he shall treat you with utmost respect. Chen Shushu, regaining her composure, recalled the man who had stood beside Chen Shushu earlier. He was indeed handsome and always wore a gentle expression, embodying the qualities of a refined gentleman. Yet there was an undeniable depth to his demeanor, suggesting a mind capable of intricate schemes. Then I shall feel at ease, she said. Su Zizu, having faced the harshness of life, feared encountering tyrants. Yes, you may rest assured. Lu Shang, speaking with warmth, led them through several intricate moon gates, heading straight for the Mo Xiang Pavilion. General Shen, have you found what you were looking for? At that moment in the Mo Xiang Pavilion, Xiao Mingqi lounged in the main seat, casually sipping tea. Upon seeing Chen Shushu enter, he inquired eagerly. Just moments ago. The two had passed by the rockery when Chen Shushu suddenly mentioned losing something and had chosen to return alone, without seeking assistance. Yes, Chen Shushu replied nonchalantly. Then Xiao Mingqi noticed the back of his hand seemed injured, blood seeping from what appeared to be bite marks. His narrowed eyes reflected concern. General Shen, were you attacked in the backyard? Chen Shushu discreetly concealed his wound within the folds of his ample sleeves and replied casually. It was merely a wild cat that bit me, nothing to worry about. However, has your residence acquired new faces recently? I noticed some unfamiliar ones. Chen Shushu, disguised as a maid, had cunningly infiltrated the prince's residence, leaving only 2 possibilities. Either Xiao Mingqi had taken a liking to her, or she had set her sights on him with ulterior motives. However, based on their recent encounter, it was evident that Xiao Mingqi did not recognize her and regarded her merely as an ordinary maid, which was the more probable scenario. Very well. This woman had previously approached him in various guises, employing underhanded tactics to successfully capture his attention. Yet, after gaining his affection, she silently abandoned him for another man, even callously discarding their child. Now, she had set her sights on Xiao Mingqi. Truly, a masterful scheme. The former version of himself had indeed been deceived by her seemingly innocent demeanor. Xiao Mingqi paused momentarily, then realized he was referring to the maid from the rear courtyard. That maid appeared unfamiliar, and her identity was indeed somewhat dubious. He furrowed his brow slightly and instructed, "I shall have someone investigate at once." "That is unnecessary," Chen Shushu replied, not wishing for Chen Shushu's cunning to succeed, nor did he want Xiao Mingqi to notice her due to his casual remarks. "I merely intended to remind your highness to remain vigilant against the women surrounding you. The more beautiful they are, the more cautious one should be." Though Xiao Mingqi only partially comprehended Shen's words, he recognized that the valiant general, renowned for his wisdom and martial prowess, spoke from a place of experience. He nodded slightly, acknowledging General Shen is indeed correct. Throughout history, heroes have often fallen prey to the allure of beauty, and many a valiant man has met his demise due to such schemes. I shall exercise caution. Harboring grand ambitions that defied the heavens, he was resolute in not being swayed by mere physical allure. Women would only serve to hinder his path to a glorious future. Thus, despite being 24 or 25, he had yet to take a concubine. As Chen Shushu prepared to take his leave, Xiao Mingqi called out to him, "General Shen, do not be in haste to depart. I have recently summoned a remarkable individual from Baiyun Mountain whose unique abilities may alleviate your young master's distress. I would like to introduce you to her." Chen Shushu was aware that Xiao Mingqi had long sought a Taoist who could understand the language of beasts, having mentioned that he had found one just days prior. He remained skeptical about the existence of such mystical abilities, yet for the sake of Xinyu, he decided to endure a meeting. He nodded gently, ready to take a seat, when Ling Feng suddenly burst in, displaying signs of urgency. "Master, the young master has fallen ill again. The old lady requests your immediate return." Upon hearing this, Chen Shushu's expression darkened instantly. Worry surged in his dark eyes as he turned to Xiao Mingqi. "Your Highness," Xiao Mingqi immediately interrupted, "the child's well-being is paramount. General Shen, please proceed first. We can meet the remarkable individual another day." Chen Shushu nodded slightly and hurriedly left the residence. As he entered the carriage, he immediately inquired of Ling Feng, "What has transpired? How could you fall ill?" Normally, his son was quiet and well-behaved, rarely erupting into fits unless provoked by extreme external stimuli. Driving the carriage, Ling Feng's face was etched with fear as he stammered, "I am unaware of the specifics." But the servant sent by the old lady reported that the young master suddenly lost control, shouting and causing a commotion in his room, even injuring his head. Is it possible that someone forced him to speak again? Upon hearing of the head injury, Chen Shushu's heart filled with an overwhelming sense of worry and pain. He was typically indifferent towards others, but his son, frail and afflicted with illness, was the exception to his cold demeanor. It is a possibility. But who would dare to provoke the young master? They must truly be courting death. Ling Feng, fearing that Chen Shushu's wrath might be directed at him, began speculating on the instigator. The carriage swiftly arrived at the Shen residence, and Chen Shushu hurried into Xinyu's room, only to find a group of trembling maids and servants kneeling on the floor. Li Qinghui stood by Xinyu's bedside, anxiously wiping her tears, while Li Shuyin wore a look of distress, nervously twisting her handkerchief as she occasionally glanced at Xinyu's bedside. Upon hearing footsteps, Li Shuyin's heart sank at the sight of Chen Shushu's hurried approach, and she rushed forward to him with a cry. "Cousin, you are finally here. I was so frightened. I am deeply worried about you." Chen Shushu pushed her away, striding swiftly to Xinyu's side. How are you?" He looked at him with deep concern, gently caressing his pale little face. At that moment, Li Qinghui stood up, her eyes red from crying, and stepped aside to allow Chen Shushu to approach. "Our son, Yu has sustained a serious head injury. I have already summoned the family physician to tend to it. Fortunately, it is merely a surface wound and has not affected the interior, but my poor grandson has truly suffered." Her son had not had a woman by his side since his separation from Chen Shushu, whom she deemed a harbinger of misfortune. Initially, she had hoped to hasten the marriage between him and Li Shuyin, but Chen Shushu had provided no response. Thankfully, a grandson had unexpectedly appeared at their doorstep. Discovered by Li Shuyin, the child bore an uncanny resemblance to her son, a miniature version of him, and they immediately confirmed he was undoubtedly her son's offspring. While she awaited a legitimate grandchild, having an illegitimate one was also a blessing, though the child's health was in question.
Li Qinshui lamenta.
Wondering what sins she had committed in her past life to deserve such a fate. Chen Shushu looked at his unconscious son, noting the layers of bandages wrapped around his small head. The already thin face appeared even more frail and ghostly, as if he might slip away at any moment. Alarmed, his gaze shifted to the kneeling servants, finally landing on the anxious Li Shuin as he coldly inquired, who approached him. Chapter 8. The Mistake. Li Shuin felt a chill run down her spine under his piercing gaze, her nails digging into her flesh hidden within her sleeves. As Chen Shushu prepared to punish her, she quickly pointed to a maid cowering in the corner. It was Chuanxiang. I saw her sneak out of Yuer's room when I came from the front yard. She must have known there were delicious pastries in there and slipped in to steal some. It was her greed that provoked Yuer. She was certain of this. Chuanxiang had previously served Chen Shushu, remaining loyal to her old master, and had always looked down upon Li Shuin, even harboring a slight disdain for her. Such a foolish, ignorant maid, akin to her mistress, was not worth mourning. Today, let her take the fall. Li Shuin smirked at her, a glint of malice in her eyes. Chuanxiang, kneeling on the ground, suddenly found herself the target of unjust blame and began to knock her head against the floor in protest. General, I did not. I was merely tidying up in the young master's courtyard today and did not disturb him at all. You dare to quibble. Seeing Chuanxiang about to expose her, Li Shuin, enraged, rushed over and slapped her down to the ground. Everyone here saw you enter the young master's chamber. Do you truly believe we are easy to bully, or that my cousin can be deceived so easily? Fuming, she glared at the cowering servants. Did any of you see Chuanxiang stealing the young master's pastries today? Did she enter his room? She has a penchant for stealing and shirking her duties, doesn't she? The servants, heads bowed low, remained silent, fully aware that Li Shuin was a clever and astute woman. The niece of the venerable Lady Shen, cherished deeply by her, was the reason behind the general's initial separation from his wife, as he favored Li Shuin. Those who thrived under the shadow of their master dared not offend her. Moreover, Chuanxiang, who had served the late mistress, was already held in low regard within the household, and Lady Shen harbored a strong aversion towards her. At such a critical juncture, who would dare to speak in her defense? Noticing the silence, Li Shuin directed her inquiry to the steward of the rear courtyard, Li Quan.
Steward Li.
You are the eyes of the household. You are aware of all that transpires within. Please enlighten us. Is Chuanxiang not often careless in her duties?
Li Quan,
Ever the sycophant and a beneficiary of Li Shuin's favor, naturally spoke in her support. He respectfully bowed to General Shen, stating, General, esteemed Lady Shen. It is evident that Chuanxiang is prone to idleness and negligence in her work. Today, she trespassed into the young master's room and caused him distress. Her actions are utterly unforgivable. Li Qing, observing Chuanxiang's somewhat stubborn and irksome demeanor, felt an unsettling resemblance to Chen Shushu. Thus, she too chimed in, Indeed, my son, Chuanxiang is not adept at her tasks, and now she has committed a grievous error, endangering Yuer's well-being. According to the Shen family's principles, she deserves severe punishment. Take her away. As she spoke, her gaze turned to the guards stationed by the door. The guards complied without delay, dragging Chuanxiang away like a lifeless creature. Trembling, she cried out, I am wronged. I did not steal the young master's pastries. I never wished him harm. Please spare me. Her forehead struck the ground, drawing blood, her body quivering like a fragile autumn leaf on the verge of shattering. Just as she was about to be callously pulled beyond the threshold, General Shen's voice rang out. Stop. Shen Yu generally required no one to attend to him, yet he held a certain tolerance for Chuanxiang. His mind swirled with irritation. Ling Feng, realizing his intent, immediately signaled the guards to release her. After doing so, he noticed Li Qing's fierce glare and added to the trembling Chuanxiang, Aren't you going to kneel? Understanding his meaning, Chuanxiang nodded and hurriedly stumbled out. As long as they did not kill her or cast her away, enduring a punishment of kneeling was bearable.
What?
She was let off so lightly?
Li Shuin samutión zarupta.
It was worth noting that the last servant who offended Shen Yu had been met with a brutal end at General Shen's command. Although that servant had attempted to seduce the 3-year-old Shen Yu, leading to his distress, Chuanxiang's punishment seemed disproportionately lenient. Mother, you may leave first. I will stay with you. Chen Shushu hastily concluded the matter, ushering everyone out. The room fell silent as he fixed his gaze upon his son's still bleeding wound. Gently running his fingers over it, Watching his son remain unconscious, the sight of the injury became increasingly stark, filling him with profound sorrow. In his life, he had only known one woman, Chen Shushu, and thus, he believed Yuer must be hers. She had abandoned their child at the doorstep during a violent storm, and had it not been for Li Shuin's timely intervention, Xinyu would have perished. Even if he suspected Li Shuin's haste had provoked Xinyu, he chose to overlook it, directing his ire solely towards Chen Shushu. Had it not been for her irresponsibility, Xinyu would not have suffered such afflictions, and he vowed to ensure she faced the consequences of her actions. Your Highness, Miss Chen and Miss Su have arrived. At that moment, Lu Shang entered the Mo Xiang pavilion, bowing to the dignified figure of Xiao Mingqi, who was engrossed in his paperwork.
Please let them in.
Since Xiao Mingqi had gone to great lengths to invite them, he made no effort to be dismissive or to assert his royal status. As Chen Shushu and Su Ziru, accompanied by Tang Bao, entered the opulent inner hall, they beheld Xiao Mingqi seated regally in a pale yellow brocade robe. They each knelt in greeting.
Rise.
Xiao Mingqi waved his hand, yet his gaze was fixated on Chen Shushu's countenance. You are the little maid from earlier? He suddenly recalled General Shen's unusual demeanor today and the suspicious bite marks on his hand, a realization dawning upon him. Miss Chen, do you have an acquaintance with General Shen? Reluctant to speak of that man, Chen Shushu hesitated, knowing she could not deceive the prince. After all, she intended to remain by his side for an extended period, assisting in the campaign against bandits, which would inevitably lead her to encounter Chen Shushu again. The truth would eventually surface. Failing to disclose it now would only result in accusations of deceit against the prince. Meeting Xiao Mingqi's gaze, her eyes shimmered with resolute calmness as she replied, I once shared a fleeting bond with General Shen. I was his wife. What? Xiao Mingqi's pupils widened in shock as he stood abruptly, striding towards her. What did you just say? Repeat that. Not only was Xiao Mingqi taken aback, but Su Ziru, Tang Bao, and Lu Shang also gaped in disbelief.
Impossible.
My father was said to have perished long ago, bitten by 1,000 snakes, his remains lost. This was a truth her mother had assured her of, for her mother would never lie. But now she acknowledges that this general is her husband. Could it be that her father, who is supposed to be dead, is still alive? Sister, is the renowned god of war truly your former husband? Su Ziru interjected after a moment of stunned silence. She knew Chen Shushu's ex-husband came from a wealthy family, but she had never anticipated he would be such a celestial figure. Lu Shang's eyes widened in astonishment, nearly dropping to the ground.
What?
The cold-blooded and ruthless General Shen was once married to such a gentle and sweet-tempered lady like Miss Chen? This is truly a tale of the innocent lamb and the ferocious wolf. No wonder they ended in separation. If I were a woman, I would also distance myself from that merciless general. Indeed, I was once married to General Shen, but now we are as distant as birds and fish, entirely unconnected. Your Highness, there is no need for surprise or to associate me with him any longer. Chen Shushu firmly reminded the astonished assembly. Observing their expressions, she understood that in their eyes, she was simply not worthy of someone like Chen Shushu, a man of lofty stature. A solitary girl and a general from a prestigious family, it was an incongruous pairing. It was a pity that her former Na-vet had prevented her from recognizing the disparity. She had foolishly wasted 3 years yearning for a man beyond her reach, a folly that was truly unwarranted. And who is this little one beside you? Xiao Mingqi inquired, still grappling with the recent revelations, casting a glance at the plump, radiant girl with eyes as transparent as crystal. She is the daughter of my current husband, 2.5 years old. Chen Shushu was determined to keep Tang Bao's lineage a secret from Chen Shushu. Having already lost one son, she would never allow anyone to take her daughter from her. She would be unable to survive in such circumstances. Over the past 3 years, even if she had to endure a meager diet, even if she was haunted nightly by the specters of a midwife and 2 lives intertwined, and even while perpetually grappling with the agony of losing her child, she never contemplated surrendering her will to live. For Tang Bao needed her. She was the unwavering force that sustained her existence, her source of belief. Tang Bao was her child, and no one could take that away from her. But where is your future husband now? As Xiao Mingqi gazed upon her ethereal beauty and her captivating, bright eyes, curiosity about her story deepened within him. He was particularly uncertain whether Chen Shushu was aware that his former wife had remarried. However, it was likely that he did not care. especially given the scandal surrounding his previous affair with his cousin, which had become the talk of the town and ultimately led to his separation from his wife. It seemed evident that his affections were now directed toward his rebellious cousin. Your Highness, I am afraid I cannot divulge the matters of a commoner's household. I hope for your understanding, she replied. Oh, indeed. I have been remiss, he said, suddenly aware of his impertinence. Please, both of you, take a seat. I happen to have matters to discuss with you. Thank you, Your Highness. Chen Shushu and Su Ziru took their seats with a degree of restraint, with Chen Shushu cradling Tang Bao in her arms. Tang Bao blinked her large eyes, perplexed, as she gazed at her mother. Why did her mother insist she was only 2.5 years old when she had already turned 3? Was it because of her father, who should have been bitten by a venomous snake? It seemed her father had indeed treated her mother poorly, breaking her heart and leading her to despise him so deeply that she could not even acknowledge him as her child's father. In her heart, she silently marked her absent father with a note of resentment. When the opportunity arose, she would surely avenge her mother. Your Highness, you mentioned you had matters to discuss with me. Is it regarding the eradication of bandits? She asked, fervently wishing to enlist Xiao Mingqi's aid to investigate the bandit hideout and search for her missing son. Xiao Mingqi's gentle countenance broke into a smile as he regarded her. The time to deal with the bandits has not yet come. At present, there is no necessity for you to take immediate action. What I wish to discuss pertains to another matter. As he spoke, he recalled that she had once been married to Chen Shushu. Since they had been husband and wife, it was likely that Chen Shushu would be reluctant to treat the child of her former husband, especially since that child was born of Chen Shushu and his cousin. When Chen Shushu returned victoriously from battle, whispers of his affection for his cousin had already begun to circulate, hinting at a clandestine relationship. Presumably, Shunyu was conceived at that time. Although polygamy was commonplace, forcing a divorce while pregnant was truly despicable. He himself would not bother with Chen Shushu. After a moment's thought, he slowly shook his head at Chen Shushu. Let us not pursue that topic. I do not wish to place you in a difficult position. Instead, let us focus on the matter of the bandits. Once you are familiar with the situation, we shall immediately venture to the mountains. The bandits scattered around Bianjing had taken refuge on various hills outside the city, making a direct assault by the court nearly impossible. Only through cunning could they hope to annihilate those disparate groups. At that time, Chen Shushu's ability to communicate with beasts would undoubtedly prove invaluable. Very well. I shall follow your lead, Your Highness. Since it was a matter that could lead to complications, Chen Shushu saw no need to press further. She was not one to seek unnecessary hardship. Chen Shushu remained in Xunyu's chamber for over 2 hours until Xunyu finally stirred awake. His bewildered eyes slowly opened, revealing dark, hollow pupils devoid of color, staring blankly at him. A pang of heartache washed over Chen Shushu as he reached out to caress Xunyu's small face. Does your head still hurt? He asked. Xunyu did not respond. Are you hungry? Shall I have someone bring you something delicious to eat? Xunyu remained silent, merely swallowing slightly. Chen Shushu understood this to be a sign of hunger. He smiled gently, ruffled his son's hair, and said, Wait here. I will have someone fetch you something to eat. Xunyu did not reply, but his hand, concealed beneath the covers, tightened slightly. Chapter 10. A secret meeting. After giving his instructions, Chen Shushu rose and opened the door, only to find a servant diligently sweeping in the courtyard. Chuanxiang was still kneeling at the entrance, exposed to the harsh sunlight. He lowered his gaze slightly, a shadow of inscrutable emotion passing through his eyes, and instructed Lingfeng to have Chuanxiang bring lunch to the young master. Lingfeng quickly arranged for Chuanxiang to serve the meal. As she placed the food before Xunyu, she reached out to touch him as she always did. Although Xunyu appeared distant, he did not display the same level of resistance as he did with others. His emotions were less intense. Chen Shushu observed all these interactions closely. As he looked at Chuanxiang, a fleeting image surfaced in his mind, refusing to fade. Since that day he had encountered Chen Shushu, he had not summoned her again. She had vaguely heard the servants discussing that the crown prince had recently succeeded in capturing a group of bandits, much to the emperor's delight, while the other princes, like Xiao Mingqi, were being reprimanded for their tranquility during these tumultuous times. He had spent the last few days listening to lectures at the Yangxin Palace, rarely returning home. Chen Shushu speculated that Xiao Mingqi was likely biding his time, as he had mentioned that the moment to eradicate the bandits had not yet arrived. She felt an inexplicable depth in Xiao Mingqi, though she could not pinpoint what was peculiar about it. Not wishing to dwell on it further, She reminded herself that her task was simply to follow Xiao Mingqi's arrangements and assist him in dealing with the bandits as swiftly as possible. However, before he called upon her again, she needed to leave the estate to meet someone. "Mother, I want to go with you," Tang Bao exclaimed, suddenly interrupting her practice with Su Ziru upon hearing that her mother was leaving the estate. She insisted on accompanying her, fearing that her mother might encounter danger alone. "Tang Bao, please wait here with your godmother. I will bring you back some candied treats when I return, all right?" Chen Shushu knelt down to coax the little one gently. Upon hearing this, Tang Bao's expression soured, and she appeared quite displeased. Su Ziru approached and patted her head, then inquired of Chen Shushu, "Sister, do you truly not want me and Tang Bao to accompany you?"
Who are you going to meet?
"No need for that. You both stay here and wait. The third prince may summon us at any time, and we cannot keep him waiting." She was leaving to fulfill a significant task entrusted to her by her master, one that required utmost discretion, so she could not disclose it to Su Ziru at this time. "That makes sense. Just remember to return quickly." Su Ziru, simple-minded, took Chen Shushu's words at face value, without further questioning. "Yes, I will." After leaving the Ningguangfu, Chen Shushu made her way directly to the Yunxiu tea house. Upon her arrival, the attendant appeared momentarily taken aback before quickly ushering her inside. "General, our informant has relayed that there are issues at Yunxiu Tea House, which is suspected to be an intelligence station for the Yuanqi faction. Confidential communications are likely to pass through here. The group of bandits led by Shanbu and others did not act on a whim. They are likely backed by a substantial organization, rumored to be remnants of the previous dynasty. The court has turned a blind eye for so long, waiting for these remnants to reveal themselves. Yet there has been no sign thus far." Chen Shushu had extended his network of informants into every corner of the city, and they had finally sensed something amiss with this tea house. The proprietor was elusive, rarely showing his face, and it was suggested that his surname was Xia. "Let us go in and investigate." At this moment, Chen Shushu was clad in casual attire, adorned with a long dark robe intricately woven with patterns of misty mountains and rivers, embellished with exquisite golden borders at the collar and cuffs, radiating an ineffable elegance. A black jade belt, as translucent as ink, accentuated his commanding presence. Upon entering the tea house, he was met with the envious gazes of leisurely men, women, and children alike. Standing tall and poised, he intended to navigate past a group of idle patrons in search of a comfortable spot when his gaze was unexpectedly drawn to a somewhat familiar figure on the second floor. Chen Shushu was following a waiter into a room tucked away in the most inconspicuous corner, a sight that subtly stirred his suspicions. Thoughts of her murmured words regarding a Jew and the scholar she clandestinely met flitted through his mind. Could it be that they were engaging in a secret rendezvous? A wave of agitation washed over him. He dismissed Ling Feng and proceeded towards that room. "Senior brother, has a Jew received any news?" Chen Shushu anxiously inquired as she entered the room, addressing the scholarly figure seated by the window, immersed in his tea. Xia Tingwei turned at the sound of her voice, his shock evident upon recognizing her. Han Ti's junior sister mysteriously vanished from Bianjing 4 years ago. Now, she suddenly reappeared? He rose to regard her for a moment, before gently nodding. "Yes, I have discreetly investigated the individuals who sought refuge in the temple 10 years ago. And Shan Buxin was among them." "Are you referring to that bandit leader?" Chen Shushu exclaimed, a surge of resentment bubbling within her. Yet, she also harbored an unspoken hope that a Jew was not indeed Shan Buxin. As of now, all clues point to him. Whether or not he is the one we seek will become clear when we eventually cross paths. Listening to Tingwei's words, Chen Shushu felt her thoughts entangled in turmoil. A Jew was of great significance to her late master. She had promised him on his deathbed that she would deliver the heartlock and the wax letter to a Jew without delay. Yet, years had passed since her master's demise, and not only had a Jew remained silent, but the heartlock had also been lost. After laboriously uncovering some leads, why must a Jew be associated with that devilish bandit? The memory of 2 lives lost and her son weighed heavily on her, leaving her reluctant to accept the truth. Moreover, what did her master's wax letter contain? What connection did that fiend have with her master? These questions loomed as enigmas in her mind. "Junior sister, as long as there are traces to follow, finding a Jew is merely a matter of time. You need not worry," but Xia Tingwei noted her pallor and distracted demeanor. His curiosity piqued about where she had disappeared to for the past 3 years and what she had endured. However, before he could voice his concerns, a sudden voice from outside interrupted. "Excuse me, esteemed guest, Is there something you need? That room is not for receiving guests. Xia Tingwei immediately sensed something amiss. There were people outside. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he swiftly directed Chen Shushu. This tea house may be under surveillance. Junior sister, you must exit through the secret door quickly. His true name was Xia Tingmei. However, he had adopted the guise of a student traveling to take the imperial examination, as the Xia family was a royal lineage of the previous dynasty, a heritage intertwined with peril. Thus, he had concealed his identity, even from his junior sister and her master. This tea house was secretly owned by him, apart from Chen Shushu and his trusted waiters. No one knew he was the proprietor of the grandest tea house in Bianjing. Caught unawares by the prospect of being followed, Chen Shushu had assumed that she and her senior brother were merely innocent individuals. He had once mentioned that he wished to keep his wealth hidden, which was why he managed the tea house discreetly. Yet now, inexplicably targeted, could it be due to that wax letter? Despite the chaos in her mind, she obeyed her brother's command and swiftly exited through the secret door. Upon emerging, she glanced around to ensure she was not being followed before proceeding cautiously. Turning a corner, she unexpectedly spotted a small boy, no older than 3, squatting before a cypress tree, seemingly focused on something. As she glanced casually, preparing to walk away, she suddenly heard several voices nearby. Hey, that little human child seems to be bleeding. How pitiful. Little human, your nose is bleeding. How scary. Are you feeling unwell? Hurry home to find your parents. As Chen Shushu stepped closer and peered down, she was astonished to hear the voices of ants. How peculiar. Her beast language skill usually required effort to activate, yet this time, she could hear the animals conversing without any indication. Kneeling beside the small boy, she observed his round eyes fixated on the ants beneath him, his delicate nose dripping blood, seemingly oblivious to his condition. Wait! This little boy looked somewhat familiar. He was the same child she had seen held by Li Shuin that day, and his finely crafted features mirrored those of Xin Shiyan with uncanny resemblance. It was as though he had been sculpted in his likeness. She felt a surge of emotions and instinctively wanted to ask him something. But seeing the blood continue to flow from his nose, she could not bear it and hurriedly retrieved a handkerchief to wipe away the blood. After cleaning his face, she noticed the child still appeared dazed, transfixed by the ants, as if they were a rare spectacle. Chen Shushu suddenly yearned to know what he was thinking at that moment, so she held her breath and activated her beast language skill. Hey, look. A kind human sister has come to save this little human. He is no longer bleeding. Little child, aren't you going to thank the big sister who saved you? At this moment, Shen Yu finally reacted. He slowly turned his gaze towards Chen Shushu, staring at her in a daze. The next moment, his lips moved, and he called out in a soft voice, "Mother." He had seen a portrait in his father's study and recognized the woman in it as his mother. The lady before him bore an exact resemblance to the one in the portrait, even more compassionate and loving. She was indeed the mother he had longed for day and night. Mother! He called out again with certainty, swiftly throwing himself into her embrace. Chen Shushu was taken aback. Yet, as the warmth of the child pressed against her chest, an instinctive surge of maternal love enveloped her. Tears streamed down her cheeks unbidden as she instinctively held Shen Yu tightly. Could this truly be her long-lost son? Yes, it must be. Amidst her doubts, certainty quickly took root within her. The bond of mother and son could not be mistaken. It compelled her to hold the boy tightly and never let go. Chen Shushu, let go of Yuer. Just as the mother and son shared a heartfelt embrace, Shen Shiyan, accompanied by Ling Feng, appeared behind them. Observing their closeness, he noted how Shen Yu did not shy away from her embrace, while Chen Shushu appeared utterly heartbroken, embodying a poignant mother-son bond. Shen Shiyan's expression deepened momentarily before he coldly interjected, "Your son? Do you even deserve him?" He had just witnessed her clandestinely meeting with that scholar in the tea-house's hidden chamber. The door had been shut tightly, and upon hearing him approach, Chen Shushu had fled like a thief. This is sufficient to indicate that their relationship is improper and shrouded in secrecy. Such a woman, lacking in virtue and devoid of shame, is unworthy of being the mother of his son. After coldly stating this, he stooped down and forcefully took Shen Yu from her arms, handing him over to Ling Feng. Safeguard the young master on your way back. If you lose him again, you shall be held accountable. Just moments ago, after Xin Shiyan had exited the tea house in a fit of irritation and disappointment, Steward Li had rushed in a panic, reporting that Shen Yu had once again vanished from the estate. In his urgency, he dispatched a considerable number of men to search for him. simultaneously dismissing all the inept servants in the household. Fortunately, Xinyu was unharmed. Otherwise, he knew not how he might turn the entire city of Bianjing upside down. Rest assured, this time I shall personally accompany the young master and ensure he does not go missing again. Ling Feng understood that Xinyu was Chen Shushu's bottom line, especially since all the implicated young servants had already been sold off. If he failed to keep a proper watch, Chen Shushu would undoubtedly take his head. He cautiously assured this, trembling as he held Xinyu and departed. Seeing her son gazing at her with dark, longing eyes, his small hands desperately reaching out from Ling Feng's shoulder, Chen Shushu felt a pang of anxiety in her heart and immediately chased after Ling Feng. However, her wrist was firmly grasped by Chen Shushu. The coldness in his gaze, reminiscent of an impending storm, pierced through her as he pulled her into his embrace, a hint of disdain curling at the corner of his mouth. Have I not warned you before to stay out of my sight? Now you go to great lengths to approach Yor. What are your intentions? Chen Shushu's voice dripped with contempt. Do you truly believe I would hesitate to take action against you? Chen Shushu's wrist throbbed painfully in his grip, her slender form forced against him, her anger erupting uncontrollably like molten lava. Her chest heaved as she glared at him. Chen Shushu, I did not deliberately approach my son. He had a nosebleed, and I merely went to check on him. Besides, he is my son, born after 10 months of carrying him, is he not? On what grounds do you claim him for yourself? I claim him? Chen Shushu's expression turned mockingly disdainful. Had it not been for Xu Yin, he would have perished at the gates of the estate long ago. Chen Shushu, you heartless woman, giving birth without nurturing, you are unworthy of the title of mother. You had best disappear from Bianjing quickly. Otherwise, neither you nor your paramour shall escape my wrath. With that, Chen Shushu released her. What do you mean by giving birth without nurturing? Would Li Xu Yin truly be so kind as to save my son? She found it hard to believe. Chen Shushu, filled with trepidation and doubt, wished to question him further, but Chen Shushu, having no desire to see her again, turned and vanished into the crowd. Chapter 12. A new father. Chen Shushu stood frozen in place, still grappling with his statement about how her son would have starved or frozen to death if not for Li Xu Yin. What did he mean? Had Li Xu Yin truly rescued her son from the bandits and returned him to Chen Shushu? But why would Li Xu Yin save her son? Did she not seek to ascend to the position of the general's wife, effectively replacing her? If she discovered that she and Chen Shushu had a child, would her jealousy not drive her to obliterate it at once? Moreover, for years had passed. She and Chen Shushu should have been married and had their own children by now. Her thoughts were a tangled mess. After some time spent in contemplation, the only solace she found was that her son was alive and by his father's side. Given Chen Shushu's apparent concern for him, it seemed he held a certain affection for the boy, allowing her to feel somewhat reassured. However, her son had been bleeding from his nose without realizing it, and his frail body appeared alarmingly thin. She needed to find a way to get close to him and observe him closely. With a heart full of worries, she returned to the Prince of Ning's residence. Upon entering the courtyard, she spotted a man clad in ornate robes, his usually graceful demeanor now tinged with urgency as he approached. Miss Chung, where have you been? Xiao Mingqi had just returned from the palace when he heard from the servants that General Shen's son had gone missing again. General Shen had sent numerous guards to search for him, and they had finally brought him back to the estate. However, upon his return, the young master suddenly fell ill, smashing various vessels and vases throughout the room, and persistently attempting to leap out of the window. According to the servants, this episode was far more severe than previous ones. He had hurried over to find Chen Shushu, hoping she could decipher the young master's behavior and provide a remedy based on her understanding of animal communication. I went to meet a friend, Chen Shushu replied softly, suppressing her worries and maintaining a dignified demeanor. Oh, are you tired then? Come inside and have some pastries to regain your strength. I have matters to discuss with you, Xiao Mingqi suggested. He intended to take her straight to the general's residence, but noticing the sheen of sweat on her pale forehead and the slight disarray of her hair, along with the faint red ring on her wrist as if she had just endured something distressing, he refrained from sending her off at that moment. Thank you, Your Highness, Chen Shushu replied, genuinely grateful. She was indeed anxious about her son, feeling somewhat unsteady on her feet and in need of a moment's respite. Upon returning to his ink fragrance pavilion, just as they settled in, Lu Shang entered abruptly. Your Highness, Miss Chen's daughter has heard she has returned and is clamoring to see her. What do you think? Shall we let Miss Chan hearing this? Chen Shushu immediately stood up. Your Highness, I shall go check on my daughter. Her temperament is rather spirited, and I fear she may disturb your rest. Noticing her cautious demeanor, Xiaomingqi smiled gently, rising to approach her. No need for concern. I am accustomed to solitude here. A bit of lively energy would be welcome. Let Tang Bao come in and share the pastries I brought from the palace. Chen Shushu hesitated, feeling embarrassed. Your Highness, there is no need for such formalities. Consider me a friend, Xiaomingqi insisted, his warm smile unwavering. He then turned to the astonished Lu Shang. Why are you still standing there? Hurry and bring Miss Tang Bao in. This was the first time Lu Shang had witnessed his usually aloof master displaying such tenderness toward a woman, even bordering on indulgence. He suppressed his astonishment and quickly nodded, exiting to fetch Tang Bao and Su Ziru. Mother, I've missed you dearly. Tang Bao, who had been inseparable from her, felt a pang of longing after their prolonged separation. Upon seeing Chen Shushu, she wasted no time in diving into her embrace, nuzzling against her affectionately. Seeing her daughter's endearing display, Chen Shushu felt her heart soften, quickly lifting her and gently swaying. Be good, my dear. Let mother hold you. Mother, kiss me. Tang Bao insisted, rubbing her face against Chen Shushu's, alternating between kisses. Xiaomingqi watched the tender interaction between mother and daughter, smiling as he interjected, Tang Bao, allow your mother a moment to rest. How about letting your uncle hold you for a while? Upon hearing his voice, Tang Bao turned her round face toward Xiaomingqi, her sparkling eyes blinking curiously before she nodded in agreement. Chen Shushu, aware of his noble status, was about to protest, but before she could, Xiaomingqi had already reached out to take Tang Bao into his arms. His handsome, gentle face lit up with warmth as he spoke to her. Having never known a father or been held by a man before, Tang Bao felt an unfamiliar sensation in Xiaomingqi's embrace. If only her infuriating father possessed such charm and gentleness. As she pondered this, she couldn't help but inquire aloud, Uncle Xiao, do you have a wife? Surprised by her question, Xiaomingqi shook his head, a hint of bewilderment on his face. No, I have not yet taken a wife. Do you like Tang Bao? She mused, considering that if Xiaomingqi were fond of her, she could devise a way for him to also grow fond of her mother, thereby making him her father. She was aware that Xiaomingqi held significant power. Yet her mother had the extraordinary ability to converse with animals and was adept at finding various nourishing herbs on the mountain. They seemed perfectly matched.
Indeed.
I like Tang Bao. Not only is she delightful in appearance, but her words are also quite charming, Xiaomingqi remarked, playfully pinching her chubby cheeks.
Tang Bao instantly be met,
revealing her 8 tiny milk teeth, ready to speak, but was abruptly silenced as Chen Shushu scooped her up.
Tang Bao.
One must not be rude in front of Uncle Xiao, lest your mother become upset. She understood well the intricate nature of Xiaomingqi's status and the tumultuous future that awaited him in the struggle for the throne. Thus, she wished to prevent Tang Bao from saying anything inappropriate that might jeopardize their relationship and create unnecessary awkwardness. Realizing her mother was genuinely displeased, Tang Bao immediately pouted and fell silent. It seemed her mother had no intention of finding her a new father. Your Highness, you mentioned wanting to discuss something with me. What is it? Xiaomingqi chuckled softly and proceeded to share his intention of tending to Shun Yu's illness. At the Shun residence, Li Qingwei stood anxiously at the doorway of Shun Yu's room, accompanied by a number of servants. Inside, the young boy was in a particularly foul mood. Anyone who ventured near his door would be met with his unprovoked wrath, throwing objects and even harming himself. Consequently, everyone was hesitant to make a move. As Chen Shushu rushed back, his handsome face clouded with concern, he pushed open the door and strode into the room, with Li Qinghui closely following. Chapter 13. Intimidation.
So,
what on earth is happening? I heard from Ling Feng that wretched Chen Shushu has returned. It is her sweet talk that has led to your affliction. Isn't it? Chen Shushu was unaware of the specifics of what Chen Shushu had said to Shen Yu. But he could tell something was amiss with Shen Yu ever since he had seen her. He was certain that in his life, apart from Chen Shushu, he had never been involved with another woman, and Yu was indeed her child. However, her previous cruel abandonment left him wary. He could not allow her to approach Shen Yu again, nor permit her to speak carelessly in front of him. He would not allow Shen Yu to suffer another injury at her hands. Ayan, why are you silent? Is it not true that cold-hearted woman has provoked you? She abandoned him for her own desires, and now that she is hungry, she seeks to extort us through Ur, aiming for the benefits of our military household. This malevolent woman is nothing short of a viper. Her words dripped with disdain, her fury compelling her to consider immediate retribution against Chen Shushu. Mother, please refrain from speaking recklessly in front of the child. Chen Shushu interjected, frowning as he reached out to touch Shinyu. Remembering how Chen Shushu had previously prevented him from approaching his mother, and the scene that had so painfully separated them. Shinyu recoiled further into the corner of the wall. Chen Shushu felt a pang of sorrow at his son's rejection. No matter how much Shinyu had distanced himself from others, he had always shown a degree of closeness and trust towards his father.
Yet,
After just a fleeting appearance from Chen Shushu, it seemed that his son's heart had been captured by her. He could hardly believe that his years of devoted care could be overshadowed by a few trivial words from her. He could not accept that his son's affections had swayed toward her. Ur had already been disrupted once by Chen Shushu. He would not allow it to happen again. Ur, I am your father. Let me hold you, please. He spoke softly, coaxing. Shinyu, head bowed and eyes fixed on his toes, was consumed by thoughts of Chen Shushu's gentle visage. He wanted only his mother. He desired her presence and the comfort of her scent. His father's refusal to allow him to see her made him view him as a bad father. Ur, look at your father and speak to him, otherwise, he'll feel sad, all right? Chen Shushu's gentle coaxing reached Shinyu's ears, and eventually, he lifted his head, his gaze filled with unspoken words directed at Chen Shushu. He yearned to express his desire for his mother, yet feared his father's disapproval. His cousin had repeatedly told him that she and his father were in love. If he could only find the courage to speak, they would marry, and she would be his mother forever. She had threatened him with dire consequences to compel him to speak, but he had resisted her intimidation. Consequently, he had since become even more reticent.
Ur,
What is it you wish to say? Chen Shushu noticed his lips moving, indicating a desire to speak, and gently grasped his shoulder. A crack appeared in his usually composed demeanor as he focused intently on Shinyu's hesitant mouth. Yet, Shinyu ultimately averted his gaze, once more. He could not utter a word. He only wanted his mother. Ian, look at Ur. He must be missing his mother. I will send for Shu Yin, Li Qinghui said, her face filled with concern. She immediately gestured to summon someone, but was interrupted by Chen Shushu. It is too late today. We shall discuss it tomorrow, he said wearily, ushering his mother out of the room before gently cradling Shinyu in his arms to comfort him. It was not until Shinyu's eyes fluttered shut and he drifted into a deep slumber that Chen Shushu placed him on the bed with care, tucking him in. The following day, upon hearing that Shinyu had fallen ill again, Li Shu-yin hurried over as soon as the hour was appropriate. Cousin, aunt, I have discovered a method to cure Ur. Prepare for good news today, she exclaimed, rushing to Chen Shushu's side, attempting to link her arm with his. However, recalling his earlier mention of a cleanliness obsession, she hesitated, her hand awkwardly halting just shy of his reach. What method? Chen Shushu ignored her small gesture. Noting the peculiar object she held, something resembling a small soccer ball and a funnel-like contraption, he frowned. Li Shu-yin retracted her hand, her face alight with confidence. I truly have a solution this time. All I need is an hour, and I promise to return with a Ur who is as normal as any other child. She had spent the past few days reflecting on the knowledge she acquired during her studies in the modern era and concluded that Shinyu was suffering from depression. Thus, she had devised a plan to approach his treatment accordingly. Last night, she had worked late to create a simple stress ball and hourglass, intending to use these tools to guide Shinyu step by step into compliance. As long as he obeyed, everything would fall into place. Moreover, she held a trump card. Concealed within her bosom was a dagger. Should that ungrateful wretch, Shinyu, dare to disregard her instructions, she would brandish the knife to intimidate him. She could not fathom a child who would not fear a blade. Observing Chen Shushu's hesitance and uncertainty about her words, Li Shuyin promptly grasped Li Qinghui's hand.
aunt,
Please trust me one last time with cousin. I assure you, I will not err this time. If I fail to heal Ur, you may deal with me as you see fit. Yen, let her have her chance. Perhaps the previous attempts were not timely. This time, Yinin shall not falter. Li Qinghui had always been easily swayed by Li Shuin's unconventional antics and, regardless of the circumstances, she would undoubtedly side with her niece. She was eagerly anticipating her marriage to her son, hoping for several grandsons thereafter. Chen Shushu scrutinized the eager Li Shuin for a while, though his hopes for her success were minimal. However, at this juncture, One could only gamble on a desperate remedy. Very well. Remember your words. Do not let your cleverness backfire, or I shall not hesitate to be unyielding. Li Shuin nodded vigorously. Cousin, rest assured, if I fail again, you may punish me as you wish, and I shall never set foot in the Shen residence again. With her resolve firmly expressed, Li Shuin strode confidently into Shen Yu's chamber, thereafter closing the door, isolating everyone outside. Chapter 14. Revelation. At the Ning Wang mansion, Chen Shushu rose early, seated before a bronze mirror, arranging Tang Bao's hair into a bun. Su Ziru emerged from the adjoining room, knocking before entering their quarters. Sister, are you truly going to see your ex-husband's illegitimate child today? After dinner the previous evening, the third prince had mentioned the affairs of Shen Shuryan's family, revealing that Shen Shuryan had a beloved illegitimate son who suffered from aphasia and preferred the company of animals, urging her sister to pay a visit. Without a second thought, her sister had agreed, much to Su Ziru's discontent. Sister, you need not go at all. That heartless Shen Shuryan was cold and unfaithful to you, having dallied with his cousin during your marriage, resulting in a child. Whether that child lives or dies is of no concern to you. It would be wiser to steer clear of this murky water. She worried that her gentle sister might fall prey to the cunning machinations of that scheming cousin. Chen Shushu had no desire to maintain any connection with Shen Shuryan. However, the child was hers. She had endured 3 years without maternal love, and now that he was ill, she could not turn a blind eye. Especially after witnessing his injuries yesterday, with Xiao Mingqi mentioning his frequent episodes of self-harm. Her concern only deepened. Yet, wishing to spare Su Ziru and Tang Bao from worry, she felt compelled to reveal the truth. Ziru, as I mentioned before, I actually gave birth to twins 3 years ago, but my son was abducted by bandits. Do you remember? Su Ziru nodded emphatically, recalling the conversation. Suddenly, her eyes widened. What do you mean? Could it be that the illegitimate son of Shen Shuryan is your son, taken by those bandits? Chen Shushu's expression grew grave, her gaze complex as she nodded gently. It is highly possible. Yesterday, I saw Shen Yu, who is the same age as Tang Bao. He resembles Shen Shuryan. Yet there is a hint of my eyes in his. Most importantly, upon seeing me, he called out mother. I have an instinct that he is indeed my son. Shen Yu has aphasia, yet he called me mother upon meeting me. Does that not speak volumes? Su Ziru was aghast. So, Shen Shuryan ordered the bandits to abduct your son, resulting in 2 deaths. This is far too extreme a case of son preference. Chen Shushu had pondered this possibility. Yet Shen Shuryan had accused her of being unworthy of motherhood, evidently believing she had abandoned the child. There was more to this story, and she needed to investigate further before jumping to conclusions. If evidence confirmed that the midwife and Tao Hong had been brutally murdered at his behest, she would undoubtedly seek vengeance for them. Yet, without certainty of his involvement, only capturing the bandits from that day would provide clarity. Mother, I also wish to see my brother. Can I accompany you today? Tang Bao, not grasping the terms abduct or bandits, had only caught wind of the news that her brother was alive. She was elated, clutching a small trinket she had prepared for her yet-to-be-met brother.
No.
Upon hearing her desire to join, Chen Shushu immediately crouched down to look her in the eye. Tang Bao, your father is unaware of your existence, and he has since taken a new wife. We have no ties to him now. If he discovers your identity, he will undoubtedly force you to return and recognize your lineage, leading you to a new stepmother. I cannot bear to be separated from you, nor can I trust you to her care. Li Shuin, confident in her cleverness and with Li Qinghui's backing, had often flaunted her authority before Chen Shushu during her time as a wife. That woman was undoubtedly formidable. Jealous of her, she feared that if her child fell into Li Shuin's hands, he would suffer greatly. She could not allow the Shen family to know of Tang Bao's existence. Indeed,
Tang Bao.
Your heartless father wields immense power and is both domineering and ruthless. Heed your mother's words. Do not expose your identity before him.
Su Ziru,
Realizing the gravity of the situation, also crouched down to admonish Tang Bao. Tang Bao gazed into her mother's tearful eyes and the reluctant furrow of her brow, nodding resolutely. Mother, do not worry. Godmother, do not fret. I understand your concerns. If my heartless father does not want us, I shall consider him bitten by 1,000 poisonous snakes. I do not want him. I will not go to see my brother. I shall stay home with Godmother. Hearing her daughter's earnest promises, Chen Shushu was filled with maternal affection. Finally, after instructing Su Ziru to look after Tang Bao, she proceeded to the front courtyard, where Xiao Mingqi awaited her. Miss Chun, let us depart swiftly. I have already sent word to General Shin. He informed me that Xinyu has suddenly been distressed, and the situation is dire. He requests your presence at once. The disciple of Taoist Bai Qin possessed the ability to communicate with beasts, a fact known only to the powerful and influential, as well as the leaders of martial sections. Thus, Chen Shushu was indeed intrigued. Upon learning that Xiao Mingqi had located her, he had long wished to see her, but circumstances had delayed their meeting.
Now,
With his son in crisis and the opportunity presented, he was most eager. He had promptly dispatched someone to the Ningguang mansion to request that Xiao Mingqi bring the Taoist to him. Chen Shushu, anxious upon hearing of Shenyu's distress, felt her heart racing. The carriage sped along, her hands clenched tightly. Observing her grip on the handkerchief, Xiao Mingqi noted her concern for Xinyu and could not help but smile knowingly. Upon arriving at the Shun residence, Ling Feng anxiously awaited at the entrance. As he approached to greet them, his expression froze upon seeing Chen Shushu's face. Ignoring his gaze, she focused solely on Xiao Mingqi. Your Highness, let us enter swiftly. Agreed. As the two hurriedly approached the courtyard, they beheld Li Xuan restrained upon the torture rack, receiving merciless blows that had already seeped through her garments with shallow blood. Chapter 15. The Consequence. Having traversed from a modern era, Li Xuan, armed with contemporary knowledge, had taken substantial advantage of the ancients, earning their favor. Yet, how could she endure such a misfortune? The heavy paddle striking her body was more painful than death itself. She writhed desperately, her cries piercing the air. Cousin, I am wronged. Please grant me another chance. I promise to heal you, next time. I truly did not intend to harm him. Silence her. The cold, merciless voice of Chen Shushu echoed from within the room. A servant promptly bent down to stifle Li Xuan's mouth with a handkerchief. In an instant, save for the sound of the paddle striking, the courtyard fell into a dreadful silence. Xiao Mingqi and Chen Shushu, witnessing the scene, halted in shock. Could Chen Shushu truly bear to discipline his beloved cousin? Had they misjudged the situation? Xiao Mingqi, after a moment of stupor, was the first to react, quietly inquiring of Ling Feng, what transgression has his cousin committed? He recalled Li Xuan's audacity, leveraging her status as Chen Shushu's cousin to act with impunity within the Shun household. Shen Yuan and Li Qinghui had only 2 sons, with no daughters. Thus they indulged their niece with considerable leniency. Chen Shushu, having shared a deep-rooted childhood bond with her, had grown up alongside her. Li Xuan had even visited him during his military campaigns. With such profound ties, how had it come to this bloodied juncture? Ling Feng bowed slightly and replied, Miss Li has repeatedly volunteered to heal the young master but has failed time and again, treating him as a mere test subject. Today, she even frightened him with a dagger, nearly provoking him into self-harm. The general, in a fit of rage, has punished her. Self-harm? Chen Shushu's heart tightened, and she abandoned her concern for Li Xuan's pitiful state, hastening toward Xinyu's chamber. She had just heard Chen Shushu's voice emanating from there, believing her son resided within. However, just as she reached the door, a figure approached her swiftly, and before she could step inside, a resounding slap struck her face. Li Qinghui glared at her, fury ablaze in her eyes. You wretched harbinger of doom! How dare you show your face at the Shen household? Who gave you the audacity? The young master's chamber is not a place for you. Chen Shushu staggered back from the blow, barely steadying herself against the doorframe. Madam Shen, Xinyu is my son. I bore him after 10 months of labor. Why can't I visit him? Chen Shushu struggled to suppress the impulse to retaliate, questioning coldly. You dare mention giving birth? You bore him, but did not nurture him, abandoning him at the doorstep. Had it not been for Xuan's discovery, he would have perished. You are unworthy to claim the title of mother. Be gone. At this, Chen Shushu straightened, a sardonic smile gracing her lips. Whether I am worthy or not is not for you, an old crone, to judge. However, should you dare lay a hand on me again, I will not hesitate to fight back. After all, my life is of little value. But I suspect you enjoy a life of luxury far beyond that of the highest sovereign, and surely you would not wish for your demise, would you? For 3 years of marriage, she had endured oppression from Li Qinghui. Initially, her love for Chen Shushu had prompted her to hope that after bearing him a child, they might live as a couple apart from the family, allowing her to tolerate the elder's tyranny. Yet now, she would not hesitate to use her hairpin to inflict lethal harm. She would no longer cower before her. nor would she endure the disdain of anyone from the Shin family. How dare you threaten me? You have truly gone too far.
Li Qinshui sata.
Raising her hand for another slap, Xiao Mingqi, in a panic, stepped forward to intervene, only to see Chen Shushu grasp his mother's wrist firmly. Mother, what are you doing? Chen Shushu looked at her with a mix of confusion and displeasure. In his memories, his mother had always treated Chen Shushu kindly, at least appearing cordial before him. Yet now, she had abandoned her previous decorum, revealing a harshness akin to madness, even resorting to violence. This he had not anticipated.
Li Qinshui,
Momentarily blinded by rage, had forgotten to mask her disdain for Chen Shushu. Now, confronted with her son's icy, furious expression, she feared he would uncover her past cruelties toward Chen Shushu, and she quickly altered her demeanor. Son, I was merely concerned for your safety, and in my agitation, I misdirected my anger at Shushu. After all, had it not been for her, you would not have suffered as he has. Hearing this, Chen Shushu could hardly believe Li Qinghui would twist the narrative at such a critical moment. She retorted angrily, I did not. Silence. Chen Shushu interrupted her. Chen Shushu, did you not wish to see you? Here is your chance. Should you fail, you shall share the same fate as Li Xuan. His words implied consent for her to visit Xinyu. Chen Shushu, not pausing to ponder the latter half of his statement, hurriedly entered Xinyu's chamber. Mother, it is best if we do not have too many people disturbing you. Please take some individuals and return my cousin home. She is not to set foot in the Shun residence again without my command.
Li Qinshui,
Feeling a twinge of guilt as she glanced at the barely conscious Li Xuan on the torture rack, longed to defend her. But Chen Shushu's voice cut through her thoughts. Ling Feng, escort the matriarch and the young lady back to the Li residence. At your command, my lord. Madam, please. The young lady appears to have fainted. We must return swiftly to tend to her injuries. Li Qinghui had no desire to leave, fearing that without her and Li Xuan present, her son would be ensnared by Chen Shushu's charms. Should the two rekindle their relationship, all they had worked for would be in vain. Yet, Ling Feng gestured toward the door, and with Chen Shushu's resolute demeanor, she had no choice but to approach Li Xuan, feeling like a duck forced to water. Watching the servants lift Li Xuan, legs akimbo, onto the carriage, she begrudgingly climbed aboard as well. Li Xuan, now outside the Shin residence and seated beside her indulgent and easily deceived aunt, cast off her facade, opening her eyes and leaning against her, feigning weakness. Aunt, I truly felt such pain just now. Cousin's heart is indeed merciless. Had I not cleverly pretended to faint, those 50 lashes would have surely claimed my life. Chapter 16. A fiery encounter. Li Qinghui, observing her demeanor, felt a surge of frustration and pushed her away. Xuan, I have warned you before that you is the treasure of our family. How could you conceal a dagger to frighten him? Were it not for my understanding of your nature, I would not wish to see you again. Li Xuan had genuinely not anticipated that Xinyu would seem to have her monitored. The moment she approached him, he instinctively recoiled. This thwarted her carefully laid plans, forcing her to resort to the dagger in a bid to intimidate him. Yet that insufferable child was too fragile. Upon being frightened, he began to tremble and weep, prompting Chen Shushu to burst in. She had been caught red-handed, clutching the dagger. Even that wretched child, upon seeing Chen Shushu, had the audacity to snatch the dagger from her, attempting to take his own life. Fortunately, Chen Shushu had intervened in time. That child is nothing but an ungrateful wretch, a true spawn of Chen Shushu, with a heart as twisted as hers. Aunt, I have been overly eager for Yor to speak, and I truly never intended to harm him. Moreover, Yor has always regarded me as his mother, and feels close to me. Recently, there must be someone behind the scenes sowing discord, which has caused him to react so intensely. You must assist me. Upon hearing this, Li Qinghui suddenly recalled Chen Shushu. Just yesterday, she deliberately approached Xinyu, and today, she openly came to the Shun residence, perhaps instigating Yor to act against Yin. The dagger was merely a tool for Yin's treatment, while Chen Shushu's intentional manipulation to prompt Yor to harm himself reveals her truly malicious intent. This scheming woman deserves punishment. Even after their divorce, she continues to entangle herself with my son. With this thought, her brows furrowed, and she turned to Li Xuan, saying, Yin, Chen Shushu has returned. That little vixen has always been adept at playing tricks, and today she is employing the same old tactics. If you do not tighten your grasp, I fear that Ayan's heart will once again be swayed by her. He is well aware that the estrangement between Chen Shushu and Chen Shushu is largely due to your efforts. Now that they have reunited, it is unlikely to bode well. I understand, Aunt. Chen Shushu's heartlessness in abandoning her own flesh and blood makes her unworthy of being my cousin's match. Her promiscuous behavior with various men is unacceptable, and I will not allow her to get close to him. However, I still need your help. Indeed, I shall help you. You and Ayan have shared a deep bond since childhood, and as our families are connected by kinship, I will certainly facilitate your union with Ayan. But you must also strive to be more admirable. I will, Aunt. From now on, I will cherish you and treat my cousin well. As long as she exhausts every means to make Xinyu call her mother, her position as the general's wife will be nearly assured. She secretly contemplated her next scheme. Dear child, I told you that lowly creature harbors a dagger with the intent to harm you, didn't I? That vile being has a heart as dark as night. But fear not, dear child, should that wretched creature attempt to harm you again, I will protect you. As Chen Shushu stepped into the room, she found Xinyu cradling a small, colorful raccoon, curled up in the corner. His complexion was pale, and there was a small scratch on his neck, indicating that Li Xuan had indeed tried to harm him. Was it this little raccoon that saved him? After pondering this for a moment, Chen Shushu felt an overwhelming sense of pity and walked toward Xinyu. Upon seeing her approach, the little raccoon swiftly darted from Xinyu's arms. Oh no! Another detestable human is coming. I must leave quickly and return to keep you company. The little raccoon sighed and dashed away. As Chen Shushu drew nearer to Xinyu, attempting to speak, a vase suddenly crashed towards her. It struck her knee, rolling to the ground and shattering into numerous pieces, causing shards to slice her ankle. Ouch! She cried, glancing at Xinyu. He had thought it was Li Xuan entering again, but upon hearing the sound, he looked up and was startled to see the mother he had longed for. His expression shifted from sorrow to joy as he stared at her for a moment, then noticed the blood on her ankle, concern instantly flooding his eyes. He yearned to rise and comfort her, but hesitated. You really like that little raccoon, don't you? How about we keep it? Chen Shushu said, enduring the pain as she stepped closer and crouched before him. Xinyu gazed into her eyes, silent.
You
Let mother see how badly you are hurt. Chen Shushu reached out towards his curled form. Xinyu looked at his mother's gentle and beautiful face, warmth gradually blossoming within him. He remained still, allowing her to touch him. Chen Shushu cautiously wiped away the blood that had trickled from his neck with a handkerchief, then retrieved a small porcelain bottle to apply medicine. Seeing him obediently tilt his neck, savoring her touch, she couldn't help but lean in and plant a kiss on his soft cheek. Xinyu's lips curled into a faint smile. His mother's lips felt so soft and sweet. When she kissed him, he felt so warm. Observing his smile, Chen Shushu reached for his small hand, intending to help him up, but at that moment, Chen Shushu entered. Get out, he said coldly, glaring at Chen Shushu. Although he had seen her concern for Xinyu, he did not believe that this woman, devoid of moral integrity, would genuinely return to her child out of familial affection. It was more likely that she aimed to exploit Yuer for her own schemes. He had to intervene before she could execute her plans. Chen Shushu turned to face the man, her expression a mixture of disbelief and anger. I will not leave. You also saw that Yuer does not reject me. Only by remaining by his side can his health improve. Chen Shushu's gaze met hers, and he noticed her delicate, pale face, which looked utterly disheveled. Tears clung to her long eyelashes, and one side of her cheek was red and swollen, clearly marked by 5 distinct fingerprints. The corners of her tender lips were tinged with a hint of red, stained with a trace of blood. A sense of irritation surged within him. After a pause, he impatiently remarked, Your appearance will frighten you. Chen Shushu instinctively touched her aching face, biting her lip before standing up. Reluctantly, she cast a lingering glance at Xinyu before stepping away to tidy herself up. Yet, just as she took a step, a sharp pain shot through her ankle, causing her to gasp as she stumbled forward. Chen Shushu, passing by, instinctively caught her in his arms. His hand cradled her soft waist, the familiar scent of white orchid enveloping him. His breath quickened. His gaze inadvertently roamed over her slender, pale neck and the voluptuous curve of her chest, causing his throat to involuntarily tighten. This cursed woman had once again stirred memories of the past and awakened sensations within him. Noting the intensity of Chen Shushu's gaze, Chen Shushu furrowed her brows and pushed against him forcefully. However, he suddenly bent down and lifted her effortlessly, carrying her to the bed and enveloping her with his warm presence. Chapter 17. A New Love. Chen Shushu's heart raced, and she prepared herself to retaliate should he dare to overstep. Yet, he abruptly withdrew from her. He adjusted his clothing and commanded Ling Feng, who stood at the door, eyes wide in disbelief, to fetch the imperial physician. The imperial physician was the most esteemed doctor in the Royal Medical Institute, frequently summoned by the emperor to treat Shen Yu, and was presently within the residence. At once, Ling Feng promptly replied, leaving to bring the imperial physician inside. Chen Shushu then took his son, who still sat on the ground, looking somewhat forlorn, and walked towards the bed. Chen Shushu had sustained only a slap and a minor injury to her ankle, and she had never intended to seek treatment. However, when the imperial physician entered, treating her face and carefully cleaning her ankle wound before applying medicine and bandaging it, she did not decline his care. The imperial physician quietly attended to her, then turned to Chen Shushu, stating, "General Shen, your son is still experiencing the same issue as before. His mutism is due to excessive stimulation. Medication is of little efficacy. You must be vigilant to avoid provoking strong emotions or placing him in frightening situations." As for him, he cast a complex glance at Chen Shushu, then cautiously remarked, "This lady has only superficial injuries. A thrice daily application of medicinal powder will suffice for her recovery in due time." "Very well. Thank you, Judge Wang," replied the master. "Ling Feng, see Judge Wang out." "As you command, my lord." Once Judge Wang departed, only the three of them remained in the room. Chen Shushu shifted closer to the bedside, signaling to Chen Shushu to place Yun here. She yearned to observe Yuer more closely, to foster a bond with him. Over the past 3 years, as she watched Tang Bao, she was constantly consumed with thoughts about how her son had grown. Now, with heaven's grace, she cherished every opportunity to be with Shen Yu. Noticing her innocent eyes, which seemed to brim with affection for Yuer, a subtle discomfort stirred within Chen Shushu. It felt as though she were merely performing. His handsome face was shrouded in the dim light of the room, his expression as cold as ice. Fixing his gaze on Chen Shushu, he spoke with an icy tone. "No need. Conceal your feigned affections. Neither you nor I require them." Having said this, he turned to leave, intending to carry Shen Yu away and leaving her to reflect on her actions alone. Yuer, abruptly seized by Chen Shushu, cried out in desperation, "I want my mother. Let me go." He could not comprehend why his father would so cruelly separate him from his mother, intent on driving her away, all the while showing tolerance towards that wicked woman, Li Xuan, and insisting he call her mother. He would never acquiesce to that. "Yuer, you can speak? Say it again?" Chen Shushu was incredulous. His son, who had been mute for 3 years, could suddenly articulate words, and his voice was rich and powerful. A wave of joy surged within him, eclipsing the intent to carry him away as he focused intently on him. "Yuer, the petits, speak to your father once more," he coaxed gently. "I want my mother. You must not drive her away." Yuer shouted hoarsely once more. Chen Shushu's once stoic heart cracked under the weight of his son's words. Finally able to speak, he embraced Yuer tightly, filled with excitement. Shen Yu sensed the joy radiating from his father. He felt his love but yearned more for the gentle embrace of his mother. Suddenly, he looked up at Chen Shushu's handsome face, now alight with joy, and asked sweetly, "Father, can you not send mother away?" Each night, he was haunted by nightmares of someone wielding a knife against him, and it was always his mother who desperately protected him. Though he could not perceive her features clearly, proximity to Chen Shushu filled him with warmth. Upon hearing this, Chen Shushu turned his gaze towards the woman beside them, who was watching Shen Yu with a pained expression. He gritted his teeth and replied, "Very well." With his consent, Shen Yu felt a wave of relief wash over him, promptly pushing Chen Shushu away and reaching for Chen Shushu. She immediately stepped forward to embrace him, and Shen Yu blew gently on her cheek where the injury lay. "Mother, does it hurt a lot?" Chen Shushu shook her head. "It's all right, dear. It doesn't hurt anymore." Watching the tender interaction between mother and son, a pang of disappointment surged within Chen Shushu. He had tirelessly cared for Shen Yu for over 1,000 days and nights. Yet this ungrateful woman appeared and completely overshadowed his efforts. Had he truly become so unworthy of affection? With a heavy heart, he cast a forlorn glance at Chen Shushu's radiant smile before exiting. Once the detestable, faithless man departed, Chen Shushu felt utterly relaxed and began to chat with Shen Yu. "Where is the third prince?" Upon arriving at the main hall, Chen Shushu found it eerily empty. He distinctly recalled that Xiao Mingqi had been present moments ago. Ling Feng lowered his head respectfully and replied, "The third prince was originally here for tea, awaiting you and the lady and Miss Chen. However, Lu Shang urgently sought him, likely concerning a pressing matter within the palace, so he left." "I see," Chen Shushu murmured, then inquired, "When the third prince visited today, did he bring along any unfamiliar women?" He had mentioned previously that he had found the disciple of the Baijin Taoist, a lady proficient in beast language. This morning, he had sent someone to the Ningguang residence, and Xiao Mingqi had promised to bring her over to see Yuer and attempt to heal him with her abilities. None. Ling Feng blinked, shaking his head. Suddenly, a thought struck him. The third prince came with the former lady. Could she possibly be the one who knows beast language?
Impossible.
Chen Shushu interrupted sharply. "Are you daft? How could Chen Shushu be a pure-hearted Taoist? She once captivated me with her seemingly pitiful demeanor, yet after marriage, she clung to a Jew and was entangled with a scholar living in the tea house, and now she has dubious dealings with Xiao Mingqi. Her cunning and shamelessness have repeatedly shattered my perception of her." Ling Feng, perplexed by Chen Shushu's quick dismissal, scratched his head and said, "I really don't know. Today, it was just the third prince and the former lady, no one else." Observing Ling Feng's foolish demeanor and his incessant mentions of Chen Shushu, a wave of irritation washed over Chen Shushu. He paced about before casually taking a seat on a pearwood stool, resting his forehead in his hand. However, his attention was suddenly caught by a slender figure clad in white gliding past the door. He called out sharply, "Chen Shushu, where are you going?" Hadn't she been clamoring to see Shen Yu? Why was she so hastily leaving? Was she going to seek out Xiao Mingqi? This woman's maternal love was evidently a facade, unable to withstand even the briefest moment. With this thought, anger surged within him, prompting him to rise and pursue the figure that ignored him and continued onward. "Where are you rushing off to? Eager to reunite with your new love?" Chapter 18. The Twin Treasures. Chen Shushu found herself perplexed by the man's convoluted reasoning. Logically, as a general who had mercilessly slain foes on the battlefield, he should not possess such frivolous thoughts. Yet, he continually imagined her entangled in inappropriate relations with other men. Had he truly lost his mind? With a frown, she halted her steps and raised her gaze to regard him. "General Shen, please speak with a modicum of respect. I am, after all, a woman of unblemished reputation. Your incessant self-righteous insults are no different from the actions and thoughts of a lecherous scoundrel." "Lecherous? Scoundrel?" he retorted with a scoff, amusement flickering in his eyes. "You know very well whether I have insulted you. My only inquiry is where you intend to go." Chen Shushu cast him a disdainful glance. "That is a private matter of mine, and it concerns you not, General."
Ha!
Chen Shushu was suddenly amused. "You just acted as though you could not bear to part with Yuer. How is it that merely moments later, your true intentions are revealed?" "Chen Shushu, you are the fox. Your entire family consists of insatiable foxes." Chen Shushu nearly spat blood from his words, disregarding all notions of propriety and rank. This faithless man was deserving of scorn. She longed to pierce him with a hairpin, ending his life. "You dare insult me? Have you grown some courage?" Chen Shushu loomed over her, his long, pale fingers reaching out to grip her chin delicately, scrutinizing her. "Do not think that with Xiao Mingqi's backing, you can act recklessly before me. Should your indiscretions cause you or further harm, we will settle both old and new scores."
With that,
Chen Shushu released her and briskly turned to head toward Shen Yu's room. Chen Shushu gazed at his retreating figure, her teeth clenched in anger. A libertine man, unable to control his baser instincts, had he not donned the guise of a youthful general who would regard him as anything of significance? What audacity did he possess to flaunt his power in front of her? She had already made room for him and his charming cousin. Yet he still sought to insult her. How hypocritical to harbor contempt for others while remaining blind to one's own faults. Fuming, she tightened her fists and prepared to leave, only to be obstructed by Ling Feng at that moment. "My lady, please temper your anger. The master is merely blunt and does not intend to insult you. Why not take a seat and enjoy some tea to calm your spirits?" Ling Feng sensed that Chen Shushu still held Chen Shushu in his thoughts. Despite their inexplicable separation, he showed no interest in other women, let alone in deliberately provoking her. Upon hearing Ling Feng's words, Chen Shushu realized that Chen Shushu was indeed preventing her from leaving. The general's residence was heavily guarded. It was impossible for her to simply walk out. With this in mind, she cast a deep glance at the subservient Ling Feng before turning toward Shin Yu's room. As she walked halfway, she encountered Chen Shushu returning along the same path. This time, she suppressed her anger and approached him. General Shun, I have already lulled you to sleep. He has expended considerable energy today and needs a good rest, preferably without any disturbances. She spoke softly, awaiting his reaction. Chen Shushu regarded her intently. And so? He seemed to ponder. Chen Shushu continued, I intend to step out to procure some small trinkets for you. I shall return after noon. Presently, she yearned to return to Ning Wang's residence to check on Tang Bao, having promised to be back before noon to share a meal with her. If she did not return, both she and Su Ziru would likely worry about her. Informing Chen Shushu was not out of concern for him, but rather to prevent the unsavory man from forbidding her from approaching Yu later that afternoon. Procure small trinkets? Chen Shushu saw through her feeble pretense, a wicked smile gracing his lips. Have I not warned you against such tricks? Chen Shushu, the Shun residence is not a marketplace. And Yu is not a mere object to be discarded at your whim. Since you are so disdainful of remaining by his side, eager to run off with your paramour. Why the pretense? Chen Shushu, are you out of your mind? When have I consorted with anyone? She attempted to explain, but he coldly interrupted Ling Feng. Escort Miss Chen out. She is not to set foot in the Shun residence again. He would not grant her any opportunity to harm him or his son. Thus, Chen Shushu was ruthlessly expelled from the residence. However, just as she exited, she spotted familiar figures, a large and small silhouette peering at her with curiosity. Mother! Tang Bao had waited anxiously all morning for Chen Shushu's return, fearing that her despicable father might harm her mother. Hence, she had implored Su Ziru to accompany her to stake out near the Shun residence. To her delight, she had indeed found her mother. Mother truly does not deceive me. She said she would return for lunch, and here she is. Tang Bao, how did you find this place? Chen Shushu asked, glancing around warily before embracing her tightly. Tang Bao nestled in her arms, whimpering, I was worried about you, mother. Besides, I resemble you, not father at all. That wretched man wouldn't even recognize me as his child, so you need not worry. This was a revelation. She realized today that even fraternal twins could differ in appearance, one resembling their father, the other their mother. Indeed, my dear sister, you have been gone for quite a while. From Lu Shang, I learned that the third prince has entered the palace, with you alone remaining in the Shun residence. Tang Bao and I were unable to suppress our worries, so we came to find you. Chen Shushu glanced at the concerned Su Ziru, playfully pinching Tang Bao's cheek before smiling. I apologize for causing you worry. As compensation, how about I take you both to a restaurant for a lavish meal today? Splendid. The restaurant here is bustling with people. Surely there will be many delicious dishes. Mother, you are too kind.
Tang Bao Edgarine joyfully,
taking her hand as well as Su Ziru's and leading them away. Meanwhile, Ling Feng, hiding at the entrance, was utterly astonished. Had that exquisite little girl just called the former lady mother? He must have misheard. If so, did that not mean she was also the general's daughter? 3 years ago, the general had unexpectedly welcomed a son, and now, a clever daughter appeared. What remarkable fortune had the general accrued in his past life? The former lady was indeed formidable. Managing to give birth to twins, truly a stroke of luck. Ling Feng could hardly contain his excitement as he hurried inside to report this delightful news to Chen Shushu. Chapter 19. The Green Hat. A girl? Inside, Chen Shushu was meticulously studying a topographical map of Yishan when he abruptly heard Ling Feng's report, his handsome brows furrowing. Indeed, that little cherub is exceptionally charming and delightful, and she even called the Lady Mother. She must be. Ling Feng was about to say, she is your child, when Chen Shushu suddenly slammed the map shut, his lips pressed into a cold line. Chen Shushu is truly seamless in her transitions. Having just divorced me, she has already borne a child with that dandy scholar. Excellent. His expression darkened as he cast aside the map, standing to leave. Ling Feng, taken aback, exclaimed, Master, are you implying that the lady's child belongs to that inept scholar? What else could it be? First, she abandons her own flesh and blood, then seamlessly produces another child? It cannot possibly be mine. They had been married for 3 years and had only conceived once. Aside from Yu, he would never have any other children. As the general swept out, Ling Feng gradually grasped the situation. It seemed he had been mistaken to think that the lady could bear twins, bestowing upon the Shin family the auspicious fortune of a dragon and phoenix. Reflecting on it now, Such fortune would require prayers and offerings at a temple. Given the master and lady's relationship, it was impossible for them to have twins. The lady had certainly placed an enormous green hat upon the master. As Chen Shushu exited the courtyard and prepared to board a sedan to Ning Wang's residence, a eunuch approached him, accompanied by several attendants. "General Shen, please accompany me to the palace at once. His Highness the Crown Prince has reported that the bandit Chen Shushu and his gang have recently fled to the outskirts of Bianjing. The Emperor has ordered your immediate presence. Chen Shushu has been roaming the Jiangnan region for some time. Why has he suddenly returned to Bianjing?" Chen Shushu nodded slightly and followed eunuch Kai into the palace.
Meanwhile,
Chen Shushu, accompanied by Tang Bao and Su Ziru, arrived at the restaurant and ordered several of their favorite dishes. At that moment, Tang Bao suddenly recalled something and asked innocently, "Mother, did you see brother when you went to that terrible father today?"
is he well?
Chen Shushu chuckled at his words and replied, "I did see him, but brother is not in good health. After lunch, I must go check on him."
Oh,
"How could this be? Logically, your former husband holds power and influence. He should be taking good care of you," Su Ziru remarked, unable to hide her surprise at the mention of his poor health. "I cannot say for certain, but Yuer recognized me as his mother at such a young age. When he saw me, he unusually spoke, which indicates that he has been thinking of me. It is not impossible that he misses me dearly," Chen Shushu explained.
Oh,
"Is brother suffering so under that wicked father? When can I visit him, mother? I'm afraid that's not possible for now. But my dear mother promises that once your brother's health improves, we will arrange for you to meet in secret." "Very well, mother. Rest assured that I will claim to be a year younger than him. I vow to keep my identity concealed. In this lifetime, she only wishes to be with her mother. Since her father does not cherish her mother, she will not acknowledge him or accept him." "Indeed. You are such a good child, Tang Bao. Senior sister, let us finish our meal and then visit the pawn shop. We need to find a vacant residence. We cannot remain in the third prince's mansion indefinitely. Although Xiao Mingqi treats us with courtesy, the royal household's rules are strict and without permission. We cannot leave the residence at will. Su Ziru has always cherished her freedom and does not wish to endure such constraints. Furthermore, Xiao Mingqi's current politeness does not guarantee that he will always be so. We should hasten to relocate." "I share the same sentiment." Chen Shushu also desires to move out quickly and find her own abode. They have reached a consensus with Xiao Mingqi to assist him in his endeavors against the bandits and to follow his orders. Once the task is accomplished, he will compensate them accordingly, and they truly have no reason to linger in his royal mansion. After finishing their meal, they visited the pawn shop, and after discussing their requirements for a residence, they returned to the Ning Wang mansion. "Ziru, you can continue practicing your swordplay with Tang Bao. I shall seek out the third prince, as I intend to visit Yuer shortly." "Senior sister, why do you still wish to see the third prince? Does your ex-husband not allow you to meet?" Chen Shushu recalled Chen Shushu's warning from earlier that day, forbidding her from entering the general's residence. She nodded slowly. "Indeed. He is Yuer's father, and for the past 3 years, he has cared for Yuer day and night. If he is determined not to allow me to see him, I certainly cannot force my way in. I can only use Xiao Mingqi as a shield." "How unreasonable. You are Yuer's biological mother. How can he prevent you from seeing your child? Chen Shushu is nothing but a heartless beast." Su Ziru could no longer contain her anger. Chen Shushu, relying on his status as a general, is utterly irresponsible. She felt an impulse to take up her sword against him. In contrast to her fury, Chen Shushu remained remarkably composed. Chen Shushu has always been a callous and ungrateful man. In the past, he feigned a desire for a responsible reputation and pretended to court her. After their marriage, he continued his flirtations with Li Xuan, showering her with affection while disregarding Chen Shushu completely. Now, he believes she has abandoned Shenyu. How could he ever show her a kind face? However, as long as her son is well, she can endure some grievances herself. As for that man, she has long ceased to regard him as human. He will eventually face his comeuppance. There is no point in further discussion. I must trouble you to take care of Tang Bao. I shall take my leave now." Feigning a light-hearted farewell, she proceeded to the front courtyard. Steward Wei informed her that Xiao Mingqi had not returned since entering the palace at noon. After waiting for over an hour in the hall without seeing him, she lost patience and set out alone. Upon arriving at the bustling marketplace of flowers and birds, the chattering of the little animals eased her troubled heart somewhat. Since marrying Chen Shushu and enduring his late nights away from home, she had developed a severe sleep disorder. During the day, she had to endure Li Qinghui's insults and the disdain of the servants. Whenever she felt overwhelmed, she would venture out to the marketplace, spending time with the little creatures to avoid a complete emotional breakdown. Now, her son was confined in that oppressive mansion, growing increasingly despondent, but thankfully, he had that little cat to protect him. These sentient, lowly creatures were indeed charming, far superior to the malevolent spirits disguised in human form. She strolled aimlessly for over half an hour before selecting a vibrant green cuckoo. She intended to gift this to Xinyu, so he would not feel so lonely in the Shun residence. As she ambled through the streets, with the bird in tow, she unconsciously found herself at the entrance of the Shun mansion. She wondered if Xinyu had awakened yet. Would he still be throwing a tantrum? His health was currently fragile. He needed nutritious meals to recuperate. Lost in these anxious thoughts, the sudden sound of a carriage behind her startled her. The vehicle came to a steady halt beside her, and she turned slightly to see Chen Shushu descending, his cold, white fingers lifting the carriage curtain. His opulent robe accentuated his striking features, and his pristine countenance bore an air of indifference. When his steady gaze fell upon her, his expression shifted from warm to cool, forming a veneer of frost that sent chills through her. With a handsome yet frigid demeanor, he approached Chen Shushu, his voice laced with a hint of frost. "You dare return. What trickery do you intend to employ now?" Chapter 20. Regret. Seeing the man, who had once exuded warmth and charm, now directing his ire and contempt towards her, Chen Shushu could only muster sarcasm in response. The youthful glow that had once captivated her had since turned into a source of disgust. Maintaining a cold facade, she replied, "I did not come here to peruse your marketplace or to behold you. I have come to see you. Or do you think to use that foolish bird to coax you?" Chen Shushu sneered at the creature in her hands, raising an eyebrow in mockery. "I suggest you abandon such futile thoughts. Yours mother died 3 years ago. All he is now is my cousin."
Ha!
Chen Shushuang's clear, piercing gaze revealed a flicker of anguish. "If you are so affectionate, why have 3 years passed without you having your own child? Must you cling to mine? Yuer was born after 10 months of my pregnancy. He carries my blood. You have no right to continually obstruct me from seeing him." Affectionate? Which of her eyes saw them as affectionate? Chen Shushu had always been promiscuous, flitting from one dalliance to another, from refined scholars to courtesans and even noble princes. He welcomed all suitors without discrimination. Did he believe everyone shared his insatiable appetite? Fuming, Chen Shushu retorted, "I am not as indiscriminate as you. Those you hold dear can change at a whim. A child can be born to anyone. You find it disgusting? Are you not the one who has always loved that very man? Who would dare label you as promiscuous? You and your capricious cousin are well suited for each other. Why must you shamelessly inflict your misfortune upon me? Chen Shushu, you are nothing but a hypocrite. Do you believe yourself to be so desirable?" With disdain plastered across her face, Chen Shushu continued, "You need not put on a facade of moral superiority before me. I have no desire to witness your innocent act." Frustrated by his unreasonable demeanor, she decided it was futile to engage with him further and turned to leave. However, he seized her wrist tightly, accusing her. "Are you attempting to turn the tables on me? Has your conscience been devoured by dogs?" His eyes glistened with sorrow. Chen Shushu struggled against his grasp, but he held her firmly. In a moment of anger, she stomped her foot on the back of his. "Having been devoured by dogs is still better than lacking a conscience like you. Chen Shushu, I was truly blind to have assisted you. The greatest regret of my life is having helped you back then. If I could relive that moment, I would unhesitatingly turn away and not even spare you a glance." In the dappled sunlight, a young man clad in a white battle robe traversed through the forest. She was captivated in that instant, and he lodged himself firmly in her heart. From that moment onward, she found herself ensnared, unable to extricate herself. Now, she savors the bitter fruits of her past, perceiving the love once cherished as a grotesque force that has torn her soul apart, leaving no trace of beauty behind. All that remains is resentment.
What?
You wish to repeat that? She speaks of regret? What right does she have? Had it not been for her deliberate approach under the guise of a rogue, had it not been for her disheveled form nestled against him, had it not been for those pitiful eyes that ensnared him, would he have gone to such lengths to disseminate tales of their romantic escapades? Would he have allowed a woman of such mismatched background to wed him with legitimacy? He was willing to forsake everything to grant her the esteemed position of a general's wife, to offer her a lifetime of singular affection. Yet how did she repay him in the end? by calling out the name of another man while lying beside him, sitting in their marital chamber at midnight, lost in thought over tokens of affection from someone else. For 3 years, she remained indifferent to his battles against foes, and when he could not awaken, she hastily abandoned him with a divorce decree. Did she ever harbor any sentiment for herself? Does she now have the audacity to blame him? How utterly laughable. Even if repeated 100 times, it remains the same. A heartless and ungrateful soul like hers deserves no good end. She is undeserving. Her more cruel words remained unspoken. And the man, in a fit of rage, suddenly grasped her waist, pulling her decisively into the carriage. She was taken aback, too startled to resist, as he lifted her arms above her head and captured her lips with a fierce kiss. Chen Shushu was nearly driven mad. Her body struggled, whimpering in vain, until finally, biting down, the taste of iron filled her mouth, the pain restoring a semblance of reason to Chen Shushu. He slowly withdrew from her, breathing slightly ragged, his gaze misty and fixed upon her. Seeing her swollen lips, her face marred by grievance, tears cascading down her cheeks, her body shrinking in on itself. His hand at his side involuntarily tightened, a wave of discomfort swelling within him, his lips parting as if to speak.
Slap.
A sharp, unexpected sound of a slap echoed against his face. It was not painful, but it rendered him breathless. 5 crimson imprints slowly emerged, and Chen Shuyuan's handsome face quickly appeared asymmetrical. The silent flames of conflict continued to burn, and the carriage fell into an eerie stillness. Outside, Ling Feng observed as the general swiftly embraced the former lady into the carriage. Moments later, the vehicle began to sway violently.
Wow.
Is it that intense? Suddenly, a loud crack resounded. Where did that come from? Ling Feng couldn't help but let his imagination run wild, colors of a setting sun flooding his mind. Just as he was unsure whether to cover his eyes or ears, or to eavesdrop brazenly, a gust of cold wind struck him. Chen Shushu, his face frozen, leaped from the carriage and barked at him. Take her back. With that, he flicked his sleeve and departed. Ling Feng was perplexed. Was it all over so soon? His master appeared in prime condition. This couldn't be right. It had barely been a quarter of an hour. He furrowed his brow, about to inquire of the lady inside where she intended to go. Another gust of wind hit him, and Chen Shushu also jumped from the carriage, her face equally stoic, turning away without a backward glance. Ling Feng wanted to chase after her, but seeing her hastily navigate the streets, clearly attempting to shake him off, he sighed and abandoned the pursuit. The relationship between the general and his wife was exceedingly strange. After 4 years apart, their reunion led to such reckless behavior in the carriage. Once finished, they went their separate ways, treating feelings so casually. He scratched his head in confusion, glancing around before picking up a small, bewildered cuckoo, its eyes wide as if mirroring his own confusion, and returned home. After leaving the Shun residence, Chen Shushu wandered aimlessly for a while. Noticing her pale wrist reddened and her disheveled hair, she felt the heat still radiating from her lips, undoubtedly swollen from his kiss. What an unscrupulous scoundrel. She mused that in such a state, returning home would surely alarm Tang Bao and Su Ziru. She did not wish to cause them worry. Resolving to tidy herself by the river, she turned only to be confronted by a tall, slender figure in green. Junior sister, what troubles you? In her memory, Chen Shushu was graceful and knowledgeable, rarely allowing herself to appear so disheveled. Has someone bullied you? Xia Tingwei asked, concern etched on his face. No one, Chen Shushu replied, shaking her head in a daze. Brother, may I stay at your tea house for a while? Xia Tingwei, having come to find her, nodded slightly and led her along a small path to Yunxiu. At that moment, Xiao Mingqi's carriage passed by the tea house. Through the gauzy curtain lifted by the wind, he spotted Chen Shushu and was about to call out to her when he noticed a handsome scholar standing beside her. The two of them laughing and entering the tea house together, appearing quite familiar. Could it be that he is Tang Bao's biological father? Chapter 21, The Spy. Upon returning to his residence, Chen Shushu went straight to his study. The emperor had summoned him that day, stating that Shan Buxin had once again attempted to steal a shipment of medicinal materials in Bianjing and had recently fled to the vicinity of Yishan. Following the prince's previous success, the task of capturing him had now fallen to the third prince. The emperor required his assistance to swiftly ascertain Shan Buxin's whereabouts and to capture him alive. He now needed to pinpoint locations capable of hiding large groups of people and all suitable escape routes amidst the complex topography of Yishan, where land and water routes converged. Just as his fingers brushed the yellowed parchment, Butler Lee stumbled into the room in a rush. "General, the young master has begun to cry again," insisting on running out the door. "We cannot restrain him. Should we call for the court physician to take a look?" Upon hearing this, Chen Shushu instantly rolled up the scroll, worry flooding his handsome features as he moved towards the door. Ling Feng pondered. Hadn't the young master been pacified by the former lady in the morning? How could he be acting out again? By the time they arrived at Shen Yu's chamber, they found him pale, careening towards the window as if to escape, with Chuanxiang kneeling beside him, gently holding him. Chen Shushu stepped forward, pulling him into his embrace. "Yue, what troubles you now?" His heart ached for this frail child. Each time he looked upon his diminutive, sallow face, he felt an overwhelming mix of helplessness and guilt. Why did he have to endure such a strange affliction from such a young age? Why could he not simply enjoy a good life? His emotions often turned dark and stubborn. Meeting the concerned gaze of the man, Shen Yu shrank within his embrace, pointing towards the door, indicating his desire to go outside.
What is it?
Chen Shushu assumed he was drawn by some small creature and frowned at Chuanxiang. Returning general, the young master was calling for his mother in his sleep. As if he had a nightmare. He awoke suddenly and ran for the door. I thought he must be missing his mother. If not, should we send someone to fetch the lady back? The young master would surely be delighted. Chuanxiang was overjoyed to see Chen Shushu return. 4 years had passed since her departure, and since then, Li Shuin had grown increasingly unrestrained in the general's residence. Any maidservant who had previously been associated with Chen Shushu had suffered her open and covert torment. She approached the young master with unwavering determination, yet concealed her true nature behind a facade of duality. Many matters had piqued her interest in silence, and upon hearing Chuanxiang articulate his innermost thoughts, Shen Yu immediately grasped Chen Shushu's hand tightly, nodding fervently. Observing the boy's clear and eager expression, Chen Shushu understood entirely. His heart heavy, he gently held the trembling little hand and addressed Chuanxiang and the other servants, instructing them to prepare some porridge for the young master. Once the room fell into tranquility, Chen Shushu carefully laid Shen Yu on the couch, his fingers brushing against the boy's small face. You long for your mother, do not? Shen Yu nodded emphatically at the sight of the man's handsome and gentle face. Chen Shushu smiled softly. If you eat well and take care of yourself, father will find your mother for you, all right? Shen Yu, mistaking this for jest, insisted, but I want my own mother. I do not want that wicked woman Li Shuin. Fearing Chen Shushu would misunderstand his reference, he blushed and added, the woman who came to my room this morning to lull me to sleep. She is my mother. Upon hearing this, the gentle face of Chen Shushu darkened slightly, and after a long pause, he patted the boy's head. You must take care of yourself, and then I will consider your request. Really? Shen Yu's eyes sparkled with hope. Chen Shushu nodded, a slight smile on his lips. Chen Shushu had abandoned Shen Yu in the past and was unworthy of motherhood, yet upon her return, she entangled herself with Shen Yu, even claiming to be his mother before him. It was perplexing, especially since she had borne a child with another man. Why engage in such superfluous actions? Nevertheless, seeing his son's frail and ill visage tugged at his heartstrings, leading him to acquiesce for the time being. Sister, news has reached us that Shan Buxin has arrived in the Yishan region. The court will dispatch troops, if you wish to ascertain whether he is a Jew. This is a rare opportunity. Really? Chen Shushu had thought the bandits would hesitate to approach Bianjing, but it seemed they were growing increasingly audacious, even daring to offend the emperor's domain. Indeed, Xiaomingqi and the crown prince are vying for merit in the suppression of bandits, as Xiaomingqi's strategist. You will undoubtedly have the chance to see Shan Buxin. Xia Tingwei secretly hoped Chen Shushu would quickly locate a Jew, ideally that Shan Buxin was indeed a Jew. This a Jew could potentially be his future ally. If he were truly Shan Buxin, the forces behind him could illuminate their path ahead. Chen Shushu nodded thoughtfully. The third prince has gone to great lengths to find me. He will certainly take me into the mountains. I will seek the opportunity to inquire about Shan Buxin. If he is indeed a Jew, entrusting him with the items will fulfill my master's dying wish. Additionally, I must uncover the true culprit behind the abduction of my son and the murders of the midwife and Tao Hong. Sister, you must exercise utmost caution. If you are discovered meeting Shan Buxin privately, you'll be treated as a spy, and it will be difficult to defend yourself, especially with your ex-husband, Chen Shushu. acting as the emperor's eyes and ears. You must be prudent, understand? He wished to use Chen Shushu's meeting with Shan Bushin to ascertain whether Shan Bushin was a bandit or a hidden blade for the restoration of the former dynasty. Yet he did not want Chen Shushu to fall into a trap. Regardless of his mission, he wished to protect her. I understand, brother. Rest assured, I will be careful. Shan Bushin resided deep in the mountains, surrounded by small creatures, and she was confident in her ability to remain undetected and achieve her objectives. After bidding farewell to Tingwei, Chen Shushu returned to the Prince of Ning's residence. Upon learning of her return, Xiao Mingqi promptly summoned her and Su Ziru to the front courtyard, stating there were important matters to discuss. Chapter 22. Thorough Investigation. After Chen Shushu and Su Ziru arrived, Xiao Mingqi briefly described the terrain of Yishan. Miss Chen, Miss Ziru. Tomorrow at noon, we will disguise ourselves as passing merchants and proceed to Yishan to ascertain Shan Bushin's whereabouts. Understood, Your Highness. Please feel free to give orders. Ziru and I will fully cooperate with your plans. Chen Shushu readily accepted Xiao Mingqi's instructions while holding the terrain map. Xiao Mingqi smiled warmly, nodding in satisfaction, and then summoned 2 elder matrons from the household. They were seasoned caretakers, reliable in their duties. Let them watch over Tangbao for now. Our trip may last from 1 day to 4 or 5 days, and we might not be able to attend to him. Chen Shushu felt uneasy leaving her child with others, but venturing into the mountains to confront bandits with Tangbao in tow would be impractical. After a moment's hesitation, she replied, It would not trouble your highness. I have a friend in Bianjing. I will leave Tangbao with him. Are you referring to that scholar? Xiao Mingqi could not help but inquire, also contemplating whether he was Tongbao's biological father, but deemed it too forward to ask. How did your highness come to know him? Chen Shushu thought she had never mentioned her friend who was in Bianjing for the imperial examination. Moreover, her friend was discreet and never revealed his identity as a disciple of the 100 Birds Daoist. Even Su Ziru was unfamiliar with him. Xiao Mingqi, unhurried, replied gently, I passed through Shijia today and saw you enter a tea house with a young scholar. I assumed he was the friend you mentioned. It seems you are quite familiar with him. If you are uneasy about leaving Tangbao in the residence, you can entrust him to your friend. Xiao Mingqi had always been kind to her, especially knowing her past with Shen Shushu. His feelings toward her were even more distinct. Shen Shushu was astute and accomplished, greatly trusted by his father, and any woman standing by his side must be extraordinary. Very well, I shall take Tangbao to him tomorrow. Xiao Mingqi regarded her with a complex gaze, lightly nodding, and then asked, Is this scholar someone with whom you share a deep bond? Could he possibly be Tongbao's biological father? Chen Shushu's expression turned serious, but as her brother had yet to marry, she could not ruin his reputation without cause. She shook her head honestly. No, we are merely fellow disciples. Upon hearing this, Xiao Mingqi's expression grew even more intricate. Who, then, is Tongbao's father? He fell into deep contemplation. The following day, Chen Shushu first took Tangbao to her brother's private residence. He had indicated that unless there was urgent business, she should seek him there, as the tea house was crowded with prying eyes, and he preferred to keep a low profile. Tangbao, greet your uncle. Chen Shushu led Tangbao into the house, briefly explaining her upcoming itinerary to Tingwei, and asked Tangbao to greet him. Hello, uncle. Tangbao blinked her big eyes at the handsome man before her. She could not help but notice that the men surrounding her mother were all quite handsome. She just wondered what her unobservant father looked like. Tangbao, you are so well behaved. Your mother brought you here in haste, and I haven't prepared a gift for our meeting. Later, I shall take you out to buy candied hawthorn, all right? Tingwei's charming visage broke into a smile as he affectionately took the child from Chen Shushu's hands. Tangbao glanced at her mother, noticing her trust in the man, and nodded contentedly. All right, uncle. Sister, Tangbao truly resembles you. It's as if she was cast from the same mold, with round, sparkling eyes and dark, swirling pupils. Her delicate and charming little nose complements her small, rosy mouth, exquisitely crafted like a finely carved doll. He vividly recalls the first time his master brought the 6-year-old Chen Shushu to Baiyun Temple. She was just as adorable then, instantly igniting joy in the hearts of those who beheld her. Little did he anticipate that she would suddenly marry Chen Shushu mere weeks after their acquaintance. The world can be beguiling. His junior sister, naive and young, was ultimately discarded by Chen Shushu after being toyed with. His heart aches for her. Chen Shushu, seeing his fondness for Tangbao, felt completely reassured. Before parting, she earnestly reminded him, Senior brother, I cannot let too many people know about Tangbao. Shushu's biological father. So please keep it a secret for me. Xie Tingwei understood that if the unfaithful Chen Shushu were to discover that Tang Bao was his daughter, he would stop at nothing to seize her. He gently nodded, assuring her, "Junior sister, rest assured, I shall remain silent." After Chen Shushu hurriedly departed, Xie Tingwei cradled little Tang Bao and promptly exited. "Little darling, uncle will take you to buy some delicious treats." Tang Bao eagerly nodded. Before long, they reached the marketplace, where Tang Bao's hands were filled with trinkets and snacks. Unable to contain her joy, she planted a quick kiss on Xie Tingwei's handsome face. "I like uncle." Xie Tingwei smiled broadly. "Uncle will take you to see shadow puppetry. It's so much fun." As they chatted and laughed, a carriage happened to pass by them. Ling Feng noticed Tang Bao and immediately lifted the curtain to alert Chen Shushu. "Master, look quickly. That little girl resembles the former lady. She is definitely her daughter." That day, she even called her mother. Upon hearing this, Chen Shushu's fingers tightened around the map, a tumult of emotions rising within him. After a moment, he cautiously lifted a corner of the curtain. He soon spotted a plump, cherubic child joyfully kissing a handsome young scholar. The child bore strikingly similar features to Chen Shushu, and the scholar was painfully familiar. He was the man Chen Shushu had secretly met 4 years ago. A surge of flame ignited in Chen Shushu's heart. They appeared to be a happy family of 3, unlike him, who had been unable to sleep soundly since Chen Shushu's departure. His expression gradually turned icy. Ling Feng, oblivious to the tension, scratched his head in realization and remarked, "Master, you foresaw it. The little dumpling isn't to your child, but that scholar S. How unfortunate for such a beautiful little girl." Silence. Chen Shushu snapped softly, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the little girl's face. Judging by her appearance, she could not be much younger than Xinyu. It was evident that Chen Shushu had hastily conceived with that scholar after giving birth to Xinyu. The thought of it filled him with indignation. "Go. The more I think about it, the more agitated I become," he exclaimed, swiftly lowering the curtain and speaking in a low voice. Thankfully, he had not softened his heart and allowed Chen Shushu to reunite with you otherwise. She would undoubtedly inflict further emotional harm on you, for that illegitimate child. In a fit of frustration, he took out the heart-shaped lock from his pocket, gazing at the engraved character within, and abruptly instructed Ling Feng, "Send someone to investigate that scholar's background." 3 years ago, he had found no information about a Jew, and the scholar's whereabouts had vanished alongside Chen Shushu. He needed to confirm whether a Jew and the scholar were indeed the same person.
As you command, master.
Ling Feng finally sensed the gravity of the situation and lowered his head, refraining from further comment. After dropping Chen Shushu off at the entrance of Longfeng Hall, he departed to relay the directive to the hidden guards to thoroughly investigate the scholar. Inside the carriage, Chen Shushu closed his eyes, frowning as he attempted to quell the pain that gradually numbed his heart. Suddenly, a delicate, slender hand lifted the carriage curtain, revealing a familiar yet maddeningly enchanting face that sent him spiraling into madness. Chapter 23. Disappearance. The meeting point for Chen Shushu and Xiaomingqi was at the entrance of Longfeng Hall. Upon her arrival, she spotted 2 carriages parked one behind the other. Both exuded a subtle elegance while retaining an air of grandeur. The robust horses were clearly chosen by Xiaomingqi to conceal his identity. Assuming Xiaomingqi was in the first carriage, she approached and lifted the curtain of the second carriage, intending to share it with Su Ziru. However, as soon as she raised the curtain, she was taken aback. How unfortunate. No matter where she went, she encountered someone she shouldn't. Chen Shushu locked eyes with Chen Shushu, whose surprise matched her own. Resolutely, she dropped the curtain, eager to escape, but her wrist was suddenly seized by the man. "You are following me?" Chen Shushu's eyes gleamed with realization. He had not anticipated that Chen Shushu would stealthily trail him to get closer to Xinyu. It was one thing for her to follow him, but to brazenly board his carriage, what was her intention? Was she attempting to attract his attention once more? Years ago, she had captivated him as she flitted through the forest in her flowing dress. Now, with her face alight with astonishment, it was quite a clever ploy. His breath grew heavy as he gently pulled Chen Shushu into the carriage. She stumbled, nearly falling onto his lap. Startled, she glared at him. "What are you running from?" Chen Shushu held her in his embrace, scrutinizing her as she struggled angrily. "You shameless man!" Hearing her unwarranted accusation, Chen Shushu felt a surge of anger. A mere touch. "And I am shameless?" Let me show you what true shamelessness is. He wrapped his arms around her soft waist, his lips descending toward her. Chen Shushu, caught off guard, raised her hand to strike him. Her flailing hand was swiftly captured by Chen Shushu.
Rogue.
Scoundrel. Let me go. Chen Shushu seethed, recalling his earlier intentions. Her chest heaved with indignation. Unfortunately, the only limbs she could move were firmly held against the carriage frame, his compelling presence enveloping her like crashing waves. Chen Shushu, who gave you the audacity to strike me repeatedly? If it hadn't been for his quick reflexes, he, a distinguished general, would have been struck by her yet again. You seem to enjoy hitting me. Chen Shushu gazed down at her, his breath mingling with a faint scent of gardenia that enveloped the confined space, igniting a fervor within him.
Speak.
Was this intentional? Are you deliberately trying to get close to me? Intentional about what? Chen Shushu stammered, at a loss for words. With her hands bound, she could only glare at him in frustration. Chen Shushu, you better let me go. I am currently working for the third prince. If you don't release me and I miss my appointment, you will regret it. Threatening me? Chen Shushu's lips curled into a sinister smile. Do you think I fear him? Your relationship with him, what is it? What makes you think he would go against me for your sake? How many men in the city of Bianjing are entangled with you? What benefits have they promised you? His incessant questioning left Chen Shushu increasingly speechless. The more she pondered, the less she understood this man, who seemed to be consumed by delusions about her. Perhaps she had never truly comprehended him. With a cold snort, she retorted that if General Shen were to see any man near her, he would jump to the conclusion that she had an improper relationship with him. Such a narrow-minded perspective only revealed his ignorance, reducing him to a creature that could think only with his lower instincts. There was no need to waste words on someone with such a malevolent mindset. Is that so? Chen Shushu interjected, grasping her chin with one hand. Dare you claim that apart from me, there is no other man in your life? Chen Shushu frowned, her throat tightening. You can't find the words now, can you? That scholar's illegitimate child is already talking and walking, and resembles you so closely. Chen Shushu, with such seamless connections, how can you still assert your innocence? You abandoned you to raise that illegitimate child, didn't you? Who are you calling an illegitimate child? Hearing the mention of the scholar, Chen Shushu felt a sense of alarm. Could he be referring to Tang Bao? How could he possibly know about Tang Bao? When did he find out? A child born from a wild man is no less than an illegitimate child, is it? If you find that offensive, then, Chen Shushu, that child is not an illegitimate child. Chen Shushu interrupted angrily. Once she spoke, she noticed a subtle shift in his expression, worry creeping in that he might resort to any means necessary to snatch the child away upon learning the truth. She quickly added, moreover, even if I had my own child, it would be one conceived after our separation. There is no wild man, no illegitimate child. Chen Shushu, as a general of the realm, I urge you to think with reason and maintain the composure befitting a gentleman. Only someone who has their own child would abandon his. Hearing the truth struck Chen Shushu like a blow, leaving him breathless, his heart feeling as though it were being torn apart. He had devoted 7 years to her, loved her for 7 years, only to arrive at such a ridiculous conclusion. What was he still holding on to? Leave. He suddenly released her, uttering the word with an icy detachment. Chen Shushu observed his demeanor shift to one of somber silence, a hint of unnoticeable sorrow flickering across his face. She furrowed her brow and attempted to explain the events of that night. Chen Shushu, regardless of whether I had my own child or not, I never abandoned you, disregarding his life and death. There was an accident that night I gave birth. Do you think your convoluted reasoning will convince me? Chen Shushu coldly interrupted. Uninterested in her fabricated narrative, he only knew the outcome was her abandonment of the child. Your actions carry no credibility in my eyes. I advise you to cease your attempts to absolve yourself of your sins. You have suffered for 3 years, enduring daily medication and seeking medical help. His pain cannot be washed away with your flimsy explanations.
I will definitely heal you, Chen Shushu exclaimed,
her heart aching at the thought of his suffering over the past 3 years. Enough, Chen Shushu said, his irritation rising at the sight of her tears. From now on, you will not claim to be your mother, nor will you appear before him. Chen Shushu had never encountered such a brazen man who would turn the tables in such a way. He refused to listen to her explanations and forbade her from seeing you, acting like a self-righteous heartbreaker. She should have seen through him long ago. He was a terrible person. A cold smile curved her lips. Rest assured, General Shen, Once I have completed what I must do, I shall disappear without your need to alert anyone. This arrogant man probably had no idea that she was a true disciple of the Master of Beasts, capable of understanding the language of animals. Shen Yu's speech impediment and various ailments stemmed from the presence of too many ill-intentioned individuals around him. Only she, as his mother, could provide the appropriate remedy. When they meet again under different circumstances, he would no longer have the position to obstruct her from seeing her son. With that, she nimbly leapt off the carriage and spotted Su Ziru waiting by the carriage ahead. She hurried over to inquire, "Where is His Highness?" "In the carriage."
"But,
"Senior sister, how did you come out of that carriage?" "Isn't that your ex-husband's carriage?" Su Ziru asked, puzzled. They had been divorced for 4 years. What kind of relationship allowed them to share a carriage and engage in conversation? "I took the wrong carriage," Chen Shushu replied, her complexion slightly pale. Just then, hearing the commotion, Xiao Mingqi lifted the curtain and stepped down from the carriage. Upon seeing Chen Shushu, he greeted her with a composed smile. "Miss Chen, I forgot to mention that today we are going into the mountains to capture bandits, and we will be accompanying General Shen. He is quite familiar with the terrain of Yishan, and His Majesty has assigned him to assist me. You don't mind, do you?" She worried that she might not want to see Chen Shushu. Chapter 24. Startled. Chen Shushu had guessed that Chen Shushu's carriage was here when she saw it earlier. However, this was not the time to dwell on personal emotions, especially considering she would inevitably have to encounter Chen Shushu again, and there was no escaping it. "It's fine. I will prioritize the greater good. Indeed, I knew you were wise and perceptive. Rest assured, I will ensure your safety on this journey." Xiao Mingqi bestowed upon her a look of admiration, promising sincerely, and then pointed to the nearby carriage. "You and Miss Ziru will ride in this one, while Lu Shang will drive for you. I will share a carriage with General Shen." "Very well, Your Highness." As long as she wasn't sharing a carriage with Chen Shushu, she was content. After watching them board the carriage, Xiao Mingqi climbed into the one behind. As soon as he settled in, he heard Chen Shushu's sarcastic voice pierce through the air. "Your Highness, have you seen the daughter of Chen Shushu?" Having just seen them laughing together outside, Xiao Mingqi's eyes seemed to fixate on Chen Shushu's face, and he couldn't help but feel a surge of frustration. He was deeply afraid Xiao Mingqi would be enchanted by her beauty, unaware of the kind of woman Chen Shushu was, one who attracted unwanted attention. Even more concerning was the possibility of them becoming affectionate in his presence. "Yes, I have. That little girl is named Tang Bao, and she is quite charming. Her little mouth is sweet, just like her mother, clever and quick-witted." Having grown accustomed to the scheming and cutthroat nature of palace life, including his own involvement, Xiao Mingqi found the pure and straightforward nature of Chen Shushu and her daughter to be a refreshing change. Moreover, since Chen Shushu could bring him benefits, he found her immensely likable. As he spoke, he noted that Chen Shushu's expression darkened considerably. Unable to restrain himself, he retorted, "Is your cousin truly so remarkable? So much, so that you would forsake a woman of extraordinary talent like Chen Shushu to have a child with your cousin? What does it have to do with her?" Chen Shushu failed to grasp the connection he was making to Li Shuin. He inquired, "Li Shuin is in no way comparable to Chen Shushu. One is merely a distant cousin, while the other was the beautiful woman who once occupied my entire heart. They are worlds apart. What comparisons can be made? TSK. No wonder you could cast aside such a gifted woman like Miss Chen. It seems your cousin holds a rather special place in your heart," Xiao Mingqi remarked. Assuming Chen Shushu was implying that Chen Shushu fell short of Li Shuin, then why haven't you married your cousin over the years? Logically, with a child of that age, a wedding celebration wouldn't be out of the question. Chen Shushu furrowed his brow once more. Why should he marry Li Shuin? Just as he was about to question this, a sudden, piercing cry of a horse echoed from outside the carriage. The carriage, after a violent tremor, came to an abrupt halt. A frantic voice from outside the curtain swiftly called out, "Your Highness, my lord, we are under attack. An arrow has struck the horse's right leg. It is likely the work of the nearby bandits." He spoke as he lifted the curtain, presenting a bloodied arrow that he had just extracted from the horse's leg. Chen Shushu took it, wrapping it in a silk handkerchief, noting that the arrowhead was evidently dull, indicating that the assailants were mere petty thieves. He then placed the arrow before Xiao Mingqi, reassuring him, "Your Highness, there is no need for alarm. It seems to be the work of local bandits who mistook our carriage for that of passing merchants." Xiao Mingqi concurred, recognizing that in such chaotic times, alongside formidable threats to the court, Many small bandits lurked, emerging incessantly. Indeed, I share your thoughts. Let us disembark and assess the situation without alarming the hidden guards. Prior to their departure, they had stationed guards at the mountain's base, but until the precise movements of the bandits were known, it was prudent for those guards to remain concealed. As they stepped down from the carriage, a woman in purple suddenly leaped from the front, brandishing a sword, and swiftly engaged the bandits amidst the treetops. At that moment, Lu Shang rushed over to report, "Your Highness, Miss Ziru has discovered the bandits attacking us. She has gone to confront them alone. Should I assist her?" Xiao Mingqi nodded, "Hurry." Just as he prepared to rush to her side, concerned for her safety, Chen Shushu's authoritative voice cut through Lu Feng, "Remain here and protect His Highness at all costs." Xiao Mingqi frowned instantly, "But what of Miss Zhen? She cannot defend herself." Chen Shushu maintained a calm demeanor, replying gently, "Your Highness, your safety is of utmost importance. I shall ensure Miss Chen's well-being." Xiao Mingqi, who possessed only skills in literature and lacked martial prowess, felt helpless in safeguarding Chen Shushu. He had initially thought Chen Shushu indifferent to her fate, but it seemed he had underestimated the situation. After all, Chen Shushu had been his wife for 3 years. He should recognize her abilities in beast language. Surely, for the sake of his son's well-being, Chen Shushu would protect her diligently. With that thought, he relented. "Very well, but you must ensure her safety." Chen Shushu acknowledged with a meaningful before turning towards Chen Shushu. She stood by the carriage, watching from a distance as Su Ziru clashed with the bandits. Feeling powerless to intervene, she quietly activated her beast language skills, listening intently to the surrounding sounds. These lowly creatures are truly insufferable. Can't they seek honest work instead of resorting to theft? They have ruined our home. Indeed. But look at that human woman. She is formidable. She has swiftly brought down that little ruffian. That ruffian deserves it. He relies on his archery to stop carriages, making everyone believe he is a fearsome bandit. But he is just one person. Exactly. There is no need to fear him. He is merely a 13 or 14-year-old child. As Chen Shushu listened closely, she indeed overheard 2 small mountain mice conversing, and her heart suddenly eased. Just a lone, insignificant child. There was nothing to fear. She relaxed her expression and was about to report to Xiao Mingqi when she turned around and unexpectedly found Chen Shushu standing directly behind her. Clad in a black satin robe, his complexion as fair as jade, he towered over her with an imposing presence. As she turned, displaying a hint of surprise, Chen Shushu's lips curled into a smirk. "Are you stunned?" Chapter 25, Unrecognized. She shot him a fierce glare and completely disregarded him, striding toward Xiao Mingqi. Chen Shushu, feeling displeased, stepped in front of her, his tall and handsome figure casting a shadow over her. His voice, rich yet airy, resonated, "In a world where blades are merciless. If you wish to survive, you should obediently hide behind me. Considering our past as spouses, I may contemplate protecting you." Chen Shushu found his condescending demeanor amusing. "I do not require protection from a mere thief. Do you wish for someone else to protect you?" Chen Shushu, let me remind you. The third prince is a frail scholar who cannot wield a sword. If you expect him to safeguard you, you might as well wait for your demise. Chen Shushu glared at his arrogant face, her anger flaring anew. "Why must I rely on you conceited men for protection? You truly underestimate me. I assure you, I can fend for myself. Even if I cannot, I would rather be slain by bandits than accept help from someone like you." Hearing her extreme provocation, Chen Shushu did not immediately respond with anger. It seemed she had just insulted Xiao Mingqi as a conceited man. This peculiar revelation lifted his spirits. He regarded her with a faint smile. "If you do not wish for my protection, nor that of Xiao Mingqi, then why did you seek him out?" Chen Shushu raised her porcelain-like face, her lips curling in icy disdain. "I serve the third prince. If trouble arises, I must report to him." Chen Shushu, if you are so idle and wish to play the protector, then go assist Ziru or safeguard the third prince. I have no need for you here. As she disdainfully brushed past him, Chen Shushu's expression darkened, grasping her arm. "Did you just call me a dog? This mouth should not be used for such words." Feeling the dangerous aura emanating from him as he closed the distance, the heat of his breath brushed against her, stirring memories of their last encounter where he had forcefully kissed her, igniting a tumult of emotions within her. Her body was overtaken by a wave of agitation, her gaze flickering through a spectrum of feelings, ultimately settling into a tumultuous anger. "Calling you a dog is too generous. You are worse than a dog, she cried out, attempting to evade him, but Chen Shushu held her hands firmly, surprisingly not advancing further, just leaning in close enough for their lips to nearly touch, pausing before murmuring. What do you intend to report to him? Chen Shushu's heart brimmed with disdain as he scrutinized her. Chen Shushu, do not disguise your intentions under the pretense of duty to draw closer to Xiaomingqi. Do not assume I am oblivious to your schemes. The third prince of Tianqin is not easily trifled with. Should you misjudge him, be wary of burning yourself in the flames you ignite. Tianqin Kingdom boasts 9 princes, and Xiaomingqi is not the most likely to ascend the throne. Rather, his prospects are the most tenuous. His mother was a remnant of a fallen dynasty, long deceased. And without any familial power within the court to support him, his standing among the princes is solely maintained by the emperor's lingering affection for his mother. However, how can a prince expect to seize the throne based merely on sentiment? Even if the emperor shows favoritism, the other princes and the crown prince possess formidable backing. And they will not be lenient. As Chen Shushu remained by Xiaomingqi's side over time, she would inevitably attract the attention of those with ulterior motives. Her foolish beauty could lead her to her own demise without her even realizing it. Chen Shushu understood the weight of his words. Yet, in these tumultuous times, even if she concealed herself among the masses, tranquility and peace were not guaranteed. Just like her former self, she buried her talents for the sake of a stable life and resolutely married the one she admired, willingly becoming a virtuous wife in the inner chambers. Yet, the storms and sorrows that surrounded her were ultimately brought forth by the very person she deemed most reliable. Later, when she became pregnant, she wished to remain anonymous and safely give birth to 2 sons, seeking a tranquil existence. However, in the end, her children vanished without a trace, and she could not escape the clutches of cruel fate. Thus, remaining by Xiaomingqi's side, despite the unknown risks, at least provided her with a semblance of peace. Choosing the path of a Taoist priestess in Bianjing was her own decision. Even if it ensnared her in disputes, she would have no regrets. She aimed to rely on her abilities to provide a sturdy refuge for her 2 children. General Shen, are you so concerned about whether your ex-wife is playing with fire? Are you not afraid your young sweetheart might feel jealous? Or perhaps you have grown weary of your all-capable cousin and have come here to seek favor. There was no need for such antics. I, Chen Shushu, feel nothing but endless disdain upon seeing you. Chen Shushu was deeply wounded by her merciless words, particularly that one word, disdain. He let out a cold smile, which bore a hint of bitterness. How could someone as pure as you ever be worthy of my favor, let alone be compared to my beloved? You do not even measure up to her slightest merit. His beloved had long since become unrecognizable, and the person before him was no longer the moon of that time. That moon had become a flower reflected in a mirror. Chen Shushu was acutely aware that she could not compare to Li Xuan. However, if he looked down upon her so, why had he promised to marry her in the first place? Had he not publicly announced their engagement that year, she would have already decided to leave Bianjing and wander the world. She dug her nails deep into her flesh, casting a cold glance at the man. It would be best if, from now on, when we meet, we treat each other as strangers. After speaking, Chen Shushu concealed her excess emotions and walked towards Xiaomingqi. At that moment, Su Ziru and Lu Shang had also brought the little thief before Xiaomingqi. Upon seeing Chen Shushu approach, she immediately pointed at the young boy, who appeared to be around 13 or 14 years old, kneeling on the ground. Sister, you wouldn't have guessed that this little rascal was the one who just attempted to ambush the prince. Such a small person, yet he dares to play tricks and frighten us, causing everyone to be on edge, truly deserving of a beating, Su Ziru said, playfully delivering a light slap to the boy's head. At such a young age, learning thievery is indeed something that requires proper guidance. Chen Shushu had long known he was alone, so she was not surprised and merely echoed her agreement. Xiaomingqi glanced at the boy's sturdy face, his foul odor, and his cowering posture like a quail, clearly terrified. Such a timid person turning to banditry must have been for mere survival. If they were to conduct a thorough interrogation now, it would only waste time. It would be better to deal with it upon their return to the capital. Contemplating this, he instructed Lu Shang, take him to the county office first. We shall interrogate him later. As you command, Lu Shang replied, promptly leading the little boy away. The court had set up a makeshift inn at the entrance to the mountains, where hidden guards disguised as waiters awaited. Thus, he only needed to hand the boy over to them. Miss Ziru, I hadn't anticipated that at such a young age, you wielded your sword with such skill. With that, We now have an additional layer of security on our journey, Xiao Mingqi said, noticing the surroundings had quieted down. And he couldn't help but admire Suziru. Your Highness flatters me. I merely possess rudimentary skills, she replied modestly. Chen Shushu stood at a distance, observing the three of them in cheerful conversation. His gaze fixated on Chen Shushu's slender figure. The echoes of her resolute words still resonating in his heart. From now on, we shall treat each other as strangers. How utterly heartless. She always had countless ways to shatter his heart anew. Master, everyone is jubilant over Miss Ziru capturing the first little thief. Should we not join in the festivities? Chen Shushu, usually composed and taciturn, found himself urged by Ling Feng to approach and lighten his mood amidst the laughter of Chen Shushu and the others. If you remain silent, no one will mistake you for a mute. Chen Shushu shot him a displeased glance. Chen Shushu neither desired to see him nor regretted knowing him. Why should he rush to face her cold demeanor? After all, he was not the one with a guilty conscience. He believed he had acted honorably towards that woman. Let us pretend we do not know each other. After a brief exchange of laughter with Chen Shushu and Suziru, Xiao Mingqi turned to seek Chen Shushu. He found him standing beside another carriage, dressed in a dignified outfit, his hair neatly tied back, looking coldly handsome. He then turned back to Chen Shushu and Suziru. Our horses were injured by that little thief earlier. We will need to squeeze into your carriage for the journey ahead. Is that acceptable? Immediately, a sense of resistance flashed through Chen Shushu's mind. Suziru, however, readily agreed. Of course, Your Highness. After all, the carriage was provided by you, and it's spacious enough for four without feeling cramped. Very well, then we shall share a carriage. It will also allow us to discuss strategies along the way. Which is quite fortuitous, Xiao Mingqi added, hopeful that he could elicit useful information from Chen Shushu about the little beast. Being together would clearly make it more convenient. As long as they kept a close watch on Shan Buxin's whereabouts, the journey would not be in vain. Seeing the two of them move towards Chen Shushu without consulting him further, Chen Shushu's gaze dimmed slightly as she followed. Upon reaching the carriage, all three swiftly climbed aboard. Regardless of her reluctance to face the ungrateful man, she had to prioritize the greater good. Biting her lip, she lifted the curtain and entered the carriage. Upon entering, she found Suziru and Xiao Mingqi seated on her right, leaving only the space beside Chen Shushu vacant. Suziru had intended to sit alongside Chen Shushu, but upon entering, she noticed the animosity between Xiao Mingqi and Chen Shushu, each occupying a side like rivals. She had heard tales of Chen Shushu being a cold-blooded general, merciless and indifferent to others. Since their departure, he had not even glanced at her, and now seated to her left. His expression was dark, as if someone owed him a fortune. After a moment's contemplation, she chose to sit beside the warm and smiling Xiao Mingqi. Upon seeing Chen Shushu arrive, she couldn't help but feel a bit triumphant, relieved that she had not seated herself next to that icy figure. Even her sister, a former wife, dared not approach him, which spoke volumes about his ruthless nature. Sit down, don't just hover there, the cold wind is coming in. Chen Shushu, noticing Chen Shushu hesitating at the curtain, regarded her as if she were a beast. His irritation was palpable. Chen Shushu, hearing this, lowered the curtain and slowly sat on the left side, near the edge. Seeing the positioning of the two, Xiao Mingqi noticed there was at least a gap of 2 palms between them, and his brows furrowed slightly. Is it really necessary to avoid suspicion to such an extent? This deliberate distance only gives the impression of something more between them. He pondered, his gaze shifting back and forth between the two. The ex-husband and ex-wife, each with their own children, meeting again seemed to carry an awkwardness of its own. He was eager to observe how these two individuals would interact next. The atmosphere within the carriage suddenly grew thick with an eerie tension. Everyone harbored their own thoughts, and none dared to break the profound silence. Xiao Mingqi discreetly watched for the duration of an incense stick, noting how Chen Shushu sat quietly, her gaze fixed vacantly into the void. Meanwhile, Chen Shushu remained engrossed in the sheepskin map, showing no inclination to engage with her. Noticing their mutual disinterest, he silently withdrew his gaze and reached for the table before him, leisurely pouring 4 cups of tea. Suziru, typically a chatterbox, felt increasingly restless under the oppressive silence. When she saw Xiao Mingqi pour the tea, she smiled and unceremoniously accepted a cup. Your Highness, how delightful that you carry pu'er tea even in such circumstances, she remarked. Xiao Mingqi maintained a gentle smile, taking a sip from 1 cup before explaining, this tea is brought by General Shen. It is rather bitter. I usually prefer the fragrant sanqing, But today, in General Shen's carriage, I must acquiesce to his choice. Hearing this, Chen Shushu set down the map, leisurely lifted a cup, and took a sip while looking at Xiao Mingqi. Your Highness, pu'er is bitter before it turns sweet, a reflection of the myriad flavors of life. Consuming it occasionally can be beneficial for both body and mind. As the three engaged in this tea discourse with an unspoken understanding, Chen Shushu felt compelled to join in, quickly picking up a cup and drinking silently. Upon seeing her take a sip, Xiao Mingqi noticed her delicate brows furrow slightly, initially thinking she disliked the bitter tea. Yet, she continued to drink, repeatedly finishing the cup in no time. His curiosity piqued, he asked Miss Chen, "What do you think of this tea?" Having once been Chen Shushu's wife, she was quite familiar with the tea he drank, though today's brew was decidedly more bitter than before. She slowly set down her cup and candidly stated, "It is too bitter, much like Chen Shushu himself. He appears radiant and ethereal, yet up close, he is quite harsh." At this, Chen Shushu cast a sidelong glance at her. "Did you not once say that storing pu'er is akin to storing gold, and only those with stories can truly appreciate it?" 7 years ago, before their marriage, they had met a few times, during which Chen Shushu had often brewed tea for him, praising his fondness for pu'er as indicative of profound wisdom. Indeed, love can be as golden as jade. But when turned to disdain, even the sweetest of waters can taste foul. Did I say that? I don't recall, she replied, reluctant to engage further, yet responding lightly to his reproach. Forgetful woman, have you truly forgotten so quickly? Chen Shushu retorted, his frustration evident as he set down his cup, his expression darkening. Chapter 27 Murder. Observing the silent tension escalating between the two, Xiao Mingqi and Su Ziru wisely refrained from further conversation. It was clear that former spouses should not meet again, he mused silently. My lord, ahead lies a steep rock slope. The carriage cannot ascend, Ling Feng reported, halting the carriage. The terrain of Yishan was treacherous and winding, and they had reached a point on the mountain where the repaired official road abruptly ended. The remaining path required them to trek on foot through the dense forest. The four quickly disembarked. After stepping out, Chen Shushu found a towering ancient tree that appeared to be a century old. Standing beside it, she focused her breath and attentively surveyed her surroundings. Suddenly, she noticed a slender white pheasant rushing toward her, landing gracefully atop the tree. This startled the nearby mountain sparrows, robins, and fat pigeons, who all perked up to observe. Oh no! A brawl has erupted 10 kilometers from here. Red liquid has stained the mountains, and the ground is littered with the corpses of lesser beings.
Oh, I am terrified,
cried the white pheasant. Upon landing, it flapped its wings and began to squawk. What a tragedy these humans have wrought. The mountains had finally found peace, only to be disturbed again by villains. Indeed, I just saw that the newcomers were all wielding crescent-shaped blades, brimming with spirit and menace. Clearly prepared for conflict, there must be several hundred of them. Will our home be destroyed by them?
We must go see.
After discussing, the white pheasant and the little sparrows, suppressing their fear, decided to fly toward the southeast, eager to join the fray. Xiao Mingqi and his companions also scanned the area for signs of danger, and he noticed Chen Shushu lost in thought by the ancient tree. Realizing something, he quickly approached her. Miss Chen, have you made any discoveries? Chen Shushu, sensing his approach, slowly relaxed her clenched fists and turned slightly to face Xiao Mingqi. Your Highness, I just overheard a white pheasant say that in the southeastern direction, there are men with curved blades fighting, and blood flows like rivers. I suspect they might be from Shanbuxin. Generally, bandits do not wield curved blades. These are more commonly used by the barbaric tribes. Xiao Mingqi was taken aback by the swift emergence of a lead. Hope surged in his clear eyes. He had heard that Shanbuxin was of barbarian descent, making it likely that his men would use curved blades. Not only that, Chen Shushu continued. The white pheasant mentioned that these men are newcomers, numbering in the hundreds. This aligns closely with the reports from our scouts. The group in the southeast is likely led by Shanbuxin. Shanbuxin had inexplicably seized a shipment of medicinal herbs and now recklessly ventured into Bianjing, undoubtedly with some ulterior motive. Then let us head southeast and investigate, Xiao Mingqi decided without hesitation, gazing toward that direction. If those demons of slaughter truly were Shanbuxin, he would find a way to capture him alive. The enigma that was Shanbuxin was desired not only by his father, but also by him. He had disguised himself as a fool for years, awaiting the right opportunity. He hoped that the elusive east wind he sought would be Shanbuxin. Chen Shushu, employing his lightness skill, darted among the trees to the northwest, quickly scouting for clues. Upon his swift return, he sought to organize their movement, but upon landing, he was met with a sight that tore at his heart once more. Chen Shushu and Xiao Mingqi were concealed behind a sturdy tree, standing face to face, seemingly engaged in a clandestine exchange. Meanwhile, Ling Feng, Lu Shang, and Su Ziru were discreetly nestled in another thicket, chatting, occasionally glancing over, evidently creating an opportunity for the two to be alone together. Chen Shushu, at such a critical moment, you do not forget to flirt with a man. Do you take him for a fool? His blood boiled with anger. Suddenly, his gaze hardened, and his sword was drawn, aimed straight at the two. Has Miss Chen truly lost the ability to hear the chatter of small creatures? Could her magic have faltered? Lu Shang, crouched between Su Ziru and Ling Feng, could not resist peeking through the foliage toward them. Su Ziru immediately swatted his hand away, whispering, "Do not speak carelessly. My senior sister is formidable. Before she summons her latent energy, you must not disturb her, or the creatures will scatter." Yet, Ling Feng was still dissatisfied, feeling compelled to intervene. Su Ziru furrowed her delicate brows. The prince was indeed a remarkable figure among men, and he usually acted with great prudence. It was only natural for him to proceed. Perhaps the collaboration between him and my senior sister would yield even more splendid results. Indeed, replied Lu Shang, casting a look of deep admiration towards Su Ziru. Your insights are remarkably astute, Miss Ziru. You are indeed worthy of being a disciple of the esteemed Taoist Baiqin. Ling Feng, squatting beside them, felt utterly bewildered. Unable to grasp their cryptic conversation about animals speaking or the Taoist Baiqin's disciples. Just as he was about to inquire, he noticed their master swooping down from the side. Without a moment's hesitation, he unsheathed his gleaming blade, directing its sharp edge straight at the third prince. Panic surged through him. To attempt to murder a prince was an unforgivable crime that could lead to the annihilation of entire clans. He, along with Su Ziru and Lu Shang, dashed forward in unison, ready to shield the prince with their own bodies. Chapter 28. A Successful Endeavor. Upon reaching the massive tree, they halted abruptly. The cold sweat that had just drenched them receded instantly as they all exhaled in relief. At that moment, Xiao Mingqi also cast a startled glance at the small black snake pinned to the tree mere inches from him, a slow smile of survival creeping onto his lips. General Shen's skills are truly extraordinary. Had your blade been even slightly off course, it would have struck me. Chen Shushu glanced at Chen Shushu, whose complexion had paled slightly, a vague smile emerging at the corners of his mouth. Your Highness flatters me. My sword is ever discerning, and would not so thoughtlessly offend you. With an amused demeanor, he withdrew his sword, causing the small black snake to tumble to the ground, writhing helplessly. At this juncture, Chen Shushu instructed Ling Feng, who still seemed to be choking on his own trepidation, to hand over the disobedient creature to the Imperial Medical Institute for medicinal refinement. Despite its potent venom, this five-step snake was a rare and invaluable medicinal resource that must not go to waste. Moreover, he was currently engulfed in a raging fire within, seeking an outlet. And this snake had unwittingly found its way into his sight. If it were to be refined into medicine, its demise would not be in vain. Ling Feng, perplexed by his master's sudden fixation on the snake, refrained from questioning. He took a deep breath and carefully wrapped the snake in silk cloth, suppressing his discomfort as he placed it into the satchel he carried. Su Ziru, drenched in perspiration, observed Chen Shushu's cruel treatment of the snake and quietly shifted closer to Chen Shushu, whispering, "Sister, it is fortunate you have parted ways with someone as ruthless as Chen Shushu. Otherwise, with his twisted psyche, you would live in constant fear." Chen Shushu was well aware that Chen Shushu was deliberately demonstrating his might. This ungrateful man was oblivious to the fact that she was the true disciple of the revered Taoist Baiqin, skilled in the language of beasts. Thus, he likely assumed that she and Xiao Mingqi were up to no good behind the tree, leading him to execute the snake as a warning. However, he seemed to forget that it was he who first strayed, abandoning her for Li Shuin. Why would she now concern herself with his feelings? Why would she obediently heed his words and maintain distance from Xiao Mingqi? That was utterly impossible. The more he insisted she conform to his desires, the more she would rebel. It would only serve to infuriate him, which suited her perfectly. With this thought, she suddenly arched her brows and glanced at Xiao Mingqi. Your Highness, shall we not waste time on trivial matters? It would be prudent for us to attend to more pressing affairs. Trivial matters? Was she referring to him? When had he become so detestable? Chen Shushu was clearly stoking the flames. Truly, she was insufferable. Chen Shushu's expression darkened like a winter storm. Very well, let us head southeast. We are bound to discover something of significance. As they agreed and turned to depart, Chen Shushu's fingers were already turning white from his grip. He cleared his throat, interrupting them. Your Highness, I just ventured northwest, where I noticed smoke billowing from a mountainous area about 10 kilometers away. Someone is attempting to set the mountain ablaze. What? Why did you not mention this earlier? Xiao Mingqi was taken aback, spinning around to gaze toward the source of the smoke rising ominously into the sky. Who could be responsible for this? He was impressed by the cleverness of the diversion. Chen Shushu found himself momentarily stumped by that question. His thin lips curved into a smile. According to the law, anyone intentionally setting a fire faces severe consequences. And ordinary citizens would scarcely possess the audacity. Clearly, this is the work of Shan Buxin. Are you certain? Xiao Mingqi recalled Chen Shushu mentioning the bandit group led by Shan Buxin in the southeast. How could they possibly travel to the northwest in such a short time to commit arson? Chen Shushu was not entirely sure but felt that Shan Buxin was indeed implicated. He shook his head, stating, whether or not it is them, we shall see for ourselves. However, such a significant commotion suggests they are likely aware of the imperial envoy's presence in the mountains, and the fire may very well be a trap. Chen Shushu, upon hearing this, considered the possibility. She turned to Xiao Mingqi, Your Highness, this mountain is a critical route for the escort agency and the caravan. Given that the bandits are causing disturbances in both the southeast and northwest, they likely have not yet pinpointed our exact movements. Perhaps we should split our group into two, quietly investigating both directions to discern which side is merely a ruse. Xiao Mingqi nodded. You speak wisely. I share your thoughts. Shan Buxin has long resided in the mountains, akin to a cunning rabbit with multiple burrows. We must remain vigilant. Indeed. Chen Shushu slowly nodded, continuing with her proposal. I, along with Your Highness and Liu Shang, shall venture southeast, while Ziru and General Shen, along with Ling Feng, will head northwest. Does this seem prudent? She observed the raging flames in the northwest, clearly a tactic by the bandits to lure them in. This indicated that the true threat lay in the southeast, where bloodshed was rampant, led by Shan Buxin. Their actions were shrouded in secrecy. Had she not understood the language of beasts, they might have remained oblivious to the unfolding events. Absolutely not. Miss Chen, accompanying His Highness, will only hinder him. His Highness's safety is paramount, and no harm must befall him. Chen Shushu immediately countered. Among the five of them, he possessed the highest combat prowess. Chen Shushu's intention to join the unarmed Xiao Mingqi was clearly a ploy to cultivate a closer relationship with him under the guise of tracking the bandits. He would never allow her to succeed. Chen Shushu could not fathom why Chen Shushu was so insistent on opposing her. Was it so wrong for her not to accompany Xiao Mingqi, but instead to be with him, the heartless one? She was far from willing. Moreover, she wished to discreetly meet with Shan Buxin. Being with Xiao Mingqi would provide her the opportunity to slip away. With this thought, her previously radiant face darkened, her bright eyes ablaze with visible anger as she fixed her gaze upon Chen Shushu. Then what arrangement do you propose, General Shen? Chapter 29, A Choice. Meeting Chen Shushu's furious gaze, Chen Shushu revealed a knowing smile, calmly stating, His Highness must have at least 2 guards by his side. Liu Shang and Ling Feng must accompany him at all times. Miss Ziru, with her keen instincts, should also remain with His Highness. As for you, since you stubbornly insist that there is an enemy presence in the southeast, I shall accompany you on this journey to disabuse you of your notions. Chen Shushu, you are the true stubborn one, and your entire family shares in this obstinacy. Chen Shushu struggled to suppress her impulse to engage in a verbal duel with Chen Shushu, striving to maintain her composure. Setting aside their personal grievances, it was evident that Chen Shushu possessed an exceedingly domineering and self-centered disposition. To travel with him would make it exceedingly difficult for her to communicate with Shan Buxin, not to mention the risk of him branding her a spy. The more she pondered, the more she felt the situation was untenable. Just as she was about to persuade Xiao Mingqi, Chen Shushu turned to him and said, Your Highness, we must act separately. Both sides require a strong leader. Thus, it is only fitting for each of us to lead a team. Do not hesitate and delay our optimal timing. Upon hearing this, Xiao Mingqi gazed at the anxious expression on Chen Shushu's face. Clearly, she preferred to accompany him over Chen Shushu. Looking at her, his heart stirred slightly. However, upon reflection, he realized that his venture into the mountains concealed another layer of purpose. Having both Chen Shushu and Chen Shushu, who were astute and perceptive, by his side was indeed imprudent. Instead, it was the three individuals with lesser ambitions and greater martial prowess who would serve as his shield. Ultimately, before beauty and self-interest, he chose the latter. Very well, let it be arranged thus, he acquiesced, casting his gaze back at Chen Shushu, only to see her expression visibly darken. He then turned to Chen Shushu and instructed, General Shen, please take good care of Miss Chen. She is of great importance to me. Observing Xiao Mingqi's gaze towards Chen Shushu, which bore an unsettling significance, Chen Shushu felt a familiar pang of discomfort, as if he had swallowed a blade. Previously, when he noticed Chen Shushu's affections for another man, he felt a sense of unwillingness, perceiving her as capricious and constantly seeking ways to distance himself from her. He had always believed that as long as the veil between them remained unpierced, there was a possibility of enduring companionship. Thus, he embarked on a 2.5-year expedition, during which he contemplated returning to see her, yet he never received even a hint of her thoughts for him, not a single letter. He understood that she did not wish to see him. His absence suited her just fine. However, now, 7 years later, everything had changed irrevocably. Witnessing her attempt to run into another man's embrace felt like a dagger slicing through his heart into 8 pieces. Aside from pain, there was only pain. Seeing Xiao Mingqi acquiesce, Chen Shushu remained rooted in place, her heart unwilling to accept the situation, prompting Chen Shushu to vent his frustration upon her. Do you not understand? Come with me. Chen Shushu recognized that, while superficially Xiao Mingqi held the highest rank, it was still Chen Shushu who dictated the course of events. Just as she believed she had discovered the correct path, Xiao Mingqi should have agreed unconditionally. Yet Chen Shushu's sudden remarks interrupted her, and everyone tacitly followed his lead. It was evident that Xiao Mingqi harbored some reliance on this renowned general of the Tianqin kingdom, which explained his compliance. She had no choice but to resign herself to fate. Suppressing her extraneous emotions, she turned and headed southeast. She merely sought an opportunity to ascertain whether Shan Buxin was indeed a Jew. Even if Chen Shushu followed closely behind, she was certain she could find a chance to slip away. Just as she fortified herself with these thoughts, Chen Shushu had quietly approached her side, observing her for some time before suddenly making a snide remark. Chen Shushu, disinclined to engage, averted her gaze and remained silent. Chen Shushu, with me a scholar, and a Jew, are we not enough for you? Must you provoke that esteemed prince? He had long warned her that Xiao Mingqi, though seemingly simple, was far from it. Despite appearing devoid of any maternal influence, he was not the type to wait idly for death, capable of enduring what others could not. He had spent years lurking in the palace, content to play the role of a foolish prince, likely biding his time for a day when he could overturn the establishment. His path would undoubtedly be drenched in blood. From his earlier decision to abandon their shared journey, it was clear that Chen Shushu's association with him would ultimately serve as a stepping stone for his ascension to the throne. He could not allow that. However, such matters, which concerned the lives of many, were not something he could candidly share with Chen Shushu. A Jew? You know a Jew? Hearing that name slip from Chen Shushu's lips sent a wave of unease coursing through Chen Shushu, her nails digging deep into her flesh within the confines of her sleeve. Her master had once spoken of a Jew, a matter of great significance, warning her never to divulge even a word about it to outsiders, especially those from the court. The wax letter was particularly forbidden from being revealed, a promise she had made to her master. She understood that a Jew's identity was not simple, but how did Chen Shushu know of him?
Surprised?
Noticing her complexion pale in an instant, the tightly clenched hand concealed within her sleeve did not escape his notice. Yet, his curiosity now lay in whether Chen Shushu's shock stemmed from his knowledge of her long-cherished love or from the embarrassment of her infidelity being exposed. How far have you two progressed? Is a Jew that pale-faced scholar? The scholar? Was Chen Shushu targeting even her master? What did he intend to accomplish? Was he the one who had secretly followed her and her master that day in the tea-house? What was his true aim? Suddenly, a terrifying thought flashed through her mind. Chapter 30. A Higher Perspective. She shook her head firmly at Chen Shushu. I do not understand what you are saying. She recalled her master, Taoist Xie Qinqin, who had always quietly honored a memorial tablet in a dim chamber. Once, driven by curiosity, she had inadvertently stumbled upon it and saw the name Xie Yuanqi inscribed upon it. Xia was the surname of the former imperial family, and Yuanqi was the name of the previous dynasty. However, since the new emperor ascended the throne and abolished the former name, changing it to Tianqin, the surname Xia had been completely outlawed. Anyone daring to use it would face execution for treason, and their entire clan would be obliterated. Her master honored that tablet daily, and even the most foolish person would understand whom he mourned. This Jew was likely a descendant of the former imperial line, a close relative of her master. Thus, she could not reveal anything about him, for it would endanger both him and herself. Do you not understand, or do you dare not admit it? Chen Shushu leaned closer, a low tone lacing his words. Chen Shushu, since you dare to think, why not dare to acknowledge? Or do you believe I would still feel jealousy over that man? Jealousy? Chen Shushu instantly realized that this man was once again thinking with his lower self. She and he were evidently worlds apart, their thoughts never aligning. The dangerous notions she had entertained were entirely unfounded. She let out a sigh of relief, scoffing as she pushed him away. Do not always presume to project your thoughts onto me. When have I ever thought of him? I do not comprehend what you are saying, she reiterated emphatically. Although a Jew was of utmost importance to her master, and they had shared a friendly night during their childhood, she was not at the point of longing for him. Do not understand? Chen Shushu could not tolerate her feigned ignorance, and just as he was about to confront her with the heartlock, a commotion erupted nearby, accompanied by harsh voices. Damn it! Under the imperial throne, there are indeed those who recklessly seek their own demise, daring to impersonate our leader's name to pillage and plunder. They must have truly reached the end of their days. Who could argue otherwise? Today, my brothers indulged in a most exhilarating slaughter. It has been far too long since we have unleashed our true selves. I sincerely hope for more fools eager to court death, so that I might kick their heads like a ball. Upon hearing this, Chen Shushu swiftly embraced Chen Shushu, and the two rolled entwined in the grass for several moments before quietly concealing themselves in a dense thicket. Chen Shushu, held tightly in his arms, could feel the warmth of his skin against hers, and at that moment, she could distinctly hear the rapid beating of his heart. Clenching her fists tightly, she dared not breathe, her cheeks flushed with a hint of warmth. Chen Shushu held her close from behind, his heated breath brushing against her ear, sending a shiver down her spine. An overwhelming desire to draw nearer to her surged within him, an impulse he found difficult to suppress. Who? Show yourself. At that moment, a rough male voice shouted angrily from a distance. Damn it, they could clearly hear the sound of rustling in the grass. The burly man glanced around, scanning for any signs of movement. Could they be spies from the capital? The leader mentioned that the emperor's keen senses had dispatched minions to the mountains. If we look ahead, they couldn't have gotten far. The man with exceptional hearing quickly discerned the general direction of Chen Shushu and Chen Shushu's hiding place. And with 7 or 8 of his subordinates, armed with curved blades, he slowly approached them. As the footsteps drew nearer, Chen Shushu loosened his grip around Chen Shushu, his sword poised and ready. He gently maneuvered Chen Shushu behind him, preparing to ensure her safety. At that moment, Chen Shushu held her breath and focused her senses, keenly listening to the surroundings.
Humans truly possess a delectable scent.
If only I could taste their blood, the nourishment would be extraordinary. Particularly that woman. Her skin as tender as tofu, a single bite would surely yield blood that is both fragrant and sweet. As she listened to the coarse, gluttonous voice of the creature, her gaze turned towards its source. There, she beheld a massive green python, its face contorted in a menacing snarl as it slithered toward them. Just as Chen Shushu considered how to find a scapegoat, she instinctively crouched lower, gently tugging at Chen Shushu, who was poised to strike. With a subtle gesture, she indicated for him to observe the enormous python. Chen Shushu was startled by her sudden grip on his wrist, his heart momentarily skipping a beat. When his hand brushed against hers, warm and slightly clammy from tension, he instinctively tightened his hold on her hand. His gaze then fell upon her delicate, upturned face, observing her clear, shimmering eyes and rosy lips, causing his throat to involuntarily constrict. Noticing his lack of response to her silent signal, and the burning intensity of his gaze upon her, Chen Shushu quickly realized the implications, anger flaring within her. She promptly freed herself from his grasp, delivering a sharp slap before glancing back at the advancing python. The slight sting brought Chen Shushu back to reality, just as he noticed the burly man swinging his curved blade down towards them. Simultaneously, the python lunged forward, its gaping maw poised to swallow them whole. They found themselves caught between two threats. In a flash, Chen Shushu wrapped his arms around Chen Shushu's waist, and with a light leap, they soared into the air. The burly man's blade, unable to retract in time, plunged directly into the python's cavernous mouth. The creature writhed in agony, its long tail ensnaring the man. The burly man's companions were momentarily paralyzed with fear, fumbling for their blades as they hesitated to engage the wildly thrashing python. After spinning in the air, Chen Shushu and Chen Shushu landed safely behind a large tree, about 10 meters away. Witnessing the burly men entangled with the python, Chen Shushu smiled with satisfaction and whispered, "There are at least 7 of them, all brutish thugs. It should not be difficult to dispatch a python quickly. I believe we need to stoke the flames further." Chen Shushu regarded her radiant face with a hint of hesitation. How so? Without uttering a word, Chen Shushu silently led him to a thicket, pointing towards a cave that served as the python's lair. It surely concealed many of its serpentine kin. We simply need to draw the snakes out, and those brutish men will be left to their own devices. Chen Shushu was taken aback that she could perceive the snake's lair. The cave was so well hidden, obscured by dense underbrush, that it was virtually invisible to the naked eye. "How did you know there was a cave here, and that it harbored snakes?" he inquired. Chen Shushu explained that she had overheard a group of indistinguishable python voices engaging in lively conversation, estimating there to be at least 7 or 8 of them. She knew there must be a snake den. However, Chen Shushu, this fickle-hearted man, remained unaware of her ability to communicate with beasts. He had always focused solely on his unique cousin, never once giving her the credit she deserved. She had no intention of revealing her capabilities to him. She wished to witness his expression upon discovering that she too possessed extraordinary talents. With this in mind, she allowed a faint, chilling smile to grace her lips. "I grew up in the countryside. Finding a snake den is hardly a challenge."
What?
"Do you, General Shen, think I am lying?" Confronted with her unwavering determination and a hint of mockery, Chen Shushu averted his gaze, slightly displeased. When had he ever accused her of falsehoods? Seeing the man's cold demeanor and silence, it was clear he regarded her as boastful. In a sudden burst of defiance, she picked up a stick to test her claim when suddenly, a sharp blade sliced down before her eyes. Chapter 31. Guarding the Food. In an instant, Chen Shushu's icy sword cleaved the entrance of the cave open, revealing a swarm of pythons exposed to the sunlight. Upon seeing their 2 assailants, they immediately lunged forward, mouths agape, ready to attack. Chen Shushu remained calm, swiftly sheathing his sword, and with a firm grip, he pulled Chen Shushu along as they darted toward the burly men. The destruction of the python's lair incited fury, and the enraged snakes pursued them relentlessly through the underbrush. As they neared, they spotted their snake leader being mercilessly beaten by the black-clad humans, prompting them to abandon their vendetta against Chen Shushu and Chen Shushu, charging headlong at the burly men instead. Once again, Chen Shushu and Chen Shushu retreated to a safe distance to observe the spectacle. Before long, the burly men were brought down by the pythons, though the snakes themselves bore numerous wounds from the blades. It was a mutual destruction. Seeing that their enemies were nearly defeated, the pythons hastily retreated. Chen Shushu approached, locating 2 relatively intact bodies and swiftly stripping them of their clothing. He tossed one to Chen Shushu, instructing her to change. "These men are likely subordinates of Shan Bushin. The leader they speak of must be him. If we disguise ourselves, we can mingle with their ranks and soon encounter Shan Bushin himself, the notorious bandit leader feared by the emperor and various factions. I am quite curious to see what he is truly like." Upon hearing that they might meet Shan Bushin, Chen Shushu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Without hesitation, she ran behind a nearby tree to change. Observing her cautious demeanor, Chen Shushu felt a twinge of annoyance. Was it truly necessary for her to be so secretive? He stared for a moment before swiftly donning his attire with a cold expression, only to see Chen Shushu emerge promptly in a sleek black outfit. She had gathered her previously loose hair into a high bun atop her head, allowing a few stray strands to fall gracefully, framing her fair forehead. In that moment, clad in her black ensemble, she resembled a dashing young gentleman. Despite her masculine appearance, she remained strikingly eye-catching. Chen Shushu cast a satisfied glance at herself, feeling rather convincing in her guise. Perhaps even Shan Bushin would not discern her true identity upon their meeting. She smiled slightly, poised to speak to Chen Shushu, yet noticed his displeasure as he shot her a disdainful glance before striding away, clearly harboring intense aversion towards her. How perplexing! Were it not for the greater good, She would not deign to travel alongside such a heartless and ungrateful rogue. With a silent glare directed at him, she reluctantly followed. Your Highness, the local county office has received word and dispatched officials to extinguish the fire, reported Lu Shang. Upon reaching the western site of the blaze, Xiao Mingqi and his companions found soldiers already engaged in rescue efforts. After inquiring about the situation, Lu Shang bowed his head to report to Xiao Mingqi. Have we apprehended the arsonist? Xiao Mingqi surveyed the raging flames and billowing smoke, as well as the soldiers scrambling to douse the fire. Suddenly, a realization struck him. It seemed improbable that Shan Buxin would be present here. Following Chen Shushu perhaps had been the correct course of action. Yet, his suspicions had proven excessive. The county magistrate had concluded that a group of villagers cooking outdoors had inadvertently caused the conflagration and was currently investigating those who had ventured into the mountains that day. Xiao Mingqi's eyes darkened with contemplation as he commanded, Go. Inform the county magistrate to instruct the constables to initiate a meticulous search within a 10-mile radius under the pretext of pursuing the arsonist. Any suspicious individuals must be reported immediately, and we shall set up camp here tonight. Since Shan Buxin intended to feint east while striking west, he would seize this opportunity to compel the bandits into a corner, ensuring there would be no escape for Shan Buxin. Understood. Once Lu Shang completed the arrangements, Xiao Mingqi stealthily led the three towards the southeast, relaying messages to his hidden guards. Chen Shushu and Chen Shushu, after some exploration in the mountains, ultimately managed to blend in with a group of bandits, following them into a concealed cave. This cave, nestled within treacherous terrain, was nearly imperceptible unless one looked closely. Inside, the passages twisted and turned, leading in various directions, with multiple exits scattered across different elevations, some at the summit, others midway, and some obscured amid the underbrush at the base. It was akin to a vast labyrinth. Even if soldiers were to pursue, they might find themselves lost. Among the gathered bandits, Chen Shushu and Chen Shushu sat encircled by them, a torch flickering in the center as the group feasted heartily on meat and drank copiously from bowls. Come, drink up. This fine wine is a tribute from the outer tribes to our esteemed emperor, something ordinary folk could only dream of tasting. One bandit, noticing Chen Shushu and Chen Shushu merely observing without partaking, immediately filled 2 bowls and handed them over. Chen Shushu accepted, without revealing her composure. Lowering her head to discreetly sip. Hey, little brother, why do you drink with such hesitation? Are you still a novice, untouched by wine? The bandit laughed heartily, his eyes glinting with lewd desire as he noted Chen Shushu's delicate features, believing her to be a fitting companion for the night. Before his coarse hand could reach her, Chen Shushu felt an instinctual discomfort akin to a predator closing in. She suppressed the urge to retaliate violently, instinctively recoiling. The bandits, having no women among them, occasionally indulged in their desires with youthful boys. As the bandit envisioned her beauty, he was about to seize her when suddenly another handsome young man intervened, whisking Chen Shushu behind him like a protective dog. How amusing, the bandit chuckled, exposing his yellowed teeth as he leaned closer to Chen Shushu. Who would have thought that little brother here already has an owner? But you're not bad yourself. If you want to sacrifice your beloved, then you shall serve me well tonight. As he spoke, his calloused hand began to roam over Chen Shushu's fair and slender wrist, his fingers insinuatingly caressing the skin. Chen Shushu, hiding behind Chen Shushu, could easily imagine the storm brewing on his face. The illustrious general of the nation was being trifled with by a rogue bandit. He had likely never faced such humiliation in his life. As the bandit grew increasingly bold, his hand ventured into Chen Shushu's clothing, seeking to touch his well-defined chest. The surrounding bandits erupted into raucous laughter, some jeering, others leering, eager to partake in the spectacle. Chen Shushu recognized that Chen Shushu's patience was waning. She caught sight of his hand moving towards his icy sword, a lethal intent enveloping him. Racing against time to prevent the foolish bandit from losing his head, she dashed forward, shoving the bandit's hand away from Chen Shushu. With a playful smile that masked her urgency, she lowered her voice and said, Big brother, if you fancy my little brother, just say so. We can find a private spot. Look at you, tall and robust, far more suitable than him. She shot a discontented glance at Chen Shushu, whose expression was undeniably dark, filled with a dangerous glint directed at Chen Shushu. The bandit relished Chen Shushu's boldness, especially upon witnessing Chen Shushu's jealousy over her interaction with him, which only spurred him further. Without warning, He swept Chen Shushu into his arms and began striding towards a secluded corner of the cave, issuing a warning to the others: no one is to enter. Those who disobey shall die. Thus, everyone watched, wide-eyed, as he carried her away into the darkness. Chen Shushu nearly succumbed to rage at the sight. What trickery was this woman playing? Had she no shame in enticing even the bandits? Seething, he rose to pursue them into the cave. A young bandit, mistaking his anger for jealousy, quickly stepped in front of him. "Little brother, you cannot afford to offend Lord Yuan. He is a favored figure among the boss. Do not let your temper lead you to ruin your life for a fleeting beauty. Indeed, Lord Yuan is our second in command, a person of great standing. To be chosen by him is a privilege. Do not hasten your demise." The bandits chimed in, their voices overlapping in concern. Chen Shushu's expression darkened, yet he managed a strange smile, reassuring them, "Fear not, I harbor no ill intent. I merely wish to provide them with some excitement." Excitement? 3 of you? The bandits found the situation increasingly amusing, releasing their grip on him. "Then go ahead. We shall not impede your good fortune." Meanwhile, within the small dark cave, as soon as Chen Shushu was embraced by the bandit, she swiftly removed the hairpin from her head and fiercely plunged it into the bandit's left shoulder, then yanked it out with force. The bandit, feeling the sting of pain, angrily threw her to the ground and, in a fit of rage, prepared to charge at her. Chen Shushu stood up unhurriedly, brandishing the hairpin in her hand, and smiled sweetly. "Beast, you've been poisoned, and the toxin is extremely potent. If you make any more reckless moves, I assure you, you will not survive for even 15 minutes. Poison? Shan Yuan looked incredulous, glancing down at his shoulder, where the blood was visibly darkening at an alarming rate. "This is a concoction of over 100 poisonous herbs and insects. The more force you exert, the faster it spreads. I advise you to behave yourself." Uncertain if she spoke the truth, Shan Yuan dared not gamble with his life. He maintained his previous threatening posture, too frightened to move his gaze from Chen Shushu.
Who are you?
"What do you want? Dare to offend me, and I will have my brothers dismember you. Do you believe that?" Chen Shushu advanced slowly, pressing the hairpin against his throat, her voice low and commanding. "I have no time for your barking. Tell me where Shan Bushin is. If you lie, I will send you straight to your grave. What do you want with my boss? Are you a spy?" Shan Bushin had warned him earlier to be wary of passing merchants, never suspecting that a spy had infiltrated their ranks. Those sycophants of the court. Enraged, he turned his palm to draw a dagger, intending to strike Chen Shushu first. Realizing the danger, Chen Shushu prepared to plunge the hairpin into the bandit's carotid artery when he suddenly let out a wail, his arm severed in an instant, flying towards the nearby wall. Blood splattered across the dark space. Chen Shushu swiftly sheathed his blood-stained sword and kicked Shan Yuan against the wall, then pinned him down, demanding, "Speak. Where is Shan Bushin?" With a severed arm and unbearable pain, Shan Yuan, fearing for his life, quickly replied, "Huta Diao. He's there. I've told you everything, just don't kill me." He boasted that his older brother's skills were unmatched and that the court's incompetent officials could never come close to him. Seizing the moment, he called out, "Brothers, come in. There are dogs of the court here." Before he could finish, Chen Shushu thrust his sword again, which Shan Yuan barely managed to block with his palm. At that moment, a throng of bandits, alerted by the commotion, rushed into the dark cave. Chen Shushu quickly pulled Chen Shushu behind him, engaging in a chaotic battle with the bandits. Outnumbered and with the need to protect Chen Shushu, he sought an opportunity to escape, swiftly moving to the cave's entrance and dragging her with him down the mountain. "Master, what happened?" Xiao Mingqi, along with Ling Feng, had just stealthily approached the cave when they saw Chen Shushu and Chen Shushu, dressed in bandit attire, rushing towards them. Initially mistaking them for bandits, they hesitated until Ling Feng recognized Chen Shushu's unforgettable face and stepped forward to inquire. Chen Shushu's expression was grave as he released Chen Shushu's hand and glanced back at her. Seeing that aside from her slightly flushed cheeks, she appeared unharmed, his demeanor gradually calmed. "General Shen, what on earth happened?" Xiao Mingqi, noticing their anxious expressions, approached to ask. "We have located Shan Bushin, but the bandits have caught on. They have gathered a large force and are pursuing us. Your Highness, they are numerous and familiar with the terrain. We are outnumbered and should avoid direct confrontation. We must retreat quickly." As he explained, flickering torchlight and the sound of hurried footsteps filled the air. Without time to ponder further, Chen Shushu instinctively reached for Chen Shushu's hand again, but Xiao Mingqi interjected, "We need to split up. Miss Chen, follow me. General Shen, you take the rear. Without hesitation, Chen Shushu nodded and joined Xiao Mingqi as they vanished from his sight in an instant. His heart sank. His gaze turned icy, and with a swift motion, he beheaded the approaching bandit. Ling Feng gasped quietly. Tonight, their master seemed formidable. Chen Shushu and Xiao Mingqi retraced their steps, reaching the government post at the foot of the mountain, where Chen Shuryan's group had yet to arrive. Xiao Mingqi approached the table leisurely, elegantly seated, pouring 2 cups of fragrant tea and beckoning the anxious Chen Shushu. Miss Chen, after such a harrowing journey, come and have a cup of tea to calm your nerves. Chen Shushu, distracted, took a seat across from him and absent-mindedly sipped her tea. Xiao Mingqi continued, Miss Chen, what transpired between you and General Shen in the cave? With little to conceal, she recounted truthfully, we encountered a confidant of Shan Buxin in the cave, who informed us that Shan Buxin is at Hetujiao. Hetujiao? Xiao Mingqi's eyes darkened slightly. That place is strategically significant, easy to defend but difficult to assault, and its desolate terrain has been untouched for years. If Shan Buxin is hiding there, could it be that he intends to settle in Bianjing? He neither covets wealth nor seeks to invade the city, yet retreats to safety. What could his intentions be? At that moment, Chen Shushu was not concerned with such matters. She glanced outside, calculating the time, and urgently said to Xiao Mingqi, Your Highness, if Ziru and the others have not returned by now, could they have been captured by those bandits? If not, should you not send someone to assist them? The bandits are ruthless and numerous, while Su Ziru and the others are but 4. They are bound to be outmatched. Xiao Mingqi calmly shook his head. The Emperor has instructed us to conduct a covert investigation. The officials cannot engage the bandit leader directly at this moment. But you have hidden guards, haven't you? Those bandits are cunning and malicious, familiar with the terrain. If they resort to deceit, Ziru and the others, General Shen possesses unmatched bravery. With him present, nothing will go awry. Please remain calm. He gently interrupted her. The Emperor intended to apprehend all the bandits at once, but he still needed them. He could not allow the court officials to wipe them out entirely. For now, he could only wait patiently for the situation outside to settle before contemplating their next course of action. Chen Shushu listened to his words, observing his expression. The usually gentle and accommodating man now exuded an inexplicable coldness. It seemed he was not in a hurry to eliminate the bandits, but rather waiting for Chen Shuryan and the bandits to weaken each other, content to watch the ensuing struggle from afar. Suddenly, Chen Shushu began to grasp the implications of this situation. Chen Shuryan symbolizes the authority of the court, while Xiao Mingqi hopes for a clash between the court and the bandits, so he may reap the benefits as a bystander. But what exactly are those benefits? Is he not a prince? He should naturally prosper with the court and suffer alongside it. What is his true intention? What does he truly seek? Noticing the woman before him gazing at him in silence, Xiao Mingqi suddenly realized something and quickly changed his tone. If I may speculate, General Shen is quite formidable, so they surely will not encounter any mishaps. However, if you remain uneasy, I shall dispatch my shadow guards to investigate. His clandestine thoughts must be kept hidden, not to be revealed to anyone, not even to Chen Shushu. Chen Shushu nodded, about to respond, when the door was abruptly pushed open and several individuals, weary from travel, burst in. Phew, finally shook them off. I'm exhausted. Su Ziru was the first to enter, appearing parched, and she grabbed the tea beside Chen Shushu, gulping it down eagerly. Chen Shushu glanced at her before turning her attention to the 3 others who had just entered. Lu Shang and Ling Feng bore bruises, their clothes torn in several places. Chen Shuryan, on the other hand, appeared unscathed but wore a foul expression. Particularly upon seeing her, the coldness in his gaze was unmistakable, even tinged with a hint of disdain. Chen Shushu felt perplexed and somewhat irritated, withdrawing her gaze. Does this man have a problem? General Shen, are you unharmed? Xiao Mingqi, noticing Chen Shuryan's grim demeanor, approached to inquire. Chen Shuryan nodded expressionlessly, I am fine. Xiao Mingqi responded with a gentle nod. Today's endeavor has yielded considerable gains. I shall report the findings to Father Emperor tomorrow. You all have worked hard today. Not at all, Your Highness, Lu Shang and Ling Feng exclaimed, flabbergasted by the praise. Chen Shuryan remained impassive. He was not unaware of Xiao Mingqi's ulterior motives. He had discovered some significant clues regarding the bandits and did not intend to share them. He would not be anyone's pawn. He had his own considerations. You may deliberate on today's events, Your Highness. The hour is late. We should return. Chen Shushu spoke calmly, making his way to the carriage outside. His thoughts lingered on Xinyu, wondering if he had fallen asleep. That child had always lacked a sense of security and needed his company to sleep soundly. After a whole day away from home, he felt uneasy about him. The four quickly boarded the carriage, with Lu Shang and Ling Feng still outside, guiding the horses. However, this time their seating arrangement had changed. As soon as Su Ziru climbed into the carriage, she swiftly claimed one side and pulled Chen Shushu over. "Senior sister, today has worn me out. Let me lean on you. I'm so sleepy." She appeared utterly fatigued, her eyelids heavy with sleep, desperately in need of a human cushion. At this hour, after just having endured a fierce battle, it was no surprise she wished to sleep. Chen Shushu, understanding her plight, embraced her shoulder to make her more comfortable.
"Sleep now."
After saying this, she cast a slightly weary glance at the two men opposite them. Xiao Mingqi and Chen Shushu seemed equally disinterested in conversation, both leaning against the carriage. Appearing utterly exhausted, she lazily yawned, retracting her gaze, and gently lifted a corner of the carriage curtain to peer outside. After a lengthy moment, she finally called out to the two men driving the horses as they reached the entrance of the windy lane. "Ling Feng, Lu Shang, please stop the carriage." She needed to go to her senior brother's home to pick up Tang Bao and return home together. Otherwise, she would miss seeing her at night and would be restless.
"Ah?
Have we arrived home?" Su Ziru, hearing the commotion, opened her drowsy eyes and looked around. The two men who had pretended to doze also slowly opened their eyes, their gazes sweeping over her, with Chen Shushu's expression reflecting some confusion. "Not yet. I simply wish to meet a friend. You should return to the palace with His Highness." Tang Bao was, after all, Chen Shushu's child, and she often refrained from mentioning Tang Bao in his presence to avoid arousing his suspicions. Xiao Mingqi guessed she intended to meet Tang Bao and his father, so he made no effort to stop her, merely advising, "Be careful on the way." "Yes, I will. Your Highness. Please also keep an eye on Ziru," Chen Shushu reminded before alighting from the carriage. "Rest assured, I will take care of Ziru," Xiao Mingqi affirmed. Su Ziru understood she was going to fetch Tang Bao, and that friend of hers was a male. The fact that she dared to leave Tang Bao in his care indicated a close relationship between them, so she refrained from following. She waved at her with a smile. "The implication clear, senior sister, be cautious. It's dark outside. Stay at your friend's place for the night and don't rush back." Chen Shushu's brows furrowed slightly, and after giving Su Ziru a playful glare, she jumped off the carriage and walked away without looking back. Chen Shushu watched her figure vanish into the night, his fingers instinctively curling and his expression darkened. Under the moonlight, Chen Shushu adeptly navigated through several streets. Upon reaching the residence of the Minister of Justice, she glanced back slightly. There was no one in sight. Oddly, she felt as if someone had been tailing her since she got off the carriage. She slowly removed the hairpin from her head, gripping it tightly in her hand, quickening her pace. She arrived at the minister's doorstep and was about to knock when her wrist was suddenly seized by a hand as cold and white as jade. A face, pristine and ethereal, abruptly appeared before her, the familiar, deep-set eyes locking onto her clear, bright gaze. "Is this your lover's home?" Chen Shushu, witnessing her sudden arrival at this hour, felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. She had borne a child with that wild man and cohabitated with him. It was not surprising, yet it left him deeply unsettled. Confronted with the scrutinizing gaze and harsh words of the man, Chen Shushu suppressed her anger and returned his look with a restrained smile. "General Shen, you should speak with decorum. We have been divorced for 4 years. Where is the notion of a lover? Moreover, we no longer share any ties. You have no right to interfere in my actions. Please let me go." As she spoke, she attempted to break free. Yet, Chen Shushu's grip only tightened. He coldly nodded. "What a fine way to claim there is no connection. So, does that mean Yuer has nothing to do with you?" "Chen Shushu, you profess to care about Yuer and to look after him well, yet you have disappeared for 4 years. Now, with Yuer's character so twisted, you cannot escape responsibility. And now you clandestinely meet a wild man in the dead of night. What do you think Yuer would feel if he found out? Do you possess no sense of shame?" She knew that it was her failure to protect her son that had allowed the bandits to take advantage of him, a fact she could not dispute. However, hearing his merciless reproach, Chen Shushu could no longer contain her fury. "Which of your eyes saw me clandestinely meeting a wild man? The shameless one is you. Chen Shushu, on what grounds do you repeatedly insult me? If it is not a wild man, then who resides in this house?" Chen Shushu pointed to the entrance adorned with 2 lanterns. Taking a deep breath, she retorted, "What does it have to do with you?" She emphasized while looking at the furious man. "Chen Shushu, though our relationship has ended, I will make amends for you, as long as you do not obstruct our meetings. I assure you I will heal his mutism." Upon hearing the mention of compensation, although uncertain of its authenticity, Chen Shushu's anger subsided slightly. He gradually suppressed the hostility surrounding him, his tone softening as he commanded, "If you wish for me to refrain from obstructing your meeting, so be it. However, you must accompany me now, and from this point forward, you will comply with my wishes." He could not turn a blind eye to her blatant rendezvous with that man. Even after their separation, it was a stark humiliation for him. Chen Shushu was perplexed by his intentions, for his character had always been inscrutable, his thoughts difficult to decipher. Yet if she were to refuse him now, she feared she might never see you again. Reluctantly, she circled back. "Tonight, the hour is late. I will visit the Shun residence tomorrow to care for you." "Chen Shushu, you have but this one opportunity," Chen Shushu interrupted her, his patience waning as he firmly stated. "Either leave now, or never approach you again. Choose." Chen Shushu understood that if he were resolute in preventing her from seeing Xinyu, then she would indeed never see him again. After a brief contemplation, she replied, "Then wait for me a moment. I will speak with him inside and return." At that moment, Tang Bao was undoubtedly waiting for her, and she needed to reassure her before departing with Chen Shushu. "What will you say? Don't you want your son? Are you still reluctant to part with your lover?" "Chen Shushu, do not provoke my wrath," Chen Shushu exclaimed, pulling her closer, his gaze revealing a hint of danger. "What lover? Let go of me. You're hurting me." Chen Shushu protested as she raised her fists and struck at him in anger. "Still daring to strike? That penniless scholar is really so appealing, is he?" Chen Shushu seized her flailing hands, instinctively pinning her against the door, his heated breath infringing upon her space with palpable irritation. Just as his lips were about to claim hers forcefully, the door swung open abruptly, revealing Xia Tingmei. Upon witnessing Chen Shushu's improper advance, Xia Tingmei's temper flared. "Release her." He stepped forward, attempting to shove Chen Shushu away, but his wrist was instantly captured by the man. Though furious and tempted to retaliate, he stifled his aggression, adopting a facade of a powerless scholar and admonishing, "Rogue, let me go." Hearing her senior brother's arm crack under the pressure, Chen Shushu instinctively grasped Chen Shushu's hand and bit down, blood immediately welling up. "Release him, Chen Shushu. You are a general sworn to protect the people. How can you behave so rudely like a bandit? You would injure yourself for him?" Chen Shushu felt a pang of anguish at the sight of Chen Shushu's fury and concern for him. She cared for him enough to harm herself. His heart turned to ice, and he couldn't help but scoff. "You two seem quite affectionate. Am I the one disrupting your romance?" "Chen Shushu, this is your own choice. Remember this. If you dare approach Yu again, I will take your lover's head and display it at the city gate. I speak only the truth." With that, Chen Shushu left with a sweeping gesture, his threats hanging heavily in the air. Chapter 35. Eager. Chen Shushu, worried for Xinyu, attempted to pursue, but was halted by Xia Tingmei. "Junior sister, your brother can take care of himself. From now on, do as you please without succumbing to that rogue's intimidation." Chen Shushu recognized that while her brother secretly managed the family tea house, at his core, he was but a frail scholar. He could not compare to Chen Shushu, a seasoned warrior hardened by years of battle, whose prowess was formidable. If he claimed he would take her brother's life, he would undoubtedly follow through. Could she truly never see you again? Pain surged within her heart. But she addressed Xia Tingmei, "I am sorry, brother. It is I who have implicated you." Xia Tingmei recalled her mention of a twin son abducted by bandits and raised by Chen Shushu. The man had repeatedly used that child to threaten and humiliate Chen Shushu. Fuming, he remarked, "Junior sister, Chen Shushu is inherently ruthless and callous. He knows you cannot bear to part with your son, which is why he employs such threats. Perhaps you should cease your desire to see him. After all, he will not suffer under Chen Shushu's care. You and Tang Bao can come with me, and we can live peacefully together. I have enough savings in Bianjing to ensure a comfortable life for you both, free from entanglements with those complicated matters or further dealings with Chen Shushu." Previously, he had aided Chen Shushu in locating someone named Ju, fulfilling their master's dying wish while harboring his own motives. However, continuing to seek a Ju would inevitably keep Chen Shushu entangled with Xiao Mingqi and Chen Shushu. Those two, perched high upon their thrones, regarded the common folk as mere trifles, and aligning with them was akin to courting danger. Especially recalling Chen Shushu's earlier attempt to forcibly kiss Chen Shushu left him feeling unsettled. As for a Jew, do not worry. I will assist you in your search. Just do not concern yourself anymore. From now on, you need only take Tang Bao to a secure place I will arrange for you. Chen Shushu regarded him with a complex expression. Brother, I appreciate your kindness, but Yuer is unwell and fragile. I cannot abandon him. After years of separation, how could she bear to walk away? Moreover, I possess the means to see Yuer that will prevent Chen Shushu from obstructing me. I assure you, I will not allow him the chance to harm you. She had no family left in this world aside from her 2 children. Thus, she cherished her bond with him and Su Zira deeply, having long regarded them as family. She would never permit anyone to harm them because of her. Brother, let's not linger here. I wish to see Tang Bao. Is she asleep? Not yet. She said she wouldn't sleep until you returned, and is still waiting inside. Chen Shushu nodded gently and hurried into the room. Mother, you're back. Tang Bao, seated by the bed playing with a puzzle, immediately rushed over, excitedly clinging to Chen Shushu's leg. With a light laugh, Chen Shushu picked her up. Did you behave for your uncle while I was away? Did you cry at all? I was very good, and didn't he cry? We played happily together, Tang Bao replied. Xia Tingwei entered closely behind, observing the tender exchange between mother and child. Indeed, mother. I am grown now and wouldn't he cry, Tang Bao added, jumping down from Chen Shushu's embrace to the small table beside the bed. Mother, this is a snack I saved for you. It was made by uncle himself. Please try it. Made by him? Chen Shushu recalled spending 3 years at the temple with him, during which he had cared for her, yet she had never known he was skilled in pastry making. Brother, your hands are quite deft. She marveled at the assortment of delicacies on the porcelain plate. Not particularly skilled. I merely made them for Tang Bao because she enjoys them. Xia Tingwei replied casually, then inquired, Did you manage to find Shan Buxin today? Is he truly a Jew? A Jew held significant importance for both her master and Xia Tingwei himself. Had he not left the temple midway, he would have witnessed his master's final moments. Regardless of the contents of the wax letter his master penned for Chen Shushu, he must hasten to locate a Jew and fulfill the grand endeavor of restoring the nation. Chen Shushu presumed he too was eager to assist in realizing his master's dying wish. Thus, she candidly revealed that the letter was concealed in Hutudio. As per the words of his trusted confidant, which surely could not be mistaken. Xia Tingwei's gaze deepened slightly. Had the third prince devised a plan to deal with him? Chen Shushu shook her head, expressing her uncertainty, stating that according to Chen Shushu, they intended to report to the emperor before making further decisions. Very well. Upon hearing the answer, Xia Tingwei began to ponder, gently regarding Chen Shushu. Junior sister, please indulge in some pastries to ease your hunger. I shall fetch you some cleansing water. After you refresh yourself, you can rest, and your slumber will be sweet. Thank you, senior brother. Chen Shushu initially intended to return to the Prince of Ning's residence with Tang Bao for the night, but the hour had grown quite late. Noticing her senior brother's earnestness, she refrained from further politeness, for she had long considered him akin to family. Watching Tingwei depart, she coaxed Tang Bao to enjoy the pastries. After Xia Tingwei stepped outside, he did not rush away, but lingered at the door, gazing at the mother and child nestled together within, a soft expression gradually blooming on his face. Once he finds a Jew and restores the Yuanqi, he would first ensure that Chen Shushu, who had wronged Chen Shushu, faced a most grievous fate, and then reclaim Xinyu to return to Chen Shushu. At that time, having ascended to a high position, he would promise her and her child a life of opulence and stability for all eternity. The following day, upon returning from court, Chen Shushu had only just entered the courtyard when Steward Li hastily approached him. General, the young master has again refused to dine today, not even willing to drink a sip of water. I fear he may starve. If this continues, should I summon the cousin to take a look? She has rested for the past 2 or 3 days. She must be nearly recovered. Li Quan, the steward of the rear courtyard, had been bribed by Li Shuin 7 years prior. He had accepted a chest of gold from her, promising to inform her whenever a woman appeared by Chen Shushu's side and help her secure the position of general's wife. Once successful, her monthly allowance would triple, and he would be elevated to chief steward, a position second only to the general. Hearing Li Shuin's name and seeing the urgency on his face, Chen Shushu's expression darkened, and his voice turned mocking. What? Has the cousin promised you some benefits? Is that why you are so eager for her return? Chapter 36, Resistance. Li Quan was immediately struck dumb by the man's low pressure and hurriedly knelt. It is not as you think. It was merely that the young master had refused to eat for several days, and it was only with the cousin's exquisite culinary skills that he managed to consume a little. I genuinely worry for the young master. His delicate constitution cannot withstand a day without nourishment. Listening to him, Chen Shushu's enchanting eyes narrowed slightly as he recalled that Li Shuin had indeed prepared a drink called milk tea, which had tempted Shen Yu to take a few sips. However, after tasting it once, Shen Yu would not touch it again. Ling Feng, witnessing Chen Shushu lost in contemplation, could not help but interject. Should we arrange for someone to invite the cousin? Unnecessary. Chen Shushu thought of how Li Shuin had once frightened Shen Yu with a dagger and did not wish to see her again. He spoke and walked toward Shen Yu's room, with Ling Feng closely following. Li Quan, watching the slowly disappearing figures, quickly exited through the side door of the residence.
Outside,
Li Shuin's avaricious father was pacing anxiously. Upon seeing Li Quan emerge, he rushed forward. What news? Does a yen wish to meet with Yinin? Li Quan shook his head. Leader Run, I have tried my best to persuade him, but the general refuses to allow the cousin back into the residence. He is truly enraged this time. Why must the cousin be so impatient and resort to threats against the young master? Li Fuan had not anticipated that his clever daughter would commit such a foolish act. Just as Chen Shushu was about to agree to marry her due to her interactions with Shen Yu, she had ruined everything with this incident. What shall we do? Should I personally meet with a yen and persuade him? Li Quan hurriedly stopped him. Leader Run, the general is currently angry with the cousin. He likely will not welcome you warmly. It would be better for you to speak with old Madam Shen and Lord Shen. If they agree, it will only be a matter of time before the general marries the cousin.
Li Fuan hesitated.
Chen Shushu had always acted according to his own judgment. Relying solely on his parents' words would likely lead to failure in the marriage. He shook his head. It will not work. If a yen could heed their words, he would not have stubbornly married that seductress Chen Shushu in the first place. Li Quan nodded gently, acknowledging the truth of his words. Therefore, for the cousin to smoothly marry into the residence, she must win over the young master, who is the general's favorite. As long as she maintains a harmonious relationship with him and with the support of the old madam and others, the position of general's wife will soon be within her grasp. Prompted by Li Quan's reminder, Li Fuan quickly formulated a plan and instructed Li Quan. I will find a way for Yin to enter the residence and connect with Yuer. Li Quan, keep a close watch on Shen Manor and report any developments immediately.
Yes, Leader Ren.
Yuer, what did the bird say to you? As Chen Shushu entered Shen Yu's room, he saw the small figure clad in heavy brocade, seated by the window, gazing intently at the green cuckoo bird. He recalled that this was the very bird Chen Shushu had bought to gift to Shen Yu, only to be rejected at the door. Unexpectedly, it had returned to his side. Shen Yu remained motionless, his gaze fixed on the caged bird, unresponsive to his father's inquiry. Do not worry your father. Eat a bit of porridge. Chen Shushu took the chicken and poria porridge that Ling Feng had prepared, scooping a spoonful and slowly offering it to Shen Yu. Open your mouth. Father will feed you. Shen Yu continued to stare blankly at the cuckoo, unperturbed. Just as Chen Shushu was about to continue coaxing him to eat, Shen Yu suddenly stood and opened the birdcage. The cuckoo flapped its wings and soared into the sky. Seeing it fly away eagerly, Shen Yu suddenly smiled with satisfaction and straightened his small body, climbing onto the bed, curling up under the covers. He resolved not to let them see his mother. He would starve himself. His mother no longer wanted him, and living without her was devoid of meaning. Even the little animals spoke of how he could not find joy without his mother. It seemed to be just so. He longed for his mother dearly. Her scent was sweet, her embrace soft, and being held by her brought him immense happiness. Chen Shushu gazed at his son's frail back, the sight of his pitiful state speaking volumes of the pain within his heart. He thought of how Chen Shushu had completely abandoned her son for that scholar, that illegitimate child. Shen Yu's spirit had fallen to such depths. She was the root cause. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming desire for ruthless revenge against her. To make her suffer, to ensure she paid for her irresponsibility. In that instant, he wished to end her life. Yuer, I will count to 3. You shall rise to eat, or else I shall punish your spring fragrance sister. Shen Yu, curled up in the dark blanket, pictured his mother's beautiful face and her tender, loving smile. Suddenly, hearing his father's threatening words, he trembled slightly. Last time, Due to her own actions, she had already caused Sister Chuanxiang to kneel for several hours. If she continued to be disobedient, who could predict how her father would punish her? That wicked father was becoming increasingly detestable. He forbade her from seeing her mother and even threatened her. He was truly a villain. She could no longer harbor any affection for him. As Chen Shushu counted down to 1, Shenyu slowly pulled back the quilt, his gaze falling upon the trembling Chuanxiang standing not far away. He shot a glare at Chen Shushu. Chen Shushu understood that, although Shenyu was stubborn and no one could force him to do what he did not want, he was also gentle-hearted. He looked at his son's pale, thin face with compassion and softly said, "Behave and eat your meal, and I promise I will bring back someone interesting tomorrow to keep you company." Shenyu was oblivious to whom this interesting person might be, but he knew it would not be his mother. If it were not his mother, he would have no interest even if the King of Heaven himself were to descend. He glanced at the bowed head of Chuanxiang, then slowly began to eat his porridge. Chen Shushu was quite pleased and raised an eyebrow at Lingfeng. Lingfeng understood and approached the door, looking at Chuanxiang. "You may leave." Chuanxiang nodded immediately, timidly making her way out. Lingfeng noticed her frail form bent over in fear and couldn't help but follow her outside, whispering, "Miss Chuanxiang, there is no need to be so alarmed. The master only said that to encourage the young master to eat. He would not punish you without reason. You have been in the Shun residence for quite some time. You should know his character by now." If Chen Shushu were truly a person who could not distinguish right from wrong and indiscriminately harm others, he would not have spoken up for you last time. After all, a servant status is low, and typically a master would not risk offending their own mother for a maid. "Yes, I understand. Thank you for the reminder, Guard Lingfeng." Chuanxiang had served Chen Shushu for 3 years and Shenyu for another 3, naturally understanding what kind of person Chen Shushu was. Though he appeared cold, he was exceptionally gentle and patient with the young master. If he were truly a ruthless person, he would not treat a child with such tenderness. Chuanxiang would never willingly remain in a household filled with unfeeling individuals. Inside, Chen Shushu saw Shenyu quickly finish a full bowl of porridge and, feeling satisfied, handed him a meat bun. "Eat this as well." Shenyu blinked his dark eyes, silently accepted it, and quickly devoured it before retreating back under the covers. Closing his eyes and ignoring him, Chen Shushu gazed at the face strikingly similar to his own, then removed his shoes and lay down beside him, wrapping him in his embrace. Initially, Shenyu was still angry and struggled for a moment, but ultimately fell asleep against his warm chest. In his dreams, he repeatedly murmured 2 words, "Mother." Chen Shushu listened and rubbed the heart-shaped lock engraved with the character Ju from his chest. His mind was filled with the image of Chen Shushu's translucent, radiant face. When they first met, she was as gentle as the moon, captivating in every way. Today, in the cave, she had been vibrant and full of life. He had thought that after 4 years, his feelings for her would have faded. But the moment he drew near, he found himself sinking deeper. He could not allow this to continue. He silently reminded himself and made a resolute decision. He and his son must never again be toyed with by that woman. After a restless night, just past the hour of the tiger, he washed away the fatigue of the previous night and headed straight to the Ningguang residence. Chapter 37. The Illegitimate Child Cuckoo. Cuckoo. The unfamiliar, melodious call of a bird echoed in the backyard of the Ningguang residence early in the morning. The sleepy Tang Bao was awakened by the noise, and she hurriedly climbed out of bed, barefooted, and opened the window, only to see a green cuckoo perched in front of it. Its round eyes twirled like a rattledrum, continuously peering into their room. Tang Bao immediately called out to Chen Shushu, "Mother, come quickly. Listen to what this bird is saying." Tang Bao knew that her mother could understand the speech of small animals, which made her love her even more. Chen Shushu, still groggy, got out of bed and approached the window, recognizing the familiar cuckoo. "Oh, it's you, little green bird." She thought it had flown away after she left it at the gate of the Shun residence. Seeing the cuckoo persistently calling, sounding rather anxious, Chen Shushu held her breath and focused her inner strength to listen closely. Human sister, you bought me from the bad people, so I must repay you. I am here to tell you that your son misses you dearly. You should go see him. He is on a hunger strike, thinking he can starve himself to death out of despair." "How pitiful. Are you referring to Yue?" Upon hearing the mention of a hunger strike, Chen Shushu's heart became a tangled mess, staring incredulously at the cuckoo. "Yes, you bought me to give to your son, right? The general's residence only has that one young master, So, I guessed you must be his mother. The little cuckoo flapped its wings a few times.
Kind human sister.
Hurry and accompany your son. He has been locked in a room all day, feeling very lonely and pitiful. If this continues, he will suffocate in despair. The little cuckoo did not realize that Xinyu was unwilling to leave the room. It assumed she was also under the control of bad people. Tang Bao saw the cuckoo call out to her mother before flying away and quickly asked, "Mother, can you really understand what it is saying?" Chen Shushu gently nodded. Looking at Tang Bao, "It said that your brother misses me and wants me to go see him." Tang Bao, "I must go visit your brother today. You stay at home and play nicely with your godmother, all right?" Tang Bao blinked her eyes. "I also want to see brother." "Mother, when can you bring him out to meet me?" Chen Shushu thought for a moment and assured her, "I will do my best to ensure it is soon. No later than half a month." It was time to meet with Shen Shuryan in her capacity as a Taoist priestess who could converse with animals. She needed to use this skill to fully heal her son. With this in mind, she took Tang Bao to the front yard to find Xiao Mingqi. To gain rightful entry into the Shen residence, she needed Xiao Mingqi's assistance. At this moment, in the Maxiang Pavilion, Shen Shuryan was sitting beside Xiao Mingqi, who possessed a graceful demeanor and clear features. "Your Highness, today let that Taoist priestess go to the Shen residence. I must ensure that Yor returns to normal as soon as possible." If Xinyu continued in this manner, his condition of mutism would only worsen, and his health would inevitably decline. When he grew older, not only would he be unable to attend the academy, but he would struggle with basic self-care. He could not simply stand by and watch his son's life be ruined. "The Taoist priestess? Are you referring to Chen Shushu?" Chen Shuryan seemed rather cold in his choice of words. After all, Chen Shushu was once his wife. He did not need to refer to her so distantly while requesting her assistance. Did he truly wish to sever all personal ties with her? Seeing his avoidance, Xiao Mingqi preferred not to say anything to provoke him further and replied, "That's easy enough. I believe she is free today. I will send someone to take her to your residence shortly." "Thank you, Your Highness." Shen Shuryan acknowledged this, not wishing to linger any longer, and stood to take his leave. He had detailed all that transpired at Yishan to the Emperor the day before, and the Emperor had instructed him to swiftly devise a plan to eliminate Shan Buxin. He has devised a preliminary plan and must hurry to the Yangxin Palace to report to the Emperor. After swiftly attending to official matters, he intends to return to the residence and personally oversee the details of the interactions between the Taoist priestess and Yor. General Shen shares a profound friendship with me. Therefore, such trivialities need not be expressed with gratitude. After all, part of the reason for the lavish hiring of Chen Shushu into the household was also for Shen Yu's sake. Naturally, he would not neglect his illness. However, has General Shen considered how to besiege Huda Pass? Does Father Emperor not worry that Shan Buxin might flee upon hearing the news? What strategies has he devised? The Emperor has always been wary of us princes, especially towards him. Thus, many of his thoughts and schemes remain obscure to Chen Shuryan, who is merely an outsider. His elaborate efforts to ingratiate himself with Chen Shuryan have always had a clear objective, to make him one of his own. Not yet, but I suspect it will not be long. Chen Shuryan, with a gaze that seemed to harbor profound depths, uttered a vague remark that left Xiao Mingqi in a quandary. It was as if he had revealed some crucial clue, yet was also intentionally engaging him in a riddle. What could he possibly mean? "Then you should arrange for someone to find the Taoist priestess. I shall proceed first." Chen Shuryan slightly nodded and turned to exit the pavilion. As he strode through the courtyard, he encountered Chen Shushu, clad in a delicate green gown, her demeanor gentle as she led a small child toward him. Upon seeing him, she appeared as if confronted with a great calamity, instinctively drawing the child slightly behind her. This sight elicited a chuckle from him. In the fleeting moment they brushed past each other, he halted, subtly shifting his body to block her path with precision. His gaze bore a playful glint as he regarded the wide-eyed little girl peeking from behind her, seeming rather at a loss. The corners of his lips curled into a faint smile, devoid of genuine warmth. "Is this how you behave in the presence of others? Are you ashamed to be seen with the child?" Chen Shushu was greatly vexed by his words, her azure eyes instantly cooling with disdain as she glared at him. "You should be the one ashamed. Chen Shuryan, you vile, heartless man, indulging in both sides while I remain silent before the child. You wear the guise of a general. What is there for you to be proud of?" Unable to restrain herself any longer, she angrily scolded him and attempted to take Sugar Treasure's hand and leave. However, her wrist was seized mercilessly by the man. "Chen Shushu, Do not mistake my patience for your license to behave recklessly. I warn you, do not provoke me heedlessly. I have tolerated you long enough. Chen Shushu was rendered both furious and amused. I have not sought your tolerance, General. You wield great power. It would be trivial for you to dispose of anyone you choose. If I feared you, I would take your surname. Such stubbornness? Chen Shushu's eyes narrowed dangerously, his lips drawing closer with a chilling demeanor. Do you truly believe I wouldn't dare to act against you? Who instilled such audacity in you? Was it that insufferable scholar from last night? Did he whisper sweet nothings in your ear, assuring you not to fear me? Do you think he can protect you? As he spoke, he tightened his grip on her wrist, lowering his noble head to whisper in her ear. I could sever his head today and use it as a ball for Kuju. Do you believe me? Chapter 38. A Change of Countenance. Chen Shushu felt the heat of his breath against her ear, his words igniting a wave of shivers within her. This man, devoid of any boundaries, did not frighten her regarding his revenge. Yet, she genuinely feared for her master's safety. Chen Shushu, do not act recklessly, she warned, biting her lip in concern. Seeing her fear for that despicable man, Chen Shushu felt a mix of anger and a bitter smile surfaced. Fixing his gaze upon Chen Shushu, he declared, "Then admit your error. Vow never to defy me again, nor entangle yourself with that shameless man, and perhaps what have I done wrong?" Chen Shushu interrupted, her patience wearing thin. He and Li Shuin committed the most shameless acts, forcing me into destitution and separation. He denies me the right to see my own flesh and blood and dares to call my daughter a bastard. And I am at fault? She raised her delicate, fair face, glaring at him. The greatest mistake of my life was marrying you. That is my true error. Her words were deliberate and punctuated. Is that so? Her venomous words pierced his heart like daggers. Regretting marrying him, lamenting their acquaintance, those words wounded him deeper than any insult. His heart, already fractured, felt the sting anew. Chen Shushu, await my return. Today I shall bring my men to raid. His threatening tone was interrupted as a sudden sharp pain shot through his calf. The intolerable sugar treasure had rushed forward and kicked him with all her might. You big bad guy. You horrible man. You shall not bully my mother. Chen Shushu glanced down at the small figure, whose face was flushed with fury, mirroring her mother's expression. One Chen Shushu was enough to cause him headaches, and now a miniature version had emerged. What are you glaring at? You heartless scoundrel. My mother has suffered enough misfortune because of you. I detest you. Let go of my mother. Seeing him still gripping Chen Shushu's wrist, Sugar Treasure, incensed, unleashed a flurry of punches upon him. Heartless scoundrel? Could such sophisticated words truly come from this seemingly innocent 3-year-old? Was she actually using such severe language to chastise him? The child born of Chen Shushu dared to insult him? Was he now comparable to a rat in the street, subject to ridicule by anyone? Chen Shushu's usually composed demeanor was now a tempest of rage. Very well. You lot. I shall not wish to see you again. His dark gaze flickered between her and the furious little girl before he departed with a cold threat. Once he was out of sight, Chen Shushu immediately knelt to check on Sugar Treasure's well-being. Sugar Treasure, are you alright? I'm fine, mother. That despicable father of mine dares to bully you. I want to let him off easily. Seeing Sugar Treasure's face flushed with anger, Chen Shushu instinctively covered her little mouth and whispered, Sugar Treasure, you must never call him father, not even with a despicable in front. Do you understand? Chen Shushu had already barred her from seeing their son. If he took their daughter as well, she could not fathom how she would endure the rest of her life. Understanding her mother's fears, Sugar Treasure promptly nodded. Don't worry, mother. I will only call him Big Bad Guy from now on. After the tumult subsided, Chen Shushu took Sugar Treasure's hand and entered the Maxiang Pavilion. Upon her arrival, Xiao Mingqi naturally set down the book in his hand. Miss Chen, you arrived just in time. I was about to seek you for a matter. Chen Shushu gently nodded. Your Highness, what is it? Xiao Mingqi observed her features for a few moments before leisurely speaking. You may go ahead. What brings you to seek my presence? She would not stroll into the front courtyard without cause, suggesting there was something of great importance at hand. Chen Shushu pondered briefly before responding. You mentioned last time that General Shen wished for me to visit his young master? Xiao Mingqi replied with a light affirmation. Indeed. I have previously mentioned that his son possesses certain flaws in character, seldom engaging with others and often lost in contemplation of various animals. Just moments ago, General Shen expressed concerns regarding his condition and hopes you could visit post-haste. Chen Shushu recalled how Chen Shushu had witnessed her brazen demeanor earlier, clearly indicating he remained unaware that she was the person he sought. An ironic smile formed on her lips as she said, "I am willing to visit his young master, but only on the condition that your highness assists me with a favor. What is it you require? Speak freely. I shall endeavor to meet your request." Chen Shushu continued. "As of now, Chen Shushu remains oblivious to the fact that I am a Taoist priestess. I wish for you to conceal this from him. He must not learn that the Taoist is indeed Chen Shushu. If she were to visit the Shun residence and Chen Shushu discovered her true identity, he would undoubtedly prevent her from approaching Xinyu out of fear that she might take him away. Thus, she could only adopt a different identity to care for the boy." General Shen is unaware that you are the disciple of the Taoist master Baiqin? Did you not share 3 years as husband and wife? Those laughable 3 years were merely a figment of my own delusion, she retorted. His heart was never mine. How could he be aware of my origins, my lineage, or my master? A sardonic smile graced her lips as she added, "Your Highness must be aware that General Shen's affections lie with my cousin, correct? I do not love him. Our union was merely a fade. Very well." Xiao Mingqi mused. 3 years of shared bed, yet he remains ignorant of his own wife. That is indeed a peculiar circumstance. He was momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to console the unfortunate Chen Shushu. "Your Highness, I know you are a good person and must desire for the young master to recover swiftly. However, the rift between General Shen and myself is too profound. Should he learn of my true identity, it would undoubtedly lead to further complications, jeopardizing the young master's health." As Xiao Mingqi listened to her self-sacrificing thoughts for Xinyu, he felt a swirl of confusion within. Isn't Xinyu the son of General Shun and Miss Li? How is it that you do not feel jealousy, yet are so eager to assist him? Could it be he is not truly Li Shuin's son? Your Highness, I am motivated solely by my regard for you and wish to aid Xinyu. It bears no relation to others. I humbly request your support in this endeavor. With that, Chen Shushu knelt and performed a deep bow. Though Xiao Mingqi found himself somewhat bewildered by her words, he had initially assumed Chen Shushu was aware of Chen Shushu's identity as a Taoist priestess, hence his silence on the matter.
Now,
he simply needed to maintain his pretense of ignorance. He nodded slightly. "I promise you, I shall remain silent." Chen Shushu's face lit up with a smile. "Thank you, Your Highness. I shall take Tang Bao for breakfast now and later accompany Lu Shang to the Shen residence." "Very well, you may go," he replied. Tang Bao, with her bright eyes, nodded at Xiao Mingqi and said, "Goodbye, Uncle Xiao. You have helped my mother. I will make a little gift for you afternoon." Xiao Mingqi's heart softened at her adorable demeanor, and he couldn't help but smile gently. "Thank you, little Tang Bao. You are truly sweet." After exiting the Mo Xiang Pavilion and finishing breakfast, Chen Shushu returned to her quarters. From her belongings, she retrieved an old blue Taoist robe and hat.
Chapter 39. Kuigu.
She then deftly styled her hair and changed into the robe, altering her makeup from a gentle beauty to that of a serious and composed Taoist woman. Su Ziru, who entered from outside, was taken aback by her appearance. "Senior sister, why are you suddenly wearing the Taoist robes?" Since their master had passed, they had not donned Taoist attire after leaving the Baiyun temple. Chen Shushu smiled and explained her intentions. Su Ziru's mouth fell open in shock. "Your former husband may be somewhat blind, but surely he would recognize you even in a different outfit? Even if he fails to recognize you, your voice would surely give you away." She felt this notion underestimated her former husband. He would certainly perceive something amiss. "He will not recognize me, at least not immediately. Regardless, I will not linger near Xinyu for long. Once I help him untangle his heart's knots and see him transformed into a normal child, I shall take my leave." As she spoke, she added a touch of red to her right eye, then donned a blue veil, leaving only her carefully disguised eyes visible. Chen Shushu, who held high expectations, would surely not detect any discrepancies. "Ziru, I entrust Tang Bao to your care. I must take my leave." Su Ziru, still in a daze, nodded in agreement, urging her to go with peace of mind. "Mother, be careful on the road. If possible, please bring my brother out. I wish to speak with him." Tang Bao clutched her sleeve, gazing up at her with reluctance. "Rest assured, Mother will fulfill your wish." Chen Shushu leaned down to nuzzle her cheek before departing with her whisk. Upon reaching the Shen residence, Lu Shang handed her over to Li Quan and returned to the Ningguangfu. Li Quan regarded the enigmatic Taoist with great respect before nodding. "Taoist, the young master's chamber is just this way. Please follow me." Chen Shushu followed closely behind him, approaching Xinyu's door when Li Quan suddenly turned to her. Please perform your incantation here. He gestured towards a nearby flower garden. Perform an incantation? Do you truly believe I have come to cast spells? Chen Shushu's expression soured as she lowered her voice. Might I first see the young master? Li Quan appeared troubled by her request. You cannot see the young master until the general arrives. Before he could finish, Chen Shushu, graceful and relaxed, entered through the moon gate. As his noble figure stepped into view, the surrounding world dimmed in comparison, an invisible pressure enveloping the spacious courtyard. Li Quan promptly ordered a chair to be placed at the center of the courtyard. He bowed and reported, General, the third prince has brought the Taoist. This is she. Chen Shushu ambled leisurely to the chair and casually glanced at the woman standing under the sunlight, asking, What is your name? Previously, many deceitful Taoists and monks had approached him claiming they could cure Xinyu, yet they all proved to be charlatans. Initially, he held skepticism towards Taoist priests. It was only due to Xiao Mingqi's exaltation of her abilities, claiming she understood the language of beasts, that he agreed to meet her. Poor nun. My name is Gu. Chen Shushu partially concealed her face with her whisk, deliberately lowering her voice in response.
Guigu?
Chen Shushu paused momentarily before redirecting his gaze to her. You can understand the speech of animals? Somewhat, Chen Shushu replied in a demure manner, while internally cursing the verbose man before her. Observing the woman who claimed to be a Taoist priestess, with her head bowed and face partially obscured, he perceived her unwillingness to engage in conversation. She appeared to be a thief, fearful of exposing her shallow pretense, hence her cautious demeanor. Contemplating this, a chill swept across his countenance as he caressed the jade ring on his finger, instructing Li Quan, Go fetch my snow mastiff. As you command. Li Quan swiftly led a magnificent canine, its fur as white as snow, measuring 4 feet in length and standing 2 feet tall, to the scene. The maidservants and young attendants, upon catching sight of the Tibetan mastiff, displayed palpable terror, their foreheads glistening with beads of perspiration. Chen Shushu, in a vantage point hidden from the man's gaze, scrutinized him with a piercing stare, attempting to maintain her composure as she feigned calmness while regarding the formidable beast. She could hardly believe this heartless man would stand idly by as the snow mastiff savaged her. See you, my dear. Would you care to listen to what my beloved pet has to say at this very moment? Chen Shushu inquired lightly, his hand gently caressing the robust head of the snow mastiff, his demeanor surprisingly relaxed, akin to petting a small kitten. Chen Shushu clenched her fingers tightly, centering her thoughts as she fixated on the mastiff. These humans smell delightful. I yearn to feast upon them. Were it not for my knowledge of this cold-blooded man who has slain countless humans, I would surely indulge in a hearty meal today. Alas, I can only observe without tasting. It is quite distressing, especially with this old, brutish man before me. I long to bite his arm fiercely, to show him that I am a carnivore, not mere fodder for his amusement. At this, Chen Shushu could not suppress a laugh. What is so amusing? Chen Shushu's expression shifted, becoming intriguingly contemplative as he noted her fearless demeanor towards the snow mastiff, coupled with a hint of disdain in her smile. Nothing much. Merely finding the general's beloved pet quite entertaining, she replied. Entertaining? Chen Shushu found himself admiring her, as many who encountered his pet either cowered in fear or kept their distance. You are rather unique, he remarked. Go, engage closely with Siyu. Suddenly, Chen Shushu turned his gaze to the professional animal trainer nearby, signaling him to loosen the leash. The trainer, albeit hesitant, complied, and this action sent the surrounding servants retreating into the house, leaving only 4 individuals in the courtyard. The trainer, Ling Feng, Chen Shushu, and Chen Shushu. Heh? Releasing the leash? Is this lowly creature offering me sustenance? The snow mastiff thought, its primal instincts ignited. Oh, this woman before me smells exquisite. I must have a taste today. The mastiff's thick paws moved determinately towards Chen Shushu. The trainer, noticing the sudden shift in the mastiff's demeanor, feared for their safety and contemplated warning Chen Shushu. However, upon meeting the man's extraordinarily handsome face, he hesitated. This was the legendary war god of the Tianqin kingdom, a figure of immense importance whose trust from the emperor surpassed even that of the princes. In this moment, it was clear that Chen Shushu sought to teach this so-called con artist a lesson with his snow mastiff. Should the self-proclaimed Taoist be bitten to death, it would be her own folly. The trainer, reassured, settled back to witness the unfolding drama. As Chen Shushu observed the menacing mastiff, its jaws gaping with sharp teeth, it approached her with intent. She discreetly tightened her grip on the concealed hairpin in her sleeve, coated in venom, believing that with the right opportunity, she could seize a chance for survival. "Do not come any closer, or my hairpin will pierce your eyes," she threatened, brandishing the pin at the snow mastiff. The mastiff chuckled. "Human beauty, are you speaking to me? How amusing."
"It is I, the Taoist."
"I advise you to retreat at once," Chen Shushu warned, pointing the pin at the squinting mastiff. "You understand me?" The snow mastiff finally recognized the oddity of the situation, its eyes wide with disbelief. Seeing the standoff between the woman and the dog, Chen Shushu raised an eyebrow and inquired of the trainer, "Are they conversing?" He had just caught a whisper of the Taoist's murmured words to the mastiff. The trainer, equally perplexed, speculated, perhaps she is reciting some incantation? Just then, a thunderous howl erupted as the mastiff lunged fiercely at Chen Shushu with the speed of a cheetah. Before anyone could blink, Chen Shushu, seated nearby, sprang into action, moving with a speed that eclipsed that of the beast. In a split second, he rescued Chen Shushu from the jaws of the snow mastiff, their bodies entangled as they rolled upon the ground. Once stabilized, Chen Shushu cast a stern glance at the trainer, his voice firm. "Take it away and remove its teeth." The snow mastiff was taken aback. Was this human serious? Just as it was about to plead for mercy, the trainer swiftly secured its collar and forcibly led it away. The courtyard fell silent once more, and Chen Shushu realized he was still intimately holding a stranger, the Taoist, around the waist, a sensation he found unexpectedly agreeable. This was utterly inconceivable. His mind racing, he turned his gaze to the Taoist's face, which was obscured by a hat and veil, leaving only her clear, luminous eyes visible. Upon meeting her gaze, he felt an inexplicable familiarity, yet he noticed a conspicuous red mole beside her eye, a stark contrast to the visage he was drawn to. His long fingers reached out, intending to brush away that distasteful mark. Sensing the cool touch of his fingertip near her eye, Chen Shushu gasped. Instinctively pushing him away and retreating a few steps, her demeanor suddenly cautious. "General, what do you think you are doing?" she questioned, startled. Chen Shushu's intense gaze settled upon her slightly flustered figure, and it dawned upon him that he had mistakenly identified this Taoist as Chen Shushu. Just by the resemblance of her eyes, his heart surged with life, and upon drawing near, he felt an exhilarating rush of warmth in his veins. Was he truly so infatuated with her? Everywhere he looked, he saw her. Frustrated, he rubbed his forehead, averting his eyes from the Taoist. He lowered his gaze, speaking softly. "Go inside and check on the young master. Remember, you have only the duration of an incense stick." "Understood," Chen Shushu replied calmly, straightening her posture before entering Shen Yu's chamber. Within, Shen Yu sat in a corner of the bed, cradling a small, mottled kitten. Sensing the doors opening and the light flooding in, he remained motionless, fixated on the kitten. Chen Shushu took a moment to gather her strength, listening intently.
"Ah."
The embrace of a human child is so warm and comforting, akin to that of a mother. Alas, where has my mother gone? This child appears to have no mother either, always sitting alone in the corner, never joyful. Surely, he too longs for his mother. As Chen Shushu observed, the little creature extended its tiny paw to nuzzle against Shen Yu's cheek, its soft body curling into his embrace. Gazing at her son's delicate, slender face, with his large, dark eyes devoid of any luster and his drooping lashes casting a shadow of solitude, she felt a pang in her heart. His lips, pale and fragile, exuded a sense of abandonment and despair. She stepped forward gently, and upon hearing the familiar voice he had longed for, Shen Yu turned his little face towards her, his hollow gaze sparking with a flicker of hope. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, he was unequivocally certain that this was indeed his mother. He promptly set down the cat and dashed off the bed, forgetting to put on his shoes, and wrapped his arms around her tightly. Chen Shushu crouched down to embrace him in return. Why haven't you eaten? You need to eat to grow tall, you know? Mother, as long as you are with me, I will eat. I don't want a new mother. Please don't leave me again, all right? Shen Yu looked up at her, his eyes brimming with joy. Very well, I shall not leave. But first let me feed you some food, she replied. Xiao Mingqi mentioned that Shen Yu often skipped meals, which had adversely affected his health. As long as you stay with me, I will listen to everything you say, mother. Yu is truly obedient, Chen Shushu thought warmly. Just as she was about to step out to fetch him some food, she remembered something and softly cautioned him. Shall we play a game together? Shunyu nodded gently. In the future, whenever I am by your side, I will appear in this guise of a Taoist priestess. Whenever there are others around, you shall call me Taoist and do not let anyone know I am your mother, all right? Shunyu understood that his father disdained his mother, thus devising schemes to drive her away and prevent her from being with him. His father was truly cruel. He also knew that his mother transformed into a Taoist priestess to remain by his side because she could not let go of him. His mother loved him deeply. Looking at Chen Shushu, he earnestly nodded. I understand, mother. I want to reveal your identity. However, he also vowed that he would not allow his mother to endure such humiliation by his side for long. He would devise a plan to ensure she could stay openly with him. If, by then, his father still refused to keep her, he would leave with her, declaring he no longer wanted his father. Very well, then you stay with the cat for a while. I will go prepare something delicious for you. What would you like to eat? Xinyu, who was never particularly greedy, previously refrained from eating in hopes of persuading his father to return his mother to him.
Now.
He ate to ease his mother's worries. He smiled slightly. As long as it's made by you, I love everything. Chen Shushu felt warmth in her heart and smiled as she nodded, stepping out of the room. Outside, Shin Shuryen casually sat in an armchair, lost in thought. Noticing Cui Gu emerge, he disregarded her and walked in another direction. Annoyed, he called out to her, boasting about his prowess. What is this? Have you already failed? In the past, he would have ruthlessly punished any fraud he discovered, but this Taoist priestess had inexplicably stirred feelings in him for a woman. Feelings he had not felt since Chen Shushu. Confounded, he yearned to uncover the reason and prepared to condescend to engage her in conversation. Chen Shushu halted her steps, turned her head down, and spoke softly. Young master wishes to eat the meal prepared by this humble Taoist. I am on my way to the kitchen. Shun Shuryen raised an eyebrow. Do you know where the kitchen is? Chen Shushu paused, realizing she was most familiar with this residence. In her haste to prepare food for Xinyu, she had overlooked this detail. I was just going to ask a maid at the front. Why not ask me? He replied, feigning surprise. Here I am, a grown man sitting right here, and you didn't see me? Shin Shuryen found the Taoist priestess to be quite peculiar, yet he could not pinpoint what made her so. He stared at her, and images of Chen Shushu flooded his mind, rendering him unable to resist. Chen Shushu, maintaining her composure, was about to fabricate an excuse when Shin Shuryen abruptly commanded, Remove your veil. Chapter 41, Scheming. Chen Shushu was at a loss for words, not even glancing at the man. She bowed her head and replied coolly, Forgive me, General, but there are rules in the Taoist temple. Priestesses are not allowed to reveal their true faces. Shin Shuryen smirked nonchalantly, and if I were to do so, what would happen?
If you don't speak.
Who would notice? He said carelessly, rising to extend his long, pale hand, intent on unveiling the priestess's veil. His mind was in disarray, disturbed by the shadow of Chen Shushu, compelling him to see the face behind the veil. He needed to assure himself that she was not Chen Shushu. They were not alike. Even if he sought a substitute, a strange face would undoubtedly rob him of any feelings. Seeing his hand approach, Chen Shushu quickly stepped back, ready to draw a hairpin for defense. Suddenly, Li Quan jogged over, bowing slightly. General, the master and madam request your presence. They say a distinguished guest has arrived. Shin Shuryen's abrupt action halted at Li Quan's words. His father, the Minister of State, was typically preoccupied with state affairs during the day. How could he have suddenly come? Who could this distinguished guest be? With contemplation in his eyes, he retracted his hand and instructed Li Quan, Take the Taoist to the kitchen and supervise her while she prepares food for the young master. Having said this, he lifted his garment and headed towards the main hall. Li Quan's eyes flickered with complexity as he turned to Chen Shushu. Taoist, please follow me. Chen Shushu nodded gently and followed his lead. However, after walking for a while, she realized they were not headed to the kitchen. She sensed something was amiss and was about to inquire when Li Quan, seemingly aware of her suspicion, suddenly turned to face her. Taoist, there's no rush regarding the young master's meal. You must first come with me to meet someone. Meet whom? Chen Shushu, having spent 3 years as the lady of the general's residence, was well aware of Li Quan's sycophantic nature. When she had first married Shin Shuryen, he had treated her coldly, and after not returning home one night, Li Qinghui had revealed her true colors, summoning her to stand on ceremony, copying Buddhist scriptures and the like. Apart from openly confronting her with insults and violence, She had employed every means to make her life difficult. The servants in the household had witnessed it all, aside from Chuanxiang, who had served her and pitied her. The rest looked down upon her with disdain and offered her no respect. Among them, Li Quan had been the most egregious. He was the steward of the back courtyard, rumored to be a eunuch brought back from the palace by the old master, previously a swift servant in the palace. He often withheld coal for her Shua pavilion during winter and skimped on ice blocks during summer. Though the food was not spoiled, it was always meager, either plain porridge and steamed buns or pickled vegetables with coarse bread. During the days when Chen Shushu was absent from the residence, her life could only be described as worse than that of a servant. Yet now, she had undergone a transformation. Even Chen Shushu could not recognize her. Why then did Li Quan still seek to make things difficult for her? You will know when we arrive, Li Quan said with a smile that did not reach his eyes, leading her into a somewhat secluded courtyard. As soon as they entered, the door slammed shut behind them. Moments later, Li Shuin emerged from within, clad in a dazzling dress, her arms crossed and her gaze piercing. So, you're Chuegu? She had just accompanied her father and aunt to the Shun residence when she heard Li Quan report that Chen Shushu was entangled with a female Taoist, even going so far as to embrace her. She had been utterly shocked and furious upon hearing this. After much effort, Chen Shushu was driven away, and now all manner of lowly individuals dare to come to the General's residence to entice others. Do they truly believe she is dead? Chen Shushu had little desire to engage in conversation with this envious woman. With her head bowed and a calm demeanor, she replied, Miss, what do you require of this humble nun? I must attend to the young master. If I delay, the general may hold us accountable.
Li Shuin scoffed. Kuigu.
I care not for your intentions in approaching my cousin, but he is my fiancé. If you dare to seduce him, I will ensure you understand my methods. As she spoke harshly, her eyes hardened, and immediately 2 henchmen seized Chen Shushu, attempting to force her to kneel. Chen Shushu struggled fiercely and glanced at her, saying, This humble nun belongs to the 3rd prince and was invited by the general to care for the young master. Miss, should you treat me with disrespect, the general will surely inquire about my whereabouts and will hold you accountable. Hearing her threat, Li Shuin chuckled lightly. You certainly know how to seek backing for yourself. However, today I shall overlook your initial transgression. Come closer, for I have heard you can coax the young master to eat. Are you willing to assist me? Chen Shushu concealed a cold smile in her eyes and softly inquired, Miss, what do you wish for me to do? Xinyu was inherently peculiar. Perhaps it was due to the overly bloody assassins she had dispatched on the night of his birth that frightened the child. Over the years, despite being a modern graduate student employing every method possible, she had been unable to persuade Xinyu to eat. Yet this Taoist priestess managed to accomplish it in mere moments, which suggested she possessed some knowledge of child-rearing. If she could devise a strategy to make this priestess serve her, then surely Xinyu would obediently heed her words in the future. With this thought, she said, I have heard you hail from the Baiyun Temple? Indeed, Chen Shushu replied succinctly. Li Shuin nodded gently, and then signaled to Li Quan. Understanding her cue, Li Quan promptly placed 300 taels of silver notes before Chen Shushu. Chuegu, this money is a donation from me for the good deeds of your temple. As long as you heed my words and serve me wholeheartedly in the future, such generous sums will continually flow into your Baiyun temple. Are you willing to accept it? Living in Bianjing with limited funds, Chen Shushu found herself in need of a significant amount of silver for her rented residence. Li Shuin's offer was indeed timely, alleviating her urgent financial predicament. Moreover, for years prior, she had intrusively meddled between her and Shen Shiyuan, standing by the side of that unfaithful man and subjecting her to harsh ridicule. Although she had no desire to entangle herself further with such wretched individuals, now that they had presented themselves, she would take the opportunity. She intended to return the pain they had inflicted upon her tenfold. As for Shen Shiyuan, neither he nor anyone else would escape her reckoning. This humble nun thanks you, Mississippi. She accepted the silver notes without hesitation, tucking them into her ample robe.
Li Quan,
observing her eagerness to accept money, disdainfully glared at Chen Shushu before turning to Li Shuin. Cousin, can we truly trust someone so easily swayed by money? Chen Shushu regarded him with cold eyes, secretly plotting her own schemes. This sycophant's arrogance would not be overlooked. Li Steward, what nonsense are you spouting? I have a fondness for straightforward individuals like Chuegu. Chuegu, consider me your friend. With a bright smile, she suddenly turned and commanded, Follow me inside. I have something delightful to show you. Chen Shushu obediently followed her inside. Li Shuin immediately pointed to the wooden table and gestured with her chin. Behold. This is the delightful item you will serve to the young master. First, you must taste it. Chen Shushu looked down to see a translucent white cup filled with a rich brown liquid. The liquid resembled melted amber, deep and unfathomable, with beads condensing on the walls of the cup and fine bubbles rising like melting snow. A delicate fragrance of cinnamon mingled with cloves wafted up, invigorating the senses. After observing this exotic concoction for a moment, Chen Shushu furrowed her brow and asked, "What is this?" Chapter 42. The Marriage. Li Shuin relished the astonished expressions of these ancient individuals at her modern innovations. After all, she hailed from an advanced era where robots could even replace humans in courtship. With a flick of her mind, these antiquated souls would surely be left in awe of her genius. Just wait. Once she successfully becomes the general's wife, she would fully utilize her modern knowledge, bringing the entire Tianqin under her control. At that time, Shen Shiwan would undoubtedly worship her and seek her favor. It is called cola. This delicacy is my carefully crafted brew. If you can coax the young master to drink even a sip, I will consider your task complete. Cola was a coveted item among modern children, and the last time Shen Yu had tasted her milk tea, he had shown her a hint of fondness.
Now,
if he could just have a sip of cola, he would surely change his mind, forgive her, and grow close to her once more. From the victorious gleam in Li Shuin's eyes, Chen Shushu discerned her satisfaction with this beverage named cola. It seemed the flavor and texture were indeed exquisite. However, she looked at Li Shuin, slightly puzzled. "Miss, if such a treasure exists, why not present it to the young master yourself?"
Li Shuin,
gazing at the woman who revealed only her eyes, snorted disdainfully. "The young master is preoccupied with thoughts of his ill-intentioned mother and is reluctant to grow close to me, which is precisely why I have you deliver it to him. However, while I have you present this brew, the credit for this exquisite beverage shall be mine. You are merely a vessel for its delivery, understood?" Li Shuin was fearful that Cui Gu would take credit for her cola in front of Shen Shiyuan. "Understood, naturally," Chen Shushu replied, her eyes curving into a smile, a flicker of darkness passing through them as she proposed. "However, miss, since you possess this fine brew, why should the young master be the only one to taste it?" "What do you mean?" Li Shuin excitedly inquired, sensing the cleverness in her eyes. She needed a strategist in this world, and this enigmatic priestess seemed to possess a keen intellect. "I have heard that distinguished guests have arrived in the front courtyard. If this exquisite brew could be offered to them, would it not hasten your ascension to the position of General's wife? You are not only perceptive, but also quite clever."
Li Shuin exclaimed, "Delicta."
Today, she and her father had summoned Shen Shiyuan's aunt, the Grand Princess of Tianqin, to the general's residence to finalize her engagement. Furthermore, the Grand Princess had always been enchanted by her various novel creations. If she were to offer cola to them, her marriage prospects would become almost certain. The Grand Princess had a close relationship with the Emperor. If she could leverage the Grand Princess to obtain an imperial decree for her marriage to Shen Shiyuan, then he could not possibly refuse. With this thought in mind, she eagerly set about making more cola. Chen Shushu watched her busy, blissful figure, an icy smile passing through her heart. Soon enough, she would no longer be smiling. She delicately lifted the glass containing the exquisite concoction known as cola, examining it for a moment before addressing Li Shuin in a hushed tone. "Miss, that poor nun has already presented this delightful brew to the young master. If he enjoys it, you may personally offer him some later." "Certainly." "You should coax the young master into drinking it, and then inform him that this is the brew crafted by his dear mother, Enin. I will prepare more cola shortly, and bring it directly to him." "Understood." Chen Shushu responded softly, casting a glance at the watchful Li Quan as she exited the room. "Li Steward, since the young lady has concocted such an astonishing beverage, ought you not to promptly report this to the general and his companions, so that esteemed guests may partake and evaluate it?" Li Shuin was quite confident in her cola creation, having meticulously followed modern procedures, leaving no room for error. Upon hearing Chen Shushu's instructions to Li Quan, she seized the opportunity to showcase her talents before Shen Shuryan and the others, urging him with a stern expression. "Why are you not hurrying along? From now on, the words of Master Cui are my intentions. We must not delay." She felt a warm surge of excitement at encountering someone as perceptive and like-minded as Cui Gu in this ancient setting. "Very well." Li Quan, eager to make an impression before the distinguished figures, hastily made his way to the front hall. At this moment in the front hall, Princess Xiaolan sat regally. with Shen Yuan and Li Fuan seated beside her, while Li Qinghui and Xin Shiyan occupied the opposite side. My son, have you taken your aunt's words to heart? She believes that Yining is the perfect match for you. I propose we set a wedding date within the next few days. In the past few days, while recuperating, Li Shuin had endeared herself to Princess Xiaolan in the palace. The princess held her in high regard due to the unique perfume she had crafted for her, along with several other ingenious inventions, which is why she had come today with her father and Xin Yuan, eager to facilitate the union between her nephew and Li Shuin. Indeed, Ian, you and Yining have grown up together, forming a deep bond. If it were not for Chen Shushu's interference back then, you might already have several children by now. Since you both share mutual affection, let us not delay any longer and choose a date for your marriage. Li Fuan had long awaited their union, believing it should have been realized 7 years ago. Had it not been for Chen Shushu's untimely appearance in Xin Shiyan's arms, he would never have been forced to marry her, and his daughter would not have been delayed until now. Hearing Li Fuan's veiled criticism of Chen Shushu, Xin Shiyan felt a sense of unease. Uncle, do not presume to judge matters between Chen Shushu and myself. You ought to exercise caution in your words. His relationship with Chen Shushu was not one of her stealing his love. At most, she had intentionally drawn his attention. Ultimately, it was his own heart that had been captivated by her. If the past were to be scrutinized, it would be he who had wronged her. Li Fuan was left speechless by his unyielding response, feeling as if he were sitting on pins and needles, before furtively casting a glance at Li Qinghui.
Li Qinshui,
understanding the tension, quickly interjected, scolding Xin Shiyan with a reproachful glance. Marriage has always been a matter of parental arrangement and matchmaking. Ian, you must heed your parents. Your first marriage was a result of your disobedience, leading to an ill-suited union with Chen Shushu. Now that you are single after 4 years, having not even taken a concubine, it is time to consider the future. With only one child, the Shun family lacks sufficient heirs. Yining is well-educated and refined. Once she becomes the mistress of the general's household, she will surely be virtuous and capable, providing for the expansion of the Shun family. Do not delay any further. Your aunt is present today to witness this, and the middle of this month is an auspicious date. Let us set your wedding date today, and you shall marry in the middle of the month. Seeing that Li Qinghui had finally struck a chord, Li Fuan's eyes lit up with excitement as he turned to Xin Shiyan. Chapter 43. Venting Frustration. Xin Shiyan's gentle demeanor gradually darkened, a cold glimmer flickering in his eyes as he spoke softly. Mother, are you unwilling to listen to my wishes? Who I choose to marry, how many I wish to marry, and when I decide to wed are matters for me to contemplate as an adult. Please refrain from interfering further. You obstinate child. Your mother is merely concerned about your marriage. How can that be seen as interference? Li Qinghui regarded him with displeasure. At 24, you should no longer make excuses to procrastinate. I insist you provide me with a definitive answer today. When will you marry Yining? She has waited for you all these years. A young woman's youth is fleeting, and you cannot remain without a wife or concubine forever. As she pressed him, Princess Xiaolan began to fidget, furrowing her brow at Xin Shiyan. Ian, you are a general of the realm. Although you recently retired from battle, the neighboring states are ever watchful, and you may find yourself in peril once again. It is essential to have more heirs to ensure the continuation of the Shun family line. Xin Shiyan, growing increasingly impatient, replied with a stiff expression. Having you is sufficient for me.
Ha!
Xiaolan could not suppress a laugh. One child is hardly enough. The more heirs, the better. Just look at the emperor with his 20-odd children. Even if you do not desire that many, surely you ought to aim for at least 7 or 8. Xin Shiyan reminded her coolly. Aunt, my family does not have a throne to inherit. Xiaolan shot him a reproachful glance. Even without a throne, you hold a significant portion of the realm's power. Your responsibilities are immense. A talent such as yourself should certainly produce more offspring to propagate the excellent traits of the Shen lineage. Realizing he had attended a coercive matchmaking event, Xin Shiyan regretted his presence. Noticing his continued resistance, Xiaolan's eyes flickered with intrigue. Is your reluctance to marry due to a lack of affection for Yining? If that is the case, I can certainly assist you in finding a suitable young lady from a prominent family within the palace. What do you think? Understanding that refusal would lead to relentless nagging from his elders, particularly from Li Shuin, he nodded slightly. Aunt, I leave it in your hands. In the end, he would not be compelled to accept someone he found unsuitable. Very well. Rest assured, I shall bring you good news in a few days. Everyone present reacted to Xiaolan's statement with a change in demeanor, their expressions darkening in unison. Li Fuan, in particular, felt disheartened, realizing that his daughter had not yet been married off and now had a host of rivals to contend with. What misfortune had he brought upon himself? Li Qingwei also felt displeased. In her mind, Li Shuin had always been her ideal daughter-in-law. Yet, with her son and the princess in agreement, any further objections from her would only make her appear unappealing, so she remained silent. At worst, her son could choose another young lady from a prominent family, allowing Yining to serve as a concubine. Listening to Xiaolan, Shen Yuan exhibited a rare smile of satisfaction. "Thank you for your concern, Your Highness. If you can indeed find a young lady of impeccable manners and virtues for Ayan, the Shen family will undoubtedly express their gratitude." In truth, he had never supported the idea of Li Shuin marrying into the general's household as the mistress. Although Chen Shushu's background was not a match for his son, she at least possessed grace and propriety, making her somewhat presentable. In contrast, Li Shuin, relying on her connection as his wife's niece, often acted with impudence and a lack of refinement. She called her boldness straightforwardness, but in his eyes, she was simply lacking in intellect and awareness. How could such a person fulfill the role of a worthy wife to a general from a noble family? I fear that if Chen Shushu were to marry her, he would only bring a jealous woman into the family, causing unrest in the Shen household. The room fell into an abrupt silence due to Shen Yuan's words. Each person lost in their own thoughts. Li Fuan increasingly felt that he had made a blunder today. Just as he was about to reminisce with Chen Shushu about his childhood bonds with Li Shuin, Li Quan rushed in, flustered. With a thud, he knelt and greeted everyone. Finally turning to Chen Shushu, "General, the young lady has mentioned that the sun is particularly harsh today, making the heat unbearable. Coincidentally, Her Royal Highness, the Princess, has graced the Shen residence with her presence. She has specially prepared some refreshing delicacies to alleviate the summer heat, and invites everyone to the young master's pavilion to taste them." Upon hearing this, Li Fuan was immediately delighted. He began to praise her daughter. "Your Highness, Yining has always been exceptionally creative and skillful. The item she has prepared today must surely be of the highest quality. Shall we go take a look?"
Xiaolan,
Having witnessed Li Shuin's thoughtful nature, also felt a sense of anticipation regarding her concoctions. She nodded slowly, saying, "Very well, it just so happens that I, too, am feeling parched. Let us go and see." Under Li Quan's guidance, the group swiftly made their way to Shen Yu's pavilion. Chen Shushu pondered the fact that the Taoist priestess was currently attending to Shen Yu, and now Li Shuin was hastily rushing over. He wondered if this might provoke Shen Yu again. Contemplating this, he furrowed his brow and followed towards the pavilion. After leaving the side hall, Chen Shushu did not head directly to Shen Yu's room with a cola. Instead, she made her way to the pavilion where rare herbs were stored. She had often frequented this place, having spent many a day there to relieve the monotony of the Shua pavilion. Thus, she was well acquainted with the layout, the guards, and the placement of various herbs. She quickly navigated through the herb pavilion, skillfully avoiding the guards and maids, and successfully retrieved several special medicinal powders. With the kolo in hand, she swiftly departed. "Mother, what is that you have? Is it something you made for me to drink?" Upon entering Shen Yu's room, he noticed her holding a cup of peculiar-colored beverage, and curiosity surged within him. Chen Shushu gently shook her head. "No, this is from Li Shuin." Upon hearing this, Shen Yu's expression immediately changed. "I one tea drinker concoction. She might poison me. Li Shuin does not like me, and every time we are together, it feels as if she is wearing a mask. I can sense it." Chen Shushu chuckled softly. "Of course, your mother would never let you drink something of dubious origin from her. However," she added, "in order to ensure that wicked woman stays away from you, you must help your mother put on a little act." "All right, no problem. Mother, I want that wicked woman to receive her comeuppance. I want her to embarrass herself in public, and I need your assistance with something." Shen Yu thought that merely dissuading the wicked woman was insufficient. He wanted his father to see her true nature clearly. Seeing her son plead with such a pitiful tone, Chen Shushu could not refuse. Now that Shen Yu's temperament had improved considerably, she would do her utmost to support anything beneficial to his well-being. Moreover, she had indeed planned to teach Li Shuin a lesson today. She was willing to do anything to avenge her son. "Of course. How would you like your mother to assist you?" Shen Yu suddenly sat up, whispering something into her ear. Chen Shushu nodded. "That's simple. Your mother already possesses it, and I shall give it to you." As she spoke, She retrieved a porcelain vial from her small satchel and handed it to Xinyu. "Thank you, mother." Just as they were sharing laughter, the door suddenly creaked open and a gaze fell upon Chen Shushu. "Madam, you have finally returned." Chuanxiang had just overheard the mother-son exchange at the door, and upon seeing Chen Shushu's familiar eyes, she immediately closed the door with a clap and rushed toward her, full of excitement. "I missed you so much." She knelt at Chen Shushu's feet. The memories of the 3 years spent in the manor, sharing joys and hardships with Chuanxiang, caused Chen Shushu's eyes to grow misty. "Chuanxiang, rise. How have you fared all these years?" she inquired, gazing at the tearful girl. Chuanxiang nodded through her tears. "I have been well, madam, but I have missed you dearly. Ever since you left the General's residence, I feel as though there is no hope left for me here. Now that you have returned, I am as joyful as young master." Chen Shushu smiled and exchanged pleasantries with Chuanxiang. At this moment, she needed a pair of unassuming hands to assist her in dealing with Li Xuan. Chuanxiang was indeed quite suitable. She took Chuanxiang's hand and suddenly asked, "Chuanxiang, do you wish for the young lady to become the mistress of the general's residence?" Chuanxiang shook her head vigorously. "Of course not, madam. You have no idea. Since your departure, that young lady has become increasingly arrogant, running rampant in the general's residence. Anyone even slightly familiar with you has been driven out under pretenses. I was only spared because I pleaded with the general. Moreover, she mistreated young master. When he was just over a year old, and the general was away, she refused to feed him. That woman is truly despicable if she becomes the mistress. I fear for both young master and myself." Chen Shushu knew that Li Xuan was a jealous person, but she had not anticipated her to be so malicious. To be so cruel towards a 1.5-year-old child. Surely Xinyu's speech impediment was not unrelated to her. With this thought, she embraced Xinyu tightly and looked at Chuanxiang. "I will settle the score with Li Xuan in due time. However, Chuanxiang, shortly, Li Xuan will come here to flaunt her exclusive delicacies. I need you to assist me with something." Chuanxiang nodded eagerly. "I am willing. As long as it benefits young master and you, I would gladly do anything." "Good." Chen Shushu nodded gently and handed Chuanxiang the medicinal powders she had just retrieved from the herb pavilion, whispering a few instructions to her. Once Chuanxiang had listened attentively, she nodded seriously. "Madam, rest assured, I will ensure everything goes flawlessly." Having concluded their discussion, it was not long before Li Quan arrived with a throng of people at Xinyu's room. Once inside, Xiaolon immediately approached Xinyu, playfully engaging him. In contrast, Xinyu wore a dark expression, seemingly unwelcoming to these unexpected guests. Chen Shushu maintained her dignified demeanor, standing decorously at the side of the bed with her head slightly bowed. Shen Shiyan's gaze flicked over to her, noting her calmness. He felt a twinge of fatigue and withdrew his gaze. Perhaps it was merely a fleeting curiosity. He must have been bewitched by Chen Shushu, which is why he thought the Taoist priestess resembled her. Upon reflection, he remembered that during their recent close encounter, the strong fragrance of sandalwood from the Taoist priestess was quite distinct, unlike the subtle scent of magnolia that lingered around Chen Shushu. He could easily detect it whenever he was near her, a fragrance that seemed etched into his very being, impossible to forget or confuse. "Greetings, Aunt." His drifting thoughts were abruptly anchored back by Li Xuan's cheerful voice. His gaze shifted between Li Xuan and the Taoist priestess, unable to resist the allure of the latter. How curious. Why did he keep thinking of Chen Shushu today? Whenever he looked at the Taoist, memories of Chen Shushu resurfaced, an inescapable shadow that stirred an inexplicable restlessness within him. "Cousin, do you think it is good?" In a moment of distraction, he was unaware of what Li Xuan had discussed with everyone. At this moment, she approached him with a charming smile, almost as if she wished to nestle against him while speaking. He slightly cooled his expression, glancing at the exceedingly boisterous woman, questioning, "What is it?" "I have been tirelessly crafting delightful treats for you these past few days, and today I finally completed them. I wish for you and Aunt to savor them together. What do you think?" Seeing that he had been momentarily captivated by the serene Taoist nun, Li Xuan felt her heart boil with frustration. Why did Xin Shiyan hold such regard for a nun, yet treat her with indifference? What made her inferior to those foolish ancient women? If that nun dared to use her wiles to entice Xin Shiyan, she would surely tear her face apart. Despite her anger, she patiently reiterated her thoughts to him. "What is this?" Shen Shiyan had grown accustomed to her whimsical ideas. Initially intrigued by her rebellious nature, his interest waned upon learning of some of her deeds.
Li Shuyin.
While possessing a modicum of cleverness compared to her childhood self, was still considered somewhat lacking. He found her current noisy demeanor far less appealing than the endearing child she once was.
Coke.
That's it. Li Shuyin pointed toward the doorway. And Chen Shushu beheld a small glass jar, sparkling like crystal, filled with a brown liquid. What could this be? His cool, peach blossom eyes narrowed slightly. It's a delightful drink to cool off in the heat. Ayen, do not fret about questioning it. Shuyin is always skillful. We all know this. Let us hasten to taste it with the princess, Li Qinghui cheerfully declared, instructing Chuanxiang, fetch porcelain cups to serve this exquisite brew. Yes, Chuanxiang obediently nodded, but as she turned, she exchanged a secretive glance with Chen Shushu, subtly nodding before approaching the small barrel. She stirred the contents with a ladle, then took the porcelain cups from Li Quan and served the concoction to the noble guests present. Xiaolan and Li Qinghui did not hesitate to down a cup, exclaiming the flavor was exceptional, feeling immensely refreshed, and eagerly requesting a second cup. Hearing the praise, Li Fuan immediately drank it all, turning to Li Shuyin with a proud expression. My daughter, this icy drink is truly delightful. You have done well today. Watching her father's approving thumbs up, a smile threatened to stretch across Li Shuyin's face. Foolish ancients, I added ice. Of course, it is refreshing. These primitive beings are astonishingly easy to deceive. Chen Shushu stood quietly to the side, observing Li Shuyin. Smile now, for soon you shall weep. Chapter 45, Framing. Cousin, uncle, why aren't you drinking?
Li Shuyin.
Brimming with confidence in her concoction, noticed some reluctance and dismissed them as unappreciative. Her brows furrowed with displeasure as she fixed her gaze on the two. Seeing that the princess had partaken, Shen Yuan felt compelled to drink to avoid public embarrassment, taking a symbolic sip. Li Shuyin observed him treat the drink as if it were poison, her dissatisfaction evident, yet she held her tongue, redirecting her gaze to Xinyu. He was the star of the day. She had painstakingly crafted this modern delight for children to win Xinyu's trust. If Chen Shushu refused to drink, Xinyu must not do so either. With this thought, she quickly approached Xinyu, pointing to the cola placed before him, smiling gently. You do take a sip. This cola is absolutely delicious. If it is not, your mother will kneel and bow to you. Hearing her shamelessly refer to herself as his mother made Xinyu feel nauseated, yet he maintained his composure. His typically expressionless face suddenly broke into a rare smile as he pointed at the cup and then at Li Shuyin.
Li Shuyin, bourgeois.
Wondered if the little one was inquiring if the cola was made by her. She promptly nodded. Yes, your mother made this specially for you. Please drink it quickly. Xinyu shook his head and repeated his previous gestures. Seeing Li Shuyin still puzzled, Chen Shushu could not help but whisper, Cousin, the young master is delicate. He cannot drink just anything. He wishes for you to drink it first. Oh, so this little rascal fears I would poison him? I am not so foolish as to poison him with my own creation. That would be as obvious as daylight. She internally scorned Xinyu countless times, yet still smiled as she lifted the first cup of specially crafted cola, drinking it down in a few gulps. Now, can you drink it without worry? She looked toward Xinyu. Xinyu smiled faintly, remaining silent.
Ah!
How itchy. Just then, after having consumed 3 cups of cola, Xiaolan suddenly let out a blood-curdling scream. Immediately, Li Qinghui and Li Fuan joined in the chorus of lamentations. I am itchy, as if stung by bees. Both painful and itchy. Help, fetch the physician. I am dying.
Li Qinshui wistake rafasa, ludli instructing Li Quan.
Everyone turned their gaze toward them, witnessing the 3 now frantically scratching at their bodies, their garments torn open. Particularly on Xiaolan's exquisite face, red, bumpy rashes appeared, clustering densely, creating a frightful sight. This palace is in agony. Where is the physician? Xiaolan commanded in a panic, writhing on her seat while glaring at Li Shuyin. What have you given us to drink? How dare you poison and plot against me? Yes, Shuyin. What on earth did you make? Hurry and bring out the antidote. You may have cost your aunt her life. Li Qinghui, unable to control her itching, had already rushed to the lacquer pillar of the room, desperately rubbing her back. Her face contorted with discomfort, covered in rashes, crying out in pain. Li Fuan, unable to contain his anger, rushed over and slapped the bewildered Li Shuyin hard. How dare you conspire against your own father, Li Shuyin? What have I done to deserve this? You wish to kill your own father? His eyes were bloodshot as he spoke, hastily tearing at his clothing, revealing his swollen, inflamed skin to the air. The cool breeze sent waves of pain through him, causing him to collapse to the ground, writhing in agony. Ah, how amusing it is to witness the comical demeanor of the three. Shunyu could no longer maintain his facade, bursting into laughter that shook his entire being, causing him to double over in mirth. The trio, momentarily engulfed in shame and anger, felt utterly humiliated. Li Xuan, clutching her swollen cheek, was subjected to Shunyu's merciless ridicule. She vehemently protested, exclaiming that someone had framed her and poisoned her drink. Indeed, it was so. Her voice rose in indignation as her gaze swiftly scanned the gathering, ultimately landing on Chuanxiang, who stood in a corner. Having narrowly escaped death previously, she resolved that this time, Chuanxiang must take the fall. Pointing an accusatory finger, she declared, "It is her, this wretched servant. She was the only one who had access to my exquisite brew, and she intends to harm her mistress by deliberately poisoning me." In her fervor, she rushed toward Li Qinghui and Li Fuan, desperately asserting her innocence. "Aunt, father, I have always been filial and respectful toward you. How could I ever think of poisoning you? It is Chuanxiang. Last time, she was caught stealing URS pastries, and she has held a grudge since, seeking revenge by poisoning my drink. It is she who has caused you harm." She commanded, "Seize this malicious servant and drag her out to be beaten to death." Li Qinghui, upon hearing this, fixed a furious glare at Chuanxiang, issuing orders. At that moment, Ling Feng, accompanied by the physician, hurriedly arrived. Seeing Chuanxiang about to be cruelly dragged away by the guards, he swiftly interposed, pushing them aside, declaring, "Make way. The physician is here." Physician Zhang first attended to Xiaolongjin, then examined Li Qinghui and Li Fuan in turn. After careful deliberation, he retrieved a bottle of anti-itch medicine from his medical box and hastily administered it to the three, alleviating their symptoms of itching and pain. With a grave expression, the physician then wrote out a prescription and handed it to them. Chen Shushu took the prescription first, glancing at it with a raised brow before meeting Li Xuan's gaze. Li Xuan, feeling the weight of his cold stare, could no longer suppress her grievances. She had not intended harm. However, she was not one to passively accept her fate. Upon witnessing the relief of the three, she aggressively approached Chuanxiang, who was trembling on the ground. "You vile servant! How dare you poison the esteemed princess and ruin my exquisite drink, leading to my unjust accusations? You must be tired of living. Today, I will ensure your demise." The concoction she had created could not possibly be at fault. It was Chuanxiang who sought vengeance against her. Yet, she was not naive. Chuanxiang was too inexperienced to outmaneuver her. She directed her furious gaze toward Xiaolon, asserting, "Your Highness, this treacherous servant should be executed immediately. Otherwise, she will eventually bring ruin to her mistress. Your servant is innocent. I have no idea what the young lady is saying. Please, esteemed masters, see reason." Chuanxiang pleaded, tears brimming in her eyes as she knelt on the ground. Still daring to argue? Drag her out and beat her until she admits her guilt. Xiaolon was already infuriated. She had a host of suitors in her chamber, and if her stunning beauty were to be marred, how could she, the esteemed princess, continue to live joyfully? She must have the one who sought her harm executed today. Wait! Just as Chuanxiang was about to be taken away, Chen Shushu unexpectedly interjected. Holding a feather duster, she slowly approached the princess, respectfully stating, "Your Highness's discomfort has merely mitigated slightly. It has not been eradicated. In your haste to execute Chuanxiang, do you not wish to ascertain the nature of the poison you have been afflicted with? What remedy is required to expel it?" In Chapter 46, The Clown. Do you know? Seeing a mysterious Taoist nun speaking, Xiaolan's anger lessened slightly, tinged with a hint of reverence. "What poison have I been subjected to?" Chen Shushu slightly raised her clear gaze, about to speak when Li Xuan swiftly approached her, a gleeful expression on her face as she grasped her hand, saying, "Cui Gu, you were present when I prepared the drink. You can attest that I did not poison it, can you not? Moreover, the cup of cola given to you passed through your hands the longest. If someone had deliberately poisoned it, you would be suspect as well." Li Xuan felt an unsettling anxiety within, so securing an ally was essential. Moreover, she perceived the Taoist nun to be shrewd enough to devise a means to validate their innocence. Chen Shushu, meeting Li Xuan's anxious gaze, smiled reassuringly and said, "Of course, it is impossible for the young lady to have poisoned this exquisite brew. If she had, would you not have also drunk it yourself? At her words, Li Shuin felt emboldened, turning to Xiaolan. Indeed, Your Highness, what this Taoist nun says is true. I could not possibly poison my own drink. The culprit is Chuanxiang. Xiaolan's face was still flushed and stinging, her skeptical gaze sweeping over Li Shuin before narrowing upon Chuanxiang. To dare poison and harm one's mistress. Such a servant deserves to be torn apart by horses. Xiaolan's eyes glared fiercely at the trembling Chuanxiang. Chen Shushu interjected again. Your Highness, please remain calm. There was no poison mixed into this exquisite brew. The physician has just examined it, has he not? The physician, with a compassionate heart, did not wish to unjustly condemn Chuanxiang to death, stepped forward and nodded. As this Taoist nun stated, there are no traces of poison found in the brew. Then why are we suffering from redness, pain, and unbearable itching? Based on your symptoms, it seems to be an allergic reaction, the physician pondered. What nonsense are you spouting? All the ingredients I used in the preparation are beneficial to the body and have been scientifically tested. How could they cause an allergy? You, a quack doctor, are merely speaking nonsense. Do you not believe that the princess can have your teeth pulled out at this very moment? Faced with Li Shuin's intimidation, the physician immediately bowed his head, too fearful to offer further explanations. Everyone was aware that Li Shuin would likely become the future matriarch of the Shen family, especially as she was favored in front of the matriarch. How could a mere physician dare to offend her? Sanke, what allergy? Speak the truth, and do not be evasive. Chen Shushu observed that the physician was hesitant due to Li Shuin's fury and was preparing to deceive them. He could not abide such trickery under his nose. His voice was heavy as he turned his gaze to Ling Feng. Ling Feng understood and immediately returned the cola to Physician Zhang, sternly instructing, Physician Zhang, examine it thoroughly. If you dare to deceive the masters with falsehoods, you will be beaten out of the house at best, or executed at worst. Do you understand? Zhang Ke trembled as he held the cola, quickly lowering his eyes, feigning to taste the drink. He had realized the issue from the beginning, but had not dared to speak. Now, under the scrutiny of all, especially Chen Shushu's icy demeanor, he nervously confessed, this brew was originally non-toxic and would not cause an allergy. It must be that the young lady, in her preparation, fearing a bland taste, added an excessive amount of perilla powder. Perilla contains volatile oils. When consumed in excess, it can irritate the skin and cause allergic reactions. You lie. How could I possibly have added too much?
Li Shuin exclaimed in alarm.
She was well aware of modern practices and had only added a few milligrams. Could it be that the dosage in modern times differed from that of ancient times? She felt a sense of dread creeping in, yet maintained an air of righteousness. Glaring at Physician Zhang. At this moment, Chen Shushu smiled gently, her expression serious as she interjected, the physician speaks the truth. An overdose of perilla powder can indeed cause skin rashes, itching, and pain. In severe cases, it may lead to systemic deterioration and even death. Fortunately, Your Highness and the esteemed ones were able to detect it in time, preventing any life-threatening consequences. Chen Shushu, with her calm and subdued voice, meticulously completed the unfinished words of the court physician. From the terrified eyes of Li Shuin, which she desperately tried to mask, she discerned that Li still did not fully comprehend the nature of the perilla powder. Therefore, she deliberately intensified her tone. As Li Shuin listened, her face turned an alarming shade of white, contorted in anguish. She racked her mind for any errors in the preparation, convinced there were none. She vigorously shook her head, unable to restrain her protests. It is impossible. I merely added a hint of flavor. It cannot be excessive. Someone must have added something later. In her fervor, she sought to shift the blame onto Chuanxiang, only to be coldly interrupted by Xiaolan, who stated, everyone makes mistakes. But your excessive addition is merely a reflection of your lack of skill. Yet, instead of acknowledging this, how can you brazenly deny it? This concoction was entirely your doing from start to finish, and you prepared the materials yourself. Crafting such an unexpected brew has always been your forte. You cannot claim all credit for its success, and then lay the blame on others when misfortune strikes. Previously, she had believed Li Shuin to be a clever woman with a quick wit, but her recent actions had led her to view her as a foolish jester, one who merely deflected blame in times of trouble. Your Highness, please calm your anger. Chen Shushu stepped forward at an opportune moment, slightly bowing as her gaze flickered to the remnants of cola powder in the cup, her lips parting with feigned seriousness. From my observations, aside from the excessive addition of perilla powder, The powder itself is problematic. What? Xiaoluan was taken aback once more. Chen Shushu, who had been observing silently, finally spoke. His voice low yet authoritative, clarified this matter. Chen Shushu approached the large glass vessel, scooping up the sediment beneath the cola with a spoon, bringing it to her nose for a gentle sniff before presenting it to the court physician. Please examine this sediment. Is it merely common perilla powder? The physician hastily took it, pinching a bit of powder between his fingers for closer inspection. Moment latte. He could not suppress a flush of embarrassment as he looked at Chen Shushu, his gaze laden with implications. Your Highness, this is not simple perilla powder. It is mixed with epimedium. The revelation stunned the entire assembly. Everyone present, except for Li Xuan, was aware of what epimedium signified. Chapter 47, The Consequences. Li Xuan sensed the unease in the expressions around her, especially in Chen Shushu's cold gaze, which pierced her like a knife, furrowing her delicate brows. She mentally replayed the term epimedium, her mind racing to recall the knowledge she had previously acquired. What were they speaking of? Observing her troubled and confused demeanor, Chen Shushu understood that Li was utterly lost regarding the physician's words, a conclusion she had anticipated. Epimedium was widely regarded as a forbidden substance in the market. She had only come to know of it during her earlier days foraging for herbs in the mountains. Today, she had no intention of using this drug to frame Li. But upon encountering it in the apothecary, she realized that merely attributing the issue to an allergic reaction would not suffice to teach Li a profound lesson. Li Xuan's concern was for Chen Shushu. Having him wrongfully accuse her and express anger toward her would cut her deeply. Thus, she decided to add an extra ingredient to the brew. With a fleeting glance of disdain, she addressed Li before she could voice her confusion. Epimedium is a warm-natured herb, renowned for its aphrodisiac properties. Hence, when the esteemed guests consumed the perilla powder mix with it, it swiftly triggered allergic reactions in their bodies.
What?
The combination of these two substances results in adverse effects. Suddenly, clarity dawned upon everyone present, understanding Li Xuan's intent. She had aimed at Chen Shushu, but had not anticipated the excess of perilla powder, leading to an unfortunate outcome. Li Qinghui, equally astonished and perplexed, tugged at her collar, her expression displaying rare anger as she could no longer restrain herself from rebuking Li Xuan. Yining, has not your aunt been discussing your marriage with Ian? Even if you are anxious, you must not resort to such despicable tactics against Ian. Epimedium may invigorate the kidneys and enhance vitality, yet it is extremely detrimental to the body. Yining, have you lost your senses? Although Li Qinghui typically favored her, the memory of Li Xuan's previous intimidation of her eldest grandson with a dagger now haunted her. This latest scheme to ensnare her own son made her feel that Li had grown overly impatient and reckless, lacking sound judgment. I did not, aunt.
Li Xuan exclaimed.
Her face a mask of grievance as she stepped back, her eyes wide with disbelief. I truly did not intend to scheme against my cousin. Silence. Chen Shushu, no longer willing to entertain her words, interjected. Seeing his icy countenance, it was evident he was furious. Li Xuan understood his limits and had refrained from employing such underhanded tactics over the years to win his favor. But how could such a substance find its way into her cola? The more she pondered, the more she felt something amiss. She took a few steps forward, firmly grasping Chen Shushu's arm, tears streaming down her cheeks, her expression one of desperate innocence. Cousin, you must believe me. I did not drug you. Someone is framing me. Chen Shushu regarded her with visible disdain, irritation etched across his features. That substance did not originate from you? He freed himself from her grasp, stepping back to create distance. Li Xuan's hands fell empty, her eyes darting around, realizing she had been set up. Once she discovered the identity of the person who had betrayed her, she vowed to make them pay dearly. With this thought in mind, she cast a quick, scornful glance around the room, finally landing her resentful gaze on Cui Gu. It was her, this mysterious Taoist priestess. She is the one who poisoned the drink and accused me unjustly. Cousin, consider this. If I were to drug you, I would have only given the cola to you alone. Why involve the princess and my aunt and father? Even in this critical moment, Li Xuan's wit remained intact as she stepped closer, gripping Chen Shushu's hand in her rebuttal. Upon hearing this, Chen Shushu turned his gaze to Cui Gu, a sharp glint in his eyes. Unfazed, Chen Shushu met his gaze steadfastly, nodding slightly. Your Highness, if you wish to cast blame, what recourse does a humble nun possess? Furthermore, I did not intend to offend the young lady. I merely spoke the truth. If you have any doubts, feel free to consult the court physician. She emphasized the word offend, insinuating that Li Xuan was acting out of shame and intentionally framing her. Zhang Ke, upon hearing this, began to perspire profusely. He was merely a healer. Why should he be embroiled in such intricate household disputes? With Chen Shushu's imposing presence looming over him, he had no choice but to speak the truth. Your Highness, the epimedium content in this brew is not overt. For an ordinary person, it poses no significant threat. This herb is primarily used among vigorous young men, particularly in brothels. Zhang Ke's words unmistakably reaffirmed the target of Li Xuan's actions. She found herself speechless, glaring furiously at Zhang Ke, unable to formulate a defense. Suddenly, a sharp pain coursed through her abdomen, followed by an overwhelming urge to purge. Realizing something was amiss, she clutched her stomach and dashed toward the door. Xiaolon, suspecting her attempt to evade responsibility, immediately commanded her attendants, "Stop her." Li Xuan was swiftly restrained by Xiaolan's guards, her face contorted in agony. "Aunt, I am experiencing considerable discomfort in my abdomen and urgently need to visit the restroom. I can no longer hold it in." Li Xuan, you have never complained before, yet now you seek excuses at the most inconvenient moment. I once regarded you as clever and astute, but now it appears you resort to petty tactics. How dare you obstruct me and my esteemed relatives merely to manipulate the circumstances surrounding Ayan's marriage to you? With your shallow and ignorant demeanor, how can you possibly bear the responsibilities of the matriarch of the general's household? Li Xuan could no longer comprehend her words, as she felt a warm liquid beginning to escape beneath her skirt. To avoid embarrassing herself in front of so many, she silently squeezed her legs together, holding her breath. Her face contorted in distress. "I was wrong, I understand my mistake. Today is entirely my fault, I accept it. I beseech you, Aunt, let me go quickly. I truly cannot wait any longer." Tears welled in her eyes as she pleaded desperately. Xiaolon noted her swift admission of guilt, yet perceived no sincerity in it. Just as she was about to speak further, an unmistakable sound erupted from Li Xuan's lower abdomen. Xinyu could not suppress his laughter. She had passed gas, and the odor was unbearable. The two guards closest to her, who were restraining her, were the first to suffer the consequences of her malodorous emissions. They immediately released her and retreated in disgust. Li Xuan's face turned crimson with humiliation. One hand covered her face, while the other clutched her skirt as she rushed out of the grand hall. Li Fuan, both mortified and furious, also felt discomfort throughout his body and quickly sought an excuse to pursue Li Xuan. Li Qinghui, feeling disgruntled, was vexed that her niece had caused such a scandal, dragging Xiaolon into it as well. She was undoubtedly infuriated. Suppressing her own burning pain, she intended to apologize to Li Xuan but saw the latter stand up in silence, fury etched across her face as she exited with her guards. Shen Yuan cast a sharp glare at the disoriented Li Qinghui before hastily following Xiaolon. Li Qinghui, embarrassed, turned to Chen Shushu, hoping to salvage the situation, but found his expression even darker than before, prompting her to leave in disappointment. Xinyu relished in Li Xuan's public disgrace, feeling a sense of satisfaction. He had secretly added a potent laxative to the soda he had given her, a triple dose that would keep her suffering for a week. Today, he had finally avenged himself and his mother. Chapter 48. Marry her. Chen Shushu observed the hastily retreating Li Xuan, feeling a flicker of relief after harboring resentment for 7 years. With Li Xuan's significant embarrassment, it seemed unlikely she would trouble the general's household for some time. This allowed her the opportunity to spend time with Yuer peacefully. As she contemplated this, a smile graced her lips. When she raised her gaze, she found Chen Shushu still in the room, scrutinizing her with an assessing glare. "Do you possess knowledge of medicine?" he asked coldly upon meeting her eyes. Chen Shushu noted the coldness in his usually amiable features, his expression now shrouded in frost and discontent. She surmised his irritation stemmed from his beloved's misstep, and his gaze upon her might indicate a desire to confront her over it. Clenching her fists discreetly, she nodded gently yes. "I have spent my youth traversing rural lands and have encountered epimedium. Today, I did not intend to expose the young lady's transgressions. It was merely a slip of the tongue. If the general wishes to question me, he should consider the facts." As her lengthy explanation unfolded, Chen Shushu seized upon her mention of rural lands. He recalled Chen Shushu had previously claimed to have grown up in such an environment, lacking parents and thus acquiring considerable life experience, including knowledge of herbal remedies. This recollection sparked a sense of familiarity within him, prompting him to reach out to remove the veil from her face. However, before he could act, Zhang Ke, fearing for his own life, abruptly knelt before Chen Shushu, believing he intended to harm the Taoist nun in retaliation for the young lady. General, while the young lady's actions were indeed wrongful, my intentions with the Taoist were never to expose her. Rest assured, we shall keep this matter confidential. You and the young lady remain an enviable pair. Undisturbed by this incident. What did you say? Chen Shushu interjected, taken aback by the implication that he and Li Shuin were an ideal match. His expression grew cold as he regarded Zhang Ke, confused, persisted. I meant to say that you and the young lady share a deep bond. Get out. Your salary will be halved this month. Chen Shushu interrupted, casting a sharp glance, prompting Zhang Ke to be pulled away by Ling Feng. The room fell silent, and Chen Shushu sensed she might be the next to face his ire. Quickly, she stepped closer to Shen Yu, affirming her position. General, I assure you, my care for the young master is upon the instruction of the third prince. I will not demand a single coin from you, and will refrain from commenting on matters concerning you and the young lady.
Ah, Shen Shushu chuckled lightly.
Do you hope for me to marry the young lady? Chen Shushu had always known of his affection for Li Shuin. His hesitation in marrying her was primarily due to Shen Yu's disapproval. Understanding this truth, she felt a twinge of bitterness at hearing him express intentions to wed that woman. Nonetheless, she masked her feelings with a smile, replying, the general is a paragon among men, and your deep affections for the young lady are commendable. If you could unite in marriage, it would indeed be a splendid affair. Her disdain for Li Shuin led her to wish against her becoming your stepmother. However, she feared that dismissing the heartless man might incite his vindictiveness. Fearing that her words would not sway his final decision, she recognized the futility of her arguments. After a moment of silence, Chen Shushu regarded her with an icy demeanor. Step aside. He was now certain that the Taoist and Chen Shushu were entirely different. Chen Shushu often imagined an inappropriate connection between herself and Li Shuin. If she were to hear of his intention to marry Li Shuin, she would surely not exhibit such calmness. His mind seemed muddled, equating a simple rural Taoist with the graceful and charming Chen Shushu. After dismissing the Taoist, he sat beside Shen Yu, gently patting his drooping head. You did not consume that concoction, did you? Hearing that Chen Shushu appeared genuinely intent on marrying Li Shuin shattered Shen Yu's composure. Disheartened by his apparent disdain for his mother, he turned away, curling himself into the blanket, his eyes devoid of light. Chen Shushu, witnessing Shen Yu's distress, felt a pang of sorrow. Unable to resist, she stepped forward to embrace him, only to have her wrist unexpectedly grasped by the man. Did you not understand my words? He asked coldly, surveying her with disdain. Instinctively, she attempted to withdraw her hand, but he remained transfixed on the mole at the corner of her eye, lost in thought. From Li Quan's perspective, their posture appeared to be one of intimacy, as if they were about to share a kiss. This Taoist had the audacity to seduce Chen Shushu, rendering her even more detestable than the alluring Chen Shushu. Despite all precautions, it was truly unexpected that someone would dare to approach Chen Shushu under the guise of a Taoist priestess. The audacity of that shameless person was infuriating. He glared at her, silently shifting his stance, ready to turn and inform Li Shuin of the situation. However, the previously intimate pair suddenly parted ways, both directing their gazes toward him. Chapter 49. Matchmaking. Chen Shushu was the first to address him. Li Guanjia, the nun still has matters that require your insight. Do not rush to leave. Today, he had indeed forgotten to deal with this sycophant, but now it was time to rectify that. Li Quan had already placed one foot outside the doorframe when he heard her voice, compelling him to turn back with a forced smile. Chen Shushu cast a penetrating glance at him, then straightened her posture to speak softly to Chen Shushu. General, the wine served to you and the young master was tainted with such lewd substances. This could not have been accomplished by a single individual's efforts. There must be an insider in this household. You must take care to guard against further schemes. Upon hearing this, Li Quan immediately knelt, his face betraying guilt. General, do not heed the nonsensical ramblings of this dubious nun. I have been loyal to you, unwavering for all these years. Chen Shushu smiled lightly. When did I imply that the insider was Li Guanjia? Li Quan's expression shifted dramatically, his eyes glaring at Chen Shushu with a menacing intensity. Li Quan was an old servant brought back from the palace by Xin Yuan, and he had had some previous rapport with him. Thus, over the years, Chen Shushu had turned a blind eye to his presence. However, upon reflecting on today's events and past occurrences, it was evident that Li Quan had been excessively attentive toward Li Shuin, so much so that one might mistake Li Shuin for his master. After a brief pause, Chen Shushu coldly regarded Li Quan. From now on, you shall clean the front courtyard and shall not step foot into the inner residence again.
At this,
Li Quan felt as though the sky had fallen. How could a steward be reduced to performing the menial tasks of a lowly servant? He shrank back, wishing to argue. But Chen Shushu's impatient tone interrupted him. The only reason you are still tasked with cleaning the courtyard is out of respect for your father. If you cannot fulfill this, seek another master elsewhere. Li Quan swallowed his protests, bowing his head in resignation. Yes. His face darkened as he swiftly departed. The humiliation he suffered today would surely be attributed to the nun. He would not let that woman go unpunished. The room fell silent once more. As Chen Shushu turned to comfort the turned-away Xinyu. Viewer, are you still upset with Li Shuin?
Xinyu paused, then nodded.
Do you dislike her? Previously, Chen Shushu had believed that Xinyu was indifferent toward everyone, but after observing him closely, he realized Xinyu harbored a particular aversion to Li Shuin. Especially when she was embarrassed, he could hardly contain his delight. It was time to consider whether to further allow Li Shuin access to him. Hearing his father's inquiry, Xinyu initially intended to ignore him, but then thought of his mother nearby. She must have been heartbroken upon hearing his father express intentions to marry Li Shuin. She would never forgive him now. Thus, he felt compelled to change his father's mind and mend his mother's heart. With this in mind, he abruptly sat up and looked at him. Father, Li Shuin put laxatives in that wine. She was certainly trying to harm me. Fortunately, I was clever. And she ended up suffering the consequences. She always tries to harm me. I do not like her at all. At his words, Chen Shushu's gaze darkened, and he gently patted Shenyu's small head. Rest assured, your father guarantees that she will not come near you again. This was precisely what Xinyu wanted to hear, his eyes lighting up with joy as he pressed further. Then, Father, does that mean she will not be my mother? Indeed. Chen Shushu nodded. Initially, he had allowed Li Shuin to be near Xinyu because she had saved him, but since Xinyu did not want her, he had no reason to keep her around. Can I have my own mother? Xinyu followed up eagerly. If his father agreed, he would reveal the truth about the nun's identity to him, and then find a way to reunite them. He wanted both his father and mother. Your own mother? Chen Shushu's mind briefly flashed to Chen Shushu's face, a mix of agitation and discomfort washing over him. After a moment of silence, he looked at Xinyu and smiled gently. You are, for now, focus on getting better. In the future, Taoist Gu will accompany you. With that, he stood, casually glancing at the nun, his expression unreadable as he commanded, Take good care of Yuor. He then strode out of the room. Once his figure had completely vanished from the doorway, Shenyu's expression fell. Mother, father is still angry with you and does not wish to bring you back. His father had previously claimed that his mother had irresponsibly abandoned him, hence his refusal to accept her. But Xinyu knew his mother was not that kind of person. His father must have misunderstood something. He was determined to uncover the truth. Chen Shushu understood that Chen Shushu was not truly angry. He simply did not favor her. Such matters could not be forced, and she did not wish to spend another lifetime with him. She sat by Xinyu's bedside and gently comforted him. It is all right. Whether your father and I are together or not, we both love you equally. Will you leave me, mother? Seeing her son's innocent and reluctant gaze, Chen Shushu suppressed the sorrow in her heart and shook her head. No, do not worry. Your mother will not leave you now. Even if one day I must depart, I will always love you. Hearing her words, Xinyu understood that she would eventually leave him. It was all his father's fault for forcing his mother away. He would find a way to prevent her from leaving again. Are you hungry? Mother will make you something to eat. Xinyu nodded. I'll go with you. I can help. You are truly obedient. Chen Shushu took his small hand, and together they went to the kitchen to prepare pastries. As Chen Shushu stepped outside, a heavy fog still shrouded his heart. He looked up at the setting sun, Xinyu's words echoing in his mind. He wanted his own mother. For Xinyu's sake, he ought to bring Chen Shushu back to his side. Especially since she seemed to have changed, suddenly showing great affection for Xinyu. Yet, he could not help but draw out the heart-shaped lock. Continuing to entangle himself with Chen Shushu might lead him to repeat past mistakes. Moreover, she had borne a child with another, and she would undoubtedly be unwilling to return to him. Gazing at the character Ju, his agitation grew. Suddenly, his eyes caught sight of Yunxiu Tea House. He recalled that Chen Shushu had secretly met with that pale-faced scholar several times there. On the surface, this tea house appeared to be a pure place for tea. But in reality, it served as an underground intelligence station for the Yuan faction. Thus, the scholar and the tea house must have some unspoken connection. With this thought, a cold smile crept across his lips as he turned to Ling Feng. Let us go inside and take a look. Chapter 50. That year. Upon entering the hall, it was filled with guests. Chen Shushu and Ling Feng found an inconspicuous corner, and the waiter attending them was Lu Qi. Having followed Xie Tingwei for many years, he naturally recognized Chen Shushu. Esteemed guest, here are our tea selections. May I inquire what you two would like to drink? Lu Qi said, handing them a menu. But his eyes discreetly scrutinized Chen Shushu. From the moment they entered, his young master had been observant, which prompted him to send Lu Qi to probe the situation. Chen Shushu did not take the menu, merely stating, "Bring a pot of jiulu bai." 6 and 7 paused for a moment before responding, "I apologize, but our establishment only serves tea." "Is that so?" Chen Shushu casually glanced, signaling Ling Feng with his eyes. Ling Feng understood immediately and placed a silver ingot before the waiter. "My master desires a drink. Even if you do not have it, you must send someone to procure it. Do you truly think we would deprive you of a single coin?" 6 and 7, feeling a surge of irritation and an impulse to dismiss them, caught a glimpse of a figure in blue on the second floor who subtly nodded at him, compelling him to accept the silver ingot. "Very well, please wait a moment." After seeing 6 and 7 leave with the coin, Ling Feng expressed his confusion. "Master, if you wish to drink, we could easily go to a tavern. Why waste the silver here?" "Interesting," Chen Shushu replied leisurely, his long, pale fingers tapping the table softly, tilting his head slightly. It was then that Ling Feng realized a gaze from above had been secretly observing them. He deliberately dropped his sword to the ground, bending down to retrieve it, and upon raising his gaze, he recognized the person standing on the second floor. In a hushed tone, he remarked, "It is the scholar you instructed us to investigate last time." At that moment, he understood the true reason behind his master's visit for a drink: jealousy. It appeared that the general still harbored feelings for his former wife, even after their separation, and was subtly manifesting his envy. Indeed, the last time they were in the carriage, they had caused quite a stir, and the possibility of rekindling their relationship was significant. "What have you discovered?" Chen Shushu, enduring the piercing gaze, recalled the lengths to which this individual had gone to defend Chen Shushu. He had initially thought the man was merely a destitute scholar arriving in the capital for the imperial examinations, but that was evidently not the case. This individual had noticed Chen Shushu's presence the moment he entered and had concealed himself to observe him. A troubling thought slowly emerged in his mind. "I did not uncover anything particularly noteworthy, which is why I did not dare to report back to you." Ling Feng lowered his head, feigning guilt. "Huh? What use is it to keep you?" Facing the man whose eyes were filled with an icy frost, Ling Feng hastily added, "This scholar is called Tingwei. For years ago, he passed the local examinations in Fengqiu and came to the capital for the imperial examination but failed. He has passed the examination again this year and is here for the upcoming tests at the end of July. I reported this to you 4 years ago. He truly lacks any remarkable qualities. And what about him and Chen Shushu? Is there no connection?" Chen Shushu impatiently interrupted, focusing on the crux of the matter. "According to the investigation, there is none. They are completely unrelated individuals. Moreover, there is scan information about Tingwei in the government offices and hidden channels. He is as ordinary and inexpensive as cabbage in the market, lacking any distinctive traits, thus making it impossible to gather useful information. The less we find, the more suspicious it becomes. Furthermore, Chen Shushu sought him out late at night, indicating their relationship is not trivial. Yet she has been living in the residence of Xiaomingqi with that bastard child, seemingly avoiding any suspicion. Everything seems rather strange. Sir, your jiulu bai has arrived." 6 and 7 placed a jar of wine before Chen Shushu. He nodded slightly and casually called out to the waiter who was about to leave. "Could you ask your shopkeeper to come down? He is an old friend of mine." 6 and 7 instinctively glanced at the man upstairs before promptly declining.
I am sorry.
"Sir, but our young master is away on a trip and is not in the establishment." After 6 and 7 left, Ling Feng looked at Chen Shushu in bewilderment. "Master, I've heard that the young master of this Unity house is a renowned wealthy gentleman in Bianjing. Are you truly friends with him?" Chen Shushu, Not wanting to elaborate to someone so straightforward, simply instructed, have the shadow guards investigate this tea house and uncover its history from the past several decades in detail. I wish to see what significant background this Tingwei possesses that has made Chen Shushu remember him after all these years. Chen Shushu stayed with Xin Yu until the hour of the pig, watching him fall into a deep slumber in her arms before gently placing him into bed and tucking him in. Turning to Chuanxiang, she softly inquired, "How is Yuer's sleep pattern?" Chuanxiang replied tenderly, "The young master sleeps quite well, though he often suffers from nightmares. In the past, the general would return home at this hour to comfort him to sleep together." Chen Shushu was momentarily taken aback. Chen Shushu had been sleeping with Yuer all these years? Logically, he should have been spending the night with his cousin instead. Leaving in such haste earlier could have been to seek out Li Xuan. "Yes, my lady. The general returns home every night to accompany the young master, but for some reason, he has not yet returned tonight." As Chuanxiang spoke, she suddenly grasped Chen Shushu's hand, gently persuading her, "My lady, will you not remain this time?" The maid was well aware that the general had indeed neglected her for 2.5 years during his campaigns, but now he returned home daily, making him a good husband. If she were to return, he would surely cherish and accompany her and the young master. Although Chen Shushu might indeed be with Xin Yu, she had never been fond of him. The 3 years of solitary confinement had made her fully aware of that reality. Chen Shushu looked at Chuanxiang, whose eyes sparkled with hope, and faintly smiled. "I have already divorced Chen Shushu and have no intentions of returning to the residence. I merely wish to assume the role of a Taoist priestess to spend more time with Yuer. I harbor no other thoughts." "My lady, wouldn't such a statement sadden the general? He has been longing for your return for the past 4 years. During her absence, the general had sent someone to clean Shuyu Pavilion daily and would often gaze blankly at the white orchid growing in the courtyard. He had even dispatched Ling Feng to search for Chen Shushu's whereabouts, indicating his genuine concern for her. Moreover, throughout these years, he had not crossed any boundaries with his cousin. Was it truly impossible for the two of them to rekindle their relationship?" Chen Shushu was amused by Chuanxiang's naive words. "Silly Chuanxiang, which of your eyes saw the general yearning for my return? If he truly wished for me back, why would I need to disguise myself and approach Yuer like a thief? If he longed for my presence, he would not have refused to listen to my explanations, preventing me from meeting my own flesh and blood." Chen Shushu was cold and unfeeling. It seemed that apart from Li Xuan, no other woman could ever capture his heart. She had long since dismissed any notion of his fickleness. She patted Chuanxiang's hand. "Do not misinterpret the situation. Since Yuer is asleep, you should rest as well, otherwise, when he wakes, you will still need to tend to him." Chuanxiang frowned, instinctively gripping her hand tightly. "My lady, are you planning to leave?" She feared that Chen Shushu would vanish like she had 4 years ago. "Yes, I have another child at home whom I must care for." "What? My lady, have you remarried?" Chuanxiang's eyes widened in shock. Chen Shushu shook her head gently, recounting Tongbao's origins honestly. After casting a glance at Xin Yu, memories of that stormy night 3 years ago surfaced in her mind, prompting her to ask, "Tell me, Chuanxiang, do you know why Li Xuan happened to find you when he was abandoned at the gate that year?" Chapter 51. Powerlessness. Chuanxiang pondered for a moment before replying. "I do not know. However, it is indeed strange. That stormy night, well past the hour of the pig, the cousin suddenly came to the residence claiming she wanted to see the lady, which led her to unexpectedly encounter the young master. Shortly after, Li Quan swiftly reported the situation to the general. By then, the young master had already been soaked in the rain for quite some time, which is when he developed his frail condition. Does Li Xuan often visit the residence late at night? Chen Shushu felt a twinge of suspicion. This is not the case. The young lady has always been eccentric and capricious, often engaging in mischievous antics, yet her late-night visits to the estate are rather infrequent. Moreover, I do not perceive her as someone who would engage in such benevolent deeds, so I wonder why the young master would have happened upon her. It is precisely due to this life-saving grace that the general tolerates her overbearing behavior." Chen Shushu's expression gradually turned grave. Perhaps her presence was coincidental, but Li Quan, being the steward of the inner chambers, why would he be the first to hear the commotion at the front gate and report it to Chen Shushu and the others? I fear that the two of them are colluding, and the rescue of Yuer may have been premeditated. Chuanxiang nodded earnestly, agreeing that there is something suspicious about this matter. Given the young lady's temperament, it is unlikely she would perform such a noble act. It is possible that on the night of your delivery, The bandits who abducted the young master were in cahoots with her and Steward Lee. The thought crossed Chen Shushu's mind as well. However, she found it perplexing. If Li Shuin harbored such hatred and jealousy towards her, why would she conspire with bandits instead of directly eliminating the three of them? Why go through such convoluted means to deliver Yuer to Shen Shuryan? It seemed redundant. Chuanxiang, this is merely our preliminary speculation. We must not speak of it to anyone else lest we alarm the snake among the grass, she advised thoughtfully. I understand, madam. I want to speak out of turn. How do you plan to investigate this matter? Chuanxiang inquired. Chen Shushu recalled the bandit Shan Bushin. She vividly remembered that on the night of her delivery, the weapon used to slay the midwife and Tao Hong was a curved blade, which only the bandits under Shan Bushin would wield. As long as she could find Shan Bushin and confirm his identity as a Jew, and subsequently interrogate those bandits, the true culprit would surely be revealed. At that point, regardless of whether this incident was instigated by Li Shuin or not, she could vindicate herself in front of Shen Shuryan. He had always doubted her words, accusing her of being heartless and abandoning Yuer. When the evidence lay bare before them, it would only serve to slap his own face. With this thought, a newfound determination glimmered in her eyes. Chuanxiang, as I am currently working with the third prince, it is only a matter of time before I confront those bandits directly. And I shall certainly seize the opportunity to uncover the assailant from that day. You must take good care of Yuer. I will not neglect you in the future. As she spoke, she retrieved some silver coins from her bosom and handed them to Chuanxiang. After some resistance, Chuanxiang ultimately accepted them. With a serious expression, Chen Shushu added, also, regarding the fact that I bore twins, aside from a select few who are close to me, no one else must know. You must keep this under wraps. Do you understand? I understand. Having cautioned Chuanxiang, Chen Shushu noticed that the hour was late. Seeing that Shen Yu was still sleeping soundly, she reluctantly took her leave. Upon exiting the general's estate, she found the outside world shrouded in darkness, as if one could not see their hand in front of their face. Lu Shang had left a carriage for her return. Climbing aboard, she promptly shed her cumbersome Taoist robe, donning instead a moon-white skirt, restoring her veil and hair to their original state. After all, her frequent comings and goings at the Ningguang's residence necessitated discretion. Walking about in a Taoist robe would be far too conspicuous. If any observant servants were to discern that the Taoist and Chen Shushu were one and the same, it could easily reach Shen Shuryan's ears. Having accomplished this, she guided the carriage towards the Ningguang's estate. As she neared the residence, she abruptly caught sight of a tall figure illuminated by the lantern's glow, standing in front of the closed gates, seemingly lost in thought. Chen Shushu, recognizing that familiar silhouette, felt her heart flutter and quickly pulled the reins to steer the carriage in the opposite direction. This carriage had been used earlier in the day when she was disguised as a Taoist. Shen Shuryan would undoubtedly recognize it. She could not allow him to see through her disguise so soon. Cracking the whip, she turned the carriage sharply and sped into the deeper night. Shen Shuryan, having sent Ling Feng away from the tea house and finishing a jar of Chiu Lu by himself, left in a half-drunken haze just as the tea house was closing. Wandering aimlessly, he found himself at the gates of the Ningguang's estate. The night wind whipped against him, and he lost track of how long he stood there, motionless, until the sound of a departing carriage broke his reverie, sending his thoughts into disarray. Frowning, he chased after the carriage. Chen Shushu had only driven a few paces when a cold figure suddenly descended from the air, directly blocking her path. Shen Shuryan, donned in a brocade robe, had his handsome face obscured by the solitary moonlight. As his lashes fluttered, his deep gaze fell upon her. Even though he had guessed it was Chen Shushu upon seeing the fleeing carriage, the proximity allowed him to clearly see her delicate and graceful face. Gradually clearing the haze from his intoxicated mind, an inexplicable sense of tranquility blossomed within him. He gazed at her quietly for a moment before commanding, "Get down." Chen Shushu furrowed her brow, locking eyes with him for a while. She clenched her fists, relinquishing the reins, and slowly dismounted from the carriage. The rope still lay within the carriage. If she did not comply, this man might forcibly drag her back inside.
For your sake.
She could not completely sever ties with him just yet. Seeing her obediently descend, Shen Shuryan's mood slightly improved. He took a few steps closer, scrutinizing her fair, snow-like visage, his eyes inadvertently betraying a hint of warmth. Without realizing it, his large hand reached out and pulled Chen Shushu firmly into his embrace. Tightly wrapping around her slender back, his chin resting against her shoulder as he breathed heavily, a hint of intoxication escaping onto her ear. Chen Shushu was taken aback by his sudden action, her entire body freezing in shock, while her long-dead heart began to race, as if stirred by some unseen force. Her cheeks flushed uncontrollably. "Chen Shushu, what madness is this? Let me go," she exclaimed, pushing against him in frustration. Chen Shushu, lost in his thoughts, felt the cold wind against his cheeks, but her forceful resistance only chilled his heart further. Why did she persistently reject him? It had been the same 4 years ago, causing him profound heartache. Why would she not love him? Their first meeting had sparked a mutual attraction. His arms remained tense around her, refusing to loosen their grip. His head still buried in her shoulder. The warmth of his breath enveloped her neck, and suddenly, he gently nibbled on her delicate earlobe. Chen Shushu's body trembled. Feeling as if she were drowning, she wanted to struggle but found herself powerless. Sensing her hesitation, Chen Shushu lifted his head slightly. His breath laced with the scent of alcohol, accurately finding her lips. Under the thin veil of moonlight, an atmosphere of intimacy quietly enveloped them, like a spark igniting between them. Chen Shushu gently held her chin, repeatedly kissing her soft lips, their skin pressed closely together. The memories of their passionate entanglement from 4 years ago crashing over him like waves. A surge of heat rose from his lower abdomen as he held her waist. Their tentative kisses growing deeper, his hands gradually gliding beneath her sheer garment. The coldness of her skin sent shivers through Chen Shushu. For a fleeting moment, clarity returned to her muddled thoughts, vividly recalling the 2.5 years he spent entangled with Li Shuin on the battlefield. Coupled with the scent of alcohol on his breath, it dawned on her. He had mistaken her for Li Shuin in his drunken state. The contempt for him grew as she thought of this, and in a surge of indignation, she mustered all her strength to push him away. With a fierce tug at her lips, her anger bubbling to the surface, she shouted, "Chen Shushu, you shameless scoundrel!" Gazing at the woman's flushed cheeks and trembling brow, Chen Shushu sighed helplessly at the thought that crossed his mind. He stepped closer, intending to offer her some comfort, but Chen Shushu instinctively took a step back. "Don't touch me," she exclaimed, rejecting the advances of a man she deemed tainted, refusing to allow his hands upon her. Chen Shushu felt a surge of disdain at her defiance and her rejection of him. The intoxicated affection he had for her gradually dissipated amidst her barrage of angry words. His handsome brows furrowed slightly, a hint of displeasure igniting in his eyes. "Chen Shushu, it is indeed your fortune that I still wish to touch you. Are you certain you want to avoid me like the plague?" He disregarded the fact that she was no longer pure, feeling humiliated as he lowered himself to approach her. Yet she had the audacity to coldly refuse him. How utterly ungrateful. Chen Shushu, feeling a chill creep through her body, concealed her scorn and retorted without mercy. "What a ridiculous fortune. I only feel misfortune." The treacherous man had nearly robbed her of her innocence once again. Time and again, he took advantage of her while intoxicated. She silently vowed that if he dared to try again, she would surely plunge her hairpin into his flesh. "Is that so?" he mused. To her, he was a source of misfortune? How ironic, considering he had been thinking of her, longing for her, even attempting to numb his heart with alcohol, all in vain. Thus, he found himself at the gate of the Ningguang residence late at night, like a lovesick fool, gazing longingly for hours on end, only to be met with her scornful words. His voice turned icy as he surveyed her. "Where have you been? Why return so late?" He had noticed that Chen Shushu wore nothing but a sheer, form-fitting dress, the outer garment nowhere to be found. In such a dark and chilly night, she dared to flaunt herself like this and bolted at the sight of him. The memory of their last encounter at the Tingwei's gate flashed in his mind. Perhaps they had been clandestinely meeting in a carriage, neglecting even to don a proper outer garment. The more he thought, the angrier he became, his fury rising to a boiling point. "What disgraceful deeds have you committed? Does that man, Ting, not even spare you a cloak?" Seeing Chen Shushu avert her gaze, clearly unwilling to converse further, Chen Shushu's warning echoed in the air. "Chen Shushu, you'd best hope I do not uncover anything incriminating." He would soon discover the truth of her affairs. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Chen Shushu retorted, her anger flaring as she met his gaze. "I merely went out to attend to some matters. I haven't seen Tingwei today. Moreover, what I do is of no concern to you. I ask that you keep your distance and refrain from meddling in my affairs." With that, she turned to the carriage, eager to leave swiftly. Chen Shushu, intoxicated and foggy-headed, feared his relentless pursuit would soon lead him to discover the robe hidden within the carriage, and she wished only to distance herself from him.
Stop,
He commanded, noticing her hurried departure, her urgency suggesting something unsavory lay within the carriage. A sudden thought struck him. There might be someone inside. Without hesitation, he pulled Chen Shushu aside and swiftly lifted the carriage curtain. Chen Shushu gasped, her breath hitching as she instinctively pushed him away, but it was too late. Chen Shushu, she cried, her fists clenched as she saw his gaze fixate on a pile of robes within. Panic flickered in her eyes. Given her guilty demeanor, it seemed the man named Ting should be hiding within, yet the carriage was devoid of any presence. Had she become so paranoid that every shadow felt like a threat? Chen Shushu's furrowed brow relaxed slightly, his heart momentarily easing. However, as his gaze shifted back to Chen Shushu, he noted the fire in her eyes, as if she wished to slay him. Realizing his earlier actions had been too abrupt, he felt somewhat unhinged. He turned his attention back to the carriage, searching for any flaw to excuse his peculiar behavior. Yet, his gaze inadvertently fell upon a familiar blue robe, crumpled in the corner of the carriage. His mind raced back to the dubious figure of Cui Gu, and he turned his gaze back to Chen Shushu. What is that? Yours? His narrowed eyes gleamed with incredulity. That robe belongs to Master Cui. She quickly lied, shaking her head vigorously. You know Cui Gu? Chen Shushu's eyes sparkled with suspicion. Yes, she responded hastily, eager to clarify. Master Cui is a renowned Taoist in Baiyun Temple, and she has been invited to the Ningguang residence by the third prince. As a friend of the third prince, I naturally know her. I just escorted her back to Baiyun Temple. Given that Chen Shushu had been residing at Xiaomingqi's estate, it was no surprise that she recognized Cui Gu. A flicker of understanding crossed Chen Shushu's mind, but then another thought struck him. It had been several days since Chen Shushu had spent the night at Tingwei's residence, having been staying at the Ningguang residence instead. The child could very well not belong to Tingwei. Perhaps he had misjudged their relationship. Chen Shushu, whose child is that? Is it the child of the man who foolishly attempted to confront me that night? I told you, Tang Bao is not a bastard. Chen Shushu retorted, her anger boiling over as she slapped him across the face. Chen Shushu was taken aback, not expecting her to strike him again. He instinctively recoiled, and her hand lightly landed against his chest, leaving behind a delicate scent of white orchid in the air. Adhering to the principle that a gentleman should not quarrel with a lady, he chose not to retaliate. Suppressing his temper, he looked back at Chen Shushu, his tone heavy as he reiterated, whose child is that? Chapter 53. Temptation. Chen Shushu had no desire to engage in further banter. But considering his repeated threats against her master, she was concerned that any mention of the child's paternity would implicate him. With that in mind, she clarified coolly, Tang Bao is not his. It has nothing to do with him. We are merely friends. Our relationship is innocent. Chen Shushu, I ask you to refrain from harboring any thoughts of harming him. She was unaware that they had already divorced, and despite his affection for Li Xuan, he still clung to her for reasons unknown. He clearly did not love her, nor allowed her to see their son, yet he interfered with her life at every turn. Did he believe that one night together granted him the right to dictate her future? This selfish and domineering man, once she had healed Yuer, fulfilled her master's wishes, and avenged herself, she would ensure to vanish from his life, severing all ties. Upon hearing the word innocent, Chen Shushu's heart, previously ablaze with anger, began to cool. Especially as Chen Shushu patiently clarified her stance, it was evident she cared for his feelings. Her words hinted that despite her past mistakes, she had not betrayed him now. Recognizing one's errors and striving to amend them is a virtue beyond measure. His gaze flickered, the light within his eyes gently sweeping across Chen Shushu's face. His expression softening. Since you are friends, I naturally will not trouble him. However, if he is not the child's father, then who is? He had previously considered the possibility of that mysterious A Jew, yet Chen Shushu was adamant in her assertion that she did not know a Jew. Remembering this, he suddenly recalled the heart-shaped lock and was about to question her about it when Chen Shushu suddenly looked at him coldly and stated, he is dead. Years ago, he was afflicted by a grave illness, with no remedy in sight. Chen Shushu, I have said all I can. The rest is my private matter, which I cannot divulge. I must take my leave. With that, she turned to walk away, but he instinctively grasped her wrist, seemingly wishing to say more, only to be interrupted coldly by Chen Shushu. Moreover, I have complied with your request to not see our son. I have not approached you these past few days, nor have I intruded upon your presence, which should suit you well. In the future, please refrain from seeking me out for any untimely matters. Hearing her words, Chen Shushu felt his intention to confront her with the heart-shaped lock dissipate into nothingness. He released her, slightly gritting his teeth, and coldly sneered. Your feelings for Yuer as his mother run quite deep, don't they? No wonder I haven't seen you at the general's residence these past few days. It seems you have completely given up on Yuer. After 3 years, she had once again mercilessly abandoned him and their son. Was this what she meant by compensating Yuer? She was indeed a capricious and heartless woman. His visit to her tonight had proven to be a futile endeavor. She was unworthy of it. His eyes rapidly turned icy, locking onto her as he enunciated each word. I hope you can remain this resolute and possess the ability to never appear before Yuer and me again. With that, Chen Shushu turned and vanished into the night. Chen Shushu watched the figure that faded into the distance, a bitter smile escaping her lips. Rest assured, she would no longer be a nuisance to him, standing beneath the cold moonlight, allowing the chill to pierce her bones. It took her a long while to swallow her discomfort before she returned to the carriage to retrieve her robe. This identity was all she needed to see Yuer. Chen Shushu would never again press her warm face against his cold back. The following morning, she did not go to the general's residence. Baiyun Temple was at least a few hours' journey from Bianjing, and having told such a grand lie the night before, it was not wise to visit too early. She spent the afternoon at the Ningguang mansion, accompanying Tang Bao. In the afternoon, clad in her robe and concealing her face, she finally made her way to the general's residence. Mother, why didn't you come to see me this morning? Xinyu had awoken early, waiting in the room for Chen Shushu for a long time. She had promised to come and keep him company during the day, but she had not shown up in the morning, and he thought she no longer wanted him.
I am sorry, Yuer.
Your mother had some matters to attend to this morning, which delayed me. I promise it won't happen again. If I have business that prevents me from coming, I will certainly send someone to notify you in advance, all right? Xinyu nodded slightly, then shook his head. Mother, I want to see you every day. As he spoke, his little brows furrowed. Mother, do you live with Uncle Xiao all the time? Yes, I do. Do you like Uncle Xiao? He worried that his mother might already have someone she liked, which would hinder him from reuniting her with his father. I do not like him. Uncle Xiao and I are merely friends, Chen Shushu quickly clarified, adding moreover, I've been looking for my own house these past few days. Once I find it, I will take you there to play and introduce you to a new friend. Would that be all right? Xinyu did not want a new friend. He just wanted his mother. He shook his head eagerly. If you are worried that father will disagree, you can rest assured. As long as I mention it, father will certainly agree to let you stay in the mansion, as long as you do not refuse. Chen Shushu's concerns extended beyond Chen Shushu. There was also Li Qinghui in the mansion. Just driving away Li Xuan was not enough. That wicked woman Li Qinghui would surely come looking for trouble if she sensed her presence. Just as she hesitated on how to soothe him, the door to the room was suddenly pushed open, and Li Qinghui entered with a smile. Speak of the devil, and he doth appear. Chen Shushu hurriedly moved aside to an inconspicuous corner to make room. Noticing her actions, Li Qinghui saw her thick veil and recalled how she had exposed Li Xuan as the mastermind, and that day, when she seemed to share glances with Chen Shushu. This seemingly mystical nun was likely using the guise of healing to deliberately entice her son. Contemplating this, she immediately ordered coldly, remove your veil. I want to see what kind of vixen is hiding beneath. Dressed in simple garb, she dared to set her sights on her son. She was not someone to be trifled with. Chapter 54. A Release of Anger. Chen Shushu sensed something was amiss, her brows slightly lowering as she spoke softly. Madam, you should know that there are rules in the temple. Nuns must not reveal their true faces. I am afraid I cannot comply. Is that so? Your name is Cui Gu, is it not? Li Qinghui questioned haughtily, preparing to utter some unkind words when she caught sight of Xinyu, who was watching her intently. She altered her tone and said, Come with me. This inexplicably appearing nun needed to be properly dealt with to prevent her from incessantly hovering around her son. Once outside, she sat on a chair in the hall, tilting her grand and noble face to scrutinize Chen Shushu. I do not care where you come from or whether you are a nun. You best keep your behavior in check. When you see the master, do not look up or engage in conversation. If I see you attempting to catch the general's eye again, I will have you stripped of your pretense, and your face will be rendered unrecognizable, and your fellow nuns will pay for your shameless actions. Do you understand? Chen Shushu could not help but silently laugh in her heart, retorting to Li Qinghui with calm assertiveness. Madam, if you are so concerned, you may use such harsh words to warn the general. I have already entered the temple and have long since abandoned worldly affairs. You may rest easy. Humph. How I conduct myself is none of your concern, you insignificant ant. Just a clueless nun. Should you dare to misunderstand my words, disobey my orders, or deliberately approach my grandmother, please drink tea. Before she could finish, Shen Yu, who had been listening intently to their conversation in the inner hall, emerged holding a cup of hot tea, obediently offering it to Li Qinghui. He wanted this old woman to see the consequences of bullying his mother. Li Qinghui was caught off guard by Shen Yu's unexpected display of filial piety. She immediately forgot to continue warning the nun and hastily accepted the tea. Ah, thank you, my dear grandson. As she spoke, she gladly accepted the cup, symbolically adjusting the lid before gulping down a few sips. Just as the warm water slid down her throat, she suddenly felt an unbearable spiciness, like a sharp blade scraping her throat, causing her to cough violently. Upon witnessing the scene, Shen Yu promptly supported her cup with his small hands, then pressed down on her hand, forcefully pouring tea into her mouth while feigning concern. Grandmother, why are you choking? Quickly, drink some more water. Thus, despite the burning pain in her chest, Li Qinghui was compelled to swallow the entire cup. The ache in her throat and chest grew unbearable, and as the spicy taste made her cough, tears streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably. Grandmother, why are you still coughing? Do you need more water? As Shen Yu spoke, he prepared to pour her more water. But Li Qinghui hastily covered her mouth with one hand and grasped his arm with the other, shaking her head vigorously. Grandmother is not thirsty anymore. I don't want to drink anymore. What did you put in the water? It has made grandmother's throat numb and painful. Although Li Qinghui held a low opinion of Chen Shushu, she showered her eldest grandson with affection, particularly because he was Chen Shushu's beloved child. Her fondness for him was immense. Even knowing that this mischievous child might have added something unpleasant to her water, she still forced a smile to inquire. It's nothing, Shen Yu replied, blinking his innocent eyes at her. I thought grandmother would be very thirsty after speaking for such a long time. So I added a bit of guyu powder to the water. Guyu powder warms and dispels cold, alleviates phlegm. If grandmother drinks it, she won't speak so harshly. He emphasized the word harsh with particular weight. At this moment, Li Qinghui understood his implication. She patted her painfully heaving chest and then shyly looked at Shen Yu. That's not what I meant. I didn't intend to make things difficult for the nun. It's just that she has ulterior motives. Trying to get close to your father, perhaps even aiming to become your stepmother. That's why grandmother became a bit anxious. Huh. Shen Yu's expression darkened swiftly, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The nun is here to take care of me, and it was approved by father. Grandmother, I will make it clear to you today, you must not make things difficult for her in the future. Otherwise, I will tell father, and you want need to visit me again. Li Qinghui was genuinely taken aback by the once naive Shen Yu now appearing so astute and articulate. His anger bore a striking resemblance to her son's, exuding a somewhat intimidating aura. She felt a pang of discomfort in her heart and shot an angry glare at the nun beside her. Just as she was about to utter some flowery words to placate Shen Yu, a sudden discomfort surged through her abdomen, as if filled with air, causing it to swell and churn violently. A most untimely sound erupted from beneath her. Shen Yu wrinkled his nose, stepped back, and waved his hand impatiently. Grandmother, what did you eat? It stinks. Li Qinghui hadn't anticipated her stomach would betray her at such a critical moment. Her face flushed crimson as she hurried to stand. Grandmother seems to have overeaten. I must be having an upset stomach. I will come to see you another day. With that, she rushed towards the door. However, just as she reached the entrance, she stepped on the tea oil that Shen Yu had poured beforehand, slipping and falling flat on her back. A sudden release of liquid from her abdomen left her lying on the ground, both pained and embarrassed, as she cried out, "Oh, my poor back. It hurts so much. Someone please come." The maidservants, who had initially rushed to assist her, hesitated upon catching a whiff of the strong odor emanating from her. They held back, unsure whether to approach the now awkwardly positioned Li Qinghui. Amidst her cries of agony, the laughter of the maidservants outweighed their concern. For Li Qinghui had always been a harsh mistress, and seeing her in such a predicament brought them a secret delight. No one was eager to touch the unsightly mess before them. Chen Shushu, sensing an opportunity to strike at Li Qinghui, immediately instructed a nearby maidservant to summon Lord Shen, telling her to convey that the madam had fallen. Yes. Upon hearing that someone was to deal with the aftermath, Li Qinghui's personal maid eagerly ran to fetch Shen Yuan. Moments later, Shen Yuan arrived in a hurry, his brow furrowed tightly, casting a look of disapproval at Li Qinghui for embarrassing him. He impatiently ordered that his wife, now covered in filth, be carried away on a litter. Shen Yu then directed someone to clean the room before pulling Chen Shushu inside, whispering, "Mother, are you satisfied now? Rest assured, as long as I am in this household, I will not allow anyone to bully you." He had heard from the servants that his grandmother had always disapproved of his mother, and during the 3 years his mother had spent in the household, she had not been spared from his grandmother's torment. He presumed that the estrangement between his parents was not without his grandmother's influence. Chapter 55. Breaking Free. Chen Shushu had realized that everything was Shen Yu's doing. She had never anticipated that the one to stand up for her, after enduring 3 years of Li Qinghui's oppression, would be this little child barely over 3 years old. A mix of gratitude and sorrow filled her heart, bittersweet in its essence. Her 2 children truly were gifts from heaven. With a slight smile, she reached out to stroke Shen Yu's head, saying, "Thank you. Mother is very happy today. However, from now on, I will protect myself. You shouldn't let those bad people affect your mood. All I wish is for you to live happily and carefree." Shen Yu nodded gently, replying, "Mother, I will, but I want you to live happily with me." As he spoke, he tugged Chen Shushu to his writing desk, pointing at a stack of books atop it. "Mother, I still want to study and practice writing. Will you teach me?" He felt that his grandmother and her schemes were ever present, constantly plotting against his mother. He needed to acquire skills quickly and grow strong, for only then could he better protect her. Of course. Chen Shushu, intrigued, picked up Meng Qiu and began to enlighten him. After dinner, upon returning from court, Shen Shushu was immediately informed by Ling Feng about Li Qinghui's unfortunate incident in Shen Yu's courtyard. After vividly recounting the details, he noticed the man's expression darkening, his aura growing somewhat cold, prompting him to inquire with concern, "Master, do you wish to check on the old lady?" Shen Shushu lazily lowered his eyelids, his expression slightly impatient. What is so interesting about an upset stomach? Then, recalling something, his brows furrowed slightly, vexed. "Why did mother go to your room?" Shen Yu had previously disliked seeing outsiders, including his grandparents, and to avoid upsetting him, Chen Shushu had instructed Li Qinghui not to disturb Shen Yu unless absolutely necessary. Ling Feng scratched his head, admitting he was unsure. However, Chuanxiang mentioned that the old lady disapproves of that nun and had sternly warned her this morning. Warned? Chen Shushu paused in his actions, lifting his gaze to Ling Feng. "What do you mean?" Ling Feng, having heard Chuanxiang's report, hesitated before responding. Chuanxiang said the old lady fears that the nun might use her position to seduce you under the guise of treatment, which is why she went to admonish her. Chen Shushu was both amused and enraged, slamming the map onto the table. "My mother really is becoming increasingly creative in her methods." Noticing Chen Shushu's displeasure, Ling Feng quickly tried to soothe him. "Master, do not be angry. The old lady's intentions are, in essence, for your own good, albeit a bit too alarmist. Imagining a nun as a seductress. I must say, the imagination of the elderly lady in his family is rather peculiar. What do you understand?" Chen Shushu knows his mother best. She constantly seeks ways to introduce Li Xuan to him. Therefore, whenever she spots a woman near him, she invariably intervenes. And now she even spares no one, including Taoist priests. She truly does not allow him a moment of peace. His expression darkened immediately, and he coldly instructed Ling Feng to gather the vacant residences of the Shen family, selecting one close to the palace. Ling Feng, puzzled, asked, "Do you mean you wish to move out and live alone?" Chen Shushu merely nodded. His mother was far too intrusive. Living under the same roof would only lead to further complications. It would be wiser to find a separate residence to live with you, or, "As you command," Ling Feng replied cheerfully. But then suddenly recalled another important matter and hurriedly reported to Chen Shushu, "My lord, yesterday you instructed me to investigate the Yunyu tea house, and I indeed uncovered some clues. That scholar has a significant connection to the tea house." Chen Shushu's gaze sharpened, a shadow passing over his heart as he replied, "The young master of that tea house is the Tingwei, and he does not even bear the surname Ting. He was originally surnamed Xia." He pronounced the surname with a slight emphasis. In Tianqin Kingdom, Even 3-year-old children on the streets know that the surname Xia is a forbidden word, especially in Bianjing, where it is akin to a death sentence. Whoever uses it will meet their demise. Upon hearing the name Xia, Chen Shushu's expression grew grave. Could it be that this young dandy is still entangled with the remnants of the former dynasty? The remnants had been thoroughly exterminated by Emperor Tianqin over a decade ago. Could this scholar, who is closely acquainted with Chen Shushu, possibly be a surviving descendant of the traitorous lineage? Ling Feng immediately shook his head vehemently. Anyone who is associated with the former dynasty faces only death. He dared not speculate recklessly, as it could lead to the loss of innocent lives or even entire families. There should be no connections, for the father of Tingwei Xia is a prominent silk merchant in Jiangnan, known for his wealth and reputable lineage. Having been in trade for 3 generations, entirely untainted, and a significant taxpayer to the court, it is utterly implausible for him to have ties to the former dynasty. That is a relief. Chen Shushu sighed inwardly. Not every individual with the surname Xia is necessarily a remnant of the former royal family. It is quite plausible that the Tingwei family altered their surname to preserve their lives. After all, following the change of the national name, many citizens were compelled to change their surnames, which is not an uncommon occurrence. Moreover, if Chen Shushu truly has dealings with remnants of the former dynasty, then should trouble arise, even if he wished to protect her life, it may not be possible. He sincerely hoped that the Tingwei Xia truly had little connection to the former regime. Noticing the man's demeanor relax, Ling Feng recalled that he had also discovered another identity of Tingwei Xia and hesitantly brought it up. After some deliberation, he reported, "My lord, I also learned that Tingwei Xia was a Taoist priest at Baiyun Temple 10 years ago." Upon hearing this, Chen Shushu's previously calm heart was once again thrown into turmoil. Cui Gu was also a Taoist priestess at Baiyun Temple, and if Chen Shushu is friends with Tingwei Xia, does that not imply that she might also be involved? What is the connection between Chen Shushu and Baiyun Temple? Chen Shushu's thoughts became chaotic. If Chen Shushu were indeed a Taoist priestess, then everything would make sense. She, along with Tingwei Xia and Cui Gu, would share a brother-sister relationship, which explains why he saw Cui Gu in her Taoist robe last night. However, this matter does not seem to be one worth keeping secret. Why then does Chen Shushu act so evasively? Ling Feng nodded, having investigated this as well. Madame was taken in by the Taoist priest of Baiyun Temple at the age of 6, and the one who took her in was the renowned Baiqin Taoist. Both she and Tingwei Xia are disciples of Baiqin Taoist. Chen Shushu is indeed a Taoist priestess. Chen Shushu was momentarily taken aback, then continued to inquire. But Cui Gu mentioned that Baiyun Temple has strict rules, and the priestesses must not reveal their true faces. Why is Chen Shushu an exception? Ling Feng had looked into this matter too and reported truthfully, according to the current temple master, after Madame and Tingwei Xia left Baiyun Temple following the passing of Baiqin Taoist. They have had little connection with the temple since. Upon hearing this, Chen Shushu's heart eased slightly. It is quite good that Chen Shushu is not a priestess. To be a priestess requires a heart free of desires, forsaking the 7 emotions and 6 desires, which her temperament could never accommodate. He did not wish for her to give that up. Furthermore, Su Ziru, who has always been by Madame's side, was once a Taoist priestess as well. They truly have stirred up a nest of priestesses. When Ling Feng initially uncovered this information, he was utterly astonished. What about Cui Gu? Chen Shushu suddenly recalled the prominent vermilion mole at the corner of her eye and her gentle gaze, and he asked, "What about her?"
I have not looked into that.
The matters I investigated are all from years past. Cui Gu likely only joined the temple in recent years. Chen Shushu nodded slightly, and his thoughts drifted to Xiao Mingqi. Now he understood why Xiao Mingqi was acquainted with Chen Shushu and Su Ziru. He was a man who loved to gather talented individuals, and he must have known that Chen Shushu was once a priestess, which is why he employed her. There should be no hint of seduction or any other romantic entanglements between them. With this revelation, the crisis posed by his 3 rivals seemed to be successfully averted. Now, he only needed to ascertain the identity of that Jew. Contemplating this, he quickly retrieved the emerald-hued heart-shaped lock from his pocket and handed it to Ling Feng. Take this to the largest pawnshop in Bianjing and keep a close watch on anyone who comes to redeem it. Report back to me at all times. It is better to let a Jew come willingly than for me to search for him amidst the masses. Days swiftly passed, and after court one day, Chen Shushu stealthily returned to his residence, reaching the entrance of Shen Yu's courtyard. He heard a clear, youthful voice coming from within. A pot of wine among the flowers. Drinking alone with no company. You You are reciting splendidly. In less than 3 days, you have memorized nearly 100 verses. It is all thanks to your mother's excellent teaching. Was that Chen Shushu's voice? Why is she in the residence? Did she not proclaim arrogantly that she would never appear before him and you again? Now she has intruded into the general's residence. What does she intend to do? His sharp gaze immediately darted to Ling Feng behind him. How did Madame enter the residence? Ling Feng appeared equally astonished. Chen Shushu shot him a cold glance, a shadow flickering in his eyes, and then strode into the courtyard, heading straight for the room. Chuanxiang, who had been guarding Chen Shushu and her child daily, was particularly alert to the commotion outside, especially since the general typically returned around this time. Hearing the footsteps, she hastily reminded Chen Shushu. Chen Shushu quickly donned her veil, looked at Xinyu, and said hurriedly, Your mother must leave now. I will come to accompany you again tomorrow. Xinyu understood that she had to hide from his father, so he thoughtfully nodded. Mother, be careful on your way. Chen Shushu nodded and swiftly exited the room. As she reached the courtyard, she saw Chen Shushu's handsome face darkened and approaching. According to the rules, she had no choice but to halt, bowing her head low and kneeling in greeting. Upon seeing her emerge, Chen Shushu displayed a dismissive demeanor, continuing to stride toward the room. As they brushed past each other, the scent of sandalwood from the Taoist priestess enveloped him once again. The fragrance seemed deliberately infused, mingled with a faint hint of jasmine. Compared to the pungency of sandalwood, the delicate jasmine scent brought him a refreshing sensation. He could not help but pause. Cui Gu unmistakably carried Chen Shushu's fragrance. This woman had indeed taken advantage of Chen Shushu's absence to secretly enter the residence. It seems that she managed to sneak into the estate to spy on Xinyu, leveraging her camaraderie with Cui Gu. What a cunning scheme. No wonder she dared to defy him repeatedly. It appears she has already found a shield. He let out a cold snort, disregarding Cui Gu entirely, and strode into the room. At that moment, Chen Shushu's heart raced, nearly reaching her throat. She had enjoyed her time with Xinyu so much that her voice had involuntarily risen while reciting poetry. Chen Shushu had deliberately ignored her, but suddenly halted, quietly observing her for a while. Could he have grown suspicious? Now that the man had finally entered the room, she dared not linger any longer and swiftly exited the estate, her figure melding into the night. Accompanying her were Li Quan and 2 unfamiliar, burly men.
Li Quan,
Hidden around the corner of the main gate, silently watched as the Taoist priestess boarded the carriage, driving it herself, clearly alone in the vehicle. That wretched woman. How dare she play tricks to embarrass Li Xuan and whisper in Chen Shushu's ear, risking her own position.
tonight.
He would ensure she found herself in a situation where she could neither live nor die. His gaze turned fierce, a wicked smile curling at his lips as he instructed the 2 burly men in a low voice, quickly follow that Taoist priestess and drag her to the woods outside the city. The men nodded in unison and climbed onto a carriage with Li Quan, pursuing Cui Gu. Upon entering Xinyu's room, Chen Shushu initially intended to adopt a haughty demeanor, ready to mock Chen Shushu. However, a glance around revealed that apart from Xinyu and Chuanxiang, there were no other individuals present. This was impossible. He unconsciously tightened his hands behind his back, his eyes scanning the surroundings with growing impatience as he called out.
Come out.
He surmised that Chen Shushu, fearing his discovery, must have hidden beneath the bed. After waiting for a few moments without any sign of her, he raised his voice slightly. Chen Shushu, come out. I will not hold it against you. Yet still, there was no response from beneath the bed. His gaze shifted behind him. Could she be hiding beneath the table? Just as he took a step forward to investigate, Xinyu, with his small eyes darting about, rushed forward to grab his brocade robe. Father, I can recite many poems now. They were all taught to me by Taoist priestess Cui Gu. Let me recite them for you. Red beans grow in the south. We will recite poems later. Where is your mother? Where has she gone?
Chen Shushu,
noting the silence beneath the table, began to suspect that Chen Shushu was hiding in the wardrobe. He feared she might suffocate. Upon hearing this, Xinyu and Chuanxiang's expressions changed dramatically. Indeed, Chen Shushu had finally sensed something amiss. The identity of the lady's Taoist persona had been uncovered. She was assisting the lady in deceiving her master and would surely be dragged out and beaten to death. Chuanxiang's lips quivered, her body trembling uncontrollably. Ling Feng noticed her shivering and pale face, clearly terrified. This lady had indeed stealthily entered the estate and hidden within the wardrobe. As Chen Shushu's gaze fixated on the wardrobe, His expression darkened and grew colder. Ling Feng hurried over to advise Chunxiang. Quickly tell the general whether the lady is hiding in the wardrobe. If you confess now, the general will not blame you for deceit. Speak up. He nudged her with his elbow, urging her to come clean. Chen Shushu was like the general's Achilles heel. For other matters, he might be lenient, but when it came to her, the general could truly become wrathful. Chen Shushu, realizing that Chen Shushu did not seem to be in the wardrobe, turned his gaze back to the somewhat guilty-looking Shen Yu. A flash of understanding crossed his mind, and he fixed a steely gaze on Chunxiang.
Speak.
Chunxiang, startled by the oppressive tone, immediately knelt down, burying her head as she stammered. The lady has left. She just left. The maid did not intend to deceive you. The lady was afraid you would be angry and intentionally concealed it. She is involved with Cui Gu. Her words trailed off as Shen Shushu abruptly turned and rushed out, intent on pursuing her. Chapter 57 An Incident. Upon exiting, Chen Shushu found no trace of Chen Shushu outside the door. The fact that he had encountered Cui Gu upon entering the courtyard, but not Chen Shushu, indicated one thing. Before he arrived, she had already sensed danger and hidden in some corner outside. She had deftly evaded him, and it was likely that she had already left the estate, possibly riding in Cui Gu's carriage back to Ningguangfu. This woman, so duplicitous, dared to play tricks right under his nose, treating him like a fool.
Tonight,
he would demand an explanation. Was she attempting to play hard to get once more? Contemplating this, he quickly returned to the courtyard, mounted his beloved steed, and leaped forward in pursuit. Inside, Ling Feng, noticing Chen Shushu's swift departure, turned to the still-kneeling Chunxiang and pulled her up. What is going on? Did you assist the lady in infiltrating the estate? Chunxiang, having always regarded Ling Feng as an upright gentleman, felt no wariness towards him. Believing the general had already uncovered the lady's Taoist identity, she nodded slightly. Ling Feng, I did deceive the general, helping the lady conceal her identity. But, initially, it was the general himself who permitted the lady's entry into the estate. She pretended to be Cui Gu. Just then, Shen Yu's youthful voice interrupted. Sister Chunxiang, my mother will explain everything to father. Let us not speculate. He was uncertain whether his father had already realized his mother's true identity, so he could not lose his composure and reveal everything at once, lest he never see his mother again. Realizing her blunder, Chunxiang promptly fell silent, casting a guilty glance at Ling Feng. Ultimately, this matter was her fault. She only hoped the general would show leniency and that Ling Feng would persuade him not to blame the lady. Ling Feng nodded. This is not entirely your fault. It was Cui Gu who brought the lady into the estate. If anyone is to be reprimanded, it will only be a gentle admonishment. Do not worry. Your priority is to take good care of the young master. Thank you, Ling Feng, I understand. Chunxiang's eyes lit up with gratitude as she gazed at Ling Feng's handsome face, feeling warmth blossom within her. Ling Feng had always treated her with kindness, and now that he was defending her, she resolved to prepare a gift for him in secret. Ling Feng exchanged a few glances with her before turning to Shen Yu. I will check on the master. You should let Chunxiang attend to you, and rest early. Shen Yu smiled. Yes, go ahead. His mother was clever. Once she left the estate, even if his father found her, it would likely prove futile, as he should not be able to uncover her identity. Ling Feng rushed to the entrance, just in time to see Chen Shushu riding away with great speed, and he hastily mounted his own horse to pursue him. Chen Shushu, having boarded the carriage, sped away for some distance before slipping inside, removing her veil and shedding the cumbersome Taoist robe. After a brief moment of rest, she lifted the curtain of the carriage, intending to step out and drive, when suddenly two burly figures descended from above, blocking her path. Her gaze tightened as she caught sight of the curved blades they wielded, identical to those used by the bandits on the night of her childbirth. Could it be that the henchmen of Shan Buxin had descended the mountain? But why had they suddenly targeted her? Just as she began to formulate a plan, the two burly men lunged at her with ferocity. She did not even have time to draw a hairpin. One of the brutish hands struck her neck, rendering her instantly unconscious. Brother, the leader has instructed us to act as spies and avoid causing trouble. Won't we provoke a deadly incident and attract the attention of the court? One burly man gazed at the unconscious Chen Shushu with concern. The other, holding her, spat disdainfully and replied coldly, What are you afraid of? Lord Yuan brazenly seized a young woman in broad daylight today. Besides, we are being paid to do this. If anything goes awry, our employer will bear the consequences. Stop fretting over trifles and let us hasten to the thicket. For this Taoist priestess, Li Quan had generously provided them with 100 taels of silver. It was merely a matter of abducting her to the grove. Honestly, that silver was akin to a windfall. The two men plotted as they swiftly departed with Chen Shushu in tow. When Chen Shushu rode up, he found the carriage of Cui Gu spinning chaotically under the hazy moonlight, the horse occasionally letting out a mournful cry. Alarm surged within him. He dismounted and hurried toward the carriage, calling out, "Chen Shushu." As he approached, the horse obediently came to a halt. Chen Shushu lifted the curtain only to find a disheveled pile of Taoist robes and a thick blue veil inside, but no one was present. Where could Chen Shushu have gone? Why were Cui Gu's robes here? Had Xiao Mingqi truly been using Chen Shushu as a servant, sending her to escort Cui Gu day and night? This man was utterly outrageous. Yet, why would Cui Gu need to remove her robes each night? Lost in thought, he was suddenly jolted by another anguished cry from the horse, which continued to stomp its hooves anxiously. Chen Shushu sensed something was amiss. Turning his gaze toward the agitated horse, he noticed tears gathering in its beastly eyes, its head shaking toward the southeast. Chen Shushu paused, then furrowed his brow and asked, "Something has happened to your master, hasn't it?" The horse seemed to comprehend his question, nodding vigorously and urgently gesturing toward the southeast. Realizing that Chen Shushu must be in peril, he wasted no time and swiftly mounted Yunxiao, galloping in the indicated direction. The horse belonging to Chen Shushu felt somewhat reassured by Chen Shushu's urgency. It had seen her as the best of masters, one who understood its speech, engaged in conversation during leisure, and fed it delicious fruits. She treated it not as an inferior servant, but with the warmth of a friend. It cherished her deeply. It would not allow her to come to harm. With this thought, it too galloped toward the southeast. At that moment, Ling Feng arrived. Observing his master lingering by Chen Shushu's carriage for a moment before rushing away in a panic, he surmised that something must have happened to her and quickly summoned a group of shadow guards, also heading southeast in pursuit. Chapter 58. Affection with a harsh thud. Chen Shushu was unceremoniously thrown into a barren thicket by the two burly men. Pain coursed through her body as her consciousness gradually returned. Instead of hastily opening her eyes, she clenched her fists and listened intently to her surroundings. Another human has come to the grove at night for illicit deeds. How exciting. Such occurrences were not uncommon. However, this woman seemed to be coerced, surrounded by two imposing men, with another lurking behind a nearby tree. None of them appeared benevolent. Indeed, Chen Shushu overheard a conversation between two little wild foxes. Yet, having clearly seen the faces of her two captors, she wondered who could be hiding behind the tree. There was no time for further contemplation as she cried out for help. "Help! I was abducted against my will. They are bandits, ruthless beasts.
Please save me."
Is this human calling for our aid? The two little wild foxes stared at her with wide, round eyes, hesitating momentarily, until a loud crack echoed. One of the men had slapped her to the ground. How pitiful! The little foxes, hearing her cry of pain, could not help but advise, "Human lady, there is a giant animal trap 3 meters to your left. Use it against the bad men." Chen Shushu, having tasted blood from the blow, immediately sprang to her feet and dashed left. "You dare to run? I'll break your legs." The burly man shouted angrily as he lunged at her. Timing her movements, Chen Shushu sidestepped just as he lunged, sending him crashing face-first into the animal trap, which was typically used to catch large bears and wild boars. Its spring mechanism notoriously powerful. With a snap, the trap's jaws pierced deeply into the man's chest, eliciting a horrific scream as his ribcage shattered. In an instant, he was left writhing in agony, his consciousness fading as he became motionless. The other man, seeing this, drew his curved dagger and charged at Chen Shushu. "You filthy wench! You dare to plot against my brother? I'll kill you." Hidden behind a large locust tree, Li Quan, witnessing the man's attack on Chen Shushu, smirked wickedly. He had not anticipated that the scheming Taoist was actually the divorced Chen Shushu in disguise. He had been utterly stunned by her face. After digesting this shocking revelation, he finally understood the Taoist's motive for opposing Xinyu and Li Xuan. She had donned a new guise to seek revenge. Unaware of her impending doom, he thought, clenching his fists as he observed. Suddenly, the sound of galloping hooves approached rapidly. The familiar clip-clop, punctuated by the occasional neigh, unmistakably belonged to Chen Shushu's beloved steed, Yunxiao. So, Chen Shushu had come pursuing her? After 4 years, He still could not let go of this woman and was rushing to save her. Instinctively, Li Quan turned to flee, but upon glancing back, he saw Chen Shushu nearly upon him. Attempting to run now would surely lead to his demise beneath Chen Shushu's iron hooves. In a flash of inspiration, he picked up a stick from the ground and swung it mercilessly at the man trapped in the animal trap. Chen Shushu narrowly dodged the man's attack and was about to lead him to the next trap as instructed by the wild foxes when he suddenly grew alert. He yanked her long, dark hair and swung the dagger towards her neck. Just as the blade approached her throat, it was grasped tightly by a pair of strong hands, blood dripping onto her delicate neck. Chen Shushu, Chen Shushu exclaimed, his face etched with concern as he forcefully kicked the burly man 3 meters away. As the man regained his composure and cursed, Ling Feng arrived with a group of shadow guards, promptly subduing him. Chen Shushu held the pale Chen Shushu in his arms, feeling her body tremble slightly. Anxiety surged within him. What is it? Where does it hurt? Chen Shushu was terrified by the recent events. Had Chen Shushu arrived just half a moment later, her head would have been severed. Trembling, she shook her head, her vision blurring, before fainting in Chen Shushu's embrace. He swiftly gathered her into his arms, wrapping her securely, and turned to Ling Feng, commanding, take her back and interrogate her thoroughly. With a cold command, he embraced Chen Shushu and soared into the sky, departing swiftly. Ling Feng observed a burly man sprawled on the ground, his head shattered, clearly deceased. Turning his gaze to the side, he noticed Li Quan, whose face had turned pale with fear, gripping a blood-soaked club in his hand. He couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, questioning, "Did you do this?" Li Quan immediately nodded with a tremor of fear. This vile creature sought to violate the lady, and thus deserved no mercy. He spoke as he raised the stick, preparing to strike the head of the robust man who had already been captured but was not yet lifeless. He too took action. It was indeed a grave transgression. This individual is acutely aware of his identity and feels compelled to silence him. The stick he brandished was swiftly seized by Ling Feng, making him the sole survivor.
Why?
One wonders, does Butler Li hasten to eliminate him? Is he concealing something? Li Quan immediately shook his head vehemently, like a rattledrum, and reluctantly discarded the stick. Take it away. With a sharp reprimand, he and the shadow guard forcibly removed the burly man, also taking away Chen Shushu's carriage in the process. Li Quan obediently followed Ling Feng for a while, but as he sensed that the situation was about to unravel, he discreetly broke away from the group and hurried back to the residence to pack his belongings. He resolved to seek refuge with Li Xuan, intending to share with her the astonishing news he had received. When Chen Shushu awoke, she found herself in a completely unfamiliar room. The light of day streamed in, indicating that she had been in a deep slumber for an entire night. The sky was now bright. As she instinctively reached to rub her aching forehead, she realized that something was pinning her down. Lowering her gaze, she saw a strong male arm draped across her chest, effectively restraining her hands. Her face flushed with embarrassment, and she suddenly felt alarmed. Who was this man? She immediately furrowed her brows, her eyes swiftly turning to the side. There lay Chen Shushu, gently closing his eyes, facing her, peacefully slumbering at a mere finger's breadth away. In that intimate and comfortable posture, one might easily mistake them for a deeply affectionate couple. In her tumultuous thoughts, she scrutinized the man's face with great care. His features were sharply defined, the jawline sculpted, as if drawn with meticulous strokes. His lips, tinted with a delicate shade of blush, appeared soft and translucent, while his long, thick eyelashes adorned his handsome visage, enhancing his striking beauty. Chen Shushu found herself recalling the scene from the previous night when he had rescued her. Although she could not fathom the reason behind his seemingly deep disdain for her, yet he had risked danger to save her. Nevertheless, even after such an act, they could hardly be considered to share the same bed, could they? Moreover, the man had arrived so promptly last night, undoubtedly having discerned her true identity. For the sake of prudence, she must expeditiously make her exit. With this thought in mind, she gently shifted the sleeping man's arm aside and cautiously rose from the bed, slipping into her shoes, ready to depart swiftly. However, a chilling voice suddenly pierced the silence behind her. What are you doing? Will you once again depart silently, as you did 4 years ago? Chapter 59, Retribution. Chen Shushu was momentarily halted by the resounding inquiry. With a slight furrow of her brow, she gradually turned around, her delicate lips curving into a polite yet distant smile as she addressed him. I appreciate your assistance last night in rescuing me. If there are no further matters, I shall take my leave. Before she could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by the man's deep, melodious voice. Thank me? Is that all you offer? Mere words of gratitude? Chen Shushu was perplexed. Approaching him, the man propped himself up, his handsome features radiating a mischievous charm as he abruptly beckoned her. Naturally, Chen Shushu had no intention of complying. Did he not desire her verbal gratitude, but rather seek to employ an alternative means? Last night, while I was in a deep slumber, I found myself ensnared in an embrace that lasted throughout the night. As if that were not enough, I am now subjected to an unabashed exploitation of my vulnerability. Such fortunate occurrences are likely beyond the realm of my dreams. What audacity does he possess to summon her? A heartless scoundrel, a wretched cucumber, a man devoid of morals and integrity. Why do you blush? Upon observing her, standing there, her countenance marked by vigilance and her gaze flickering with an unmistakable spark of indignation, it was evident that she feared the worst of his intentions. Chen Shushu straightened his posture in annoyance and scoffed coldly. Rest assured, your unremarkable nature barely stirs my interest. Even if you were to implore me in the most vulnerable state, I would deliberate with great care. You are nothing more than an ungrateful woman, lacking in discernment and audacity enough to harbor ill thoughts about me, utterly devoid of wit. With a hint of amusement, Chen Shushu found herself momentarily laughing at his words. She glared at the man with indignation, her voice icy. If you have no interest, that is perfectly fine. I happen to find someone as dry and thin as you. A mere water chicken, utterly unappealing. Chen Shushu, rest assured, even if every man in this world were to perish, I, Chen Shushu, would still not deign to cast a glance in your direction. She spoke in anger and turned to leave. However, her wrist was swiftly grasped by the man who had caught up to her in just a few strides. Is that so? Why do you harbor such disdain for me? When last night you shamelessly embraced me, you persistently sought refuge in my arms, pleading for my kisses, and you cannot simply take what you desire and then feign ignorance. When has she ever behaved in such a manner? Chen Shushu was utterly speechless. She had never been one to indulge in spring dreams. And even after being startled the previous night, it was inconceivable that she would develop any affectionate feelings for this heartless man out of desperation. Could it be that this man, driven by base instincts, harbors nefarious intentions towards himself, and instead, deliberately turns the tables to cast false accusations upon his own character? It is utterly inhumane. Chen Shushu, cease your pretense of innocence. Even if I were in a state of confusion last night, compelled to seek solace among the unrefined, I would never entertain any inappropriate thoughts towards someone as frivolous as you. Restrain your lofty arrogance and refrain from intruding upon my peace. How dare you compare me to the likes of swine and hounds? Chen Shushu grasped her wrist tightly, casting a fierce glare at her. Chen Shushu, how dare you label me as fickle? What right do you possess to make such an accusation? Over the years, I have maintained my integrity, unlike you, who has even brought children into this world. You are well aware of who is truly more indiscreet between us. Chen Shushu scoffed repeatedly, her laughter laced with disdain. Summer insects cannot comprehend ice, she retorted. Chen Shushu, I have little to say to you. Is it truly that there is nothing to say? Or is it merely that words escape you? Chen Shushu, you repeatedly profess your desire to distance yourself from me, yet why did you cunningly infiltrate the residence last night? Have you so swiftly forgotten the words you once uttered? Do not presume that I am unable to see through your trivial tricks. Chen Shushu believed her identity as a Taoist priestess had been uncovered, and a flicker of guilt crossed her agitated eyes, her voice wavering slightly with a hint of weakness. I merely wish to see you. I harbor no ulterior motives towards you. Moreover, Yor is my son. I have stated that as long as I can see him in good health, I shall completely vanish. Observing her gaze drop, transforming from a moment of fury to one of submissiveness, there was a palpable hint of concession. Only then did the seething anger within Chen Shushu begin to subside slightly. Did I not mention previously that as long as you admit your fault, I would permit you to see Yor openly? Chen Shushu gazed at him with her crystalline eyes, a tide of emotions swirling within, unable to suppress the hint of derision. Do not indulge in fantasies. I have committed no wrongdoing. What reason do I have to concede to fault? Indeed, you, with your numerous malevolent deeds, shall inevitably face retribution in due time. Listening to the woman's curses, each word dripping with venom, Chen Shushu felt his once fervent heart freeze instantly, his eyes reflecting a tumultuous blend of sorrow and rage. He grasped Chen Shushu's wrist, Tightening his hold gradually, and with a gentle yet forceful tug, he drew her into his embrace, holding her firmly. Whether I shall face retribution remains uncertain, but your reckoning shall be at my hands. He spoke with icy precision, suddenly lifting her by the waist and unceremoniously tossing her onto the couch, then leaning over her. His body pressed against hers as his fingers teasingly traced her brow and eyes, a wicked smile playing on his lips as he remarked, "Are you not going to admit to what you did last night?" At that moment, he declared, his icy fingers effortlessly grasping her chin. And then his lips swiftly sealed Chen Shushu's mouth, which was about to unleash a torrent of indignation. Chen Shushu's limbs were completely pinned beneath him, the man's scorching body heat igniting her skin like a raging fire. She found it futile to evade him, as he forcibly enveloped her in the tumultuous waves of passion until her entire body succumbed to weakness. Only then did Chen Shushu abruptly halt, rising like a gentleman to adjust his attire. After a moment, he lifted his gaze to find Chen Shushu lying on the couch, her expression vacant. Resembling a chaste maiden violated, he offered a nonchalant smile, delivering a condescending warning. "Chen Shushu, refrain from constantly engaging in actions that displease me. If you choose to toy with me, you must consider the consequences." In a fit of anger, Chen Shushu seized a pillow and hurled it at the man. Chen Shushu deftly caught it, narrowing his cold eyes. "Do you dare to strike again?" Fuming, Chen Shushu retorted, "If you dare to come again, I will ensure you can never be a man." "Huh, would you truly be willing to do that?" Chen Shushu replied lightly, then moved to sit at the tea table, instructing her in a calm tone, "Hurry and tidy yourself, I am taking you somewhere." Chen Shushu was about to refuse in her indignation, but her gaze fell upon a fresh pool of blood staining the couch. Suddenly recalling how Chen Shushu had taken a lethal blow for her the previous night, his palm now injured, her anger dwindled. She approached the mirror, tidying her disheveled hair and slightly reddened lips, before walking over to him. "Where are you taking me?" Logically, Chen Shushu should be furious upon discovering her masquerade as a courtesan, yet he remained remarkably composed. What was his true intention? Taking a sip of tea. He cast her a casual glance before rising and heading for the door.
Just follow me.
"I assure you, I shall not sell you." Chapter 60. Filthy. Considering her identity had been exposed, and knowing she would need Chen Shushu's assistance when meeting Yor, she realized she couldn't confront him head-on. Moreover, after disappearing for an entire night, Tang Bao must have been worried sick. She needed to dismiss Chen Shushu and return home quickly. Thus, she followed him. Upon exiting the inn, she climbed into the carriage that Ling Feng had prepared. Inside, it was furnished with exquisite Namu carvings, and the space was not cramped. Chen Shushu sat opposite Chen Shushu, refraining from inquiring about their destination. After all, he would likely not provide a satisfactory answer, so she chose to avoid unnecessary banter. An uncomfortable silence enveloped them until Chen Shushu broke it, observing her for a moment before asking, "How much does Xiao Mingqi pay you each month?" Chen Shushu, concerned he might question her concealed identity, was taken aback by his inquiry. After a brief pause, she replied, 20 taels. Chen Shushu chuckled. "Is that sum truly worth the risk you take? Just 20 taels of silver, and you willingly act as a coachman to escort the courtesan every night,
leading the charge against bandits."
"I expected Xiao Mingqi to offer you something of greater significance." Recalling the incident from the previous night when she was abducted, he felt a surge of indignation. Xiao Mingqi was exceedingly short-sighted. Believing he was referring to her masquerade, Chen Shushu straightened her expression and clarified, "Your Highness, he is not that cruel. All of this is my own choice, and he bears no blame." "Ah, how adept you are at exonerating him," Chen Shushu remarked with a hint of bitterness. "If you were to come work for me in the capital, I would grant you double your salary." Chen Shushu stared in disbelief. "Are you jesting? Aren't you Xiao Mingqi's strategist? As a Taoist, your duty is to save the common people from peril. Thus, following me offers a more promising future than aligning with Xiao Mingqi. His path will undoubtedly be fraught with bloodshed, and you are ill-suited to remain by his side for long." After hearing his reasoning, Chen Shushu looked at him in shock and reluctance. Chen Shushu's expression hardened. "Rest assured, my intention in hiring you is not out of any fondness, but rather because I find your skills useful for the task ahead. Do not overthink it." Chen Shushu smirked coldly, her lips betraying her sarcasm. "I cannot accept your good intentions, nor do I need 5 times the pay." Her words were abruptly interrupted by Chen Shushu's deep voice. "Chen Shushu, it's not about the money. I simply do not wish to," she insisted. 10 times. Chen Shushu's tone intensified. Chen Shushu's expression fell completely. I have already stated it is not about the money. Chen Shushu, I am quite content by the side of the third prince. Even if you offered me a fortune, I would refuse to work in your domain. The torment of those 3 years, where she was coldly neglected, had left her weary. She had suffered enough. The thought of returning to that life was unfathomable to her. Is Xiaomingqi truly that wonderful? Chen Shushu scoffed. He treats you like a servant, commands you at will, and with him, you lack even the most basic sense of security. Are you truly willing to endure such mistreatment? Chen Shushu couldn't help but laugh at his words. Following you would only subject me to countless miseries. Xiaomingqi is not the villain you portray him to be, Chen Shushu. Spare your breath. I will not work for you, my ex-husband. She had no desire to associate with the dangerous individual surrounding him. Seeing her dismiss his concerns while praising Xiaomingqi, Chen Shushu felt a surge of frustration. Do you think I desire a woman devoid of understanding? If you were not a Taoist, I wouldn't even deign to glance in your direction. If it weren't for Xiaomingqi's nightly summons for you to escort the courtesan, and my concern for your safety, why would I go to such lengths to involve myself with you? Besides, remaining by my side would allow you to see you frequently. How can you be so ungrateful? His frustration was palpable as he leaned against the carriage frame, his strong chest rising and falling with agitation. Chen Shushu had never encountered a man so intent on drawing her ire. Her heart was filled with indignation. She had learned this truth long ago during their 3 years of marriage. It was only her blindness that had led her to hope for a different outcome.
Now.
She was resolute. She had never sought his favor, only wishing for the greatest distance between them. This is the second time I have expressed my desire to sever ties with you, she declared. Is it amusing to repeatedly regard me as an enemy? Where do you find the audacity? Chen Shushu tightened his grip, a cold smile gracing his lips. You are mistaken if you believe I am enamored with your obstinacy. If you had harbored even a fraction of affection for me in the past, you would not repeatedly defy me for a man of little consequence. Let me be clear. Inviting you to work in my camp is not a suggestion. It is a command. Chen Shushu bristled at his words. What do you mean? Chen Shushu, I am an independent individual. I do not rely on you to survive. You cannot bind me against my will. Chen Shushu maintained his icy demeanor, his fair complexion contrasting sharply with the glint of mischief in his eyes as he leaned closer. The only binding would be in the bedroom. If you choose not to go now, I possess countless methods to compel you to willingly serve me. Chen Shushu clenched her delicate fists, her heart racing like a drum, caught in a tumult of embarrassment and fury from the man's provocative whispers. Were it not for Tang Bao, she would have relished the thought of bringing this infuriating man down with her. How could she have ever been drawn to such shamelessness and arrogance? Chen Shushu, are you once again threatening me with you? The moment he spoke of willingness, that thought flashed through her mind. Seeing her cheeks puffed with anger and her eyes wide, her fair teeth biting into her rosy lips, the imprints of her teeth slowly becoming apparent, he coldly commanded, do not bite your lips. When she remained unmoved, his finger easily found its way to her lips. If you continue to disobey, I will kiss you until you relent. As he gripped her cheeks, his handsome face loomed closer, his moist lips inching toward her. Chen Shushu's heart raced uncontrollably. Instinctively, she shrank back, swiftly turning her head to evade him, her expression icy and her tone sharp enough to cut. Have some dignity. If you are not afraid of disease, I am. The thought of his lips having touched that jealous woman, Li Xuan, made her feel nauseated, let alone the idea of getting any closer to him. Chapter 61. Foolishness. Disease? She, who found him filthy. Chen Shushu's mood soured at her insulting words, his irritation flaring anew. This woman was utterly ungrateful. He questioned why he had ever been attracted to her in the first place. Yet, despite his fury, he did not lose sight of his ultimate goal. Chen Shushu, a woman as frivolous as you, threatening you with your affection is no longer effective. If you refuse to obey me this time, I will take action against Yunyu Tea House. With that, he abruptly pushed her away, positioning himself further from her, his demeanor cold and distant, as if constructing a wall between them. Yunyu Tea House. Chen Shushu threatened her with that? Did he know it was run by her senior brother? Have you been investigating me? She could hardly believe it. Was he so idle that he engaged in such trivial pursuits? Would he uncover the truth about Tang Bao's lineage as well? That scoundrel of a man. As she simmered with frustration, she heard his chilling voice cut through the silence. You and your senior brother are in cahoots, deliberately concealing your identities. Regardless of your intentions, do not think you can play tricks under my watch. His gaze swept over her pale face, his tone heavy. I offer you two choices. Either come work at the Jingji camp or see and you shut down.
Choose.
Chen Shushu did not hesitate. Why should I choose? Chen Shushu. Working with a petty man like you would shorten my life. Do not indulge in foolish fantasies, for I will not comply. Chen Shushu snorted coldly. If you call me a petty man, then I shall be one. Your senior brother was disrespectful to me last time. Such ungratefulness deserves a lesson. He then ordered Ling Feng. Immediately informed the secret guards to take action against Yunyu Tea House. Ling Feng was left puzzled, unsure if his master was merely trying to intimidate the lady or if he was serious. Do you not understand? Came Chen Shushu's cold voice again. Ling Feng trembled, hastily nodding. Understood. I will handle it immediately after delivering you to the Wangfu. While saying this, he secretly hoped the lady would soon come to her senses and soften her stance to avoid involving the innocent Xie Tingwei. Chen Shushu was greatly agitated. The atmosphere in the carriage turned tense. She struggled to suppress the urge to leap from the carriage, her mind racing. Now that her identity was exposed, without a shield to approach Yor, going to his Jingji camp would at least allow her to see him often. Moreover, Shunyu had recently shown a willingness to learn poetry and songs, his mindset having broadened considerably. She believed that soon she could broach the subject of her departure with him. With a Jew still missing and Shan Buxin silent, following Chen Shushu or Xiao Mingqi was essentially the same, as both were engaged in the suppression of bandits. Coming to this realization, she calmly stated, Do not touch my senior brother. I agree to go to Jingji camp, but you must provide me with 500 taels each month. Since he insisted on her going, it was reasonable for her to demand more financial support, compensating for the hardship endured during their 3 years together. The more she asked for, the more secure her and Tang Bao's future would be. Chen Shushu was taken aback by her willingness to agree so readily. Money was not an issue for him. In a good mood, he nodded and instructed Ling Feng. We will discuss the matter of handling things later. Ling Feng had been waiting for this affirmation. At last, he could breathe a sigh of relief. At that moment, Chen Shushu looked at the man, who had softened his demeanor, and said, Although I have agreed, I am still the third prince's person, and I fear he may not consent. Just take care of yourself. I will handle the rest. Chen Shushu replied indifferently. It was reasonable for him to keep her close, as Xiao Mingqi had no grounds to object. Furthermore, he was aware that Xiao Mingqi was merely using her. He understood his ultimate goal well. As long as she could provide him with intelligence and convenience, he would not hesitate to keep a mere Taoist priestess around. The master has arrived. At that moment, the carriage came to a halt, and Ling Feng cautiously reminded from outside. Chen Shushu did not wait for a response from the man. She lifted the curtain and jumped out of the carriage. Being in the same carriage with Chen Shushu, whose moods fluctuated unpredictably, felt suffocating. Once longing for what she could not have, she now felt only endless disdain. Seeing Chen Shushu's eagerness to escape, Chen Shushu felt a surge of irritation. After a moment of clenching his fists, he coldly stepped out of the carriage.
Chen Shushu,
puzzled by his intention to bring her to the Ningwangfu, assumed he was angry at Xiao Mingqi for concealing her identity, and she approached him again. Chen Shushu, I have already said that this matter is not the third prince's fault. He is a kind and gentle person. Do not act rashly. Chen Shushu frowned. Chen Shushu had likely used Cui Gu to infiltrate the general's residence without Xiao Mingqi's knowledge. If blame were to be cast, it would fall on Cui Gu. Why was she worrying unnecessarily? Moreover, their relationship was not one of secret romantic entanglement. Why was she so concerned for that despicable man?
Chen Shushu,
do you think this general fears a prince? Before worrying about others, you should concern yourself with your own safety. How did you survive these 4 years away? With such naivety, how can I trust you with Xiao Mingqi? He spoke with irritation before turning toward the Ningwangfu, not forgetting to command Chen Shushu to follow. Meanwhile, Li Quan, having gathered his accumulated wealth over the years, fled overnight and successfully entered Li's residence by morning. He recounted everything that transpired the previous night to Li Shuin in detail. You mean Chen Shushu is Cui Gu? Li Shuin was taken aback by this revelation. No wonder Cui Gu had always regarded her with those penetrating eyes. It seemed she had been plotting revenge all along. Thus, the excessive Zissou powder and epimedium from that day had all been secretly added by her. Truly a despicable woman. Once, she silently endured the bullying, but now, having donned a new guise, does she believe that anything has truly changed? Engaging in a battle of wits with her would be beneath her. She immediately confronted Li Quan, asking about her cousin. Was he aware of Chen Shushu's masquerade as a nun? Li Quan hesitated, revealing that he was unaware of such deceit before Chen Shushu was kidnapped. The general likely had no knowledge of her true identity. However, after the general rescued her last night, whether he had discerned the truth remained uncertain. A cold smirk appeared on Li Shuin's lips. The fact that her cousin ventured out in the dead of night to rescue that wretched woman indicated that he still harbored feelings for her. Even if he had seen through her disguise, he would not hold her accountable. Yet, Chen Shushu's deception, infiltrating the general's household and plotting against the royal princess, could not be overlooked lightly. What do you mean? Li Quan's eyes gleamed with malice. Let us first seek out our aunt and clarify the situation. She harbors even greater disdain for Chen Shushu and will surely devise a way to punish her. As she spoke, she beckoned Li Quan closer and whispered a few instructions. He immediately nodded and hurried out. Li Shuin then approached a small cabinet in her room, retrieving a small porcelain vial and tucking it into her bosom. Chen Shushu was no longer the simpleton of the past. She needed to prepare for all contingencies. This time, even if she could not eliminate her, she would ensure that Chen Shushu could not remain in Bianjing. Chapter 62, The Widow. Uncle Xiao, is my mother truly unharmed? When will she return?
Tang Bao,
Having anxiously awaited Chen Shushu's return throughout the night, rushed to the front courtyard with Su Zero early in the morning to seek out Xiao Mingqi. Upon seeing the worry etched in her clear, bright eyes, Xiao Mingqi quickly scooped her into his arms to comfort her. Do not fret. Your uncle has sent someone to inquire at the general's residence. Your mother is with General Shen and she is certainly safe. With that scoundrel? And she stayed the entire night?
Tang Bao She Uni Di Pen Pe.
Her mother had promised to return no matter how late it was. Her absence last night could only mean she had fallen victim to her wretched father and his seductive cousin. Su Zero, equally anxious, asked Your Highness, why would senior sister spend the night at the general's residence? Could it be that General Shen has discovered her true identity as a Taoist nun and intentionally detained her? Xiao Mingqi shook his head, uncertain. Earlier, Lu Shang had gone to the general's residence and coincidentally encountered Ling Feng departing with a carriage, claiming that Miss Chen had spent the night with his master at an inn, though he did not divulge the specifics.
An inn?
Something must have happened to my mother. Without a moment to lose, Tang Bao leaped from Xiao Mingqi's embrace and dashed toward the palace door. In her haste, she collided with Shen Shushu, who had just entered. Her delicate nose bumped against his solid knee, sending a jolt of pain through her. She fought back tears, but upon seeing her mother behind him, she burst into sobs. Immediately, she raised a small foot and kicked Shen Shushu, exclaiming, You bad person. You big bully. Don't touch my mother. Shen Shushu, taken aback by the unexpected kick, felt a surge of anger. What right did this illegitimate child have to speak to him in such a manner? He could tolerate Chen Shushu's insults, but this child was insufferable. Just as he was about to pick her up for a proper reprimand, she slipped from under his arm and rushed into Chen Shushu's embrace. Mother, are you all right? Are you hurt? Tang Bao anxiously examined her mother. Chen Shushu, noticing her daughter's reddened nose and tear-filled eyes, quickly knelt down to soothe her. I'm fine, my dear. I had a small mishap last night, which delayed my return. Were you worried?
Tang Bao Not Det Vi Go Zu Xin.
Then turned to glare at the irate Chen Shushu. In her childish voice, she accused, Did he bully you? That wicked man and his treacherous cousin harmed you. Didn't he they? Chen Shushu was about to signal her daughter to cease, when Shen Shushu unexpectedly stepped closer, his tone icy as he inquired, How old are you? And who taught you such foul language? Was it your mother? The term wicked man was clearly unflattering, suggesting that Chen Shushu had often spoken ill of him, leading this child to mimic her words. After all, how could a child not yet 3 years old possibly wield such harsh vocabulary? With her little face raised defiantly, Tang Bao retorted, You were unfaithful during your marriage, abandoning my mother and bringing that vixen cousin into our home. The entire town knows about it.
They all speak of you in this way.
This is the truth. I don't need my mother to teach me. Stop slandering her. Shen Shushu's fury ignited. What did you say? Unfaithful during marriage? I abandoned Chen Shushu? Such grave accusations. The audacity of this child to turn the tables was utterly absurd. Chen Shushu, sensing the situation spiraling out of control, especially with Xiao Mingqi and several maidservants observing, realized that Chen Shushu, a dignified general, would not take such insults lightly and might retaliate in anger. Quickly, she covered Tang Bao's incessant chatter with her hand and turned to Chen Shushu. Chen Shushu, past grievances are in the hands of heaven. If you inquire in the streets and alleys, you will find that Tang Bao speaks no falsehood. Moreover, children speak without guile. She is not intentionally provoking you. She merely repeats tales she has heard in the tea house, so do not take her words to heart. The last 4 words were directed primarily at Xiao Mingqi and the assembled servants. Having been divorced from Chen Shushu for 4 years, she held no resentment toward him and had no desire to dredge up the past to tarnish his reputation. Nor did she wish to provoke him further through this verbal altercation.
Ha!
Chen Shushu dismissed her words, maintaining that he would not acknowledge actions he had not committed. Thus, he paid little heed to her preceding statements, focusing instead on the essence of her words. He cast Chen Shushu a cold smile. Listening to stories? Is it from your senior brother? It seems you have taken her there quite often. She was indeed clever, hastily attempting to secure a new father for this loquacious child, intentionally fostering a bond with Xie Tingwei at the tea house. Furthermore, given the child's evident disdain for him, it was likely that she had already accepted Xie Tingwei as her new father. If she were to coerce Chen Shushu into a relationship with Xie Tingwei, what would become of his own son? Considering this, he stepped forward, blocking Chen Shushu's path as she attempted to lead the child away. After locking eyes with her for a moment, he quelled his disgust and addressed the little girl coolly. It was I who saved your mother last night. I did not harm her. Is this how you treat your benefactor? Chen Shushu was taken aback. Was Chen Shushu actually explaining himself? This arrogant man, who usually held himself above all, was now stooping to provide an explanation. While she pondered this, Tang Bao was having none of it, defiantly lifting her chin to retort. You think you're so benevolent? You're a big bad guy. I don't believe you saved my mother. You're not allowed to go near her anymore. As she spoke, she grasped Su Ziru with one hand and held Chen Shushu's hand with the other, declaring, Mother, let us go. We want to associate with this person. Chen Shushu, fearing Tang Bao's impulsive nature, worried that if they continued this confrontation, Chen Shushu might lose his patience and retaliate in anger, potentially revealing Tang Bao's true lineage. With this thought in mind, she quickly took hold of Tang Bao's hand and hurriedly departed. As Chen Shushu noticed her attempt to slip away, he contemplated what to say to hold her back. At that moment, Xiao Mingqi approached, gently advising General Shen. It is likely that she and her child have never been apart. Last night, Tang Bao was especially frightened, and it is natural for her to worry about her mother being upset. You should not hold it against her. Allow them to return and spend some time together. Chen Shushu recalled that the child was born of Chen Shushu and another man, which stirred a tumult of discomfort within him. The child's disdain for him, coupled with the deliberate distortion of truth to create misunderstandings between him and Chen Shushu, only fueled his growing aversion towards her. Nevertheless, considering Xiao Mingqi's words and out of respect for Chen Shushu, he chose to refrain from confronting her for the time being. He composed his furrowed brow and, together with Xiao Mingqi, took a seat at the table, his tone subdued as he regarded him. Your Highness seems quite concerned for them, does it not? Although I am aware that your acquaintance with them stems from the Taoist priestess's influence, there exists a possibility of deeper feelings developing over time. Particularly, that insufferable child seems to hold a certain fondness for you. It is only natural to care, he remarked. Miss Chen is a friend of mine, and Tang Bao is a remarkably clever and endearing little girl who has captured my heart. As he spoke, he observed that Xiao Mingqi's expression shifted noticeably. The usually stoic General Shen was evidently grappling with a myriad of emotions today, including a barely concealed anger and a hint of jealousy. Xiao Mingqi's smile deepened with intrigue as he gazed at him. General Shen, are you perhaps still preoccupied with your ex-wife? Without hesitation, Chen Shushu retorted, she is unworthy. Xiao Mingqi pressed further, then why do you care whether I concern myself with them? Chen Shushu's expression reverted to its customary coldness as he met Xiao Mingqi's gaze. Miss Chen is certainly not suitable for your highness. I only fear you might fall into the springtime trap and suffer unnecessary emotional wounds. Xiao Mingqi chuckled lightly. General Shen is indeed thoughtful for my sake. However, Tang Bao has a father. Though I do not know who he is, he must love her dearly. It seems our chances of becoming stepfather are rather slim. Chen Shushu was aware that Tang Bao's biological father had passed away many years ago, rendering him unexpectedly undaunted by this revelation. Yet, Xiao Mingqi's apparent admiration for Chen Shushu left him reluctant to disclose her widowhood, fearing that it might spark his interest. He smiled faintly, nodding. Your Highness speaks wisely. Noticing Chen Shushu's sudden silence, Xiao Mingqi scrutinized him further, realizing that his ears had turned red. Last night, you and Miss Chen were clearly involved in something significant, were you not? Chen Shushu recalled the events of the previous night, where after Chen Shushu had fainted, she initially lay still on the couch, but in the dead of night, she had unconsciously nestled against him, her face buried against his throat, enticing him into a prolonged kiss. As he reflected on that moment, a tumult of emotions surged within him, and he felt an unusual warmth in his gaze. Xiao Mingqi, observing his sudden reticence, discerned the truth. So, it seems you and Miss Chen were not merely innocent acquaintances after all. Realizing that Chen Shushu was a man of hidden depths, Xiao Mingqi couldn't help but smirk knowingly. General Shen, if you truly care, there is no need for pretenses. I regard you as a confidant and a friend. Although I may lack experience in matters of marriage and divorce, I possess some understanding of romantic affairs. Slightly discomforted by the word deceive, Chen Shushu coldly replied, she is unworthy. After a moment of contemplation, he continued, Your Highness, I know you have long sought to eradicate the bandits. The Emperor asked me yesterday to devise a detailed plan for capturing them, and I would like to recommend you for the task. Xiao Mingqi began to grasp the implications. What conditions do you have? Knowing that Chen Shushu was a trusted advisor to his father and that he had his own motives, Xiao Mingqi wondered what ulterior motives lay behind this overture. After a brief pause, Chen Shushu finally said, the Jingjing camp is in need of a female Taoist priest to strategize. Recently, Miss Chen expressed a desire to try her hand at this, and I hope you can facilitate her release to assist me. Xiao Mingqi was taken aback. It seemed the identity of Chen Shushu had been uncovered by Chen Shushu. After a moment, he asked, Miss Chen voluntarily offered to assist you? Indeed, Chen Shushu replied, his demeanor unyielding. She agreed to this willingly, and you may inquire with her if you have doubts. Furthermore, given that Chen Shushu resides in your estate with her child, any unfavorable rumors could be detrimental. Xiao Mingqi frowned again, recognizing the complexities of the situation. But General Shen, you are merely her ex-husband, and she has remarried. Her residence with you is more justifiable than with me. Your Highness, what do you think of this arrangement? Xiao Mingqi, intrigued yet understanding, nodded in agreement. Of course, capturing the scourge of Sanbuxen has long been my intention. If you can speak favorably of me before the Emperor, I shall assist you in securing the lady's return. As long as he could capture Sanbuxen, it mattered little whether he was the one seeking her or not. It was a beneficial arrangement. Your Highness need not overthink this. I seek her merely for utilitarian purposes, Chen Shushu reiterated. Xiao Mingqi smirked slightly. I understand your intentions, General Shen. I will advise Miss Chen to consider a change of heart, but you must dedicate yourself to the bandit eradication efforts. Chen Shushu smiled, tinged with disdain. Rest assured, I shall not go back on my word. As for Chen Shushu, please have her report to the Jingjing camp promptly. Xiao Mingqi nodded, and Chen Shushu made no further delay before heading off to court. Mother, why were you and that scoundrel at the inn last night? Indeed, sister. Your ex-husband is ruthless and unfaithful. How could you entangle yourself with him again? Su Zero gazed at her with displeasure. Chen Shushu, not wishing to dwell on the matter, recounted her assassination attempt and how Chen Shushu had saved her. Is that so? I thought Chen Shushu had feelings for my cousin. Why would he risk his safety to save you? Chen Shushu shook her head. I cannot say. Perhaps it was due to his anger at my impersonation of the Taoist priestess that he sought to vent his frustrations by rescuing me. Yet, that man had not shown any signs of anger regarding the matter, and today he insisted she go to the Jingjing camp for work. She found it perplexing. What? He discovered your true identity? How could that be? Has that heartless man finally opened his eyes? Su Zero bombarded her with questions. Chen Shushu could only sigh. I thought I could keep it hidden a bit longer, but last night's encounter was too coincidental. So, this means you no longer have to wear the Taoist robes to disguise yourself, Su Zero remarked, then suddenly thought of something. But will you still be able to see you? Will that wretched scoundrel prevent you from meeting your child? Chen Shushu shook her head. I will be working at the Jingjing camp, so I should have the chance to see you. She said this calmly, opening a cabinet to begin packing her belongings. The Jingjing camp? Isn't that the military camp in the capital? This is indeed the domain of Chen Shushu. What business do you have there? Su Zira suddenly felt that her senior sister's mysterious disappearance last night seemed to be linked to a series of astonishing events, possibly involving Chen Shushu. Could it be that something transpired between them? Indeed, mother. That scoundrel father is too wicked. I refuse to set foot in his territory. At this moment, Tang Bao interjected. That vile man deserves to be bitten to shreds by thousands of little snakes. I have no desire to pander to him. Listening to this, Chen Shushu initially intended to speak candidly, but it was evident that both Tang Bao and Zero harbored an intense loathing for Chen Shushu, especially Tang Bao. Given her vehement insults directed at him today, if she were to learn that the scoundrel had threatened her, she would likely seek vengeance upon him. The consequences of such an encounter could be dire. Thus, she opted for a more delicate approach, stating that Chen Shushu's military camp required a Taoist priestess, offering a monthly salary of 500 taels, which was 25 times that of the prince's pay. Our survival depends on silver, hence I agreed to go there. 500 taels? Upon hearing this astronomical figure, Su Ziru's eyes sparkled with golden delight. Your ex-husband is quite generous. Senior sister, for the sake of wealth. People often act against their better judgment, especially when it comes to the money of a heartless man. I am firmly on your side. After all, once you accumulate enough silver, you can take Tang Bao and flee. She huffed, offering suggestions while curiously inquiring. However, if he is so generous with 500 taels, why not request a bit more? Perhaps 10,000 taels of gold per month? After all, your ex-husband is quite wealthy, and to him, such sums are merely a drop in the bucket. Chen Shushu couldn't help but chuckle at her words. Chen Shushu is not foolish enough to grant me such an amount. Furthermore, were it not for the desire to see Yuer and the threat posed by Chen Shushu using her senior brother, she would never consider working under him. As they shared a light-hearted moment, Chen Shushu, having nearly finished packing, suddenly recalled something. By the way, senior sister, I encountered a guard from the Wang residence today who mentioned that a remarkably handsome young man was looking for you this morning. He appeared quite urgent. Upon hearing this, Chen Shushu immediately envisioned her senior brother's elegant visage. He was known for his discretion, and it was unlikely he would seek her out at the Wang residence without significant reason. Could it be that a Jew has news? Chapter 64. A Chance Encounter. Chen Shushu sensed something was amiss and promptly grabbed her large satchel, taking Tang Bao's hand in her own, and looked towards Su Ziru. I intend to bid farewell to the third prince. Would you care to join me? With Chen Shushu leaving, Su Ziru had little desire to remain in the estate. Yet she was equally reluctant to go to Chen Shushu's military camp. Noticing her indecision, Chen Shushu saw through her thoughts and said, The third prince has treated us well for some time. If you wish to accompany me, we can go to the military camp together. I will find a way for Chen Shushu to grant you a salary as well, but if you prefer to stay at the Wang residence, I am sure the third prince would not chase you away. What do you think? Upon hearing that her mother had decided to leave, Tang Bao rushed over to grasp Su Ziru's hand, her face displaying reluctance. Godmother, come with us. I can't bear to part with you. I want to live and play with you. Su Ziru had taught her swordplay, played with her, and bought her many delightful things. She truly could not bear to leave her. Su Ziru felt a pang of sorrow for both Tang Bao and her senior sister, but had no fondness for Chen Shushu. She hesitated, holding Tang Bao's hand tightly, and turned to Chen Shushu. Perhaps we should find the prince first. He might not let you go, or might offer more silver to keep you. Chen Shushu understood that this possibility was quite slim. Since the last time they had gone up the mountain to capture bandits, she had realized that Xiao Mingqi was driven by a sense of justice. Once he ascended to the throne, he would likely still rely on Chen Shushu, and thus he would never risk his relationship with Chen Shushu for someone as inconsequential as herself. Moreover, she wanted to see Yuer, and did not genuinely wish for Xiao Mingqi to hinder her. Yet, seeing Su Ziru's troubled expression, she nodded slightly. Very well. Let us first pay a visit to the prince, and then make our decision. The three of them quickly reached the front hall, only to be informed by the steward that Xiao Mingqi had just been urgently summoned to the palace by an official and would likely return later. Reluctantly, they returned to the back courtyard. Chen Shushu set down her satchel and addressed Su Ziru and Tang Bao. I must go out to meet a friend now. Tang Bao, you must stay here obediently with your godmother and not wander off. Do you understand? Mother, are you going to find Master Uncle? Was it Master Uncle who came to the front gate looking for you this morning? Chen Shushu smiled and nodded. It is likely so. Your Master Uncle must have important matters to discuss with me. I will see him and return home later to take you both away. Tang Bao tugged at her hand. No. I want to see Master Uncle too. I want to go with you. Chen Shushu realized that bringing Tang Bao along with her to meet the inquisitive court official would be too risky. She knelt down and gently coaxed her. Tang Bao, dear. I cannot bring you today. I promise to take you to Master Uncle's house to play in a few days, alright? Tang Bao still wore a displeased expression. At that moment, a puzzled Su Ziru furrowed her brow. What Master Uncle? Senior sister, do you know any Taoist brothers in Bianjing? Chen Shushu briefly revealed the identity of the official. I had mentioned before that my friend in Bianjing is indeed my senior brother. He left the Taoist temple long ago, and does not identify as a Taoist anymore. He is quite low-key and wishes to remain unknown, which is why I have kept it a secret. Su Ziru had not yet entered the temple when Xie Tingwei left, so she was unaware of him. Oh, I see, senior sister. You needn't worry, I will take Tang Bao to stroll through the market. You go handle your matters. They are important. Though Su Ziru was simple-minded, having spent many days in Bianjing, she sensed that Chen Shushu seemed to be hiding something. It felt as though she was searching for someone, but since she was reluctant to share, there was no need for Su Ziru to pry. After all, she knew her senior sister was a kind-hearted and beautiful person, and she would never harm her. Only then did Chen Shushu nod in reassurance. And after soothing the pouting Tang Bao, she hurriedly departed. Su Ziru, now outside the Wang residence with a still glum Tang Bao, could not help but say, Tang Bao, do not be upset. Today, your godmother will take you to see street performers. How does that sound? Street performers? Tang Bao's little eyes brightened with curiosity. What is that? Not that, but rather, it is when street men wield swords. I have heard there are also children performing tricks, like jumping through hoops of fire. Would you like to see? Tang Bao nodded eagerly. The two soon arrived at the bustling street performance site in Bianjing, where they saw a stage surrounded by a crowd. For children, approximately 7 or 8 years old, were lined up on the platform. Some were balancing bowls on their heads while walking on stilts, others were jumping through rings of fire, and the last two, one plump and one thin, were performing martial arts with red tassel spears. There was a variety of acts, delighting the surrounding townsfolk. Suddenly, the plump child, wielding the spear, used his strength to disregard the rules and kicked the thin child off the stage, muttering, "You lost, filthy beggar. Now get down and bark like a dog." The thin child pouted, clearly dissatisfied. Tang Bao watched the thin child for a moment and suddenly shouted, "Do you dare to compete with me?" Su Ziru was momentarily taken aback, about to speak, when the plump boy burst into laughter. "You little brat, you really think you can do this? Brother, I suppose your mother has to assist you even with the most elementary tasks, such as wiping yourself?" Indeed. It seems that the impudent girl would rather disrupt the peace here than engage in innocent play at home. At this moment, a man beside the plump boy expressed his displeasure with a smirk. His precious son had been training diligently in this technique for quite some time, and there was no one in the world more formidable than his cherished offspring. The audacity of this young child to boast was quite amusing. The onlookers could not help but chuckle, with some encouraging Tang Bao to give it a try. Eventually, the man, unable to resist the clamor of the crowd and the determination on Tang Bao's little face, presented her with a red tassel spear, allowing her to spar with his son. Having trained in martial arts for a year under Su Ziru, and possessing a natural inclination for wielding weapons, Tang Bao felt confident that defeating the chubby boy, who was limited to only a few basic moves, would pose no challenge. With a bounce in her step, she eagerly ascended the stage with a spear in hand. Su Ziru, an expert in her own right, recognized that the boy's techniques were rather rudimentary, and thus harbored no worries for Tang Bao's performance. She watched with delight as she discussed the potential rewards with the boy's father. The contest soon commenced with much enthusiasm, and at that precise moment, Shen Yuan, accompanied by his aide Gao Qing, happened to pass by. Upon witnessing the 3-year-old girl in a red dress ascend the stage with the poise reminiscent of Mu Guiying, showcasing her skills with agility and grace, he was momentarily taken aback. The Shen family had a long lineage of valor and martial prowess, and he could discern that this little girl possessed the spirit of a warrior's descendant. As he marveled at her petite figure, he found himself pondering which military family could have raised such a remarkable child. Meanwhile, Tang Bao easily triumphed over the chubby boy and was smiling as she acknowledged the crowd. When Shen Yuan finally discerned her features, it felt as if a thunderbolt had struck him. After a prolonged moment of shock, he managed to regain his composure and, trembling, pointed at Tang Bao while addressing Gao Qing. "That little girl, doesn't she seem familiar to you?" Chapter 65, Great Joy. Gao Qing rubbed his eyes and blinked a few times before comprehending, nodding emphatically. Indeed, my lord, you are not mistaken. That child bears a striking resemblance to the general in his youth. Just look at her eyes. They are identical to the general's. Xin Yuan concurred, noting not only the resemblance in appearance, but also the fierce spirit she exhibited while wielding the spear. His excitement was palpable as he grasped Gao Qing's arm, making an assertion. Yue resembles the current Ah Yan, while this little girl is the spitting image of the young Ah Yan. She must be his child. Gao Qing hesitated, acknowledging the resemblance, but recalling that the general had not taken another wife since parting ways with the Qin family, leading him to doubt the child's lineage. What do you know? Xin Yuan replied impatiently. If Ah Yan could descend from the heavens with a child on a stormy night, it is certainly possible for another remarkable child to appear now. Hearing this, Gao Qing could not help but rub his eyes once more, gazing intently at Tang Bao. After a prolonged examination, he suddenly exclaimed, My lord, you were right. Not only does she resemble the general in his youth, but she also bears a striking likeness to Lady Chen, our former general's wife. It's as if she was carved from the same mold. That need not be mentioned. Xin Yuan had already discerned the resemblance to Chen Shushu. Thus, he speculated that Chen Shushu might have given birth to twins, one dragon and one phoenix. Yet, why had she chosen to abandon Yue at the gate on a stormy night? Could there be someone manipulating events from the shadows?
As he pondered this,
he noticed Tang Bao and the chubby boy's father embroiled in a heated debate over the prize. He promptly adjusted his sleeve and approached Tang Bao. Little one, today's prize is on me. How about I gift you a precious peace pendant? He said with a warm smile, instructing Gao Qing to retrieve a pair of auspicious peace pendants from the carriage. These were rare treasures offered as tribute from the western regions, symbols of good fortune. Initially intended for Xin Yu, upon seeing his twin sister, he decided to bestow one upon each of them. Gao Qing, delighted to see another young lady appear, presented the peace pendant in a gesture towards Tang Bao's cherubic face. Hearing the term grandfather made Tang Bao feel a twinge of anxiety, especially as she noted how much Xin Yuan resembled her late father, albeit with a different aura. Xin Yuan had a demeanor that radiated warmth and kindness, making one feel drawn to him, in stark contrast to her late father's perpetually stern expression. No, thank you. My mother taught me not to accept unsolicited gifts. I appreciate your kindness, Tang Bao replied, wishing to sever ties with the Xin family as she hopped off the stage, grasping Su Ziru's hand in an attempt to flee. However, she was once again obstructed by Xin Yuan. He bent down, adopting a friendly demeanor. Little one, don't rush off. May I have a few words with you? After addressing Tang Bao, he turned his gaze towards Su Ziru. Miss, I mean no offense. I simply find this little girl quite endearing and skilled in martial arts, which piques my interest. I wish to engage her in conversation, with no ulterior motives. Would that be acceptable? At this moment, Su Ziru began to piece together his identity. He had recognized Tang Bao as Chen Shushu's daughter. What a predicament! Had she heeded her senior sister's advice to remain within the confines of the estate, they would not find themselves in this situation. Caught in a bind and unsure of how to respond, Gao Qing interjected. Miss, the gentleman before you is my lord, the father of the war god general and a respected official in Bianjing. Rest assured, he would never harm the little girl. Realizing her options were limited, Tang Bao decided to hear what Xin Yuan had to say, hoping for a swift conclusion to the conversation so she could return home. She nodded obediently. Very well, but I shall only engage in casual conversation. Xin Yuan chuckled at her adorable demeanor and warmly invited her and Su Ziru onto his carriage. Once inside, he smiled at her and inquired, What is your name? My name is Tang Bao, grandfather. As she observed Xin Yuan, who bore no resemblance to a villain, her fondness and patience for him grew. Tang Bao, what a lovely name. Did your mother choose it for you? Indeed, my mother is wise and clever, with many talents, she replied. Xin Yuan, recalling Chen Shushu, remembered her as a dignified and gracious woman, adept in both domestic and public affairs. It was a pity that his ungrateful son had failed to cherish her, choosing instead to entangle himself with the likes of Li Xuan. Your mother is indeed remarkable, Xin Yuan praised, engaging in light conversation. Before long, the carriage had quietly entered the general's estate. When Tang Bao and Su Ziru disembarked, they were momentarily taken aback. What could Xin Yuan, resembling a smiling tiger, want with them in the general's residence? Xin Shushu, having completed his morning audience, estimated that Chen Shushu had likely gone to the Jingji camp to await news. After tidying his attire, he made his way to the camp, only to find himself waiting for over half an hour without any sign of her. As the evening meal approached, Chen Shushu was not likely to arrive today. Stirring a flicker of annoyance within him, he had set aside past grievances and generously bestowed upon her 500 taels of silver, inviting her multiple times to join him in his endeavors, yet she remained so reluctant. This woman was accustomed to taking advantage of every opportunity, utterly lacking in consideration. With a huff, he rose and exited the military camp. Noticing Ling Feng persistently trailing behind him without a hint of awareness, he halted, his expression cold as he commanded. "There is no need to follow me so closely. Remain here and await Chen Shushu's arrival. Once she comes, instruct her to return to the residence to see me immediately." Upon hearing his orders, Ling Feng couldn't help but scoff, pondering what he had done to provoke such a commanding tone. Every time the lady disregarded the general's words, it was he who bore the brunt of it. As Chen Shushu entered the courtyard, he was greeted with the sight of Gao Qing approaching him with a bright smile. "General, joyous news. The master has brought back a little child." "A child?" Chen Shushu frowned, urging clarity. "Indeed. Today, while shopping, the master encountered a remarkably talented little girl who bears a striking resemblance to the late lady. The master concluded she must be your daughter. He has brought her to the backyard for you to recognize her." Chapter 66. Fixated Chen Shushu grasped the situation. It must be that wild child named Tang Bao who had come to them. He had only met her twice, during which she had loudly berated him. Clearly not an amiable child. At such a tender age, she was already adept at leveraging her father's status to infiltrate the general's house, her intentions clearly dubious. A cold smile crept onto his lips as he thought to himself that he would indeed see what a 3-year-old could possibly achieve. With swift strides, he made his way to the backyard. Upon arrival, he found Shun Yuan jovially laying out a feast, persistently urging both himself and his wife to partake.
Tang Bao,
Having observed for a while, couldn't help but roll her eyes. Suddenly, she clutched her belly and cried out, "Oh, my stomach hurts terribly." Shun Yuan immediately donned a concerned expression, kindly asking, "Do you need to relieve yourself? Grandfather will take you there right away." Su Ziru, seeing through Tang Bao's ruse, quickly stood up to mediate. "Old master, I can take Tang Bao. Your restroom is over there, correct?" Shun Yuan nodded.
yes.
Su Ziru hurriedly scooped up Tang Bao and rushed towards that direction. "Please wait. I'll accompany her." Seeing the pair hastily depart, Shun Yuan contemplated for a moment before deciding to follow them, feeling uneasy. Upon nearing the restroom, he blinked and, in an instant, saw Su Ziru carrying Tang Bao swiftly towards the courtyard wall. With a gentle leap, the two of them vanished over the wall like arrows released from a bow. Caught off guard, he shouted, "Someone, quickly come here." "Father, what are you doing? If she runs away, so be it." "It's nothing to fuss over," Su Ziru retorted. Noticing Shen Yuan's anxious gaze as he called for help, Chen Shushu happened to walk by and added nonchalantly, "What do you mean it's nothing? That is his precious granddaughter." Today, having joyously welcomed his granddaughter, the grandfather had yet to savor the delight when she had already vanished from his grasp. How could he not be furious? "It's all your fault. Over 20 years old, and you cannot even keep a child. You never let me have a moment's peace." Shen Yuan's brows furrowed in anger. Glaring at Chen Shushu, "You must go fetch that little girl immediately. After all these years, you have squandered a fine wife. And now, having become a lonely figure who is neither loved nor respected, you refuse to acknowledge your child. Has all that reading turned your brains to mush?" Chen Shushu's handsome face grew cold as he retorted, "Why do you all insist that I owe Chen Shushu an apology? I have committed no transgressions. It is she who is ungrateful."
Ha.
"And what of your portrait with Een on the battlefield? Do not tell me you are unaware of this matter." "Portrait?" Chen Shushu froze. Before he could inquire further, Shen Yuan stormed off in a fit of rage. He cared not for a daughter, only for his granddaughter. Sooner or later, this young man would come to regret his actions. Standing in the courtyard, Chen Shushu replayed Shen Yuan's words in his mind, then recalled Xiao Mingqi's statements. Both men firmly believed he had wronged Chen Shushu, and even that insufferable child claimed the town knew him to be a heartless villain. Chen Shushu had even asserted that if he merely inquired, he would learn of his wrongdoings. But aside from his 2.5 years at war, when had he ever wronged her? In fact, while he risked his life on the battlefield, she had been unfaithful, often consorting with others. The more he pondered, the more agitated he became. Just as he intended to summon Ling Feng to investigate the portrait, he discovered that Ling Feng had been dispatched to the military camp. Restraining his fury, he was about to call for another shadow guard when Chuanxiang dashed towards him, her expression indicative of grave trouble. "General, something terrible has happened. The young master is missing." She collapsed to her knees. In a whirlwind of mixed emotions, Chen Shushu's brow furrowed tightly, unable to relax even for a moment. "What do you mean, missing?" he demanded sternly. "The young master has been waiting for the lady to visit him since morning, but she did not arrive. He has been downcast all day. Just now, he sent a servant to fetch a meal, and upon the servant's return, he discovered the young master was gone," Chuanxiang explained, tears streaming down her face as she discreetly added, "The servant suspects he might have gone looking for the lady. And Cui Gu? Was she not supposed to accompany you?" Chen Shushu rubbed his temples in frustration.
Ah?
Chuanxiang paused momentarily before shaking her head. She did not come today. This woman, much like Chen Shushu, was undeniably irresponsible and utterly unreliable. His expression turned icy as he surveyed the servants. "All of you, go find him." With that, he strode out of the residence, heading towards the Prince of Ning's mansion. After stealthily departing the residence, Shun Yu made his way to the large tree where he had first met his mother. Last time, those little ants had chattered with him, and his mother had arrived just in time to find him.
Now,
he intended to ask those ants once more about his mother's whereabouts. Crouching beside the tree, he focused intently on the tiny blacks near the ant hill, unable to resist the urge to reach out and prod them. Suddenly, a faint scent of white orchid wafted to his nose. It was the fragrance his mother wore. Excitedly, he turned to see Chen Shushu approaching, clad in a delicate white dress, entering a tea house. "Mother!" he exclaimed, rushing towards her. However, upon reaching the entrance, he noticed that she seemed oblivious to his presence, quickly ascending to the second floor of the tea house and entering a rather private-looking room. Why would Mother sneak away there in broad daylight? Could it be that, as Father suggested, she truly had a secret lover? A surge of anxiety swelled within him, and he immediately dashed towards the general's residence. No matter what, he would not allow anyone to take his mother away from him. "Senior brother, were you the one who sought me this morning?" "Yes, a Jew has news." "What is it?" Chen Shushu's expression brightened with excitement. "Recently, someone pawned a heart-shaped lock at Hongtong pawn shop. I saw that it was engraved with the character Jew. That must belong to a Jew." Chen Shushu immediately nodded, recognizing the heart-shaped lock given to her by her master long ago, which served as a token for her reunion with a Jew. She had lost it inadvertently before, yet it mysteriously reappeared at the pawn shop. "Brother, have you managed to redeem it?" Xie Tingwei's handsome face grew solemn as he shook his head. "I haven't. The circumstances surrounding the appearance of that heart-shaped lock are suspicious, and I fear that hastily redeeming it may involve risk. Thus, I sought your confirmation regarding its authenticity." Chen Shushua's expression darkened slightly. "The heart-shaped lock cannot be counterfeit. If you find it inconvenient to intervene, I shall seek an opportunity to redeem it myself." "But, brother, isn't your family engaged in the silk business? Why are you being so cautious?" Previously, Tingwei had confided in her that he concealed his identity as a secret master of the tea house to avoid attracting attention. Yet, at times, her brother's meticulousness rivaled that of spies sent by barbaric tribes, often making her question his true identity. Xie Tingwei smiled gently at her. "A cautious approach ensures longevity in business. Such a substantial venture easily draws the attention of thieves, especially given a Jew's mysterious background. It is prudent for us to exercise caution in all matters. Sister, do not overthink it. Even if everyone else plots against you, I would never do such a thing." In truth, his unspoken affection for her lingered on the tip of his tongue, waiting for the right moment to be revealed. His fondness for her had endured since their first meeting. How could he ever wish to harm her? However, the one you should truly be wary of is your ex-husband. My associates have recently discovered that he has been quietly sending people to investigate me, even the tea house itself.
I suspect he has set his sights on me.
Chen Shushu was a confidant of the emperor, and should he uncover that he was a descendant of the previous dynasty, it could unleash a bloody storm in Bianjing, potentially implicating Chen Shushu as well. He needed to devise a foolproof plan to deal with that man. Chapter 67: A Feast. Chen Shushu was investigating her brother? It seemed that the man truly intended to act against him. Despite her promise to report to the Jingjing camp, why was he still so insidiously pressing her? Noticing Chen Shushua's face darkening with anger, Xie Tingwei gently reassured her. It is of no consequence, sister. I have already told you that we need not fear him. Even if he sends his minions to investigate me, I have my own means to counter him. I will not be intimidated. Seeing Tingwei's steadfastness, Chen Shushu felt her anxiety wane slightly. Xia Tingwei then suggested, "Come with me to the front desk. I have something for you. Afterwards, we shall dine together before you return home." Chen Shushu recalled her bustling day with little to eat, her stomach growling in protest. She nodded gently. "Thank you, brother. Once I receive my salary next month, I will treat you to a feast." As they descended the stairs, Xia Tingwei inquired with a warm smile, "How much does the third prince pay you monthly?" Chen Shushu hesitated before replying, "Starting tomorrow, I shall no longer work at the Ningguangfu. I will be going to the Jingjing camp, and henceforth it will be Xin Shuryan who pays my monthly stipend."
What?
Xia Tingwei's usually gentle brows furrowed into a frown, his tone laced with displeasure. "Why must you go to that scoundrel's realm?" Chen Shushu bit her lip, about to explain, when she was suddenly enveloped in warmth. Xin Shuryan's large hand reached out, wrapping around her waist in an exceedingly inappropriate and ambiguous manner, confronting Xia Tingwei. "I am going to work in the domain governed by the general I admire." "What is it to you, Manager Xia? Who admires you?" Chen Shushu retorted. "Release me. How can you be so shameless in public? You should feel embarrassed." Chen Shushu was furious and pushed him away. "Do you even know what embarrassment is?" Seeing her struggle vigorously, as if fearing Xia Tingwei would become jealous, Xin Shuryan tightened his grip, his voice dropping to a cold whisper. "Chen Shushu, you have met with this man multiple times in the private room upstairs. If you knew what embarrassment was, I would not have to lower myself to catch you in the act." "Catch what? It is barely dusk." Chen Shushu was nearly driven mad by this unreasonable man. With an angry glare, she countered, "What nonsense are you spouting? My relationship with my brother is entirely innocent. I have already explained this to you. Xin Shuryan, if you have too much to drink, go relieve yourself in the restroom instead of acting like a madman and biting at everyone." "Innocent, you say? Innocent enough to be in his room?" Only then did Chen Shushu notice Shen Yu's darkened face behind Xin Shuryan, staring intensely at Tingwei, clearly having misunderstood something. Feeling a pang of sympathy, she instinctively moved to comfort Xin Yu, but Xin Shuryan, thinking she was trying to escape, tightened his hold on her waist again. "Stop with the tricks. If we cannot clarify this today, you shall not leave."
What do you want me to say?
Xin Shuryan, with your brawn and simple mind, I have nothing further to discuss with you. Release me. Chen Shushu pushed him away in embarrassment and anger. Seeing Chen Shushu's face flushed with rage, her attempts to break free futile, Xia Tingwei could no longer maintain his pretense. He swiftly pulled Chen Shushu from Xin Shuryan's grasp, embracing her protectively as he glared at Xin Shuryan. "General Shen, please conduct yourself appropriately. You and my junior sister are already divorced. You have no right to touch her, nor to insult us." "Humph," Xin Shuryan sneered coldly. "No right to touch? I am the father of her child, her former husband. If we delve into it, I have far more justification to be close to her than you, her little white-faced brother, who has only known her for a few years. Who wishes to be close to you? Xin Shuryan, can you not have a shred of dignity?" Chen Shushu was rendered nearly speechless with fury. Yet, considering Shen Yu's delicate health and his silent observation of their quarrel, she suppressed her anger. She turned to Tingwei. "Brother, let us postpone our meal for another time. I shall take my leave now." With that, she angrily tugged Xin Shuryan, intending to depart. The entanglement between them was a matter for them to resolve. She did not want to involve Tingwei, nor unleash her pent-up fury in front of Xin Yu, potentially leaving him with a psychological scar. Seeing them about to leave, Xia Tingwei quickly took a stack of silver notes from the waiter and pressed it into Chen Shushu's hands. "You will need this money. Take it. Do not be polite with your brother." Chen Shushu understood he was subtly referencing the redemption of the heart-shaped lock. Just as she was about to respond, the stack of silver notes was suddenly snatched by Xin Shuryan, who unceremoniously thrust it back into Xia Tingwei's embrace. "She does not require your generosity," Xin Shuryan declared, his face dark as he wrapped an arm around Chen Shushu and took Xin Yu's hand, leading them out of the tea house. As they stepped outside, the daylight had completely faded. Xin Shuryan maintained his hold on Chen Shushu, guiding her forward. Chen Shushu, forced against his warm chest, felt a surge of irritation and heat rising within her. Just as she was about to struggle violently, the man seemed to sense her intentions, discreetly squeezing her arm and lowering his voice to her ear. "Yours is not well. If you continue to resist me, I will view it as an intentional provocation to trigger his condition. Chen Shushu, at a loss for words, gradually ceased her struggles. Regardless, both she and Chen Shushu shared the same intention. They only wished for Yuer to remain healthy. As for her own grievances, enduring a little was of no consequence. Thus, she was led to the entrance of the general's residence in this intimate manner, and only then did her steps begin to slow. Shenyu, sensing the change, broke free from Chen Shushu's grip and ran to Chen Shushu's side. Mother, I am hungry. I want to eat the food you make. Shenyu has long grown accustomed to an irregular diet over the years. Thus, he is not truly hungry but merely desires to spend more time with his mother. Especially after witnessing the intimate way his father embraced his mother, his heart swelled with joy. Therefore, he must seize the moment to create an opportunity for his parents to be alone together, ideally to share the same bed for the night. Chen Shushu, meeting her son's innocent and pleading gaze, felt warmth in her heart and was tempted to agree. However, the general's residence is Chen Shushu's domain, and he had previously made it abundantly clear that she was not to approach Yuer upon entering the estate. She worried that Chen Shushu would not permit her entry. Unable to suppress her curiosity, she glanced towards Chen Shushu. Mistaking her expression for reluctance to prepare a meal for Yuer, he immediately darkened his brows. How dare you refuse Yuer's request? He retorted, taking Shenyu by the hand and striding into the estate. Chen Shushu interpreted his words as an agreement and thus followed closely behind them to Shenyu's courtyard. Previously, Shenyu disliked having too many outsiders in the yard, so typically only Chuanxiang attended to him. At present, Chuanxiang had gone to Fineling Feng to inquire about Shenyu's situation, leaving only the three of them in the vast residence. Looking at Yuer, Chen Shushu said, "You sit with your father for a while. I will go to the kitchen and prepare something delicious for you. What would you like to eat?" "Noodles," Shenyu replied, not wanting to overburden his mother, choosing the simplest dish. "All right," Chen Shushu smiled gently before departing. At this moment, Chen Shushu beckoned Shenyu to wash his hands, then led him to the dining table where they both took their seats. Shenyu gazed at his father's calm and handsome face, unable to restrain his curiosity. "Father, have you finished dinner?" He feared that his father, still upset with his mother, would refuse to eat her cooking. Chen Shushu, merely by sitting there, could already smell the aroma of Chen Shushu's cooking wafting through the air. His appetite had been piqued, and he could not help but feel his stomach rumbling. He shook his head slightly. "Not yet." Shenyu nodded in relief. "That's perfect. You will soon have a treat. Mother's cooking is truly delicious." As Chen Shushu had yet to taste Chen Shushu's culinary skills, he felt a flicker of anticipation. He smiled faintly. "Well then, let us see how your mother's skills fare today." Soon, Chen Shushu emerged with 2 bowls of noodles. She found Chen Shushu and Shenyu, one large and one small, sitting at the dining table, waiting patiently. Puzzled, she set down the tray and served a steaming bowl of noodles to Shenyu. Then she sat beside him and pulled the remaining bowl of noodles towards herself, lowering her head to eat without even glancing at Chen Shushu. Chapter 68. Disloyalty. Chen Shushu perceived her actions as deliberate. Using his kitchen and ingredients, yet being so ungracious, she certainly knew how to irritate him. Seeing the fragrant noodles in front of Shenyu and the empty bowl before Chen Shushu, he reminded Chen Shushu, "Mother, father hasn't had dinner yet." Chen Shushu picked up a pair of vinegar-soaked cucumbers and replied, "Your father does not like this. Do not mind him." Shenyu looked towards Chen Shushu, who suppressed his anger, a slight smile playing on his lips. "You should eat, Yuer. Your father will have something else later. He won't let himself go hungry," he said, casting a meaningful glance at Chen Shushu. She feigned ignorance. After the meal, Chen Shushu volunteered to help Shenyu sleep, while Chen Shushu began to clear the dishes. Just as she prepared to wash the bowls, Chen Shushu appeared behind her like a wraith. "Serve me a bowl of noodles," he commanded. Chen Shushu frowned. Not even turning around, "I believe the general is not without his capabilities." Chen Shushu stepped closer, leaning against the stove, confronting her with a piercing gaze. "Do you not realize whose household you are in? At best, you are merely a wet nurse for Yuer, working under my command. If you dare to offend me, your future here is uncertain." Chen Shushu scoffed, tossing the cloth at him. "What other abilities do you possess besides threatening me with Yuer?" Chen Shushu took the cloth, applying slight pressure until it disintegrated into a fine powder. "I have no other talents, but I do wish for you to serve me a bowl of noodles. Will you?" Merely a brute who resorts to force. Chen Shushu clenched her fists in frustration, but thinking of Yuer, she subdued her anger. As a common woman, I cannot guarantee that my dish will suit the general's palate. Chen Shushu chuckled coldly, no matter. If you dare to cook, I shall eat it all. Chen Shushu nodded slightly and proceeded to chop tomatoes. After waiting for a while in the outer hall, Chen Shushu saw Chen Shushu enter with a bowl of colorful noodles. At first glance, they appeared far more appetizing than those she had served Shinyu. However, he was skeptical that she would treat him so kindly.
Eat.
Chen Shushu placed the bowl before him and attempted to make a swift exit. Stop. Watch me eat. Chen Shushu's tone was calm as he gestured to the seat beside him. Chen Shushu, feeling little fear, walked over and sat beside him. Chen Shushu's demeanor softened with satisfaction as he picked up his chopsticks and began to eat quietly. Upon tasting, he felt a wave of nausea. Are you trying to poison me? He glared, his icy demeanor shifting into irritation. Perhaps I added too much salt. I did warn you that my cooking is not up to par. Chen Shushu shrugged helplessly. Chen Shushu studied her indifferent expression for a moment before returning his gaze to his bowl, continuing to eat. Chen Shushu was puzzled. She had added 2 large spoonfuls of salt. Why did he persist in eating? Seeing that the bowl was nearly empty, he raised it to drink the broth, prompting Chen Shushu to reach out and stop him. If you are still hungry, there is more in the kitchen. Is there? Then bring it to me, Chen Shushu replied, handing her the empty bowl with a teasing tone. Chen Shushu, feeling exasperated, retorted, Are you out of your mind?
If you want more, serve yourself.
Afraid I might die from the salt? Chen Shushu teased. Confronted with his mocking gaze, Chen Shushu felt an unexplainable discomfort. She stood up, took her bowl, and headed to the kitchen, ignoring him. She discarded the inedible remnants into the chamber pot before beginning to wash the bowls. Chuanxiang can handle those tasks. You need not bother. Chen Shushu again appeared silently behind her. Chen Shushu, realizing this, ceased her actions and turned to ask, Where's Chuanxiang? Do you think I have nothing better to do? It is exhausting enough to concern myself with you without managing others, he replied, slowly approaching her. Chen Shushu, today Xia Tingwei gave you so much silver for what purpose? Is he trying to curry favor with you? Chen Shushu, she shot him a fierce glare. Only then recalling that Chen Shushu had referred to her senior as Xia Tingwei and Xia Zhonggui. How could her senior, who bore the surname Ting, also carry the surname Xia? The surname Xia was hardly favorable, and her senior had not contested it, clearly indicating acquiescence. Everything felt amiss. What are you investigating about my senior? She demanded. If he dared to act recklessly, seeking revenge against her senior, she would undoubtedly retaliate. Chen Shushu regarded her from a superior position. I do not wish to interfere. I merely find him displeasing. Do not change the subject. What do you intend to do with all that silver? Chen Shushu suddenly grasped her chin, his gaze cold and piercing. Chen Shushu was compelled to meet his inky eyes. His handsome, aloof countenance glowing under the candlelight, resembling a delicate deity. She inhaled softly before replying coolly, I have my eye on a headpiece. But I lack the funds to procure it. That is why my senior brother will assist me. Listening to her words and observing the inferior fabric she wore, it struck him that these past years had been exceedingly difficult for her, especially after her late husband's death, as she struggled to raise that illegitimate child alone. Releasing her, Chen Shushu remarked, If you are short on funds, you may come to me. You are your biological mother. I shall not neglect you. Chen Shushu couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. After being with you for 3 years, I ended up leaving with nothing. Moreover, upon my return to Bianjing, you made me vanish from your sight. Are you certain that if I were to ask you for money, you wouldn't scold me for being a divorced woman who still craves vanity, clinging to you? Meeting her questioning gaze, Chen Shushu rarely felt a twinge of guilt. He had indeed regarded her quite poorly. His expression dimmed slightly as he concealed his irritation, saying, You left with your senior brother, without a word back then. Did you give me a chance to settle your divorce property? Chen Shushu scoffed again. Am I to remain until you cast me aside and become a laughingstock in Bianjing? How could I abandon you? Chen Shushu's handsome face darkened instantly. Even if you and Xia Tingwei are innocent, did you not leave Bianjing with him? He continued, Chen Shushu, have never wronged you. It was your infidelity that led to my coldness. In their 3 years of marriage and 2.5 years of war, he had never written her a letter, preferring to remain on the battlefield than face a woman he believed had changed her heart. He had married her despite public opinion, but could not overcome the shadow of a Jew. I have not been unfaithful, Chen Shushu stammered, caught off guard by his blatant denials. After leaving Bianjing, I did not seek refuge with my senior brother. You repeatedly accuse me of eloping with him. Did Li Shuyin say such things to you? Chen Shushu, her words piercing through, was aware of Li Shuyin's deep affections for him. You should discern the truth in her words. Furthermore, I have no need for further discussions with you. I only wish for you to be well. And as long as you do not allow Li Shuyin to become his stepmother, whom you marry, 10 or 8 women, matters not to me. Seeing her stand resolutely, unperturbed by her own words, Chen Shushu felt a pain rising within him. You are utterly ungrateful. Chen Shushu, have you given birth to Tang Bao with a dog? Chen Shushu's gaze burned into her. Li Shuyin is no virtuous woman, and your lies are no better. You possess no nobility whatsoever. Chapter 69. Illness. Indeed. Chen Shushu was nearly laughing in her anger. Indeed, I gave birth to him with a dog. Your words are not untrue. Leaving that biting remark, she stormed back to Chen Yu's room. Chen Shushu hurriedly followed, only to hear the door slam shut, nearly striking his nose. Master. Why has Miss Chen returned to the manor? Just as he was about to explode in frustration, Ling Feng appeared silently at his side. Chen Shushu turned to him, his expression tempestuous. Ling Feng, well aware that Chen Shushu had once again provoked his master, hastily diverted the topic. Master. The brigands who kidnapped Miss Chen have all confessed under torture. Chen Shushu, his eyes narrowing in irritation, nodded and walked towards his study, Ling Feng trailing closely behind. Once inside, he reported in detail about Li Quan's collusion with the bandits. Chen Shushu's brows knitted tighter as he pondered. Li Quan holds no grudge against Chen Shushu. Why would he kidnap her? Ling Feng replied, this subordinate is unsure. But after you demoted Li Quan to the front yard for cleaning, he likely harbored resentment towards Cui Gu. However, why would he harm Miss Chen? Chen Shushu raised his gaze. Why are you no longer addressing her as madam? I recall you used to show her such respect. Ah? It was my mistake, Ling Feng stammered. I overheard your heated argument with Miss Chen. I assumed you were quite displeased with her. Realizing his overcautiousness, he reassured himself that his master's affections would not wane due to a mere quarrel. However, since both Madame and Cui Gu are of the same sect, perhaps last night, in an effort to save Cui Gu, Madame was captured by Li Quan. Upon hearing this, Chen Shushu suddenly recalled something. Where is Cui Gu? I did not see her at the Ningguang Manor today. Ling Feng shook his head. This subordinate does not know. But it is strange that Madame and Cui Gu always seem to come to the manor on alternate days. I wonder what they are up to. Chen Shushu's mind drifted back to the mole at the corner of Cui Gu's eye. Chen Shushu's face began to merge with Cui Gu's in his thoughts, causing a tumult within him. He commanded Ling Feng, where's Li Quan? Bring him to me. Ling Feng replied, Li Quan escaped last night under the cover of darkness. I dispatched many shadow guards to find him, but it turns out he is hidden in the residence of the young lady. I did not dare to act without your orders for fear of alarming her.
Li Shuyin.
What enmity exists between her and Cui Gu? Could it be that she holds a grudge from when Cui Gu exposed her drugging scheme? But what does this have to do with Chen Shushu? His thoughts grew murky. Chen Shushu and the Taoist priestess, his eyes darkened as another thought crossed his mind. Tomorrow, inquire about the portrait of me and Li Shuyin. It would be best to find it and bring it back. Ah? What portrait? Ling Feng asked, bewildered. The portrait from 4 years ago. If you do not understand, go ask my father. As he spoke, he noticed Ling Feng's confusion, and Chen Shushu's expression turned stern. Go from house to house in the streets. Surely someone knows about the portrait that circulated after my grand return 4 years ago. Understood. The following day, Chen Shushu and Chen Yu woke up late, with the sun already high in the sky. Snuggling in his embrace, Chen Yu asked, Mother, can I sleep with you every night from now on? Chen Shushu did not expect this little boy to be more clingy than Tang Bao. She smiled gently and asked, Did you not used to sleep with your father? Do you not want him anymore? Chen Yu shook his head. I like father very much too. After a moment of contemplation, he added, Then you and father can sleep with me together, all right? Having asked, he lowered his gaze in disappointment, knowing it was impossible. Last night, he had overheard the argument between his mother and father. Their mutual disdain suggested that reconciliation was unlikely. He looked at Chen Shushu and could not help but ask, Mother, do you truly dislike father? Although he is proud, he genuinely cares for you. I saw him hiding your portrait in the study. Upon hearing about the hidden portrait, Chen Shushu felt a warmth rising in her ears. Yet, recalling the scandalous images that circulated for years ago with Li Shuyin, she found her renewed feelings for him laughable. She shook her head lightly. You are mistaken, Your father likely has not had the chance to discard it. Moreover, we are already divorced. I no longer harbor feelings for him. Just as she finished speaking, the door was pushed open. Chen Shushu entered with an impassive expression, his face inscrutable. He glanced at Xinyu, announcing that breakfast was ready and urging him to wash up and join Xuanxiang. Oh, all right, Xinyu responded, suspecting that his father intended to have a private conversation with his mother, perhaps to apologize for his harsh words from the previous day. With this thought in mind, he hastily jumped out of bed and left. Now that Xinyu had departed, Chen Shushu had no reason to remain in the same room as Chen Shushu. She stood to leave, but was blocked by him. Confused, she looked up to see the normally bright whites of his eyes now shadowed and dark, indicating a restless night. His complexion was also not favorable, pale with a hint of redness, resembling the symptoms of a cold. She furrowed her brows slightly. Chen Shushu fixed his gaze on her, his voice low and hoarse. Do not speak of such matters in front of you again. The magistrate had mentioned that Xinyu's previous slip of the tongue was due to emotional distress. Chen Shushu was aware that Xinyu had not yet fully recovered, and her earlier slip of the tongue had been unintentional. She nodded gently, understood. Just as she was about to inquire about his health, she noticed him turning and striding out. Moments later, Ling Feng entered, stating, Madam, the master has requested your presence for breakfast. Chen Shushu was puzzled. Why did he not invite her directly, but sent Ling Feng instead? It seemed unnecessary. Unable to contain her curiosity, she asked Ling Feng, What is the matter with your master? He appears to be unwell. Ling Feng, eager to seize the opportunity to elaborate, replied, Madam, you have a keen eye. Since the quarrel with you last night, my master's been filled with regret. He punished himself with a long cold bath and has fallen ill this morning. Really? Chen Shushu was taken aback. Ling Feng continued, Madam, the general is quite concerned for you. After you were kidnapped, he ordered a thorough investigation and discovered that Li Quan was behind it. Upon learning that Li Quan had fled to the cousin's place, he dispatched someone early this morning to ensure she returns him. Chen Shushu was once again astonished. Could he truly risk his relationship with Li Xuan for her sake? The general is ill. Should you not go and see him? Ling Feng suggested, knowing that only Chen Shushu could soothe his heartache. Chen Shushu shook her head lightly. Please summon the physician. It would be more effective than my visit. Furthermore, given Chen Shushu's disdain for me, my presence might only exacerbate his distress. Chapter 70. The winds rise after washing up. Xinyu sat at the dining table, only to see Chen Shushu approach leisurely. He furrowed his brow. Mother, where is father? They haven't quarreled again, have they? Chen Shushu responded calmly. He may be resting in his room. You should eat. I need to leave the residence shortly. She recalled having entrusted Tang Bao to Su Zero last night, who had not returned, likely causing them concern. All right, then take me with you. I will accompany you. Xinyu insisted, reminding her that given the current state of affairs between his parents, he must stay close to her to prevent her from abandoning him once more. Moreover, if she were indeed to meet with Xie Tingwei, having him nearby would ensure they did not overstep boundaries, allowing him to inform his father if necessary. After a moment's thought, Chen Shushu agreed. Very well, as long as you eat your meal obediently, I shall take you with me. Since Chen Shushu was already aware of Tang Bao's existence and firmly believed that Tang Bao was the product of her liaison with another man, letting Xinyu meet Tang Bao would not be problematic. In fact, it would help him understand her decision when she eventually left Bianjing. As they settled down to enjoy their meal, the courtyard door suddenly creaked open, followed by Xuanxiang's voice announcing, Greetings to the master and mistress, and to Lord Li, and to the cousin. Upon hearing these formal greetings, Chen Shushu realized that this group had come with ill intentions, likely targeting her. Clenching her fists discreetly, she pondered her strategy just as the door was forcefully pushed open and Li Qinghui strode in with an air of arrogance. Upon entering and spotting Chen Shushu seated beside Xinyu, fury surged within her. Chen Shushu, who permitted you to appear here? She demanded, her tone sharp. Unfazed, Chen Shushu rose calmly, stating, I am Yu-Er's biological mother, and I have come to visit him with General Shen's permission. Humph. Permission from Ian? Spare me your lies. Li Qinghui shot back. You shamelessly appeared disheveled in the countryside, manipulating the commoners to lean on Ian, then disgracefully cavorted with a pretty boy, leaving Ian with a cuckold's fate. After bearing Xinyu, you callously abandoned him. What right do you have to visit him? You unrefined harlot. The thought of Chen Shushu as earlier deception and manipulation of their family only fueled Li Qinghui's rage. before I order you to be thrown into the pond. Leave the general's residence at once, and do not set foot here again." She gestured fiercely towards the door in her opulent robe. Li Shuyin and Li Fuan, standing behind Li Qinghui, relished the scene. They had initially hoped Li Qinghui would incapacitate Chen Shushu, but upon seeing Shen Yu's angry face, it was clear he would defend her. They could not act too hastily in front of him. Their immediate concern was to sever the mother-daughter bond between Chen Shushu and Shen Yu, ensuring she disappeared from Chen Shushu's sight before they could plot against her. As Chen Shushu's anger flared, she turned to speak to Shen Yu when Shen Yuan interjected first. "Is it too early in the day for shouting and threats? Have you feasted too well?" He snapped at Li Qinghui before striding over to Chen Shushu. "Shushu, please sit. Your mother-in-law is merely impatient and did not mean any offense. Let us sit down and discuss things calmly, shall we? Who is her mother-in-law? I find her presence distasteful."
Li Qinghui shouta, interrupting.
Chen Shushu smirked coldly at Li Qinghui. "I have no desire to associate with a shrew like you. Rest assured. I am here solely to speak with you and will not interfere with your son's engagement to your niece. There is no need for you to act like a rabid dog, snapping at everyone. You dare call me a rabid dog? How audacious."
Living Hufumet, commanding her servants.
"Anyone who dares to defy the general's mother, silence her." As a group of servants lunged towards Chen Shushu, Li Shuyin's smile widened with glee. It was about time this foolish woman received a lesson to deter her from pursuing her cousin. Reflecting on the last incident where she had been drugged, leading to Chen Shushu's disdain, she wished for nothing more than for Li Qinghui to eliminate her. "I dare you!" Shen Yu exclaimed as he positioned himself protectively in front of Chen Shushu. Li Fuan, witnessing the scene, hurriedly approached and crouched down to gently persuade Shen Yu. "My dear child, heed your grandmother's words. That Chen Shushu is no good. After giving birth to you, she callously abandoned you at the gate. All for the sake of consorting with men. It was pouring rain that day. Had it not been for your mother, Yinin, you would have surely perished in the downpour. She is a woman of utmost cruelty, and now that she has run out of money, she comes back to ingratiate herself with you. Do not let her facade deceive you." Shen Yuan, upon hearing this, furrowed his brow and pulled Li Fuan aside. "What purpose do you serve by saying such things in front of the child? He is still so young. What impression will your words about his mother leave on him?" Seeing Shen Yuan seemingly protective of Chen Shushu today, Li Shuyin felt a surge of displeasure. Shen Yuan was an obstinate man, always holding Chen Shushu in high regard, treating her with indifference. Even now, after 4 years without her as his daughter-in-law, he remained blind and stubbornly defended her, demonstrating utter folly. She inhaled deeply, approached him, and said, "Uncle, my father and I have no intention of tarnishing Chen's reputation in front of you. However, her past actions were indeed heinous, and now, after 4 years, she returns with her schemes. Do you know the vile deeds she has committed behind our backs?" Shen Yuan, slightly perplexed, asked, "What has she done?" Chen Shushu has always been composed, and is just an orphan without power. What wickedness could she possibly enact? At that moment, Chen Shushu glared indignantly at Li Shuyin. What was this despicable woman plotting by bringing Li Qinghui and her entourage here today?
Li Shuyin, perceiving Chen Shushu's fearful gaze,
smugly raised her lip corners and slowly addressed Shen Yuan. "Uncle, do you remember the last time when I was deliberately exposed for using drugs, which caused your allergy? That woman, veiled and pretending to be a Taoist priestess, was none other than Chen Shushu in disguise. Under the pretense of being a Taoist, she approached me, and when I was unguarded, she secretly slipped poison into my drink, intending to kill the Grand Princess and my aunt. Fortunately, my aunt drank less that day. Otherwise, had she perished, the entire Shin family would face extermination by the emperor, with no one spared." She lamented, then abruptly added, "Chen Shushu did this out of jealousy for my cousin's affection for me, seeking revenge after her divorce. Abandoning Yuer on that stormy night was also part of her vengeance against my cousin. The poisoning was a scheme to destroy the Shin family through the emperor's hand. For a man, she has truly lost her humanity and become a demon. She is a living poisoner who will one day bring ruin to the Shin family." Chapter 71. The accusation. Shen Yuan listened in disbelief to Li Shuyin's words. Chen Shushu is a Taoist? So, she must possess some medical knowledge, previously concealed? Noticing Shen Yuan's evident shock, yet no inclination to hold Chen Shushu accountable, Li Shuyin's frustration boiled over. She bit her lip, discreetly tugging at Li Fuan's sleeve and urgently blinking at him. Li Fuan, equally anxious, understood the stakes. After the last incident, the likelihood of Chen Shushu siding with his daughter was slim. He feared that any further delay would allow Chen Shushu to arrive and dismiss the matter with a few casual words, effectively releasing Chen Shushu back into the wild, leaving no hope for his daughter's marriage into the general's household. Contemplating, he quickly approached Li Qinghui, signaling her to persuade Xin Yuan. If Xin Yuan could be swayed, they could charge Chen Shushu with attempting to poison the Grand Princess, taking her to the county office. There, a cup of poison would see Chen Shushu's body left to rot in the dungeons, with no one to care. Li Qinghui grasped the situation, looking at Xin Yuan, cleared her throat, and said, "Husband, what Yining said is true. Chen Shushu indeed impersonated a Taoist priestess to seek revenge on our Xin family. For your safety and to prevent Yan from being ensnared by her, this woman must be taken to the county office today, where the authorities can deal with her severely. Do not continue to show her leniency. I am already showing mercy due to our familial ties. Otherwise, if this reaches the palace, our entire Xin family will surely be implicated." Xin Yuan's expression shifted between uncertainty and resolve as he turned to Chen Shushu and asked, "Is it true that the Taoist priestess you claim to be, who was invited by Yan from Baiyun Temple, is indeed your disguise?" Chen Shushu's demeanor remained cold. "I did not impersonate anyone. I am a Taoist, having grown up in Baiyun Temple since I was 6. If you doubt me, feel free to verify with the Taoist."
Ha!
"If you had plans to impersonate, then the Taoist may well have been bribed by you," Li Qinghui retorted. "Chen Shushu, your schemes are vast. Do not think you can wash your hands of your wicked intentions." Li Qinghui's eyes blazed, unable to contain herself, as Chen Shushu regarded her with disdain. "You accuse me of bribing the Taoist. Do you have any evidence?" Her gaze was calm as she scanned the room. "Since you claim I am lying, why not report it to the authorities? After all, some of the powder used in the fine brew made by Miss Li is still stored in the treasury. Let the officials examine it and see who truly intends to harm." Li Xuan, upon hearing this, felt that this woman volunteering to go to the county office could not harbor good intentions. She had already fallen into her trap once. There was no way she would be caught again. And Chen Shushu is a sorceress, skilled at playing tricks. If she steps outside today, she is bound to conjure more mischief. I am but a weak woman, having spent years in seclusion. I truly fear she will scheme my demise. I am genuinely frightened. Li Xuan feigned a pitiful expression, conveniently hiding behind Li Qinghui, her face a mask of provocation aimed at Chen Shushu. Humph! Should she dare to act out, I will call upon a high monk to set her ablaze. As she spoke, Li Qinghui suddenly commanded Li Quan, who had been lurking nearby, to prepare writing materials and draft a formal complaint for Chen Shushu to sign.
Li Quan, age for Chen Shushu sulf dumfal, nudda vigorously.
Unfurling the paper and poised to write, Li Qinghui adopted a condescending demeanor as she looked at Chen Shushu. "Chen Shushu, you previously disguised yourself as a Taoist and deliberately added excessive perilla powder to Yining's brew, causing our allergic reactions.
Then,
you attempted to seduce Yan by adding epimedium to his tea. When your actions were exposed, you successfully shifted the blame onto Yining. Do you acknowledge these accusations?" Chen Shushu found herself amused by her words, chuckling lightly. "To fabricate charges, what excuse is lacking? I will take your barks as mere dog howls."
Li Qinshui,
unperturbed by her defiance, retorted with a cold smile, "Do you think that your bravado leaves me powerless against you? I advise you to be wise. Yan will soon marry Yining. I have already consulted a master to select an auspicious date. At this critical juncture, I wish to avoid bloodshed. If you confess your wrongdoing and promise to vanish from your and Yan's lives, I will persuade the governor to deal leniently with you. At most, you will spend a few days in prison, and your life will be spared. However, should you remain obstinate, consider the consequences carefully. Do you choose to confess?" As she spoke, she exchanged glances with Li Quan, who promptly began inscribing her words onto paper. Xin Yu, unable to contain his anger, rushed forward and pushed Li Qinghui away in fury, exclaiming, "You old witch, wicked hag. I will not allow you to drive my mother away. You villain!" Li Qinghui could hardly believe her ears upon hearing such harsh words. She widened her eyes, feigning an expression of deep hurt.
"You
How could you speak to your grandmother in such a disrespectful manner? Clearly, Chen Shushu is the villain here. She abandoned you once, and she will do so again. Do not be foolish. Xin Yu, however, was resolute in his beliefs, refusing to heed the words of others, trusting only what his own eyes perceived. What he saw was a group of people bullying his mother. His small face darkened with anger as he glared at Li Qinghui. "You shall not bully my mother. Leave at once. I do not wish to see you here." Noticing Shen Yu's complexion turning pale and his small body trembling with rage, Chen Shushu, fearful for his health, hurriedly approached him, directing her ire at Li Qinghui. "You is just a child. If you have foul words to spew, go to the outhouse and spare us from your filth." Li Qinghui, infuriated by Chen Shushu's defiance, seized a vase from the table and hurled it towards her head. Just as Chen Shushu adeptly sidestepped, Li Shuin, feigning concern for Li Qinghui, rushed forward to restrain Chen Shushu. In a swift motion, Chen Shushu yanked at Li Shuin's elbow, causing the vase to crash against Li Shuin's forehead, blood streaming down immediately. Li Qinghui was taken aback, her expression frozen in shock as Chen Shushu, in a fit of anger, shoved her. Li Qinghui lost her balance and fell to the ground, landing painfully on her back, her face paling as she cried out, "My back! It feels as though it is broken.
Help me."
At that moment, upon hearing from Chuanxiang that a crowd had gathered in Shen Yu's room, Chen Shushu rushed in, disregarding his headache. Li Shuin, feeling immense pain in her forehead, caught a glimpse of Chen Shushu entering the yard. With a sudden spark of malice in her eyes, she lunged at Chen Shushu. "You dare to strike my aunt and injure her? You vile woman! I shall have my revenge." As she charged at Chen Shushu instinctively reached out to push her away. Yet, before her fingers could make contact, Li Shuin stumbled backward, letting out a cry as her head struck the edge of the stool. The previous injury on her forehead was aggravated, blood gushing forth, and her face turned ashen as she gazed tearfully at Chen Shushu. Chapter 72. The Division of the House. Upon entering, Chen Shushu was met with the sight of Li Shuin's bloodied face, her eyes shimmering with tears. The scent of blood registered with him, causing his brows to furrow in concern. "Cousin, save me." Seeing that the man showed no intention of offering her support, Li Shuin reached out, attempting to grasp him.
"Indeed.
"Dear nephew, look at how my poor daughter has been harmed. You must stand up for her." Li Fuan wanted to assist her but hesitated, wishing instead to leave the opportunity for Chen Shushu. He feigned wiping away tears, murmuring his grievances. Chen Shushu scanned the furious Chen Shushu before lowering his gaze to the tearful Li Shuin. "Who pushed you?" Li Shuin, eager to accuse Chen Shushu, hesitated as she recalled the manipulative tactics employed by many in modern times to evoke sympathy. She whined, "It was my own lack of balance. It is not my sister's fault." Seeing the man still unmoved, she feared Chen Shushu might not understand, adding, "Chen Shushu merely gave me a gentle push. And that is what caused this calamity." She emphasized the word gentle with vehemence. Chen Shushu's expression turned frigid at her words, his indifference palpable. "If it was indeed your own carelessness, leave at once. Do not frighten you with that visage." Feeling his disdainful gaze, Li Shuin begrudgingly rose, inching closer to him. "Cousin, I feel faint. This is all Chen Shushu's doing. Last time, she impersonated Cui Gu and poisoned my drink to frame me. Today, my aunt brought us to expose her deceit, and in her rage, she attacked us. She has gone too far. Indeed, Yan, your mother has suffered an injury at the hands of that wretched woman. She has schemed to ruin us. Quickly, report her to the authorities and have her arrested." Li Qinghui felt her spine misalign from the fall, lying on the ground with one hand pressed against her back, furiously accusing Chen Shushu. "Wretched woman?" Chen Shushu's gaze turned cold, locking onto her. "Who are you insulting?" "I certainly." Li Qinghui, realizing she had always presented herself as a benevolent matriarch before Chen Shushu, could not allow him to discover her prior cruelty towards Chen Shushu. Thus, she altered her words, "I do not wish to insult her. As the lady of the general's household, would I stoop to harass my grandson's mother? It is truly outrageous. She abandoned you once, and now she incites him to call me a witch, corrupting a good child. My mother did not teach me. You are indeed a witch, a villain." At that moment, Shen Yu charged forward, looking up at Chen Shushu. The father, it was grandmother. She tried to strike mother with a vase, but it hit that wicked cousin instead. "They are all villains." What nonsense are you spouting?" Li Qinghui reprimanded, but before she could argue further, Chen Shushu's deep voice interrupted. "Mother's actions continue to shock me. Your behavior is no different from that of a common street harlot. I can no longer reside under the same roof as you. Starting tomorrow, I shall move out with Yor. What? Yor is my grandson and you are my son. How can you simply decide to leave? If I wish to see Yor,
Where shall I find you?
Li Qinghui was momentarily stunned, her pain forgotten as she stared at him in disbelief. Chen Shushu, looking down at her, declared, "This is not merely relocating, it is establishing a separate household. From now on, aside from festivals, neither I nor Yor shall see you." Li Qinghui felt as though her world had crumbled. Upon hearing this, Li Shuin hurriedly approached, attempting to grasp Chen Shushu's sleeve, but he evaded her without mercy. She stumbled, her eyes misty as she called out, "Cousin." It was clearly Chen Shushu who was in the wrong. "She deceived you by pretending to be a Taoist priestess. Why do you blame me and my aunt? Do you not see that we are the ones injured, while Chen Shushu stands unscathed? Indeed, a yen. It is not fair to speak thus to your mother. How can you utter such words about not allowing her to see her grandson? Such behavior is unfilial." Silence. Chen Shushu shot a displeased glance at him. "My mother has become this way due to your father and daughter's influence."
Cousin, you misunderstand.
"Chen Shushu is a cunning fraud. I have done nothing to wrong you. She is the one who has betrayed you. Will you simply let her go?" Li Shuin attempted to sway him further, but Chen Shushu's gaze fixed upon her. "The matter between Chen Shushu and me is not for you to meddle in. Mind your own affairs." With that, he turned to Ling Feng, his tone stern. "Please escort my mother and her niece out. They are not to approach me, or you are henceforth." Ling Feng immediately stepped forward. "Madam, Mississippi." Li Shuin, with her bloodied face, wished to avoid being a burden before Chen Shushu. The road ahead was long. Today, she had suffered a silent defeat. But she would ensure that Chen Shushu would not escape unscathed. Furiously, she moved to assist Li Qinghui. "Aunt, let us leave. The heavens are watching. One day, cousin will see through that vile woman's true nature." Li Qinghui felt her once vibrant heart shatter into pieces upon hearing that her son was moving out. Ultimately, it was all that vixen Chen Shushu's doing. She had incited her son and grandson to turn against her upon her return, and she would not let this go unpunished. The two women, seething with resentment, limped out of the door like defeated chickens, followed closely by Li Fuan and Li Quan. Li Quan remained behind. With a solemn command, Chen Shushu directed the guards, who swiftly restrained Li Quan on either side. Li Quan struggled with all his might, but was unable to break free. Casting a pleading glance toward Li Shuin. From a distance, Li Shuin caught a glimpse of Chen Shushu's grim expression and discreetly conveyed a reassuring look to Li Quan. Understanding that she would find a way to help him, Li Quan ceased his struggles. Once the room settled into a hard-won silence, Shen Yuan cast a deep glance at Chen Shushu before taking his leave. With the departure of those troublesome individuals, Chen Shushu couldn't help but exhale a sigh of relief. She felt utterly unfortunate to have encountered such despicable people. Clenching her fist, she turned to Shen Yu. "Your mother has matters to attend to and must leave for now. I will take you out next time." Li Shuin and Li Qinghui repeatedly accused her of abandoning Shen Yu, and she needed to find a way to uncover the truth and prove her innocence. It was inconvenient to take Shen Yu with her at present. Shen Yu was equally taken aback by the depths of his grandmother and Li Shuin's shamelessness. He was uncertain whether keeping his mother by his side was the right decision. So he said nothing, and merely nodded. Seeing his acquiescence, Chen Shushu felt reassured, and turned to leave. As she made to exit, Chen Shushu swiftly approached and blocked her path, his expression inscrutable. "Chen Shushu, you heartlessly abandoned Yor in the past, and even now, you show no remorse? I have told you countless times, I did not abandon Yor," Chen Shushu replied, looking up at him. "Think logically for a moment. If I had truly forsaken him, why would I be so intent on approaching him now? You may not know this, but after our separation I was pregnant, alone and wandering in the mountains to gather herbs for a living. If I truly resented having a child, I would not have fought so hard to bring him into this world. Chen Shushu, you place your trust in every word others say. Yet why did you tarnish my reputation that day? Why did you marry me in the first place?" "I married you because I believed it was worthwhile," he responded, his heart heavy with the weight of her tearful inquiries. Despite the pain they had endured, he had never regretted his decision to marry her.
"Ah,
how lightly you say worthwhile. Because of your fleeting thought, my once beautiful life has been irrevocably tarnished. For 3 years, I endured the torment of Li Qinghui in that ravenous royal mansion." Gazing into her tear-filled eyes, Chen Shushu felt an increasing heaviness in his chest, his breathing turning labored. Considering his mother's recent attitude towards her, the lengths she went to disguise herself as a Taoist priestess to care for Yor, and the fact that he had insisted on marrying her, he realized that even if she had harbored feelings for another man before, he had no right to criticize her. Her agreement to marry him could hardly be seen as betrayal. With this thought, his tone softened as he gently grasped her shoulders. Chen Shushu, since you repeatedly assert that you did not abandon Yor, I will choose to believe you this time. I will have someone investigate this matter thoroughly. I hope you have not deceived me. Chen Shushu pushed his hand away, her lips curving into a faint smile. Rest assured, I will also investigate this matter. Once it is resolved, you will have no reason to prevent me from seeing Yor. He wanted to assert that he had not been obstructing her lately, but she offered him no chance to speak, glaring coldly at him before turning her back, addressing Shinyu. Yor, mother will return to see you later. Seeing his mother's eyes were red-rimmed, Shinyu felt a pang of sorrow in his heart. He nodded obediently. All right, mother. I will wait for you to come back for dinner. Okay. Chen Shushu smiled and ignored Chen Shushu as she left the room. Once his mother had departed and his father stood there in a daze, Shinyu hurriedly took his hand. Father, mother cried. It must be because of grandmother and the others. You should go after her and comfort her. Comfort her? He could have lowered himself to appease her. But that woman had vented her inexplicable resentment on him and left without a word. She was utterly ungrateful. With a cold expression, he dismissed her with disdain. Hasn't father already stood up for her? Your mother has too much pride. She is not that fragile. Though he spoke these words, his steps led him toward the door. Shinyu watched his father's retreating figure, shaking his head in resignation. Just as he was about to look away, he spotted Li Quan lurking with a malicious gaze beneath his brows. Remembering how Li Quan had repeatedly assisted that wicked woman Li Shuin in scheming against his mother, his anger flared. He stormed over and kicked him fiercely. Just wait. Father will deal with you later. With that, he signaled to Ling Feng, who summoned the guards to drag Li Quan away like a dead dog. After leaving the estate, Chen Shushu planned to first visit Hung Tong's shop to retrieve her lost love lock. As long as she had that lock, the trust would be restored. However, she had barely taken a few steps when Chen Shushu caught up with her. Where are you going? He questioned sharply. Chen Shushu frowned, about to retort that it was none of his business when he continued. I asked you to report to Jingji camp yesterday. Did you take it seriously? Feeling guilty, she admitted she had indeed been delayed by other matters. Suppressing her impatience, she replied slowly, I will go shortly. As an afterthought, she asked, could you advance this month's salary for me? Her senior brother had mentioned that retrieving the love lock would require a substantial amount of silver, and she only had the 300 taels Li Shuin had given her, which would not suffice. Moreover, while her senior brother was kind enough to offer her money, she could not continuously owe him favors.
All right.
Seeing her not rush off to claim the silver from Xie Tingwei, but instead approach him, Chen Shushu felt an inexplicable sense of comfort. He immediately handed her a jade pendant. Take this, go to the silver shop on the main street, and you may withdraw as much as you need. Chen Shushu would not take advantage of him. Accepting the pendant, she nodded slightly, acknowledging his gesture. Just as she attempted to leave again, Chen Shushu stopped her once more, fixing his gaze on her calm and graceful features. This pendant is a personal belonging of mine. Do not carelessly misplace it, understood? From the quality and design of the jade pendant, Chen Shushu recognized that it was quite rare and remarkably similar to the love lock she had lost. She was slightly taken aback, but nodded again. I will return it once I have completed the transaction. Keep it safe. When the time comes, return it to me. Let me know when you have news. Holding on to someone else's token, knowing she had to keep it close, why was he so eager for its return? Chen Shushu watched her with an underlying displeasure. Also, once you finish your business, hurry to Jingji camp. Otherwise, do not blame me for withholding your salary. Chen Shushu couldn't help but roll her eyes. Rest assured, it won't take long. After spending a bit more time with Yor, she would leave Bianjing and would no longer suffer any persecution from the Shin family. May I leave now? As the man stood in front of her, Chen Shushu expressed her displeasure with a prompt. I have given you something. Should you not reciprocate? Chen Shushu cast a meaningful gaze upon her. Chen Shushu furrowed her brow, glancing at herself, realizing she bore no valuables to offer in exchange for his esteemed jade pendant. She hesitated momentarily, about to inquire what he desired, when the man suddenly leaned down, cradling the back of her head, and kissed her firmly. Chen Shushu found her breath caught, her ears flushed with warmth. Just as she was about to struggle in embarrassment, He hastened to plant several kisses before slowly withdrawing. Given your lack of wealth, let this suffice as payment, he said, distractedly playing with the loose strands of hair by her ear, his gaze warm yet slightly clingy. If you find yourself in need in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out. Chen Shushu was infuriated to the point of nearly spitting blood, angrily swatting his hand away. Do you not realize you are ill? What if you infect me? She furiously wiped her lips with the back of her hand. Chen Shushu smiled lightly. My ailment is a result of your vexation. If I pass it to you, we can recover together. Who wishes to recover with you? Chen Shushu had never encountered a man so brazen. Without casting him another glance, she stormed off in frustration. Watching her resolute figure depart, Chen Shushu felt a pang of bitterness. Chen Shushu did not harbor feelings for him. It was only through such means that he could draw near her. After years of warfare, vanquishing countless foes and earning illustrious accolades, he was a figure revered by many, yet Chen Shushu treated him with indifference, time and again instilling in him a sense of defeat. Momentarily stunned, he returned to his estate and ordered someone to bring Li Quan forth. When Li Shuin discovered you outside the estate, Li Quan was the first to learn of it. If there were any underhanded dealings, he was undoubtedly involved. Chapter 74, Remembrance. Upon returning to his estate, Chen Shushu wasted no time and ordered that Li Quan be thoroughly beaten from head to toe. He had not forgotten that had he not arrived in time that day, Chen Shushu would have already fallen victim to his blade. Were it not for the need to interrogate him about past events, Li Quan would have already faced a gruesome demise.
Tell me,
how did you come to know that Miss Biao discovered the young master? As Li Quan lay bloodied and battered, losing consciousness repeatedly, Ling Feng doused him with a bucket of cold water to revive him, angrily demanding answers. Li Quan writhed in pain, yet stubbornly defended himself, claiming that during the torrential rain that evening, the weather had inexplicably turned sultry, causing him to seek a stroll outside, merely encountering the situation by chance. Please, General. Judge for yourself. What a web of lies. You were often seen consorting with Miss Biao, and at the moment the young master was discovered, you just happened to be outside. Do you dare claim there was no conspiracy? I see you will not shed tears until faced with the coffin, Ling Feng declared, while a nearby guard began to mercilessly strike him. Li Quan clung to a thread of hope, convinced that Li Shuin would soon come to his rescue. As he held enough secrets to ensure his safety, he believed that if he could endure the torment, he would survive to leave the estate. Moreover, confessing his crimes and revealing his collusion with bandits to Chen Shushu would only provoke the general to take his life in anger.
for now,
remaining silent was his best chance for survival. After what felt like an eternity of interrogation, Li Quan appeared like a fish dragged from the water, refusing to speak.
Struggling in vain.
Chen Shushu soon lost patience, rising from his chair and instructing the guards. Do not kill him. Leave him breathing.
With that,
He turned and exited the interrogation room. Ling Feng understood and immediately directed the guards to revive him if he fainted, insisting they employ all 72 tortures of the judicial ministry upon him, convinced he would eventually relent. Li Quan, through his bloodied haze, saw Ling Feng depart. The door closing mercilessly behind him, his fingers clenched tightly. This pain would not last long. If he could just hold out until nightfall, Li Shuin would surely come to save him. He was certain of it. Upon exiting, Ling Feng encountered Chuanxiang waiting at the courtyard entrance. Upon seeing him, she approached gracefully. Ling Guard, have you managed to glean anything from Li the steward? Ling Feng replied softly, do not refer to him as steward. He does not deserve the title. That unworthy man is merely holding out. I fear he will not yield for quite some time. However, knowing Chen Shushu's temperament, if he does not relent within 3 days, he will be executed. Chuanxiang, recalling a conversation with Chen Shushu, could not help but caution Ling Feng. Ling Guard, I previously inquired with the lady, and she mentioned that the bandits who abducted the young master on the night she gave birth wielded crescent blades. They are likely affiliated with the Shanbuxin. You and the general might start your investigation from this angle. Ling Feng was taken aback, realizing that the young master was indeed taken on the night of the lady's delivery. Chen Shushu had seemingly explained this to his master before, but at the time, his master was too enraged to believe it. Indeed, Chuanxiang affirmed, the lady is inherently kind-hearted. She would not deceive me. I can tell she truly cares for the young master, unlike those duplicitous people. Ling Feng gazed at her porcelain-like skin and clear, bright eyes, filled with sincerity. Unable to resist breaking into a smile. I naturally believe you. I will relay your words to the general. He holds the lady in his heart and will certainly pursue the mastermind behind this to aid her in seeking justice. Then I can rest easy. For I only hope that the lady and the general will be well. Ling Feng admired her loyalty and earnestness, replying, I share your sentiment. I too wish for their reconciliation and harmony. Chuanxiang nodded slightly, her eyes glistening as she regarded him. Lingard, you should be off quickly. I just saw the general has already left the estate. Ling Feng nodded. We are all working for someone. You need not refer to yourself as a servant in my presence. With that, he turned to leave, but Chuanxiang called out to him, slightly hesitating. Lingard, take this. Thank you for repeatedly coming to my aid. This sachet promotes tranquility and restful sleep. Remember to place it under your pillow before sleeping tonight. Once she finished speaking, she swiftly turned and ran away, leaving Ling Feng with an indescribable joy. Now he understood why the general could not help but be affectionate with the lady whenever they met. It was truly delightful to engage with a woman, as though every pore in his being was exhilarated. Clutching the sachet tightly, a smile graced his lips as he hurried to catch up with Chen Shushu. He resolved that from this day forth, he would intensify his efforts to unite the lady and the general. Once they reconciled, he would promptly ask the lady to bring Chuanxiang to him. The lady, being so understanding, would surely fulfill this modest wish. With these thoughts, as he arrived by Chen Shushu's side, his expression momentarily faltered. From afar, Chen Shushu noticed his beaming smile and could not help but remark, Have you found silver? Ling Feng, feeling a bit embarrassed, scratched his head. Not quite. I just encountered Chuanxiang, and she gifted this sachet to me. He sheepishly presented the pale pink pouch before Chen Shushu. Chen Shushu gazed at the intricately embroidered pair of mandarin ducks on it, and his expression gradually grew complex. Noticing the unusual expression on his face, Ling Feng promptly tucked the pouch away, cautiously placing it in his chest pocket. He swore he had not intended to boast. He was simply unaccustomed to lying to Chen Shushu. Chen Shushu, observing his apparent fondness for the incense pouch, let out a dismissive snort. It was merely an inconspicuous trinket. What was so remarkable about it? Tomorrow, he could have Chen Shushu make one as well. Ling Feng vaguely sensed a feeling of jealousy emanating from Chen Shushu's gaze, prompting him to realize that he indeed had an element of boasting and had successfully piqued Chen Shushu's interest. Fearing that the man might erupt in anger again, Ling Feng swiftly concealed his delighted expression and recounted the clues provided by Chuanxiang to Chen Shushu. Chen Shushu's demeanor suddenly turned grave. After a moment of contemplation, he instructed, I recall Li Fuan operates a gambling den on West City Street. Arrange for the dark guards to investigate, scrutinizing the customer flow of recent years. If bandits have infiltrated the city, the gambling den is a likely destination. If Li Xuan has indeed mingled with bandits, it must have been there that they made their acquaintance. Ling Feng considered this possibility and nodded in compliance. After Ling Feng departed, Chen Shushu intended to head to the Jingji camp to await Chen Shushu. At that moment, a servant he had stationed at the Hongtong pawn shop rushed over to him and whispered, General, a young lady has come to redeem the heart-shaped lock. I raised the price to 800 taels, yet she remains resolute in her desire to redeem it. She appears to be the person you seek. A young lady? Chen Shushu furrowed his brow and moved closer to investigate. Upon their arrival at the pawn shop, they found Chen Shushu sitting on a stool inside, anxiously waiting. The servant pointed at her and said, General, there she is. At that moment, Chen Shushu finally understood why she needed 500 taels. It was not for a headpiece, as she had deceived herself into believing, but rather for a token from her beloved. Truly a little master of deceit. What do you think? Should we allow her to redeem it? The servant tentatively inquired, noticing Chen Shushu's prolonged silence as he stared at Chen Shushu. Let her have it. Chen Shushu replied after a moment of deliberation. Without granting her the lock, how would he uncover who a Jew was? Once he located that detestable, mysterious man, he would certainly demand his head. In the end, Chen Shushu spent 800 taels of silver to redeem a Jew's heart-shaped lock. Watching the glimmering silver vanish into the pawnbroker's pocket, her heart felt as if it were bleeding. Now, she was left with no money. She feared she would have to endure a month of hardship with Tang Bao. With a complex array of emotions, she returned to the Prince of Ning's residence, clutching the heart-shaped lock. Upon her return, Xiao Mingqi immediately inquired in the courtyard if she had reported to the Jingji camp. Chen Shushu replied truthfully, Your Highness, I recently rented a residence through a friend and plan to gather my belongings with Tang Bao before heading to the Jingji camp. Xiao Mingqi, having no further reason to keep her in the residence, especially since he had already promised Chen Shushu to facilitate their union. Nodded gently and instructed a servant to present her with 100 taels of silver. This is your reward for assisting me during this time. Take it. You will need money for your future with little Tang Bao. Understanding that a prince, like him, had no shortage of wealth, and given that he had already pressed the silver into her hands, she graciously accepted, without further pretense. Thank you, Your Highness. After expressing her gratitude, Chen Shushu glanced at the complex expression on Su Zero's face before turning back to Xiao Mingqi. Your Highness, do you have any opinions on my junior sister's future? If not, I wish to take Su Zero with me. Su Zero had become one of the few family members she cherished in this world, and she had always regarded her as a younger sister. Xiao Mingqi regarded Su Zero thoughtfully and replied, Miss Zero possesses exceptional skills and a keen mind. She is a rare talent. Naturally, I would prefer to keep her in the residence. However, I do not believe in forcing anyone. Ultimately, it is up to Miss Zero to decide. Su Zero had already made her decision in her heart. Hearing Xiao Mingqi praise her only deepened her resolve. Compared to working for the unpredictable Chen Shushu, she much preferred to remain by the gentle and composed Xiao Mingqi's side. Each day spent with such an admirable and steady master filled her with hope for the future. Despite her intense desire, she maintained a facade of modesty, saying, I will heed Your Highness's wishes. If Your Highness does not mind my presence, I would be more than willing to serve you. Xiao Mingqi nodded warmly, then stay. And I shall not treat you poorly in the future. Su Zero responded with uncontainable joy, secretly winking at Chen Shushu. Chen Shushu understood that she did not wish to leave. Truly, girls grow up quickly. Her junior sister was becoming increasingly independent. After settling Su Zero, Xiao Mingqi turned his attention back to Chen Shushu. Recently, his dark guards had discovered that Shan Buxin had descended the mountain and was disguised as a traveling merchant, lurking in the outskirts of the city. He intended to ask Chen Shushu if she would accompany him to covertly investigate Shan Buxin that night. However, as the words formed on his lips, he thought of Chen Shushu. Secretly contacting Shan Buxin without the court's knowledge was a grave offense of colluding with bandits, and he could not let Chen Shushu find out. It would be safer to keep this from Chen Shushu as well. Ultimately, he decided to suppress the matter. After exchanging pleasantries and sending Chen Shushu and Tang Bao on their way, he immediately summoned a pigeon to convey Shan Buxin's whereabouts to a network of secret contacts he had silently maintained over the years. He knew not the identity of this contact, but whether he could ascend to the throne in the future may well depend on this silent ally who had aided him for years. Upon leaving the Prince of Ning's residence, Chen Shushu brought Tang Bao to her newly rented home. As they entered the courtyard, Xin Yuan and Gao Qing stealthily emerged from a nearby corner. Xin Yuan's gaze was fixed intently on the redwood gate that Chen Shushu had just entered, and he inquired of Gao Qing, Why do you think a yen, knowing of Tang Bao's existence, refuses to acknowledge her? Gao Qing furrowed his brow and speculated, Could it be that the general prefers boys over girls and has no interest in little girls?
Impossible.
A yan's character is upright. He is certainly not that shallow and ignorant. I suspect the issue lies with Chen Shushu, Xin Yuan replied. After some thought, Gao Qing quickly nodded in agreement. You are right. Perhaps the young mistress is still angry with the general and is unwilling to present the child to him. The general has always been proud. Naturally, he would not lower himself, leaving both of them at an impasse, which only causes Tang Bao to suffer. As Xin Yuan listened to his logical analysis, his expression grew grave, acknowledging that there was indeed a possibility. However, the offspring of the Xin family, regardless of gender, must not be left to wander outside. Whether or not Shushu returns to the general's residence to continue being the general's wife, Tang Bao must return to acknowledge her heritage. The Shun bloodline must not be confused. Gao Qing's expression turned grave at this moment. Do you mean? Shun Yuan's thoughts flickered, and he became inexplicably irritated. You return to the residence first. I will make my own decisions regarding this matter. It seemed he must have a private discussion with Chen Shushu. The urgency of having Tang Bao acknowledge her heritage could not be delayed. Regardless of Xin Shuyuan's thoughts on the matter, intervention was necessary. Sugar treasure. Once your mother finds a moment's respite in the coming days, I shall seek a reliable caretaker for you. This way, when your mother departs for the capital to fulfill her duties, there will be someone to look after you. Sugar treasure gazed at the gentle and affectionate woman before her, her little eyes involuntarily blinking with curiosity. Mother, are you truly going to work with father? Chen Shushu nodded softly. In order to see your brother? Your mother had no other choice. Moreover, having yet to commence her duties, she had already squandered the salary advanced to her by Chen Shushu. This time, she must endure a month in the capital. After pondering her mother's words, Sugar Treasure decided to confide in Chen Shushu about her encounter with Xin Yuan, informing her that he had recognized her true identity. Upon hearing this, Chen Shushu's complexion turned pale. You mean Xin Yuan took you back to the general's residence and insisted you call him grandfather? Indeed, Sugar Treasure affirmed, nodding as she retrieved the precious safety pendant and offered it to her. He mentioned that this pendant symbolizes the union of dragon and phoenix. He gave one to me and another to my brother. It is evident he has acknowledged me as his grandchild. Chen Shushu, taken aback, accepted the valuable pendant, her body breaking into a cold sweat. Once Shen Yuan recognized Sugar Treasure, her identity would inevitably be revealed to Shen Shuryan. Should they demand a blood test for verification? No amount of eloquence could absolve her of Sugar Treasure's lineage. Chapter 76. A Turn of Events. Noticing Chen Shushu's anxious pallor, Sugar Treasure assumed her mother feared losing her to Shen Yuan. With a serious expression, she swiftly snatched the pendant and cast it aside. Mother, do not worry. I have not acknowledged that short-lived father of mine, nor will I ever accept being a grandchild of the Shen family. In this life, I only wish to be with you, mother. I will accompany you always. Hearing her soft assurances warmed Chen Shushu's heart. She gazed at her daughter with a mixture of gratitude and sorrow, a smile more poignant than tears gracing her lips. Once Shen Yuan recognized Sugar Treasure as the legitimate granddaughter of the Shen family, it was likely he would not heed her desires, forcibly taking her away. Having already lost Yuer, if Sugar Treasure were to be claimed by the Shens, she would truly be unable to endure. Why were they pursuing this so relentlessly? The anguish nearly suffocated her, yet she concealed her fragility and impending breakdown from her child, gently advising, Sugar Treasure, the Shen family wields great power. Since your grandfather has set his sights on you, he will not easily relinquish his claim. For now, you must remain obedient within the estate and refrain from sneaking out to meet them, understand? She feared Shen Yuan might act impulsively, colluding with Shen Shuryan to take Sugar Treasure for a blood test. She would not allow matters to spiral into uncontrollable chaos. Before Shen Shuryan could act, she needed a foolproof plan. Seeing her mother's serious demeanor, Sugar Treasure also feared Shen Yuan would forcibly take her away. She did not wish to be separated from her mother. Nodding vigorously, she replied, Mother, rest assured, I will behave. Just as her promise faded from her lips, a sudden noise from outside the window startled them, resembling someone intentionally throwing pebbles against the frame. The window rattled ominously. Chen Shushu felt a surge of foreboding. Without the protection of the skilled Su Ziru, they were vulnerable to danger. Especially with Li Xuan harboring animosity toward her, she feared an ambush. Swiftly, she concealed Sugar Treasure in a corner cabinet, whispering urgently, Sugar Treasure, stay hidden and do not come out unless I call for you, understand? Though Sugar Treasure could defend herself, seeing her mother's worried expression, she obediently nodded and nestled into the cabinet. Chen Shushu drew out her hairpin and pushed the door open cautiously. Scanning the surroundings, she found no one in the courtyard, but a dagger was embedded in the doorframe, beneath which lay a note. She quickly retrieved the dagger and unfolded the note, revealing 6 hurriedly scrawled words, hurry to the tea house to meet. It was from her senior disciple. His clandestine approach and urgent wording indicated something significant had transpired. She immediately tore the note into pieces and returned to the room, pulling Sugar Treasure from the cabinet. Sugar Treasure, I must meet your uncle. Stay quiet in the house and do not wander outside, all right? Upon seeing her mother's anxious demeanor, Sugar Treasure nodded quickly. All right, go ahead, mother. Don't worry about me. I will take care of myself. Only then did Chen Shushu feel reassured as she left. Once outside, she hurried to the tea house. Shen Yuan followed at a distance, attempting to engage her in conversation several times, but upon noticing her hurried pace, he refrained, stealthily trailing behind. Upon entering the tea house, witnessing her animated conversation with a scholarly gentleman, he abandoned the notion of approaching her. Chen Shushu had left Sugar Treasure alone to see this man in such haste. Their relationship must be quite profound. Shen Yuan contemplated this before hastening back to the general's residence. Upon entering the estate, Li Qingwei rushed toward him, her face a mask of reproach. Husband, where have you been? We agreed to thwart Yan's move. Why have you returned at this hour? Shen Shuryan had already ordered many of his and Xin Yu's belongings to be moved. Clearly, he was genuinely upset. Irritated by her scolding tone, Xin Yuan waved dismissively. The pressing issue is not Yan's departure, but something else.
Li Qinshui frowned.
What could be more important than our son? Yan is enchanted by that vixen Chen Shushu. After 4 years of separation, he disregards me as his mother upon her return, even openly defying me. Chen Shushu is a complete disaster. She is the bane of our Shun family. Xin Yuan's expression turned cold. How Chen Shushu and Yan conduct their affairs is their own business. You should interfere less. Yan is an adult. He can decide whom to love without your interference. Besides, I saw Chen Shushu has already taken a new interest. She likely no longer values being your daughter-in-law.
What?
Li Qinghui exclaimed, taken aback. How could Chen Shushu, who adored her son, possibly shift her affections? She was truly a woman of fickle nature. Unsure whether to be happy or worried, she remained speechless. Xin Yuan had no time to ponder her thoughts, his face stern as he continued. Their personal feelings are unimportant. What I need to address is Sugar Treasure. Chen Shushu is clearly reluctant to let that child recognize her ancestry, and it seems she intends for her to acknowledge a new father. Sugar Treasure? Li Qinghui gasped. Who are you talking about? What child?
Please clarify.
Xin Yuan proceeded to recount the possibility that Chen Shushu had given birth to twins years ago. Li Qinghui could no longer sit still. How audacious. This cunning woman dared to secretly bear 2 children from Yan, deliberately concealing it from us. What is her true intention? Xin Yuan had no desire to complicate matters for Chen Shushu, yet the children belong to the Xin family, and, regardless of their gender, they must return to their roots. What she desires is of little consequence. My purpose in sharing this with you is solely to issue a warning. Do not entertain the thought of forcibly marrying your scheming niece to Yan. He is now a man of family, and even if he does not remarry Chen Shushu, he will seek a partner from a reputable family. One who is well-bred and cultured. I cannot allow that vile woman, Li Shuin, to meddle in his life any longer. After recent events, Li Qinghui has also developed reservations about Li Shuin, particularly since she covertly bribed Li Quan to surveil our general's residence for 7 years. Such behavior is indeed excessive. Moreover, it seems that Shen Shushu has no affection for her. When he witnessed her pitiful state, he displayed not a shred of compassion. He is indifferent to her fate, and his previous fixation has waned. Nevertheless, she is still his blood relative, which causes her some remorse. Just as she was about to intercede on her behalf, Xin Yuan rose abruptly and issued a stern command. From now on, Li Shuin is forbidden from stepping foot into the general's residence. Our family has endured enough of the Li family's reliance on our protection over the years. Their future is no longer our concern. No sooner had he finished speaking than Gao Qing rushed in to announce, Master, Madam, Miss and Master Li are at the door seeking an audience. Li Shuin is aware that Li Quan harbors many of her secrets, and thus she must seize this opportunity while Chen Shushu is absent to stealthily rescue him with Li Qinghui's unwitting assistance. If Chen Shushu were to uncover the past, her chance for redemption would vanish forever. Upon hearing that Li Shuin had arrived, Li Qinghui immediately beckoned to Gao Qing. Quick, let them in. In? Absolutely not. Xin Yuan's voice thundered in refusal. Gao Qing, understanding the gravity of the situation, lowered his head and ceased his movements. Li Qinghui, displeased, retorted, Regardless, our families are related. It is improper to deny them at the door. I shall inquire about their intentions myself. As she murmured this, she attempted to step outside, only to be yanked back by Xin Yuan. Do not treat my words as mere whispers. For years, Li Shuin has slandered our house and flaunted her power. It is likely that she has disrupted Yan's marriage as well. We are better off without such relatives. After delivering his cold proclamation, he instructed Gao Qing, from now on, you are to guard the entrance diligently and ensure that the father and daughter are not permitted entry. Understood, master. Li Shuin and her father waited at the door for over half an hour, but no one came to let them in. Unwilling to relent, they knocked again, only to hear Gao Qing's cold voice from within. Miss, Master Li, my master has instructed that you are not to disturb the household any further. In that instant,
Li Shuin's fui ignita.
She twisted her face, ready to retort, but Li Fuan quickly pulled her into a secluded corner. Enin, do not act impulsively. It appears that Yan is resolute in keeping us from entering the residence. We cannot confront him directly and further aggravate the situation. Li Shuin's beautiful features were marred by frustration, her eyes ablaze with resentment. These heartless people, if they are so unfeeling, they shall not blame me for taking drastic measures. She turned to Li Fuan. Father, even my aunt refuses to acknowledge me. What have I done wrong? The Shun family is becoming intolerable, and I shall not let them have peace. Seeing the burning hatred in her eyes, Li Fuan clenched his fists and pondered before speaking. It is not yet time for us to resort to extreme measures. Our family still relies on the Shun family to survive, so our immediate priority must be to rescue Li Quan. As long as he does not confess to your crimes, Chen Shushu will eventually reconsider his stance. Li Shuin nodded in agreement, recognizing the truth in his words. As long as Chen Shushu and her child are no longer in the picture, my cousin will surely choose me. For the past 4 years, he has not harbored such aversion towards me. It has all been the work of that wretched Chen Shushu sowing discord between us. Tonight, I shall ensure that she is utterly disgraced. Have you devised a plan? Li Fuan's eyes gleamed with excitement. Li Shuin's gaze deepened as she regarded him. For years ago, I stealthily took her son on the night of his birth. Tonight, I can make her wish she were never born. What do you mean? Li Fuan asked, intrigued. With a slight smile, she replied, Shen Yuan has benefited me greatly. Has he not recently descended the mountain? I heard he lost a considerable sum at the gambling house. He is in desperate need of money. That ruthless bandit, a man of insatiable lust, would do anything for the right price, even set fire to the Shun residence. Moreover, with Chen Shushu's beauty, merely a glance from that rogue would surely ignite his desires, requiring no effort on my part to orchestrate. Father, let us go to the gambling house. Seeing his daughter's confidence, Li Fuan's mind raced, and he hurried to follow her. My daughter is indeed clever. This time, I shall ensure that the bandit deals with Chen Shushu and that wretched child. Once they are gone, the Shun family will have no choice but to accommodate us. Master, why are you so eager to find me? As soon as Chen Shushu arrived at the tea house, she sought out Xie Tingwei. Xie Tingwei closed the door tightly, his expression grave. Junior sister, I have received word that Shan Buxin and his party have recently reached the outskirts of the city and will be staying at the June Lion tonight. This presents a perfect opportunity for us to meet with him. Is that true? How did you come by this information? Is it reliable? Xie Tingwei had received a message from Prince Yuanqi via carrier pigeon, indicating that the prince would also be attending the meeting with Shan Buxin. If all goes well, tonight would mark their first contact with him on behalf of Yuanqi. Whether Shan Buxin is friend or foe will soon be revealed. Should it be confirmed that he has ties to the former dynasty, they could gather strength and expand their forces, bringing the day of restoring Yuanqi closer. However, he feared that such an encounter would inevitably lead to bloodshed, potentially implicating Chen Shushu. Xie Tingwei's brow furrowed with concern as he gazed at Chen Shushu for a long moment before nodding, his emotions complex. It is certainly reliable. My brother would never deceive you. Upon hearing this, Chen Shushu's fair complexion brightened with joy. Just in time, I have also redeemed a Jew's heartlock today. If tonight confirms that Shan Buxin is indeed a Jew, I shall present him with the token. Once she successfully delivers the wax letter to him and secures the culprits behind the deaths of the midwife and Tao Hong, her mission in Bianjing will be complete. She can then quietly leave with Tang Bao before Shen Yuan's bloodline recognition ceremony. Indeed, my brother will ensure your wishes are fulfilled. I shall do my utmost. Let us meet at the entrance of Feng Tang Street at the hour of the dog. After you settle Tang Bao, come to me. Xie Tingwei earnestly instructed her. Chen Shushu had awaited this day for over a decade. She smiled and nodded. After confirming their plans, she paused before leaving to ask Xie Tingwei, brother, you have never mentioned your surname before. How did Chen Shushu come to know? At this, Xie Tingwei's expression flickered with unease. He was a descendant of the former dynasty, a fact he had concealed from Chen Shushu. Until the veil over the restoration of Yuanqi was fully lifted, he could not reveal the truth. Wishing to shield her from any danger, he maintained a facade of nonchalance as he replied, my family name is Xie. I have merely been making a living in Bianjing. The surname Xie is too risky, so I have not mentioned it to anyone. As for how Chen Shushu knows, it is because he has been investigating me. Junior sister, Chen Shushu is deep-minded and selfish. That heartless man has caused you great harm in the past, and now clings to you relentlessly, likely scheming something nefarious. You must not show him any mercy. Do you understand? On that day, he discerned that Chen Shushu had been holding back due to Xinyu. If this continues, I fear that Chen Shushu will become increasingly entangled with her. That unfaithful and fickle man, even if it costs him his life, will never allow himself to lay a finger on his junior sister. Chen Shushu naturally understands that Chen Shushu is no benevolent figure. He has schemed and plotted against her elder brother, undoubtedly with ill intentions. She gently nodded, assuring her brother, "Do not worry. We are merely the parents of you are now. I will no longer have any ties with him." Hearing her guarantee, Xia Tingwei smiled knowingly, taking a few steps closer. His gaze fervently fixed upon her. "Junior sister, the only deception I have ever committed against you is my surname. Everything else has been sincere. Please do not let this matter create a rift between us." He feared that one day, when Chen Shushu discovers his lineage as a descendant of the previous dynasty, she might regard him with the disdain reserved for traitors, a thought he could not bear. In this life, aside from his desire to restore the Yuanqi, his other wish was to spend eternity with Chen Shushu. As she met his deep, ocean-like gaze, an indescribable emotion flickered in her heart. After a moment she nodded. "I will not. The bond between us is as strong as that of siblings. No matter what happens, I shall not blame you." After leaving Xia Tingwei's tea house, she intended to visit the Jingji camp first. Having already received money from Chen Shushu, if she did not show her face, that man might use it as an excuse to provoke her again. Upon arriving at the campus entrance and announcing her name, the guard, as if previously informed, led her to a white tent. "The general is inside. Please enter, miss." Chen Shushu was not keen on encountering Chen Shushu, but seeing that Ling Feng was nowhere in sight, it seemed there was no one to assign her any task, and she had no choice but to meet with Chen Shushu. She composed herself and lifted the tent flap to enter. Ling Feng acknowledged her presence with a respectful nod, his expression complex as he hurriedly exited. Chen Shushu slightly furrowed her brow, glancing at Chen Shushu just as she was about to speak. The man suddenly raised his gaze and beckoned her, "Come here and look at these portraits." Chapter 78. Filling the house. Chen Shushu gracefully stepped forward and beheld the man, resembling a jade branch, clad in dark garments with his ink-black hair adorned with a jade crown. His fair complexion was as delicate as snow. His eyelids lowered as he concentrated on a booklet, writing with delicate strokes. Beside his right arm lay several scrolls of portraits, bound in yellow silk, clearly unopened. Her fingertips hesitated for a moment, but she refrained from examining them. "What is it?" After completing the official document, Chen Shushu lifted his gaze to find her silently standing by, unmoving. "I asked you to look at the paintings," he reiterated, setting down his pen and scrutinizing her with a slight lift of his gaze. "Is this also part of my assignment?" Chen Shushu sensed that these portraits were significant and did not wish to view them. Chen Shushu chuckled, "From this day forth, anything I assign you falls under your purview." Faced with the man's inscrutable smile, Chen Shushu bit her lip and reluctantly picked up the portraits. Opening the knot, she peeled away the layers of silk, revealing the strikingly beautiful visage of a woman on the paper. She examined a few, then opened several more, each featuring stunningly beautiful women, totaling over a dozen. "Chen Shushu, have you truly lost your mind?" Realizing the situation, Chen Shushu, in a fit of anger, tossed the portraits aside and stormed out. If he wished to indulge in such lewdness, he could do so in private without dragging her into this humiliation. "Why such a strong reaction? Are you jealous?" Chen Shushu swiftly approached and grasped her hand. Chen Shushu, overwhelmed with frustration, struggled to suppress the urge to slap him. "What exactly do you want?" "I am very busy and have no time to entangle myself with you." Feeling her wrist firmly clasped once more, Chen Shushu found herself too weary to continue this cat-and-mouse game. Observing her flushed face, Chen Shushu smirked as he held her chin, his tone teasing. "In a rush? Rushing to spend my money on your beloved? What nonsense are you spouting?" Chen Shushu's eyes trembled, forced to look up at him. "Wasn't it to prepare for your appearance? Why do you still look so disheveled?" Chen Shushu's gaze swept over her from head to toe with a mocking expression. Chen Shushu was rendered speechless. "That money is my salary for a month. How I choose to spend it is my business. Release me." She forcefully pried his hand away. This man had not only surveilled her elder brother but was now covertly watching her, demonstrating a complete lack of moral integrity. She could not fathom why she had once been so blind as to be drawn to him. Noticing her trembling with anger, her back turned to him. Chen Shushu felt a pang of discomfort in his heart. Yet, thinking of the heartlock she carried for a Jew, he was filled with discontent. With a cold expression, he snapped, "Don't be obtuse. Come here. Help me decide who is suitable to be your bride." "What did you say?" Chen Shushu turned in shock, hurrying closer to him. Chen Shushu relished her bewildered expression, casually gesturing toward the portraits. These are all selected by my aunt from noble families. Meant to pity you for being without a mother. I am to choose one to fill the house. A bitter laugh escaped Chen Shushu's heart. Amidst the derisive laughter, pain surged within her chest. For a long while, she stood frozen, unable to utter a word. Seeing her motionless, Chen Shushu approached, his deep and melodious breath brushing against her ear as he spoke softly. Tell me, which one did you fancy? His long, fair fingers gently brushed her earlobe, his gaze lingering with affection. Or perhaps, none at all? Chen Shushu felt a chill at his intense warmth, slowly suppressing the ache in her heart. Gripping her fingers tightly as she coldly replied, you should ask you about this matter. She retreated a few steps, her demeanor turning indifferent. Chen Shushu, you need not use you as a pretext for this. After all, your position is powerful and high. If you wish to marry anyone, no one would dare utter a word against it. Why deliberately attempt to disgust me with these portraits?
Disgusting?
Does who I marry only disgust you? Chen Shushu's gaze fell upon her stubbornly calm features, his lips revealing a hint of despondence. For 7 years, have you ever harbored even a shred of affection for me? A tiny bit of love? Has your conscience been devoured by dogs? Chen Shushu lifted her gaze to him, her eyes brimming with tears, her lips curling into a frigid smile.
No.
Conscience is something I only possess for people. The cold, resolute words struck Chen Shushu's heart like icy daggers. He slowly nodded with a mocking smile. Very well. You, who are heartless and unfeeling, do not deserve any love. I shall do as you wish and marry those women. With that, he turned away in anger. Chen Shushu stared at the portraits, breathless for a long time. She clenched her fingers, fighting the urge to tear them apart, suppressing the lump in her throat repeatedly, though tears still streamed down her cheeks. Master, why are you out here? Ling Feng entered, holding a stack of portraits, only to see Chen Shushu storming out of the main tent, confusion etched on his face. Did Chen Shushu misunderstand something upon seeing the portraits sent by the princess? Yet Chen Shushu did not even glance at the portraits, let alone contemplate marrying any of them. In a moment of hesitation, the man strode away, and he hurried after him, raising his voice. My lord, I have found the portrait that the common folk circulated upon your triumphant return. Upon hearing this, Chen Shushu abruptly halted his steps. He glanced back towards the main tent before fixing his gaze on Ling Feng, demanding, bring it to me. Ling Feng promptly opened the scroll and presented it to him. The portrait depicted 3 scenes, within a romantic spring canopy. A general clad in armor cradled a maiden shrouded in sheer fabric. The maiden, with her cascading dark hair and rosy cheeks, delicately offered the general a goblet of luminous wine. The general embraced the long-legged girl, pressing her against the window ledge, while the drapery billowed around them, creating a vividly enchanting tableau. Chen Shushu's eyes turned away in disdain as he stared at Ling Feng, insisting, you had better clarify what this is. Ling Feng lowered his head and explained, this is a painting, my lord. The male protagonist is you, while the female protagonist is your cousin. The date inscribed is from the 3rd year of your campaign. Noticing the man's increasingly grim expression, Ling Feng hastily added, rest assured, I am fully aware of your innocence. However, the artist's utter shamelessness in tarnishing your reputation and that of your cousin is evident. It is likely that this painting reached Madame's eyes, which may have contributed to her sorrow and decision to part ways with you. Upon hearing this, Chen Shushu cast another glance at the date inscribed on the painting. He recalled Tang Bao's words, recognizing that rumors of his infidelity had circulated throughout the streets. If Chen Shushu had indeed misunderstood him, had he perhaps spoken too harshly? With this thought, he turned back towards the main tent at a swift pace, only to find that Chen Shushu had already vanished. Where is she? Go find her immediately, he commanded. Moments later, the guard stationed at the camp entrance reported that the person Chen Shushu was searching for had just left with that very lady. Hearing that Chen Shushu had departed silently, his heart sank with a mixture of worry and regret. Knowing her stubborn nature, he realized he should not have provoked her so deliberately. A tide of remorse washed over him, prompting him to send all his shadow guards into Bianjing to search for her. 3 full hours passed, and it was not until dinner time that someone finally located Chen Shushu. My lord, the shadow guards have reported seeing the lady accompanied by Tang Bao, boarding Xie Tingwei's carriage and leaving the city, they informed him. Chen Shushu's heart plummeted. Was Chen Shushu truly abandoning him once more? Had she forsaken even Yuer? The memory of her vanishing after boarding a carriage for years prior flooded his mind, and he could no longer contain himself. He stormed out, mounting his steed and galloping away. "Sister, you have brought Tang Bao with you?" Xia Tingwei inquired, gently stroking Tang Bao's head as they sat opposite each other. Chen Shushu nodded slightly, saying, "Yes, once we leave the city, I want to find a suitable place to settle Tang Bao. I won't be bringing her back to Bianjing. As long as she could fulfill her intentions tonight, she would return to Bianjing tomorrow, find a way to repay Xin Shuryan the 500 taels of silver, bid farewell to Xin Yu, and then leave Bianjing with Tang Bao for good. After all, Xin Yu was soon to have a bride. Remaining would only bring him misfortune." Seeing her sudden determination, Xia Tingwei could not help but ask, "Are you worried that Xin Shuryan will take Tang Bao away?" Chen Shushu shook her head, replying, "He does not yet know that Tang Bao is his daughter. However, Xin Yuan is already aware, and based on Tang Bao's words, he will undoubtedly try to reclaim her for the Xin family. Before that happens, I must hide Tang Bao where no one can find her." "That sounds wise. You and Tang Bao need not be entangled with the Xin family any longer. Fortunately, my brother has friends outside the city. We can leave Tang Bao there for now." Chen Shushu expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, brother." "There is no need for thanks between us," Xia Tingwei replied, immediately altering their route to his friend's residence. At that moment, another carriage stealthily followed behind them, carrying Li Shuin and Li Fuan. They trailed Chen Shushu until they observed her entering a small farmhouse outside the city, at which point Li Shuin leapt from the carriage. "Father, who is that little girl Chen Shushu is holding? I had no idea she had a 3-year-old child." Li Fuan furrowed his brow, pondering, "Perhaps she is her child? That woman has been surrounded by handsome, young men. It is conceivable that she has borne a child out of wedlock. This wretched woman dares to cuckold my cousin. I will make her pay," Li Shuin declared vehemently, swiftly plucking a green leaf from a tree and placing it in her mouth, producing a melodious tune. She had arranged with Shan Yuan that if she played this melody in the forest, he would appear. Indeed, within moments, they saw Shan Yuan, donned in black, accompanied by a band of bandits, galloping towards them. "Shuin, you found your brother so quickly," Shan Yuan exclaimed as he dismounted, his eager gaze scanning her figure. Li Shuin felt a wave of nausea wash over her, yet she feigned sweetness, saying, "Brother, as I mentioned before, I need your assistance with a personal matter. If you succeed, I will reward you with 500 taels of silver." She held up 5 delicate fingers. Shan Yuan grinned, drawing her into his embrace, revealing his crooked smile. "Shuin, I do not desire silver. How about you accompany me tonight?" As he spoke, his coarse hands began to roam over Li Shuin's slender waist, inching dangerously close to her skirt. Just then, Li Fuan surged forward, interposing himself between them. "Lord Yuan, my daughter is not truly a beauty. The real beauty is the woman we ask you to handle tonight. She is not only stunning but possesses an alluring figure, especially since she is the renowned ex-wife of the valiant General Xin Shuryan. Just imagine, if you were to experience a night with a woman who has been with the great general, the pleasure would be exquisite." Xin Shuryan's formidable reputation was well known to Shan Yuan. He understood that his elder brother had been biding his time, hesitant to mobilize troops and attack Bianjing, partly due to Xin Shuryan's prowess. Now, hearing of the opportunity to toy with his ex-wife, Shan Yuan's heart raced with excitement. Not only did he wish to toy with her, but he also considered offering her to his brother, who would undoubtedly be intrigued by Xin Shuryan's former lover. Seeing the glimmer of interest in his eyes, Li Shuin quickly extricated herself from his embrace, whispering, "Brother Yuan, what are you waiting for? Shouldn't you send your men to capture that woman?" Shan Yuan's gaze lingered on the farmhouse, and he replied, "There are too many farmers around here. Rushing in could cause unnecessary chaos. Wait for a moment while I find an opportunity to lure her out." Noticing Li Shuin's lingering unease, Shan Yuan reassured her, "Shuin, I have known you for so many years. That woman dares to provoke you, and I will ensure she does not escape my grasp tonight. You can rest easy." Hearing this, Li Shuin nodded firmly and produced a vial of powder from her clothing, handing it to Shan Yuan. "This is a love potion. If Chen Shushu dares to resist later, you know what to do." Shan Yuan was taken aback by her thoughtfulness and accepted the vial with a smile, his gaze filled with uncontainable malice. After receiving a few more instructions from Li Shuin regarding Chen Shushu's cunning nature, Shan Yuan excused himself, leaving with Li Fuan in the carriage. As they sat in the carriage, Li Fuan anxiously gazed at Li Shuin. "Yin, why didn't you leave someone to watch over Shan Yuan? What if we leave, and he fails to act decisively, allowing that Chen Shushu to escape?
Li Shuyin jurlet her lips koldu.
He won't. That old bald man is nothing but a lecher. Moreover, I have already brought out my cousin. Shan Yuan will certainly take action against Chen Shushu. Besides, that old fool dares to lay hands on me. Once he eliminates Chen Shushu tonight, I will ensure he meets a terrible fate, leaving no trace behind. Seeing the fierce determination in her eyes, Li Fuan's face lit up with joy. Have you already devised a plan? Li Shuin's eyes sparkled with a profound smile as she turned to her father. Father, do you wish to rise in rank and wealth? I have conceived an excellent idea that will allow us to thrive without relying on the Shin family. Li Fuan immediately leaned in, intrigued. What is it? Li Shuin elegantly waved her sleeve, her expression suddenly grave. We must pay a visit to the palace. It is time to choose a wise ruler and bring about a transformation in this forbidden city. Chapter 80. The Storm. During her previous attempts to curry favor with Princess Xiaolon, Li Shuin had created a skincare mask that greatly pleased the princess, leading her to bestow upon Li Shuin a token. This token was exclusive to trusted individuals of the princess's court. With this token in hand, she and Li Fuan gained unrestricted access to the palace, directing their carriage straight to the Eastern Palace. With Emperor Tianqin advancing in years, the most promising heir to the throne appeared to be the crown prince Xiao Minji. Li Shuin resolved to leverage Xiao Minji to acquire what she desired. Within the Eastern Palace, Xiao Minji was engrossed in his studies under the lamp when a servant announced a Li family woman seeking an audience. He frowned slightly, a flicker of distaste crossing his features. Being a handsome man of high status, he was acutely aware of the numerous women in the palace who would stop at nothing to ascend to his bedchamber. Hence, he did not even wish to see Li Shuin. What should we do, Weinin? The crown prince refuses to meet us. Li Fuan still believed his daughter's ambition to climb to the heights of power alongside the prince was nothing more than a pipe dream. How foolish are these ancient minds? Li Shuin smirked disdainfully and strode towards the nearby servant, her tone firm. Please convey to the crown prince that I am General Shen's cousin, here in secret at his behest to report vital intelligence. General Shen was well known as the emperor's confidant, and while many sought to ingratiate themselves with Xiao Minji, none could compare to Shen Shushu, who maintained a close friendship with the prince. Li Shuin understood that merely mentioning Shen Shushu's name would compel Xiao Minji to meet her. Sure enough, within moments, father and daughter were ushered into the Eastern Palace by Xiao Minji himself. Li Shuin promptly relayed the urgent news regarding the bandit leader Shan Bushin's encroachment upon the city outskirts. Surprised by such significant intelligence arriving at his doorstep in the dead of night, Xiao Minji felt elated and immediately dispatched a group of guards to the outskirts. If he could capture Shan Bushin before the others, it would be a monumental service to the people of Tianqin. And the emperor had promised a significant reward for the eradication of bandits. Thus, Xiao Minji envisioned both fame and fortune, anticipating a royal decree designating him as the heir. The offspring of the previous dynasty's concubine, Xiao Mingqi, would forever remain in the mud, unable to lift their heads. The day he ascended the throne would also be the day he meted out punishment to her. As he prepared to depart, sword in hand, Li Shuin hurried after him. Her tone flattering. Your Highness, since you are going to capture the bandits, why not take me along? I am familiar with many of their hideouts, and with my assistance, you will surely achieve great success tonight. Xiao Minji regarded her with his striking gaze, contemplating for a moment before responding, Miss Li. Are you not betraying your cousin by offering your assistance to me? Li Shuin smiled gently. Of course not. My cousin serves the emperor's commands and has always turned a blind eye to these bandits. However, I harbor a deep-seated hatred for them. My willingness to risk my life to deliver this message to you is part of a larger scheme. Xiao Minji chuckled softly. Miss Li, do you aspire to be my princess? He scrutinized her, noting her decent appearance, but was put off by her cunning nature. Li Shuin had not yet accomplished anything for him, so she refrained from making such grand declarations. After all, she was resourceful and possessed extensive modern knowledge. As long as Xiao Minji kept her by his side, she was confident that one day he would become utterly captivated by her, compelled to heed her every directive. With warm, eager eyes, she replied, Not at all. A humble woman like me would never dare to aspire to the position of princess. I am here because the bandits are rampant, particularly one named Shan Yuan, who has repeatedly abducted innocent women and committed unspeakable atrocities. I despise him deeply and have come to beseech you to take vengeance on behalf of the innocent women of Bianjing tonight. This seemingly righteous appeal to justice flattered Xiao Minji's vanity immensely. He chuckled lightly and nodded, a glimmer of admiration in his eyes as he looked at Li Xuan. Very well. Since this is your only modest wish, I shall fulfill it. He ordered a nearby servant to provide Li Xuan with a warm cloak and then led her and Li Fuan into his luxurious carriage. Meanwhile, Chen Shushu and Xie Tingtai had entrusted Tang Bao to the care of Xie Tingtai's friend, Yang Chu. After repeatedly instructing Yang Chu to look after Tang Bao, they stepped out of the house. As they walked through the courtyard, the sudden chirping of sparrows in the large locust tree caught Chen Shushu's attention. It was already the hour of the dog, and typically, sparrows would have returned to their nests to rest. Why were they so active? Something was amiss. What's wrong? Junior sister? Xie Tingtai, noticing her sudden halt and the intensity in her gaze directed outward, furrowed his brow. Chen Shushu concentrated her senses, carefully observing the treetops until she deciphered the sparrow's chatter. She quickly turned to Xie Tingtai. Senior brother, this small courtyard is surrounded. We cannot go outside. Upon hearing this, Xie Tingtai's expression sharpened as he listened intently for a moment. The atmosphere outside indeed felt suspicious. He nodded slightly. There are people out there, and it seems they are coming for us. The thought of the court officials flashed through his mind. Could it be that the dog emperor had discovered his identity? Chen Shushu, with a serious demeanor, moved to the wall, attempting to converse with the sparrows. The sparrows chirped in a cacophony, but she eventually caught the mention of women. She turned to Xie Tingtai. Senior brother, from what those sparrows are saying, the people outside are all dressed in black and armed with curved swords. It seems they belong to Shan Buxin. Indeed, Shan Buxin's men are likely here, Xie Tingtai acknowledged, but why would they target us? If we could confront Shan Buxin, we wouldn't need to search for him any longer. Chen Shushu shook her head. No, based on what I've heard from the sparrows. Those outside have been lurking here for a while, and it seems they are specifically after me. Their leader mentioned that they aim to capture the woman who has entered this courtyard. Senior brother, I suspect that they are the very bandits who abducted you 4 years ago. They must have been incited by someone, lying in wait here in the dead of night, intent on taking my life. Xie Tingwei was baffled, wondering who could harbor such deep-seated animosity towards you, willing to go to such lengths to track you down and end your existence. Chen Shushu could not fathom it either. But she held the wax letter gifted by her master, and it was possible that someone with ulterior motives might target her. After pondering for a moment, she turned to Yang Chu and inquired, Brother Yang, does your courtyard have any secluded back doors or perhaps a dog hole? Yang Chu suddenly slapped his forehead as he recalled. Indeed, our courtyard has a cellar. During the tumultuous years of war, the farmers in our village constructed tunnels leading to the street for their safety. The tunnel is not lengthy, merely about 50 meters directly reaching the street, where there is an inn not far away called Junlai. Upon hearing Junlai, Chen Shushu's eyes sparkled with hope. Shan Buxin was staying at Junlai tonight. If she could manage to meet him, she would fulfill her master's dying wish. After that, she could roam freely, without compromising her integrity in Bianjing. Resolute, she turned to Xie Tingwei, Senior brother, this is excellent. We shall take your men and exit through the tunnel to meet Shan Buxin. Xie Tingwei hesitated for a moment before responding. That group outside has sought your life for 4 years. If we do not eliminate them today, I fear you will face endless troubles in the future. Thus, I shall assign 2 shadow guards to protect you as you exit through the tunnel. I will take 6 or 7 men to deal with those bandits, and then seek you at the Junlai. Chen Shushu understood that these bandits had been fixated on her for 4 years. If they were not dealt with tonight, she and Tang Bao would never find peace, no matter where they fled. So, she gently nodded. Then it is settled. We will meet at Junlai shortly. After bidding farewell to Xie Tingwei, Chen Shushu led the 2 guards he had assigned to her through the tunnel toward the inn. The tunnel was pitch dark, and it took them a full quarter of an hour to reach the end. Once they emerged, she realized the sky had completely transformed. Clouds loomed ominously above, and thunder rumbled threateningly. The streets, drenched in darkness and cold, were assaulted by torrential rain, falling like a tsunami.
Chapter 81, No Gray.
When Li Xuan and Xiao Minji reached the outskirts of the city, it was pouring rain. Listening to the patter of raindrops outside, Xiao Minji felt an unsettling anxiety and asked her in a deep voice, Are you certain that Shan Buxin is hiding at the Junlai? This information had been relayed to her by Shan Yuan, and Li Xuan was undoubtedly confident. She looked at the esteemed man, nodding vigorously. Of course, Your Highness. I would never deceive you. However, Bandits typically scatter to various locations. I recall that the ruffian who abducted women, Shan Yuan, is currently hiding in a farmer's courtyard to the southwest, so Shan Bushin should be with him. Estimating the time, she believed Shan Yuan had already sullied Chen Shushu. By going there with Xiao Minji, she could take advantage of the chaos to eliminate both Chen Shushu and Shan Yuan. Thus, she would rid herself of the two individuals she despised most in this world. Since Xiao Minji had already taken her word and braved the stormy night, he naturally had no reason to doubt her. He ordered the guards to head toward the farmer's courtyard first. Outside the courtyard, Xie Tingwei's men were engaged in a fierce battle with Shan Bushin's men. Blood mingled with rain, silently staining the fields in front of the house. Noticing a large group of indistinguishable combatants advancing toward them, Xie Tingwei seized the opportunity to withdraw, vanishing into the darkness in an instant. Shan Yuan, covered in blood, caught sight of a group of formidable and well-trained shadow guards rushing towards him, their blades glinting menacingly. In the blink of an eye, half of his men had been injured or killed. Furious, he realized he had been plotted against. Spitting blood in anger, he brandished his large knife and dashed towards the concealed carriage. As the saying goes, to catch a thief, one must first catch the ringleader. He was determined to uncover who had schemed to end his life. The curtain of the carriage was abruptly slashed by a curved knife, and a chilling aura bore down on Li Xuan. Terrified, she quickly nestled into Xiao Minji's embrace, gripping his robe tightly. In the dim light, Shan Yuan recognized that the person who had ambushed him was none other than Li Xuan, that wretched woman. While enticing him to take revenge on Chen Shushu, she had simultaneously lured the authorities to capture him. What a vile scheme. Enraged, Shan Yuan swung his knife towards Li Xuan's head. Xiao Minji swiftly embraced her waist, dodging the attack, and delivered a powerful kick that sent Shan Yuan flying 3 meters away. At that moment, Xiao Minji's guards also rushed toward Shan Yuan. Shan Yuan drew a hidden weapon from his pocket, using it to escape narrowly. "Your Highness, the bandits have all been eradicated, but the leader has escaped," reported the trembling guard. Upon hearing this, Li Xuan immediately grasped Xiao Minji's hand, her emotions in turmoil as she stammered, "Your Highness, please send your men after him to kill him, or it will lead to endless troubles in the future." Shan Yuan was a ruthless and malicious individual. He had just seen that she had schemed against him. If he were to escape, he would undoubtedly seek revenge, ensuring her demise. Witnessing her face contort with fear, Xiao Minji could not help but scoff. "Miss Li, why are you so frightened? He is merely a lowly bandit. He cannot harm you." Li Xuan bit her lip, looking at Xiao Minji with urgency. "Your Highness, we must hurry to Junlai. If we can annihilate those bandits tonight, Bianjing will be peaceful thereafter. I truly fear that vile creature will seek revenge against me." When Xiao Minji first encountered her, he had believed her to be bold, courageous, and astute. Now, however, she was reduced to a state of fright by a mere ruffian, which he found rather dull. With a cold expression, he said nothing further and led the guards towards Junlai. Chen Shushu and the shadow guards searched for Chen Shushu on the outskirts, but found no trace of her. In such a rainy night, she and Xie Tingwei could not have gone far. He stood at the entrance of a dilapidated temple, looking at a shadow guard beside him. "Is there an inn nearby?" The shadow guard replied, "There is an inn named Junlai, about 500 meters from here." His gaze deepened slightly as he prepared to mount his horse and head to the inn. Just then, Ling Feng drove a carriage hurriedly towards him. "Master," he called out. And as the carriage came to a steady stop at the temple entrance, he swiftly jumped down to report to Chen Shushu. "Master, I have found out that the young lady and Lord Li have indeed colluded with the bandits at the gambling den for years. According to the innkeeper's account, the bandit leader is a bald man in his 40s, ruggedly ugly, and everyone seems to call him Yuan Yi."
Yuan Yi?
Chen Shushu recalled that the bandit he had encountered in the cave with Chen Shushu had also been referred to as Yuan Yi by his subordinates. It seemed that Li Xuan was indeed in league with Shan Bushin's men. What have they conspired? He questioned sternly. He had never anticipated that Li Xuan, with her cunning nature, would audaciously collude with bandits. It was simply a life wasted. Ling Feng hesitated, uncertain about the specific conspiracies at play. His subordinate was unaware, but according to the innkeeper's words, the young lady had invited Lord Yuan to dine at noon today, and seemed to have arranged a meeting with him on the outskirts of the city that evening. The outskirts again? Chen Shushu pondered for a moment and instructed, "Gather a group and discreetly search the area around the outskirts. We must uncover her true intentions." Ling Feng nodded eagerly, complying with the command. Chen Shushu offered a few additional instructions, requesting updates upon his return to the June Lion, before swiftly mounting his horse and departing. At that moment, within the June Lion, Chen Shushu had just enjoyed a soothing bath when one of his subordinates hastily entered his room, whispering, "Boss, someone has arrived outside the inn."
Oh.
"Are they here for me?" He flicked his hair back, a murderous intent flashing in his eyes. The subordinate nodded. "It's a woman accompanied by 2 men. Judging by their attire and weapons, they seem quite formidable. Should we eliminate the men and bring the woman here?" Chen Shushu's voice turned grave, interrupting him. "Follow orders." Chen Shushu had exited the secret passage and, battling against the torrential rain, was struggling towards the June Lion with her 2 guards. Just as they neared the inn, 3 figures clad in black descended upon them. In the blink of an eye, the 2 guards at her side had lost their heads. Warm blood mingled with the rain, splattering upon her. Terrified, she clenched her fists, ready to flee, but the 3 assailants swiftly surrounded her. One of them extended an arm and, with no hesitation, seized her by the arm, forcefully dragging her away. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed. One man's arm was severed cleanly, the stench of blood overwhelming the air. Chen Shushu stumbled back, losing her balance and falling to the ground. Before her, flashes of blades danced menacingly. When the chaos subsided, the 3 attackers had lost their heads, their severed heads rolling away like balls. The horrific scene from 4 years ago replayed in her mind, and she dug her nails deep into the muddy earth, holding her breath in terror. Soaked and chilled to the bone, the rain poured relentlessly over her. Abruptly, she sensed a shadow looming above her. She lifted her trembling eyes to find Chen Shushu standing before her, a knife in hand, his features obscured by darkness, raindrops sliding down his jawline. The aura of death still clung to him, his gaze cold and piercing as he looked down at her. After a long moment, seemingly savoring her fear, he spoke softly, laced with a chilling undertone. "Chen Shushu, I can overlook your betrayal of husband and child, as long as you return to my side." Chapter 82. Always. Chen Shushu wiped the rain-soaked grime from her eyes, finally rising to her feet, avoiding his gaze as she stumbled forward. Yet, Chen Shushu's strong arms encircled her tightly, drawing her into his embrace. The warmth surged into her chest as he leaned closer, his damp face nearly brushing against hers, his breath low and intense. "Where do you think you can run to? Have you realized your fate by following Xia Tingwei? Had I arrived just a moment later, you can only imagine what those brigands would have done to you. Chen Shushu, whether I live or die, is none of your concern. Let me go." The thought of this unfaithful man's past deeds filled her with revulsion, and she refused to even glance at him. She would rather perish tonight than accept his feigned rescue. Noticing her drenched state and the chill of her skin, Chen Shushu tightened his hold, his dark eyes fixed on her angry face, his expression complex. After a long silence, he spoke. "What I said earlier was in anger, Chen Shushu. I no longer hold your betrayal against you. Can we not cease this quarrel? Yor is waiting for us at home. Let me take you back." As he spoke, he attempted to lift her into his arms. "That is your home, not mine." Chen Shushu forcefully pushed him away, tears mingling with the rain streaming down her cheeks. She would not return to that house of devourers, to endure the humiliation and persecution of the Shun family. "Chen Shushu, I told you my life and death are not your concern. I will repay the money I owe you by tomorrow. I will not leave with you tonight. So please do not obstruct me any further." Just a step away, she could enter the inn and deliver the heartlock and wax letter to Chen Shushu. Missing this opportunity might mean she would never see him again. She had to get inside tonight. After expressing her frustration, she attempted to bypass him towards the inn, only to be confined once more by Chen Shushu. "Where are you in such a hurry to go? Do you not realize how dangerous it is here?" Those men in black were clearly Chen Shushu's people. "It must be Li Xuan who has colluded with Shan Yuan to assassinate you. This woman was both vile and foolish. She deserved to die. Chen Shushu, are you not ashamed?" Chen Shushu was again ensnared in his grip. She struggled fruitlessly, her patience exhausted, and retorted angrily, "Did you not already conclude that I bore a child with another man? Did you not say I am unworthy of love? You commanded me to stay away from you, and now I demand you let me go. If you were a gentleman, you would not persist in entangling me. We are divorced. Our lives are no longer intertwined." Her eyes, glistening with moisture, radiated a chilling disdain, each word piercing his heart like a needle. He laughed coldly. "What did you say?
Repeat that.
Chen Shushu glared at him, her heart brimming with resentment. I said you are shameless. Am I shameless for being attached to you? Chen Shushu's laughter turned bitter, nodding repeatedly. So you think you can fly with that dog of a man now? Go ahead. Try cursing me again. Chen Shushu glared at him with burning hatred. You surround yourself with women, yet do not permit me to associate with others, repeatedly infringing upon my freedom and spying on my friends. If that is not shameless, then what is? I warn you, if you do not let go, do not blame me for being ungracious. Chen Shushu, overwhelmed by her relentless accusations, found himself rendered speechless, his anger boiling over. With a swift motion, he scooped her up, his expression stoic, striding towards Yun Xiao. Chen Shushu fought with all her might, but her struggles were in vain. In a fit of rage, she drew the hairpin she carried for defense and thrust it into his shoulder with all her strength. A sharp pain shot through his chest, warm blood gushing forth. You would harm yourself for that man? Chen Shushu halted, his damp eyes clouded as he regarded her. If you have the courage, stab me in the heart. A tear fell from her eye, filled with disappointment. Do you think I would hesitate? If you do not release me, then perish. With that, she withdrew the pin and thrust it deeper into him. His grip on her loosened slightly, and seizing the opportunity, she struggled to escape. However, Chen Shushu merely chuckled coldly, lifting her once more and continuing forward. Chen Shushu bit her lip, resolutely driving the pin into his arm again. The flesh was tender, and the instant pain caused Chen Shushu to furrow his brow. Will you let go? Chen Shushu brandished the blood-stained pin, questioning him defiantly. His veins bulged as blood dripped from his arm, his face paling, yet his demeanor remained calm, unyielding. Neither of us will relent. He spoke softly, continuing his advance. At that moment, the rain had ceased, and Chen Shushu, encased in his embrace, felt a warmth envelop her, igniting a sense of irritation within her. Upon contemplating the prospect of being entangled with this man indefinitely, enduring his humiliation, an inexplicable aversion surged within her. Her piercing gaze fixated on the area below his Adam's apple. Should she plunge her hairpin into that spot, Chen Shushu would undoubtedly meet his demise on the spot. With such thoughts consuming her, she gradually raised her hand, the pin inching closer to the man's carotid artery. Chen Shushu, sensing the impending danger, lowered his gaze and cast a fleeting glance at her, declaring, If you wish for my death, there is no need to rush. I promise you. Once we reach a safe haven, should you desire to kill me, I will not stand in your way. After all, he felt he had lived enough. Chen Shushu had ruthlessly attempted to take his life for another man, rendering his existence devoid of meaning. To perish at her hands would bestow a sense of closure to the heart that had beat for her. Release my junior sister. At that moment, as his words fell, Xia Tingwei suddenly appeared, brandishing his sword and lunging toward Chen Shushu. Chen Shushu had not anticipated that Xia Tingwei possessed martial skills, observing the angle of the sword. It was clear he was well trained. Swiftly, he shifted to the right while still holding Chen Shushu, responding with one hand. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, neither gaining the upper hand, yet Chen Shushu remained steadfast in his grip on Chen Shushu, his concerns for her safety hindering his full engagement in the fight. In a fleeting moment, Xia Tingwei seized the opportunity, his blade darting swiftly toward Chen Shushu's heart. Senior brother, no. Chen Shushu instinctively cried out as her body moved to shield him. Xia Tingwei, unable to retract the blade in time, saw it aimed directly at her thin garment. Chen Shushu exerted all his strength to pull her aside, but the sword struck true, piercing his chest. As the blade was forcefully withdrawn, blood gushed forth. Witnessing his handsome visage turn pale in an instant, his body gradually crumpled to the ground, and Chen Shushu's mind went blank, leaving no time for reaction as she was pulled into Xia Tingwei's embrace. Junior sister, come with me. Just as he began to drag her away, Chen Shushu felt a cold grip clutching her wrist firmly. In that moment, Chen Shushu trembled, gathering the last remnants of his strength to pull her tightly to him, delivering a powerful kick to Xia Tingwei, then grasping her wrist to mount the horse. The steed, sensing its master's imminent peril, galloped forward without the need for a whip. Chen Shushu felt the man clutching her tightly as the horse bounced beneath them. She could sense her back becoming increasingly damp. Warm blood soaked into her skin, and she realized it was Chen Shushu's. As panic surged within her, Chen Shushu's weak voice reached her ears. If I am to die, you will witness it. Xia Tingwei, witnessing Chen Shushu being forcibly taken by Chen Shushu, recognized the man was gravely injured and at his limit. He vowed not to allow her to be taken away. Just as he prepared to pursue, Xiaomingqi arrived with a group of men. He quickly leaped into the trees, observing in silence. As he watched, he noticed a signal fire ignited by a guard beside Xiaomingqi. He hastily inquired of Lu Qi, "What time is it?" Lu Qi produced a water clock from his pocket, glancing at it before responding, "It is the third watch." This was the agreed-upon meeting time with Prince Yuanqi. They had arranged to meet in the dense woods before the June lion at this hour, using the signal fire as a means of communication. But how could the person be Xiaomingqi? Was he not the third prince of the Tianqin kingdom? Without time for further hesitation, he signaled Lu Qi and the others to take cover, then donned a mask and leaped down, landing gracefully before Xiaomingqi. Xiaomingqi, upon catching sight of his face, gasped, "Little five?" Xie Tingwei's father had been the grand tutor of the previous dynasty, and Xie Tingwei, being the fifth son in his family, had attended school with the 5-year-old Xiaomingqi in Bianjing. However, after so many years, he could hardly believe that the individual before him was the esteemed Prince of Yuanqi. Yet, upon hearing the name Little Five, he was immediately convinced. He quickly removed his mask and knelt on one knee. "Your Highness, are you well?" Xiaomingqi nodded slightly. "I am well. This is not a place for conversation. Follow me to Junlai to meet Shan Buxin." As Xie Tingwei rose, he was suddenly reminded of Chen Shushu. He abruptly grasped Xiaomingqi's arm. "Your Highness." At this moment, Chen Shushu is gravely injured and fleeing toward the western woods without any guards. "We should first deal with him before meeting Shan Buxin." "Chen Shushu?" Xiaomingqi furrowed his brow. "Why is he injured?" Xie Tingwei's eyes darkened. "He forcibly restrained my junior sister, and during our skirmish, I took the opportunity to stab him with my sword, striking him directly in the chest. He cannot last much longer. If we rush over now, we can take his life. The military and the court will then be leaderless, providing us with the perfect opportunity to attack the city." Before the affairs of the nation, Xiaomingqi hesitated not and nodded. After all, this day would come eventually. He had bided his time within the palace these years to restore Yuanqi. Now that Chen Shushu was injured, it was the opportune moment to compel him to surrender the military insignia. However, considering their close relationship, he would not take his life. "Then let us hasten to pursue. If we can obtain the military symbols tonight, I shall enter the palace tomorrow and force Tianqin to abdicate. By holding the emperor hostage, they could command the lords. And tomorrow would mark the day of Yuanqi's restoration." After conferring, they swiftly climbed into their carriage, and as the convoy prepared to dash westward, an arrow suddenly whistled through the air, striking a horse and bringing it down instantly. After escaping from the inn, Shan Yuan gathered a group of people, ready to search for Li Xuan, when he suddenly spotted an extraordinarily luxurious carriage moving through the darkness. The carriage bore official insignia, leading Shan Yuan to believe it was the very one that Li Xuan had occupied moments ago. Without hesitation, he commanded his subordinates to charge. As a horde of men clad in black surged forward with murderous intent, Xie Tingwei lifted the carriage curtain, recognizing Shan Yuan's fierce countenance. "Just in time. Having failed to kill him before, he now comes to me. No need for me to exert effort in searching." His gaze darkened as he turned to Xiaomingqi. "Your Highness, this thief is a notorious criminal. He has repeatedly attempted to put my junior sister in peril. Allow me to deal with him first." Xiaomingqi, unaware of who his junior sister was, understood that the Xie family had suffered great losses. Thus, he regarded Xie Tingwei's junior sister as kin. He commanded Lu Shang to lead a group to assist him. Chen Shushu and Chen Shushu were brought to a dilapidated cave by Yun Xiao, where they came to a halt. Noticing that the horse had stopped, the man leaning against her back remained motionless. She turned her head slightly, discovering his eyes tightly shut, his breath faint, and his complexion as pale as a sheet, clearly having succumbed to a deep unconsciousness. In a panic, she immediately dismounted and embraced him. Yun Xiao, sensing its master's grave injuries and loss of consciousness, knelt to facilitate Chen Shushu in lowering him. Supporting him, she felt his feverish body pressing against her like a branding iron, his temperature seemingly reaching its peak, as if death were imminent. Anxiety clawed at her heart. "Chen Shushu, please don't scare me. Wake up." Observing the multiple wounds on his body, particularly the one on his chest, blood had flowed for quite some time, seemingly on the brink of draining completely. She could no longer hesitate, swiftly guiding him into the cave. Tearing a piece from her skirt to tightly bind the wound on his chest, she once again inspected the wounds inflicted by her hairpin. Aside from the severe abrasions on her arm, the other areas had ceased to bleed. Chen Shushu, hold on, I will gather some herbs to save you. Her senior brother had struck with lethal intent today. The sword had pierced too deeply, and if she did not tend to the bleeding soon, he might not survive much longer. Having settled him, she attempted to rise, but her wrist was firmly grasped by the man. Chen Shushu, do not think of leaving unless I am dead, he mumbled vaguely. Chen Shushu gazed at his porcelain-like face, a tumult of emotions swirling within her. Logically, Chen Shushu had once caused her great harm. This was her perfect opportunity to escape him. Once he was dead, she would finally be free. Lost in thought, she reflected on their past, and after a moment, she ruthlessly pried his hand away, exclaiming in anger, if you are to die, do so far from me. Don't die in front of me. After berating him, she refused to look back and swiftly exited the cave. Having grown up in the countryside, she could easily find hemostatic herbs by the moonlight, even at night. Just after she had gathered 3 or 4 stalks of the herb, intending to return to the cave, she suddenly lifted her gaze to see a horse-drawn carriage racing towards her. The night breeze blew, and she clearly saw Li Xuan, her father, and a strange man inside the carriage. What were they doing here? Had they followed Chen Shushu? Considering her and Chen Shushu's precarious situation, if he could not find a doctor to save him, he would likely bleed to death. Moreover, Li Xuan had deep feelings for Chen Shushu, and she certainly would not let him die. With this thought, she deliberately made some noise and hurried back into the cave. Chapter 84. Forgery. Chen Shushu? Li Xuan's keen eyes immediately spotted the faint green figure. This wretched girl had not been sullied by Shan Yuan and had hidden herself in that cave. If it weren't for her meddling in the past, she would have long been married with children, perhaps even with 7 or 8 by now. The usurper had caused her to be scorned by the Shin family and despised by Chen Shushu. She truly deserved to die. Hatred surged in her eyes as she clenched her fists, feigning terror as she looked towards Xiao Minji. Your Highness, I think I just saw some bandits running that way. She pointed in a direction adjacent to where Chen Shushu was hiding. Is that so? Why didn't I see them? Xiao Minji, having just been resting, opened his eyes. Lifting the carriage curtain. Outside, the forest was eerily quiet and dim. There was not a trace of life. Li Xuan realized she was heading to kill Chen Shushu and could not accompany Xiao Minji. Otherwise, if he saw her ruthless side, she might no longer be able to manipulate him. Her eyes darted quickly, and she said, Your Highness, I only saw a few bandits. But I saw clearly that they are all under Shan Yuan, that scoundrel. We must act quickly while their numbers are few. Otherwise, if Shan Yuan escapes, our Li family could face dire consequences. As she spoke, she subtly signaled to her father, who immediately began to flatter her. Yes, Your Highness, Shan Yuan is malicious. We must strike while the iron is hot and eliminate the threat, or we will surely suffer in the future. I suggest that my daughter and I take some of your men to deal with those small thieves, and you may wait for us in the carriage. Xiao Minji observed the calm exterior, yet seeing Li Xuan's determination to disembark, he said nothing. He nodded and dispatched 10 men to accompany them. Witnessing the father and daughter hastily disappear into the night, he too exited the carriage, commanding the guards to follow and observe. He was eager to uncover the true intentions of the duo. Once inside the cave, Chen Shushu shifted the unconscious Chen Shushu deeper into the recesses and quickly returned outside. Hiding behind the rocky walls, she crouched low, secretly watching. As soon as she confirmed that Li Xuan was rescuing Chen Shushu, she too could quietly depart. After a short wait, her anticipation proved true as she saw Li Xuan and her father lead a dozen men into the cave. Chen Shushu, come out. Li Xuan stormed in, scanning the area, and upon seeing it was empty, yelled in frustration. Chen Shushu peered through a crevice in the stone, covering her mouth tightly. Afraid to move. Li Fuan, noticing the absence of anyone in the cave, suddenly stiffened as he glimpsed another opening at the back. Daughter, there's another cave. Chen Shushu must be hiding there. This wretched girl dares to hide? She is courting death. Enraged, she marched towards the dark opening. However, as she passed the rock wall where Chen Shushu was concealed, she abruptly halted, her nose catching a whiff of a familiar scent. It was the unmistakable fragrance of the osmanthus, a scent she would never forget, as it was also favored by Chen Shushu. She turned sharply to her 2 guards, commanding, Move the stone for me. Chen Shushu, caught off guard, could barely formulate a plan before the large stone was suddenly kicked aside. Her concealed figure was instantly exposed to the open air. Li Xuan, upon seeing her pale face, sneered coldly, "You are quite the hider. Chen Shushu, you used to be adept at scheming and framing me. You caused me to be scorned by the Grand Princess, blamed by my cousin, and wrongfully injured. Now, even my aunt has abandoned me. You, venomous woman, should descend to the depths of hell." As she spoke, she furiously grabbed Chen Shushu by her collar and yanked her forcefully to the ground. Chen Shushu, pained from the fall, quickly got up and retaliated with a slap.
Li Shuin, you dare bite back.
"Who was it that shamelessly dismantled my marriage? You know in your heart. I ask you, on the night I gave birth, was it not you who sent someone to abduct you? You are heartless, sacrificing 2 lives for your own selfish desires. What do you think of yourself?" Seeing her face flushed with anger, Li Shuin laughed derisively. "It was I who did it. So what? I wanted you to see how happy I am with your cousin. But now he has divorced you, and yet you still cling to him. A shameless woman like you has no reason to exist in this world. I will send you to the underworld, and tomorrow your wild child will join you in your grave. How does that sound? Dare to touch you and see what happens." Chen Shushu retorted coldly, glaring at her. "Li Shuin, you have become a loathed pest. Even if Shen Shushu once cherished you, he has now cast you aside.
Tonight.
You may kill me without anyone knowing, but you holds a higher status in the Shen family than you ever could. You are no better than a dog in the Shen household, and you think you can harm you? Look in the mirror. Does my cousin despise me? Was it not you who seduced him?" Li Shuin, infuriated and humiliated, seized her slender neck, exclaiming, "My cousin and I have loved each other since childhood. A match made in heaven. Why did you have to shamelessly cling to him in disarray? Without you, we would have lived happily ever after. Do you still have the face to mock me?" Chen Shushu tightened her wrist, forcefully prying it apart. "It was Chen Shushu who had proactively appeared to rescue me back then, and it was he who unilaterally announced our marriage news. He was the one who first sought to marry me. You and Li Qinghui are blind to the truth and insist that I have clung to Chen Shushu. Do you think Chen Shushu is a mere scavenger? Who clings to him must he marry. Li Shuin, you exhausted every means to force me into divorce. Had you possessed even a modicum of capability, you wouldn't still be waiting for the position of the general's wife to this day. I suspect you've been performing a solo act all these years. Chen Shushu merely toys with you, and you naively took it to heart. You deserve his disdain."
"Ha!
My cousin does not marry me because you bore him an illegitimate child. As long as you and your child perish completely, I will have 1,000 ways to ensure he marries me." Li Shuin sneered, then suddenly waved her hand. "However, you shall not see that day. Your ignorance and the despicable means you employ as a temptress will lead me to carve your face tonight, tearing you into pieces to assuage my heart's hatred." With a disdainful tone, she instructed a nearby guard to restrain me and strip me of my clothes. Those 2 guards were accustomed to following Xiao Minji's orders, and they hesitated to act, having just heard that the person Li Shuin intended to deal with seemed to be related to General Shen. They hesitated, remaining motionless. Useless fools. Li Shuin glared coldly, then personally rushed forward, delivering a resounding slap to Chen Shushu's face. Afterward, she turned to Li Fuan, urging, "Father, quickly help me restrain this wretched woman." Li Fuan dreamed of having Li Shuin marry into the Shen family. If Chen Shushu, this stumbling block, could be dealt with swiftly, it would be a great fortune for the Li family's ancestral grave. He rushed over and firmly held Chen Shushu down. Li Shuin crouched down, brandishing a dagger, tracing it across Chen Shushu's fair face. "Chen Shushu, now that you are about to die, I shall let you die understanding. During the 2.5 years of my cousin's expedition, we were not together at all. It was all a performance for your sake. The letters in which he expressed his care for me were all forged by someone I hired. I did all this to force you into divorce, yet unexpectedly. Your feelings were genuine and could not be deceived. However, it is too late for your regrets now. You can only go to the underworld in your next life, hoping for a wiser mind," she said with a bright smile, just as the dagger was about to slice Chen Shushu's delicate face. Suddenly, she was kicked away with great force. Chapter 85. Damn it. Li Shuin was sent flying several meters, crashing against the stone wall before rolling down, struggling to support herself. She looked up in terror, only to see Chen Shushu's grim expression. "Cousin!" She had not anticipated that Chen Shushu would be hiding inside the cave. Had he heard everything she said? "It's not like that. It was Chen Shushu who slandered me. She was the one who led me to say those things." She wept and tried to argue. Chen Shushu ignored her completely, lifting the fallen Chen Shushu into his arms, swiftly noticing the slap mark on her face. "Did she hurt you?" he asked, holding her waist tightly. Chen Shushu shook her head in a daze, her gaze dropping to his shirt, soaked in blood. Just as she was about to voice her concern, Ling Feng rushed in with a group of people. Chen Shushu's gaze fell upon him. "Go. Carve 1,000 cuts on her face." Li Shuin recoiled in fear, loudly protesting, "Cousin, you cannot treat me like this. I did all this for love. I am your sister. For the sake of our childhood bond, trust me just this once. Chen Shushu does not love you at all. Have you forgotten how she cuckolded you? Yes, dear nephew, it is Chen Shushu who has been unfaithful, indulging in every kind of scandalous behavior. Ying only punished her out of concern for you, fearing you would be deceived. Do not be misled by her seemingly pitiful demeanor." Before he could finish, the same force kicked him away. Chen Shushu sent him sprawling, then released Chen Shushu, snatching the indecent images from Ling Feng's hands, mercilessly throwing them at Li Shuin's face. "How dare you mention affection? You squandered it long ago. Look closely at how shameless you truly are." Li Shuin winced as the images struck her face, immediately filled with terror as she opened them, only to see the disgraceful scenes she had commissioned. She instinctively tossed them aside, lamenting, "That is not my drawing. It must be the commoners embellishing our close relationship. Cousin, I assure you, those images are not mine." She reached out to grasp his robe. Chen Shushu stepped back, unwilling to hear her futile justifications, looking down from his elevated position. "I heard everything clearly about your true nature. Li Shuin, your family is finished." With those few succinct words, akin to a judge pronouncing a death sentence, he turned to Ling Feng, instructing, "Handle it and send them to the county office. Let them rot in prison." Ling Feng immediately nodded, complying. After giving his orders, he observed Chen Shushu's pale complexion and addressed Chen Shushu. "Madam, I have prepared some wound medicine in the carriage. Please help the master stop the bleeding. I will return to the mansion shortly." Chen Shushu nodded slightly, responding affirmatively. As Ling Feng lowered the carriage curtain to drive, Chen Shushu quickly picked up bandages and approached Chen Shushu, preparing to lift his garments. However, her wrist was caught by him. His gaze was deep, questioning. "Did I not instruct you to stay away? Why have you returned?" Chen Shushu assumed she had left after her harsh words to seek out Xia Tingwei. Chen Shushu realized something, looking at him with puzzled eyes. "Were you not unconscious? Were you merely pretending?" Upon recalling his deliberate act of feigning unconsciousness to instill fear in her, Chen Shushu felt an uncontrollable surge of anger and forcefully brushed him aside. Were it not for Ling Feng still being outside, she would have leapt from the carriage immediately. Chen Shushu did not anticipate her sudden fierceness, and his body was flung back against the carriage frame, fresh blood oozing forth. He instinctively let out a muffled groan, his eyes glistening with moisture as he gazed at her in exasperation. "Chen Shushu, you heartless woman, if you wish for my demise, I shall not grant you that satisfaction." As he spoke, he reached out and pulled her into his embrace, his cold lips swiftly sealing her breath. He held her tightly, as if he intended to melt her into his very being. Chen Shushu, trapped in his embrace, felt his relentless lips ravaging her own. An overwhelming tide of emotion crashing over her like a relentless wave. The suffocating sensation intensified, prompting her to struggle violently. "Chen Shushu, we are already divorced. You have no right to touch me." She pushed him away forcefully, her voice laced with indignation. Seeing her adopt the demeanor of a chaste and fiery woman, Chen Shushu pursed his lips in annoyance, a cold smile gracing his features. "If you do not wish for my touch, are you merely waiting for Xia Tingwei to do so? Are you not aware that he just held you? You claim to be innocent?" Upon witnessing the man's face turn pale, blood seeping profusely, Chen Shushu suppressed her rising frustration and softened her expression. "My affairs have nothing to do with you, Chen Shushu. If you truly wish to die, I shall not impede you. However, think of Yuer. In your current state, you will frighten him. Allow me to tend to your wounds." She spoke gently, her fingers reaching towards the man's collar. Yet, as soon as her hand brushed against his clothing, Chen Shushu ruthlessly swatted it away, glaring at her with icy resolve. "Unless you clarify, no one will leave here alive tonight." He then inquired of Ling Feng outside, "Where is Xia Tingwei now?" Ling Feng, having overheard their intense argument, wished he could disappear into the ground out of embarrassment. Withstanding the oppressive tone of the man, he replied softly, "He appears to be near Junlai, seemingly entangled with a band of bandits." Chen Shushu scoffed, Immediately deploy the soldiers from the Jingjing camp. Tonight we shall deal with both the bandits and that Xie. The audacity of Xie Tingwei's men to cause chaos in Bianjing was utterly despicable. And Xie Tingwei is even more deserving of punishment. Chapter 86. Soft Persuasion. Seeing him become genuinely enraged, Chen Shushu urgently grasped his arm. What do you want me to say? I have no family, my master took me in, and my senior brother has always been by my side.
He is like a brother to me.
Chen Shushu, why must you oppose him so vehemently? His rash mobilization will undoubtedly incite a bloody storm. Whether he meets his end or innocent Xie Tingwei is dragged into this, I cannot accept either outcome. Simply because he embraced you? Simply because he wounded me? Chen Shushu tightened his grip on her hand, his deep gaze locked onto her eyes. Chen Shushu, do you truly see nothing of me in your heart? You cannot see that Xie Tingwei aims to kill me? Now that I wish to kill him, you are the one losing composure? You dare claim you have not fallen for him? Chen Shushu, confronted by his sharp questioning, felt her voice tremble. He sought to harm you because you would not let go of me, Chen Shushu. If you were not so forceful, my gentle senior brother would never have recklessly come to harm you.
Ha!
Chen Shushu was momentarily amused by her reasoning, a painful self-deprecation flickering in his cold features. You really know how to make excuses. Tell me, why does he interfere in our matters? We are husband and wife, and we have children together. My affection for you has nothing to do with him. Chen Shushu, you have already been my wife. Does Xie Tingwei harbor only brotherly feelings for you? Or is there more? Must I remind you? Xie Tingwei had never confessed his love. She had always considered him a brother. They would forever remain siblings. She shook her head, frowning. My senior brother is wealthy and has a promising future. His parents are affluent merchants. He will marry a typical wealthy woman. Not someone like me, a divorced woman with 2 children. Chen Shushu, your concerns are unwarranted. Do you understand? There are countless women in this world. Even if Xie Tingwei harbored such thoughts, his parents would never agree. She had never contemplated anything beyond a sibling bond with him. Chen Shushu, rendered speechless by her words,
smiled faintly.
Such a simplistic excuse may only deceive yourself. Although I cannot yet ascertain Xie Tingwei's true identity, the fact that he concealed his status as the tea shop's heir and feigned a weak scholar while clearly possessing martial prowess indicates he is far from ordinary. Chen Shushu had no time for such musings. Looking intently at Chen Shushu, she spoke urgently, let him go. Revoke your orders for bloodshed. Let us return home to see you. You would accompany me home? Chen Shushu's eyes widened slightly in surprise. Yes, I wish to see you. In that moment, she believed that yielding and seeking peace was the best course of action. By dawn, she would devise a plan to resolve all matters in Bianjing, then take Tang Bao and leave for a new life. With women continually surrounding Chen Shushu, having lost one Li Xuan, countless more would inevitably appear. She no longer wished to remain by his side, living each day in the shadow of uncertainty. Chen Shushu, taken aback, scrutinized her for a moment before stating, Chen Shushu, if Xie Tingwei dares to covet you, I possess a myriad of methods to extinguish such thoughts. However, if your heart wavers, all my efforts will be in vain. I ask you, do you hold any romantic feelings for him? Chen Shushu resolutely shook her head.
No.
Chen Shushu, decisive in his actions, silenced her fears of implicating Xie Tingwei, especially given that they shared no romantic entanglement. Chen Shushu smiled with satisfaction, his voice deepening.
It is best to maintain it this way.
You are yours, mother. Your life is bound to mine, Chen Shushu. Your eyes and heart should only see me. Henceforth, you are forbidden from any contact with Xie Tingwei. Chen Shushu was nearly overwhelmed by his possessive and selfish words, but given Chen Shushu's volatile nature, she feared that a single misstep could provoke his wrath. She dared not provoke him further, nodding obediently. Understood. Remember your promise. Should you dare to go back on your word, you shall never see that child again. Noticing her sudden submissiveness, Chen Shushu suspected she was concocting another scheme. For years prior, Chen Shushu had been innocent and bright. Now, she was prickly and constantly plotting her escape to pursue a sibling relationship with Xie Tingwei. He would not be easily deceived by her clumsy lies again. As he threatened her with Tang Bao, Chen Shushu felt a sudden pang in her heart, the bitterness rising in her throat, causing her eyes to brim with tears. Seeing her sit in silence, trembling slightly, her head lowered as if she were crying, Chen Shushu's anger melted away. He instinctively moved closer, wrapping his arms around her waist, gently wiping her tears from her soft cheeks. Chen Shushu, Stay by my side and yours. I shall not hold it against you who Tongbao's father is. I will treat you well. We shall never be apart as a family of four. His tone softened, almost coaxing, as his gaze grew tender and fervent, lingering on her moist, delicate lips. With a slight swallow, he could not resist leaning down to capture that alluring sweetness. Chen Shushu found herself ensnared within the confines of the car, his heated breath enveloping her in waves, igniting her ears and cheeks with an undeniable flush. Do not do this, Chen Shushu. I have told you not to touch me. She protested, her irritation evident as she pushed him away. Chen Shushu, unfazed by her gentle attempts to repel him, found her rosy cheeks all the more enticing. This evening, he was consumed by the deep-seated affection he had harbored for her over the past 4 years, a yearning that surged within him like a tidal wave, threatening to overwhelm his heart. His rationality teetered on the brink of collapse. He lowered his head, his breaths heavy, poised to reach out further, when Ling Feng abruptly halted the carriage. My lord, we are nearing the city. I shall have Xin Lu escort you back to the manor while I attend to the guards at the Jingji camp. Upon hearing the mention of the Jingji camp, Chen Shushu tightened her grip on Chen Shuyuan's wrist, her voice tense. Did you not promise me that you would not harm Xia Tingwei? Why have you not rescinded the order? Chen Shushu smiled as he reciprocated her grip, his tone soothing. I assure you I will not kill him. But I cannot allow him to remain in Bianjing. Tonight, he must vanish from your sight. What does this mean? After all this time, this heartless man still intended to mobilize troops to hunt down her senior brother? Although her brother possessed only rudimentary skills, how could he possibly contend with 100,000 soldiers? Chen Shushu claimed he would not kill him, but blades do not discriminate. If her brother were to fall victim to a chaotic melee because of her, how could she face the mentor who had nurtured her since childhood in the afterlife? With that thought, she abruptly stood, swiftly drawing a hairpin and pressing it against Chen Shuyuan's throat. Do not send troops. If you do not revoke the order, I will ensure we both meet our end tonight. Chapter 87. The Path to Survival. The hairpin pressed firmly, the intoxicating scent of the woman enveloped him, assaulting his senses in waves. This time, he refrained from reacting with anger. Considering the lethal intent Xia Tingwei had shown him today, he loathed himself deeply. In his heart, he was resolute in claiming Chen Shushu. Even if he spared Xia Tingwei, he would not absolve himself. As long as he clung to Chen Shushu, Xia Tingwei would always be a threat. Did Chen Shushu truly believe that the man she so desperately defended was virtuous and honorable? Yet, if she refused to trust him and insisted on protecting Xia Tingwei, he would acquiesce to her wishes. If this was the desire that stemmed from her heart, he would wager his life for it. If only his death could make Chen Shushu truly care for him, he would gladly embrace that fate. His sole desire in life was her unwavering love. Even if it cost him his life, he would willingly pay that price. Though his heart twisted in anguish, his exterior remained calm. A faint smile graced his handsome features as he spoke softly. There is no need for such violence. I can retract my command. Chen Shushu gazed at his bright smile, her eyes filled with disbelief. Really? Indeed. Chen Shushu gently nodded, slowly withdrawing the white jade hairpin from her grasp and holding it in his palm. However, you must gift me a sachet. A sachet? Chen Shushu was momentarily taken aback. Chen Shushu nodded. I want one that you sew yourself, adorned with the pattern of the phoenix and dragon in harmony. The imagery of the phoenix and dragon symbolizes marital bliss and love. Yet, this metaphor seemed ill-suited for her relationship with Chen Shushu. In the past, she would have eagerly embroidered 100 sachets, presenting them to him daily. But now, they were no longer the same. What's wrong? Are you unwilling? Noticing her dejected expression, Chen Shushu felt a twinge of discomfort within him.
Fine.
Ultimately, Chen Shushu acquiesced, reaching for her white jade hairpin, only for Chen Shushu to deftly evade her grasp. This hairpin is old. I will buy you a new one tomorrow. As he spoke, he tucked the white jade hairpin close to his heart, where his beating heart lay. The pain she inflicted upon him, even if it was from her, felt oddly precious. He would cherish this hairpin for a lifetime. Help me apply the medicine. Seeing the bewildered expression on her face, as though she were gazing at some strange creature, he abruptly reminded her. If Xia Tingwei truly harbored deep feelings for Chen Shushu, he would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to attack while Chen Shushu was injured. A fierce battle was inevitable. He needed to gather his strength to witness the choice Chen Shushu would ultimately make. Li Xuan was firmly restrained by the guards arranged by Ling Feng. as the blade neared her delicate face. Terror gripped her, and in a desperate bid for freedom, she bit down hard on the guard's hand. Seizing the moment of his shock, she fought her way out, stumbling and rolling until she collided with the hastily arrived Xiao Minji. Xiao Minji, seeing her disheveled state and swollen cheeks, immediately recoiled in disgust. "Where is General Shen?" Tears welled in Li Shuin's eyes as she spoke, her voice laden with sorrow. "Cousin, he has been injured and captured by a Taoist priestess. She intends to have me killed. Please, help me." Upon hearing this, Xiao Minji turned to the guards who had protected Li Shuin. They were uncertain whether Chen Shushu was indeed a Taoist priestess, but they knew General Shen was injured. They nodded gently and explained, however. "It is General Shen who has ordered Miss Li's execution, not the Taoist priestess. There must be a misunderstanding." Realizing her lie had been effortlessly dismantled, Li Shuin quickly rolled her eyes and protested loudly, "Your Highness, it's all the doing of that Taoist priestess. My cousin was bewitched by her magic and mistakenly believes I am his enemy. Please save me. I am a good girl." "Enough. Your task tonight is to accompany me to capture Shan Buxin. I will not abandon you, but your fate tomorrow is not my concern." Li Shuin recognized that Xiao Minji intended to rescue her, and she eagerly nodded with tears streaming down her cheeks. As long as she could survive this night, she would find a way to seduce Xiao Minji. Once she secured the position of crown princess, she would ensure Chen Shushu faced the consequences of her foolish actions. The guards arranged by Ling Feng soon clashed with Xiao Minji's protectors, ultimately outnumbered and rendered unconscious. When Li Shuin and Xiao Minji returned to the Junlian, Shan Yuan's gaze was immediately drawn to her as he kicked aside Xie Tingwei's men and lunged toward her. Hidden among the surrounding carriages, Xiao Mingqi swiftly ordered Lu Shang to summon Xie Tingwei, who was engaged in battle with Shan Yuan's subordinates. "Xiao Wu, this is not the time for a drawn-out battle. I just saw Xiao Minji arrive, which means he has likely caught wind that Shan Buxin is at the Junlian. We must take advantage of Shan Yuan's distraction to meet Shan Buxin." "Understood." The two, accompanied by their respective secret guards, silently entered the inn and successfully met with Shan Buxin. "Curse that rebel! How dare you act recklessly? Today, I shall ensure you have no place to bury your bones." Xiao Minji commanded his guards to attack as Shan Yuan and his band of outlaws charged toward them. The two factions engaged in a fierce battle.
Meanwhile,
Li Shuin and Li Fuan took refuge within Xiao Minji's spacious carriage, anxiety etched on Li Fuan's face. "My dear daughter, it seems that Shan Yuan has developed an intense hatred for you, to the point of wishing for your demise. This situation has indeed backfired. Akin to lifting a stone only to drop it on one's own foot, provoking a hornet's nest, and now we are left with nothing but trouble. What shall we do?" Li Shuin lifted the curtain of the carriage, glancing at the ongoing battle outside. The sky had brightened considerably, and any further delay might disturb Shan Buxin. With Xiao Minji's insufficient manpower, he would likely have to dispatch someone to the court for reinforcements. The only one capable of contending with Shan Buxin was the god of war from the Tianqin kingdom. Without a doubt, Chen Shushu would make an appearance. If he were to witness her escape, Chen Shushu would not let her off easily. Ultimately, she was cornered, unable to evade a fatal outcome. She bit her lip in frustration, drawing blood. Her gaze lingered on Xiao Minji for a long while. "Yin, why are you silent? Think of a strategy quickly. If the prince's men are defeated, we shall surely be ground into a fine paste by that bandit." After contemplating for a moment, Li Shuin replied, "Father, there is no need for fear. You should disembark the carriage and hide safely. I assure you that we will be unharmed." "Really? What plan do you have?" Li Shuin revealed a deep smile as she produced a small porcelain vial from her bosom. "This is a sedative. As long as I become Xiao Minji's woman now, he will ensure my safety henceforth." Realizing her intentions, Li Fuan felt a wave of unease. "But if you deceive Xiao Minji into forcing you, what if he awakens and spares your life, yet refuses to marry you?" Li Shuin remained unperturbed, her demeanor calm. "After all, I am General Shen's cousin. If Xiao Minji dares to back out after touching me, I will expose the matter to the emperor. At that point, he would have no choice but to marry me." Li Fuan understood that Chen Shushu harbored a deep-seated animosity towards their Li family and would not grant them any mercy. Xiao Minji was their only lifeline. They had no option but to gamble on this precarious situation. With this in mind, he nodded swiftly. "Then prepare yourself quickly. I will find a way to lure Xiao Minji here." "Good. Hurry, father. Li Shuin's eyes sparkled with determination. Your Highness, Yin has conceived an excellent strategy to annihilate the bandits. Please come to discuss it. Xiao Minji, observing the battle not far away, felt a twinge of irritation at Li Fuan's fawning tone. He harbored a distaste for the pair, yet considering that Shan Buxin had yet to be located, Li Shuin still held some value, prompting him to turn towards the carriage. Upon boarding, he was met with the sight of Li Shuin, her delicate shoulders partially exposed. Her crimson lips slightly parted, gazing at him with fervor. The moment he frowned, an overwhelming fragrance enveloped him, and Li Shuin, appearing fragile, lunged toward him. Chapter 88. A Display of Weakness. Xiao Minji sensed something amiss just as the sedative filled his senses, clouding his thoughts. Instinctively, he kicked Li Shuin, who was attempting to undress him, out of the carriage window. She crashed to the ground, spitting blood and collapsing. At that moment, Li Fuan, who had been hiding at a distance, saw his daughter thrown several meters away, gasping for breath. In a panic, he rushed towards her. Hearing his cries, Shan Yuan also dashed over. With a swift and lethal strike of his curved blade, Li Fuan's head was severed in an instant, rolling to rest before Li Shuin. Warm blood bubbled forth, and Li Fuan's wide-open eyes stared vacantly at her. Witnessing this, Li Shuin let out a horrified scream. Breathlessly, she fainted, succumbing to shock. Enraged at her unconsciousness, Shan Yuan flipped her over and began to shred her garments, mercilessly desecrating her lifeless body. Although Xiao Minji had only inhaled a small portion of the sedative, he felt utterly ill and disoriented. With no other option, he commanded a retreat and hurriedly made his way to his eastern palace to summon a physician. Xiao Mingqi and Xie Tingwei successfully located Shan Buxin. Learning that he had been biding his time, amassing forces with the aim of restoring the Yuanqi dynasty. Upon confirming Xiao Mingqi's identity as the crown prince, he immediately pledged his loyalty. Still preoccupied with thoughts of Chen Shushu, Xie Tingwei, seeing that Shan Buxin had accepted their cause, suggested, Your Highness, we are fully prepared. We only need an opportunity to seize the throne. Now that Xin Shuryan is gravely injured, let us first acquire the military talisman. Xiao Mingqi, who had been eager to proceed, had been interrupted by Shan Yuan. He nodded in agreement. Yes, calculating the time, Xin Shuryan should soon arrive at the city gates. Let us hasten. The three of them strategized and led their troops towards the city gates. All is well, the bleeding has stopped. Chen Shushu sprinkled medicinal powder on Xin Shuryan's chest, wrapping it in thick layers of gauze. She also tended to the area pierced by her hairpin, ensuring he was adequately bandaged before addressing him. The man was bare-chested, his skin taut and defined, with well-defined muscles radiating a potent masculinity that inadvertently captivated Chen Shushu's gaze. She bit her lip, struggling to maintain composure as she instructed him to dress. Xin Shuryan gazed at her rosy complexion and extended his arms. Help me put it on. Chen Shushu, we must maintain decorum. If you continue this way, I shall disembark. Chen Shushu protested, tossing the garment onto his lap and swiftly turning her head away. Xin Shuryan glanced at the deep bruise on his arm and frowned in discontent. My arm was deliberately injured by someone. I cannot move it. If you do not mind my nudity, I can forego the clothing. Chen Shushu fell silent, only to be met with the enticing sight of his sculpted abdomen again. The definition of his muscles was striking, subtly rising and falling with his breath. Her cheeks flushed uncontrollably. What is the point of merely looking? If you desire it.
Come closer.
Noticing her embarrassment, Xin Shuryan seized the moment, advancing toward her with an imposing figure. The heat radiated from him, overwhelming her senses. He took her hand and guided it over his firm abdomen. The sensation was intoxicating, and Chen Shushu nearly lost her resolve to resist. Desperately, she bit her lip and pushed him away. If you continue to act recklessly, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. She punctuated her warning by poking at the darkening bruise on his arm. It was your touch that hurt me, he retorted, blood oozing from the wound. Chen Shushu, feeling guilty, helped him don his clothing, ensuring he was properly dressed. Once he was fully attired, she felt a sense of relief wash over her. Exhausted from the night's events, she leaned against a carriage window, ready to close her eyes for a moment of rest when suddenly, an arrow whistled through the air. Embedding itself in the carriage, the horses cried out in distress, and a voice rang out, "Protect them, master." Just then, another clear and melodious voice pierced the commotion. Xin Shuryan, release my junior sister at once, or I shall ensure your demise tonight. It was the voice of her senior brother. Chen Shushu, in a state of anxiety, immediately attempted to lift the curtain of the carriage to exit, only to be halted by Chen Shushu, who grasped her wrist. As he gazed into her eyes, a hint of deep concern emerged within his own, his voice tinged with melancholy as he spoke. You see, Xia Tingwei is intent on my demise. However, he is your most cherished senior brother. You would not wish for me to retaliate, and I assure you, I shall not resist tonight. Should he take my life, you would find joy in it, and I would endure. Chen Shushu was taken aback by the sight of this typically proud man expressing such vulnerability. Her mind recalled the injuries he had already sustained that day. It seemed he had committed no wrong. Instantly, her heart softened, and a gentle smile graced her lips as she replied, Rest assured, I shall protect you. I will confront him and ensure that he does not harm you further. Witnessing her first smile directed at him, accompanied by such warm words, filled Chen Shushu with an overwhelming sense of joy. Very well. I shall wait for you in the carriage, he replied, resembling a docile kitten. Chen Shushu felt a flutter in her heart at his demeanor. Firmly clenching her fingers, she nodded and hastily descended from the carriage. Knowing that Chen Shushu would not abandon him, Chen Shushu felt a sense of relief wash over him. Since she had resolved to stand by him, he decided against confronting Xia Tingwei head-on. All he desired was Chen Shushu's concern. There was no need for him to act like a reckless brute. With this thought in mind, he gently lifted the curtain. However, upon witnessing the scene outside, his blood boiled with rage, wishing he could leap from the carriage and reduce Xia Tingwei to mere pulp. Chapter 89. Consumed by hatred. How dare Xia Tingwei embrace Chen Shushu? His murderous intent flared, and as he prepared to rush out, he saw Chen Shushu suddenly push the man away. Her calm voice reaching his ears. Senior brother, I am fine. Seeing her resist, Xia Tingwei eased the tension in Chen Shuyan's grip on his sword. Chen Shushu clearly cared for him. She had previously stated that her feelings for Xia Tingwei were devoid of romantic inclination. He would no longer doubt her or succumb to baseless suspicions. He resolved to grant her the time she needed. With this in mind, he remained still, his gaze fixated on her slender figure. After declaring her well-being, Chen Shushu noticed that behind Xia Tingwei stood the esteemed Xiao Mingqi, accompanied by a strikingly handsome man clad in red. This man possessed an unparalleled beauty, yet exuded an aura of danger, his eyes tinged with a crimson desire for violence. Clearly not one to be trifled with. She furrowed her brow and inquired of Xia Tingwei, Senior brother, why are you with the third prince? Before she could finish her question, Xia Tingwei swiftly pulled her aside, bending down to meet her gaze. Junior sister, Tang Bao is waiting for you at home. Brother Yang has just sent word that she has been crying and restless, demanding to see you immediately. I will have Lu Qi escort you to Brother Yang's residence. Will you wait for me there with Tang Bao? Upon hearing that Tang Bao was in distress, Chen Shushua's heart filled with worry. However, when she noticed the multitude of black-clad figures surrounding Xiao Mingqi and the menacing stranger, her confusion deepened. Why have you gathered so many tonight? Is there trouble in the city? Xia Tingwei understood that Chen Shushu had a kind heart, especially since she had once harbored feelings for Chen Shushu. If they were to clash with Chen Shushu and attempt to seize the tiger talisman, she might still hold onto her past affections and fiercely defend him. He had no intention of harming her, nor of standing against her. Thus, the best course of action was to send her away. Once she was gone, he could resolve matters here, and then take Tang Bao to wherever they wished. A smile slowly graced his lips as he spoke gently. You need not worry about this. It does not concern you. The matter between the prince and me is personal, but not serious. Trust me, your senior brother would not deceive you.
Now,
Hurry and attend to Tang Bao. As he spoke, he gestured for Lu Qi to take her to the prepared carriage. Chen Shushu surveyed the ominous gathering of black-clad figures, her foreboding feeling intensifying. She glanced back at Chen Shuyan's carriage, where he was lifting the curtain, his piercing black eyes fixed intently on her. In their silent exchange, the emotions swirling within his gaze were complex, filled with hope and tenderness. She knew he awaited her return. She had promised him she would return home with him tonight, ensuring his safety. Regardless of what the future held for their relationship, she was determined to see Chen Shushu safely back home. With this resolve, she turned to Xia Tingwei, shaking her head. Now that dawn has arrived, I will accompany Chen Shushu back to the general's residence. I must bid farewell to you before taking Tang Bao away. If you and the prince have matters to attend to, you need not concern yourself with me. I can take care of myself and Tang Bao. As she spoke, she turned towards Chen Shushu. Yet, after taking a few steps, Lu Qi swiftly blocked her path, his imposing figure firmly standing before her. Miss Chen, please heed the young master's words and come with me to see Tang Bao. She has been crying incessantly, and if you do not return, she may fall ill from the distress. Chen Shushu regarded Lu Qi's determined stance, her brows furrowing. She turned to Xie Tingwei. Senior brother, I only need half an hour. It is sufficient. I will not place myself in any danger. Could you please allow Lu Qi to let me pass? She believed Xie Tingwei was concerned for her safety, fearing she might be persecuted by the Shun family, which was why he resisted her return. Xie Tingwei gazed at her serene and graceful visage, her gentle eyes seeming to speak volumes as they met his. He looked at her with tenderness. If you wish to bid farewell to you, I will have Lu Qi take you to the general's residence first. Please get in the carriage. His implication was clear. She could go anywhere, but she could not leave with Chen Shushu. Chen Shushu hesitated for a moment. Yu had not seen Chen Shushu all night and must have missed him dearly. Furthermore, since Chen Shushu had only been lightly injured by a sword, he needed immediate medical attention. It was imperative that she ensure his safe return to the residence. You need not have Lu Qi accompany me. You can attend to your own matters, she insisted. She did not wish to know what he was plotting. Knowing too much would be futile. All she desired was to care for Tang Bao and live a peaceful life. Having said this, she once again made her way towards Chen Shushu. Xie Tingwei stepped forward, abruptly seizing her wrist, his tone growing more intense. Chen Shushu, please be more aware. His life or death is no longer your concern. Junior sister, you have already suffered enough because of him. Do not allow his sweet words to deceive you again. Fear not. He is resilient and will not perish. With that, he turned to Lu Qi, his voice resolute. Take my junior sister to see you. If you delay any longer, you may as well end your own life in apology. Upon receiving this stern command, Lu Qi hurriedly approached, bowing respectfully, his face pleading as he looked at Chen Shushu. Miss Chen, I implore you to come with me. The carriage is ready. I beg you. Seeing her unwavering gaze fixed on Xie Tingwei, clearly prepared to stand her ground, Lu Qi instinctively reached out to grab her arm. However, before his hand could touch Chen Shushu, he was suddenly kicked 3 meters away. Chen Shushu witnessed Lu Qi stumble as he was forcefully propelled away. In a state of panic, she turned her gaze, only to see Chen Shushu radiating an intimidating aura, while Xiao Su descended beside her like a figure from the heavens. With fierce determination, he swiftly pulled her behind him, casting a disdainful glance at Xie Tingwei. Dare to let your scum touch her? You seek death. After delivering those icy words, he drew his sword and charged towards Xie Tingwei. The two soon engaged in a fierce battle. Ling Feng was acutely aware that his master had been putting up a brave front, though he was severely injured. Overwhelmed with worry, he whispered a few words to the hidden guards behind him before immediately drawing his sword to join the fray against Xie Tingwei. Upon witnessing this, Lu Qi and his companions quickly grasped their swords to intercept Ling Feng. In the blink of an eye, the sounds of clashing swords echoed throughout the mountains and fields outside the city gates. Chen Shushu stood frozen in place, her gaze fixed intently on the two heroic figures not far away. They seemed to despise each other intensely, wielding their swords with lethal intent as they attacked one another. The brutal flashes of blades sent her mind spiraling into confusion and pain. What on earth was happening? She finally realized it was not Chen Shushu who was at odds with her senior brother, but rather her brother who insisted on clashing with Chen Shushu. Why was he behaving this way? Was it truly out of affection for her that he resorted to such extreme measures? If that were the case, it was utterly unnecessary. She desired neither Chen Shushu nor her brother. There was no reason for them to fight to the death over her. She, Chen Shushu, was not so easily won. Though her heart was filled with disdain, the thought of Chen Shushu's frail body left her in a chaotic state. Just as she was about to step forward to separate them, Xiao Mingqi firmly positioned himself in front of her. Chapter 90. Annihilation. Miss Chen, what a coincidence, he remarked, his words implying he had not anticipated that she would be the one Xie Tingwei cherished most. Indeed, this world was quite small. Chen Shushu had no interest in exchanging pleasantries. She merely nodded quickly and implored, Your Highness, General Shen has been injured and cannot hold on much longer. Please send your men to assist him. After all, they shared a bond of camaraderie and their private relationship had always been amicable. He would not stand idly by and watch Chen Shushu perish. Xiao Mingqi chuckled lightly. He is a seasoned warrior, having fought on the battlefield for many years. He will not perish so easily. Miss Chen, do not worry. Your Highness, why do you waste words on her? What would a woman know? At that moment, a man in red standing beside Xiao Mingqi interjected disdainfully. Shan, Miss Chen is no ordinary woman. She is formidable, and she is also my friend. We must treat her with respect. Shan? Chen Shushu gasped in disbelief, her eyes widening. You are Shan Buxin? Shan Buxin's eyes reflected a hint of impatience as he swept a condescending glance over her before turning his head away, choosing not to respond. It seemed he had tacitly acknowledged the truth. Remembering her master's long-held wishes, Chen Shushu felt a surge of joy and fixed her gaze on him once more, asking, "Could you come with me for a moment? I have something to discuss with you." The wax seal her master had given her was of great importance and might even pertain to the former dynasty. She could not reveal it in front of Xiao Mingqi. "You wish to summon me?" Shan Buxin's tone dripped with mockery, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. Chen Shushu nodded eagerly. "I have long admired your reputation and wish to speak with you about something." Now that she had finally encountered Shan Buxin, she needed to swiftly ascertain whether he was indeed a Jew. Seeing the profound meaning in her eyes, Shan Buxin glanced at Xiao Mingqi, who, despite his confusion, nodded slightly. Thus, he found himself inexplicably following Chen Shushu as they walked away. In the midst of battle, Chen Shushu suddenly caught sight of Chen Shushu walking away with a man in red behind a large tree, their actions cloaked in secrecy. His heart tightened involuntarily, and in a moment of distraction, his grip on the sword faltered, allowing Xia Tingwei to seize the opportunity and plunge his blade deep into Chen Shushu's abdomen. Blood gushing forth. Already injured, he felt the pain intensify, but the anguish in his heart surpassed that of his body. At that moment, his once vibrant heart ached, as if it could no longer bear the burden. He steadied himself with one hand on his sword, but his knee buckled to the ground, blood trickling down his abdomen and soaking the muddy earth before him. "Chen Shushu, is this what you call protecting me?" he scoffed weakly, a tear escaping the corner of his eye as he muttered incoherently. "Hand me the tiger talisman." Xia Tingwei, sensing Chen Shushu's defeat, pointed a sword at him, his voice laced with fury. Chen Shushu's heart sank to the depths upon hearing Xia Tingwei's menacing shout. He slowly raised his gaze, filled with cold mockery, to meet Xia Tingwei's furious face, and after a long silence, he finally said, "So, all your schemes to kill me were for this? And what of Chen Shushu? Is she aware of your intentions?" Xia Tingwei sneered. "She does not need to know. Chen Shushu, my sister, and I grew up together, childhood sweethearts. We can never be apart. She has already told me that her marriage to you 7 years ago was under duress, and thus, after marriage, she has been unwilling to get close to you. I tell you, for all these years, her heart has always belonged to me. You didn't think she could truly love you, did you? So that was the reason for her reluctance to get close to him." Xia Tingwei's brazen admission crushed Chen Shushu's heart beneath the weight of truth. Chen Shushu gave a self-deprecating smile, his voice tinged with sorrow. "But what of a Jew? Who is a Jew?" "The one Chen Shushu dreams of is clearly a Jew." Xia Tingwei laughed heartily. "A Jew, that is me. You still do not know, do you? My surname is Xia, my name is Tingwei, my courtesy name is Jew. Moreover, I am the son of the former dynasty's grand tutor. Due to my special status, my sister has been keeping my identity a secret. I am indeed a Jew." As he spoke, he produced a heartlock from his bosom. "You must be quite familiar with this. It is the token of love I gifted to my sister in our youth. It was placed in a pawnshop and redeemed by her for 800 taels of silver. My sister's feelings for me are truly genuine. After she divorced you, we left together. Reflecting on those times, I remember how joyful my days with her were. For she had finally freed herself from your clutches, and those days after the divorce were the happiest of her life." His words reverberated in Chen Shushu's mind like thunder. Not a single word resonated with truth, yet each one pierced his heart. Chen Shushu had indeed redeemed the heartlock with the silver, only to give it to Xia Tingwei. And for a mere sachet she crafted with her own hands, he had risked his life? How ironic. "Oh, by the way, what about Tang Bao? Doesn't she despise you? Can you guess who influenced her to loathe you so much that she would teach the child to resent you? You truly believe that Chen Shushu, despite all this, you remain undeterred? TSK, you are indeed a hopeless romantic," Xia Tingwei mocked. Listening to him, Chen Shushu could only manage a feeble smile. Had he truly lost? 7 years had passed, and once again, he found himself utterly defeated. His pride felt as though it had been trampled into the mire, crushed beneath the weight of disdain. He cast a resentful glance at the silhouette of the woman standing opposite the man in red, wondering if she had ever truly loved him.
Why?
He had been ensnared at first sight. Alas, was he still clinging to hope? Seeing him gaze longingly at Chen Shushu, Xia Tingwei sneered once more. If his junior sister truly cared for him, she would not abandon him, fully aware of his grievous wounds and that he was no match for me. To converse with another instead. Chen Shushu, do you see clearly? Whether you live or die, your junior sister does not care. I advise you to hand over the tiger talisman swiftly. Perhaps I may show you mercy and spare your life. Chen Shushu felt a painful constriction in his throat, the metallic taste of blood flooding his mouth, and suddenly, he spat out a mouthful of crimson. The tiger talisman? Never. The 4 words fell with a resounding finality. And Xia Tingwei, enraged, mercilessly thrust his sword into Chen Shushu's heart once again. Chen Shushu collapsed to the ground, his body devoid of strength. Refusing to surrender the talisman would yield the same result, death. Chen Shushu, once you perish, Shun you'll be taken by me, and he shall be my and my junior sister's child, adopting the surname Xia, severing all ties with your Shin family. The blinding light of dawn pierced through Chen Shushu's tear-streaked eyes as he lay on the ground, gazing at the overcast sky, his pallid face adorned with an inscrutable smile. It no longer mattered. Nothing mattered anymore. His son, his life, all for her. He only wished that in the next life, they would not cross paths again. As he closed his eyes for the final time, a glimmering sword descended, extinguishing his world entirely. Chapter 91. Let go. Aju, do you still remember me? As she stepped behind the tree, Chen Shushu eagerly inquired, reaching for the heart lock. Yet her chest felt empty. Suddenly, she recalled changing into another outfit when she had taken Tang Bao to Yang Shu's home. Could it be that she had inadvertently left it there? Surely not. She had been exceedingly cautious in safeguarding it this time. She instinctively touched her waist. Finding the wax letter her master had given her sewn into the pocket of her inner garment. Thankfully, it was still there. What did you? Remember what? Shan Buxin expressed his discontent, saying, Miss Chen, what exactly do you wish to convey by summoning me here in such a clandestine manner? Although he found her quite attractive, he had no intention of marrying or having children, and thus remained wary of any woman's calculated approach. Noticing his confusion, Chen Shushu's eyes displayed a flicker of doubt as she blinked her sparkling orbs and queried, on the winter solstice 9 years ago. You were poisoned and fell unconscious at the entrance of Baiyun Temple. It was my master, Taoist Baijin, who saved you. That night, you had a fever throughout, and I tended to you. You must have been 14 at the time. Do you truly not remember? She was 13 that year, and during the snowy winter solstice, the disciples at the temple had just finished their dumplings when her master called her aside. He led her into his secret chamber, where a bloodied, unconscious youth lay. Her master instructed her to apply medicine to the boy, stop the bleeding, and detoxify him, forbidding her to leave his side. The boy had been gravely poisoned, his body riddled with bruises and his face swollen and pale, rendering her unable to discern his features. That night, she remained vigilant, tending to him without sleep. The following day, her master instructed her to rest, and thereafter, the boy mysteriously vanished from the temple. She did not even know his name until her master later revealed to her that he was called a Jew. Listening to her lengthy recount and observing her unwavering expression, Shan Buxin fell silent for a moment before stating, 9 years ago, I did indeed visit Baiyuan Temple and sustain some injuries. However, I was there to track down a spy from the capital. I did have a brief encounter with Taoist Baijin and spent a night at the temple. But I do not comprehend what you mean by poisoning and fever. As he spoke, a sudden memory struck him. On that winter solstice, he had indeed battled a high-ranking court official. He had shot an arrow that struck his opponent, which had been laced with potent poison. That man, battered and deeply poisoned, had escaped into Baiyun Temple, but upon his arrival, Taoist Baijin claimed not to have seen any gravely injured, poisoned individual. Now, hearing Chen Shushu's words, he realized that the Taoist had deceived him. The person she had cared for that night must have been his nemesis. As this thought crossed his mind, his expression darkened. Just as he was about to question her, Chen Shushu interjected, Do you remember the date you visited the temple? She was certain that only one boy had entered the temple on the winter solstice. I remember that day. The snow fell heavily, he replied, the timeline aligning perfectly. Chen Shushu could not fathom why he refused to acknowledge it. She instinctively stepped closer and tugged at his collar. The boy had suffered an arrow wound to his back, And the scars must still be there. With a mere glance, she would know if he were lying. Seeing her suddenly pulling at his clothing, Chen Shushu felt a mix of shame and anger. Are you seeking death? He seized her wrist firmly, stating, Miss Chen, the person you cared for back then was not me, but that man is my enemy, far from being a good person. By rescuing him, you are aiding and abetting. And now you exhaust yourself searching for him. What is your true intention? Upon hearing his accusations, Chen Shushu immediately concluded he was not a Jew. She furrowed her brow, disregarding his question, and quickly broke free, turning to leave. Just moments ago, she had been preoccupied with a Jew, neglecting Chen Shushu, but now, the more she thought about him, the more anxious she became. She hurried forward, her steps quickening. Not far away, she saw Chen Shushu lying in a pool of blood, while Xia Tingwei and Xiao Mingqi stood nearby, seemingly in heated discussion. Xiao Wu, do not be impulsive, do not kill him, she heard Xiao Mingqi say as she rushed closer. Without time to ponder, she crouched down to examine Chen Shushu's wounds, realizing he had lost consciousness, with 2 fresh injuries. The stab to his abdomen being the most fatal. Did you do this? She asked hoarsely, directing her accusation at Xia Tingwei. Xia Tingwei's expression remained impassive as he replied, he insisted on killing me. It was his own doing. Chen Shushu was rendered speechless with fury, reaching out to assist Chen Shushu in seeking medical attention. But before she could exert any strength, a sudden pain gripped her neck, and she fainted without warning. Xiao Mingqi looked at Xia Tingwei in confusion. Miss Chen is innocent. Xiao Wu, why did you knock her out? Xia Tingwei held Chen Shushu tightly in his arms, gazing down at her serene face with a heavy tone. Your Highness is unaware. My junior sister is prone to compassion. Seeing Chen Shushu in this state, I fear she may act foolishly. Xiao Mingqi sighed. Do you truly view Miss Chen as nothing more than a sister? Observing Xia Tingwei's earlier ruthless actions toward Chen Shushu, he was astonished, yet now, seeing the way Xia Tingwei looked at Chen Shushu, everything became clear. Had he not intervened in time, Chen Shushu might have already drawn his last breath. Love truly is a formidable force. My junior sister will love me. With that simple statement, he carried her away towards the carriage. At that moment, Ling Feng charged at Xiao Mingqi with his sword. Your Highness, why did you attempt to assassinate my master? He exclaimed, disbelief etched on his face. Lu Shang, anxious, interjected on behalf of Xiao Mingqi, stating that it was not His Highness who harmed General Shen. The guard Ling Feng must have seen it as well.
Indeed.
Ling Feng had witnessed Xia Tingwei's actions, yet Xiao Mingqi had clearly been observing from the side. Lu Shang continued, Ling Feng, had it not been for His Highness's compassion, General Shen would have surely perished. Seeing the situation unfold, Xiao Mingqi turned to Ling Feng, his tone still gentle yet imbued with a sense of authority. I spared General Shen's life out of respect for our past bond. Should he be fortunate enough to survive this encounter, please convey to him that when we meet again, there shall be no mercy between us. Today, his insurrection will not be overlooked. If we cross paths again, one of us shall surely perish. The carriage sped onward as Ling Feng escorted Chen Shushu to the general's residence. Upon entering, Xinyu was immediately struck by the sight of his bloodied father being carried inside. He rushed forward, collapsing beside him. Father, what has happened? Please do not frighten me. Just yesterday, his father had been well, speaking of not holding any grudge against his mother and promising to bring her back so they could live together in their new home without separation. How could everything have changed overnight? Tears streamed down his face, dripping onto Chen Shushu, who lay unresponsive as if lifeless. Shun Yu's small hands trembled as they clutched his father's. The magistrate is here, young master. Let him attend to the master, or he may truly. Xin Yu could not bear to hear more. He released Chen Shushu and stood, pulling Ling Feng away from the inner chamber, his voice steady, but filled with urgency. Who harmed my father? He is so formidable, no one could injure him unless it was someone close and trusted. Ling Feng's eyes were filled with sorrow. It was the lady's senior brother. Shun Yu's mind instantly conjured the face of Xia Tingwei. He adored his mother, thus, he would resort to any means to harm his father. Yet he pressed on. But what of my mother? Why did she not save him? Ling Feng shook his head. I do not know. I only saw her leave with Xia Tingwei in a carriage. A bitter laugh escaped Xin Yu, rendering him speechless. All her declarations of love and promises not to leave were lies. He had never believed her deceit on that stormy night when she abandoned him. Yet she had done so again. It was one thing for her to leave. Why did she allow Xia Tingwei to harm his father? Disappointment and hatred flooded his dark eyes. This lifetime, he would never forgive Xia Tingwei. 3 months later, Chen Shushu awoke once again from a nightmare. In her dreams, Chen Shushu was covered in blood, his cold gaze piercing, incessantly questioning her why, alongside the specter of her deceased master, who haunted her with accusations for failing to locate a Jew. Despite her promise to fulfill his wish as swiftly as possible, she also dreamed of her son, ill and calling out for his mother. With bloodshot eyes, she blinked in momentary confusion. "Mother, Uncle Shi and Uncle Xiao say we must leave here quickly and pack our things." Tang Bao reached out to wipe the sweat from her brow, urgency evident in his tone. "Very well, little Bao, I shall prepare now." Chen Shushu rubbed her eyes, fatigue overwhelming her as she rose. Ever since Xia Tingwei gravely injured Chen Shushu, he, Xiao Mingqi, and Shan Buxin had, without forewarning, staged a rebellion at noon. Their attempt to storm the palace had failed, forcing them onto the path of escape. It was then she learned that Xiao Mingqi, Shan Buxin, and even her senior brother were descendants of Yuanqi, with Xiao Mingqi being the prince, his mother the queen, and the beloved of Emperor Tianqin. Her senior brother's vehement hatred for Chen Shushu and his lethal intentions stemmed not from affection for her, but rather his ambition to seize the imperial talisman. The three had harbored ulterior motives, plotting for years to restore Yuanqi, and she, an innocent bystander, had been drawn into this treasonous tide. Now, Emperor Tianqin was furious, laying a trap to capture them. Among the wanted posters he had issued were images of her and Tang Bao. Thus, she found herself entangled with Xia Tingwei, Xiao Mingqi, and Shan Buxin, bound together in peril. If she did not accompany them in their flight, being caught by the emperor's guards would mean a swift and brutal end. "Sister, have you finished packing?" As she pondered this, the door was suddenly knocked upon. Hearing Xia Tingwei's voice, Tang Bao eagerly rushed to open it. "Uncle Shi, Mother, and I are ready." "Excellent. The carriage awaits outside. Let us depart," Xia Tingwei said affectionately, lifting Tang Bao into his arms while reaching for Chen Shushu's bundle, only to be disregarded. Without sparing him a glance, she stepped out and walked toward the carriage. The sight of her cold indifference pierced Xia Tingwei's heart with a painful sting. Exiting the secluded courtyard, Chen Shushu, Xia Tingwei, and Tang Bao shared a carriage, while Xiao Mingqi, understanding the need for space, took Shan Buxin in a separate vehicle. Inside the carriage, Xia Tingwei observed Chen Shushu's frigid demeanor and could no longer contain himself. "Sister, this state of affairs shall not last long. In 3 days, we shall reach the Western Territories, where our allies reside. There, we can recuperate. The defenses are stringent, and the Dog Emperor's reach will not extend there. You and Tang Bao will no longer have to suffer through dislocation." Chen Shushu's expression remained unaltered as she replied quietly, "I understand." Xia Tingwei perceived her discontent. Since awakening after he had knocked her unconscious, she had been uncharacteristically distant. Her usual warmth had been replaced by this unsettling coldness, which gnawed him far more than any argument could. He often yearned to clear the air, to shatter the barrier that had formed between them. Yet guilt weighed heavily on him for having drawn her into this calamity. With danger looming ever closer, he felt unworthy of pursuing her affection. The journey continued in silence until they finally reached Baoxiao town at midday. Known for its proximity to the Western Territories, Baoxiao was famed as a medicinal hub. Rumor had it that the town was filled with rare herbs and exceptional healers, drawing many ailing souls in search of remedies. "The proprietor of this inn is an old friend of mine. We shall rest here today," Xia Tingwei remarked, having traveled extensively and forged numerous friendships along the way. As they entered the inn, the proprietor personally welcomed them. After ordering a selection of dishes, they began to eat. When Tang Bao sought to relieve himself, Chen Shushu took him to the restroom. Upon their return, they found Xia Tingwei holding a warm, damp handkerchief, offering it to them. "Here, wipe your hands." Tang Bao accepted it and skipped off to play, while Chen Shushu frowned slightly, intending to follow him, only to have Xia Tingwei grasp her wrist. "Sister, let him play alone. There is no need to hover so closely." Chen Shushu calmly extricated herself from his hold, nodding nonchalantly as she attempted to turn away, but once again found her path blocked by him. "Sister, how long do you intend to sulk? I harmed Chen Shushu solely due to his overwhelming possessiveness, which sought to bring about my demise. In retaliation, I acted. We are each beholden to our own masters, and our coexistence was never meant to be harmonious. Do you truly intend to disregard me for the sake of an inconsequential ex-husband?" Chen Shushu's expression remained placid as she raised her gaze to him. After a prolonged silence, she replied softly, I have not been ignoring you. Then you truly do not blame me? Xia Tingwei's face brightened with hope as he leaned closer to her. If you harbor any resentment, you may strike or scold me, but please do not maintain this cold distance. Let us interact as we did in our childhood. Without any reservations, shall we? Observing her continued silence, he added, I promise to take good care of you and Tang Bao. Tang Bao also likes me very much. Once we settle in the West, I will enroll her in a school and provide you both with a life of abundance. Junior sister, we have both been without family since childhood. We are the closest people in this world. Please do not harbor animosity towards me or treat me with such indifference. He gazed into her clear eyes, his words heartfelt. Chen Shushu had long resigned herself to her fate. She forced a faint smile, stating, Tang Bao and I have no way out. Tang Bao is my reason for living. I appreciate your promise to care for her, senior brother. I do not blame you, so you need not overthink it. And what of Chen Shushu? Do you still hold resentment towards me? He sensed that although Chen Shushu claimed not to blame him, her heart told a different story. It is all in the past. Further discussion is futile. She lowered her gaze slightly. You should go in for your meal. I will check on Tang Bao downstairs. Having fled with him to this point, she had already forced herself to forget the past. Her only desire now was for Tang Bao to grow up safely. Yet, despite her resolve, as she turned a corner, her hand instinctively reached into her pocket to retrieve the newly sewn sachet. Chen Shushu had been gravely injured, and still, she did not know whether he was alive or dead. Ultimately, it was she who had harmed him. Had she not pressured him to refrain from harming her senior brother, he might not have been so cautious and ended up injured by Xia Tingwei. Gazing at the embroidered patterns of phoenixes on the sachet, where she had added 2 little mandarin ducks in between, her eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. The 4 of them looked so blissful and harmonious. Surely, Chen Shushu would have delighted in it as well. However, she would never have the chance to present it to him again. A profound sadness burned within her. Yet as she observed Tang Bao joyfully playing nearby, she cast aside all negative emotions. Carefully tucking the sachet away, she approached Tang Bao. Just as she was about to call her name when her gaze was suddenly drawn to a tall, slender boy passing by the entrance. The boy's handsome features and refined demeanor bespoke of a wealthy upbringing. It was unmistakably her Yue. Joy surged within her as she quickly exited the door, stealthily following the figure. Chapter 93. The Rebel. She stealthily trailed Shinyu, observing his small frame leading 4 or 5 middle-aged guards. The guards carried heavy bolts of golden yellow fabric and eventually wound their way into the courtyard of the magistrate's office. Yue has come to Maoshao town? And with so many soldiers? Chen Shushu must have arrived as well. It appeared his injuries had healed, and he was here to track down Xiao Mingqi and the others. Knowing he was safe, she finally exhaled in relief. However, the thought that he was here to kill their group sent a wave of fear through her. Just as she was about to flee and find Xiao Mingqi to escape, a group of soldiers approached her with stiff postures, all carrying thick yellow fabric. She feigned indifference, lowering her head and hastily passing by them. Yet, she was suddenly swept into the crowd by a surge of townsfolk, inadvertently brought to the spot where the soldiers were posting notices. She discreetly raised her gaze and saw the soldiers affixing new proclamations in front of the wanted posters of Xiao Mingqi and her. What did it say? A curious townsman asked aloud. This Pazuo stone is an incredibly rare spiritual herb. The magistrate urgently requires it. Anyone who can provide it will be rewarded with 10,000 taels of gold. Oh, how could our frugal magistrate be willing to part with such a precious medicinal herb? I heard that a high-ranking official from the court has come to Maoshao town seeking this herb, which is why the magistrate is making such a fuss and digging into his own pocket. Yes, it seems that a noble from Bianjing fell gravely ill months ago and has come here in search of medicine. Chen Shushu immediately thought of Chen Shushu, especially since she had seen Shinyu today. Could it be that he was severely injured and needed this rare herb to save his life? Her thoughts racing, she discreetly withdrew from the crowd and returned to the inn. Xia Tingwei, holding Tang Bao's hand, noticed her hurried return and quickly ushered her into a room. Where have you been? Chen Shushu, concerned that he might learn of Chen Shushu and Shinyu's presence seeking medical aid, replied nonchalantly, I was looking for Tang Bao. I thought she had wandered outside. Xia Tingwei detected her deception, his brow furrowing slightly, his tone becoming displeased. Junior sister, Tang Bao is more sensible than you think. She wouldn't he just run off with anyone. He had seen her recklessly pursue Xinyu. Xinyu had come here, which meant Chen Shushu was likely here too. It had barely been 3 months. He could not have fully healed from such severe injuries. Could they be here for the Pazuo stone? Hearing his words, Chen Shushu's eyes widened. What do you mean? Xia Tingwei's handsome face darkened, casting a glance at Tang Bao. Tang Bao, go find Uncle Xiao and the others. Your uncle needs to speak with your mother. Tang Bao looked at them suspiciously but nodded and exited. Once she was gone, Xia Tingwei closed the door and said, Did you just chase after a little boy? Did you think he was Xinyu? He did not want to divulge the possibility that Chen Shushu had also come to Mao Xiao. The man's presence would only hinder Chen Shushu's path to happiness. Chen Shushu frowned. How do you know? Junior sister, we are far from Bianjing, and you need not worry about that father-son duo. They cannot possibly be here. Is my presence along with Tang Bao not enough for you? Xinyu is my son. I carried him for 10 months. Senior brother, could you refrain from speaking like that? Upon hearing his sarcastic tone, Chen Shushu's temper flared. Are you prepared to turn against me for the sake of the Shin family? Junior sister, do you not understand my heart? I have promised to care for you and Tang Bao. The past is behind us. Let go of it and do not dwell on that man. Chen Shushu was left speechless, and after a long moment, she finally managed to voice her question. Whom am I dwelling on? Seeing her face pale with anger, Xia Tingwei's heart softened, and he immediately regretted losing his temper. He gently placed his hands on her shoulders. I know you do not love Chen Shushu, but because I have harmed him, you feel a sense of guilt. Rest assured. One day I will risk my life for you. Junior sister, I should have perished the moment my parents died in battle. My intent in visiting the temple was to seek a monastic life, yet upon meeting you, my thoughts changed. I have now faced defeat, and for the remainder of my days, I will be by your side and Tang Bao's. Promise me, do not dwell on the past any longer. Let us live well together from now on. Chen Shushu reflected on the years she had spent in solitude, struggling to survive until now. In these tumultuous times, each day feels like a perilous dance upon the edge of a blade. Even if she does not consider her own well-being, she must think of Tang Bao. Xia Tingwei, like a brother, has always treated her with utmost kindness. She cannot remain ensnared in the shadows of her past, unable to move forward. Noticing her contemplative silence, Xia Tingwei gently stroked her head, assuring her that once stability is restored in the Western territories, he would marry her. With all the splendor of a 10-mile bridal procession and a crown adorned with flowing clouds. Yet, for now, he had but one humble request, to cease dwelling on the past of Bianjing. Meeting his earnest gaze, Chen Shushu slowly nodded in agreement. In life, it is not uncommon to encounter someone one adores, but to find someone who reciprocates that affection and genuinely wishes to care for you is a rare treasure indeed. As her life has brought her to this juncture, it is time for her to step into a new realm. After dinner, Chen Shushu lulled Tang Bao to sleep, listening to the soft whispers of the snowstorm outside as she secured the doors and windows. Lying on her bed for an extended time, sleep eluded her. There was an inexplicable heaviness in her chest, as though something momentous was about to unfold, and her mind lingered on the encounter with Xinyu that day. Tossing and turning, she finally rose from her bed and opened a medical book, searching for information about the elusive Posa stone. After half an hour of diligent study, she had garnered a fair understanding. She recalled that behind the tavern, if one traveled east for several miles, there lay a wilderness. Rumor had it that this untamed land was treacherous, densely wooded, and often prowled by wolves, deterring common folk from venturing there. Yet, it was precisely in such desolate places that the Posa stone could be found with relative ease. Having grown up in the mountains, she held no fear of wild wolves or bears, especially as she possessed the ability to converse with beasts. Seizing the cover of night, she resolved to venture into the mountains to seek the Posa stone, hoping to procure medicine for the governor so that Chen Shushu might recover. She wished for him to live well and nurture Yuer into adulthood. With a reluctant glance back at the peacefully sleeping Tang Bao, she tucked the blankets around him and opened a window, nimbly climbing out. Had she taken the front door, Xia Tingwei's guards would have certainly alerted him, and upon discovering her reckless venture, he would surely have overthought the situation, creating further discord between them. Swiftly, she reached the tavern's backyard, mounted a horse, and galloped toward the wilderness. Meanwhile, just moments after Chen Shushu's departure, Xia Tingwei and Shan Buxin were abruptly awakened by a sudden disturbance. Having trained in martial arts from a young age, Their acute hearing allowed them to catch the faintest sounds from outside. Could it be that the court officials were in pursuit? The unsettling thought of Xin Yu's appearance earlier that day began to fester in Xia Tingwei's mind, prompting him to immediately rouse Shan Buxin and Xiao Mingqi next door. The two had already donned their gear, prepared for confrontation. Shan Buxin cautiously opened a window, peering out into the relentless downpour and the oppressive darkness that enveloped the tavern, sensing an ominous stillness. "Your Highness, let us awaken Lu Shang and prepare to retreat through the back door. If Chen Shushu is not here for the post of stone, we may have already compromised our position," Xia Tingwei warned, having already shared the news of Xin Yu's appearance and the governor's search for the post of stone. The three men exchanged anxious glances, their unease growing, especially in the dead of night when not even a night watchman could be seen patrolling the streets, an eerily quiet scene. "Very well," Xiao Mingqi nodded solemnly, turning to Xia Tingwei. "I will call for my junior sister and Tang Bao. I will provide cover for your retreat, while Shan Buxin and the guards hold the rear. Indeed, we are on the cusp of entering the Western territories, and we must exercise utmost caution at this critical juncture," Xiao Mingqi replied, his demeanor serious. The two men swiftly exited their room. Outside the tavern, Chen Shushu sat astride his steed, cloaked in black armor, his figure standing resolute against the howling snowstorm. His dark, composed visage was shrouded in the inky night, radiating an aura of lethal resolve, the atmosphere around him crackling with an oppressive intensity. With hair billowing in the flurries, his piercing gaze was fixed on the two rooms within the tavern that had suddenly ignited with light. "Go," he commanded, his voice laced with cold authority. "Capture the individuals designated in the Emperor's warrant alive, and eliminate any who dare resist." After observing for a while, he coldly ordered Ling Feng to direct his most capable lieutenants to storm the tavern. Chen Shushu remained steadfast on his horse, listening intently to the distant sound of galloping hooves. "Planning to flee?" he remarked with a chilling smile directed at Ling Feng. "Not a single one shall escape. Apprehend the rebels with utmost urgency." The tavern was now surrounded by his forces, with guards positioned on rooftops, treetops, and even 300 meters down the alley, ensuring that not even a fly could escape. Soon, the sounds of combat erupted within the tavern. The tavern keeper, a descendant of Yuan Qi, fiercely resisted the invading soldiers, ultimately meeting his demise at the hands of Lieutenant Yu Hui. Shan Buxin, skilled in combat and agile, continued to fight valiantly. Xia Tingwei burst into Chen Shushu's room, only to find Tang Bao drowsily asleep on the bed, with no sign of her. His gaze quickly scanned the surroundings, landing on an open medical book on the table, the page revealing information on the post of stone. At that moment, clarity dawned upon him. She had ventured out in the dead of night, disregarding her own safety to seek that medicinal stone. All her reassurances about moving on from Bianjing were mere fabrications. Ultimately, her thoughts remained tethered to that man. However, with the Imperial soldiers now invading, perhaps her absence was a blessing. He could only hope that when she returned, this brutal conflict would have reached its conclusion, sparing her from harm. "What are you dawdling for? We must retreat," Shan Buxin urged as he rushed in to remind him. Nodding, Xia Tingwei swiftly wrapped the sleeping Tang Bao in a thick, soft fur coat, then carried her with him as they made their escape through the back door. Just as they stepped outside, a horde of guards surged toward them with fierce determination. Half an hour later, the violent clash began to subside. Chen Shushu, with an impassive expression, surveyed the flickering candlelight within the tavern, narrowing his eyes as he instructed Ling Feng to escort the captured criminals back to the prison. Ling Feng, observing the large group of captives taken by the left and right lieutenants, knew that Xiao Mingqi and Chen Shushu were among them. Considering that Chen Shushu was but a woman, he felt unease at the thought of her being caught in the chaos. "My lord, would you like to verify their numbers?" he ventured cautiously. Chen Shushu's demeanor turned frigid, his gaze piercing as he replied, "Ensure that Yu Hui and the others manage them properly. Do not forget that we have other objectives for this operation." With that, he flicked his whip and resolutely turned away. Ling Feng, watching the imposing figure stride away, refrained from approaching Chen Shushu. It appears that the general is truly heartbroken. He will no longer concern himself with Miss Chen's fate. After a moment of silent contemplation, he conveyed a few instructions to Yu Hui before hastening to pursue Chen Shushu. Xiao Mingqi and his companions found themselves confined within the dark, damp dungeon of the magistrate's office. The chill wind seeped through the shadows, and cockroaches and rats scuttled about. Tang Bao, nestled in Xia Tingwei's hands, displayed a flicker of concern in his eyes. Master, why are we here? Where is mother? Where has she gone? Despite being severely wounded, Xie Tingwei offered gentle reassurances. Tang Bao, your mother is in a very safe place. There is no need to worry. Rest assured, your master will not allow you to remain here for long. We will surely escape soon. Shan Buxin had fled, and upon his departure, he would undoubtedly seek reinforcements from the west. If the west sent troops to assist and invaded Maoshao town, they would have a chance to extricate themselves. Xiao Mingqi too understood that he would not perish here. The Tianqin emperor had gone to great lengths to dispatch Qin Shi with a considerable force to hunt him down, ordering him to capture him alive. He would not be in a hurry to end his life with a swift blade, but rather would likely escort him back to the capital. As long as he was not killed immediately, Qin Shi would not reach Bianjing with him, and he would certainly devise a way to escape. Meanwhile, Chen Shushu had wandered in the pitch-black wilderness for over an hour, clutching a paper lantern, her hands and feet numb with cold, until she discovered 2 flourishing stone herbs. This rare medicine, a treasure of a millennium, could save a life even if only 1 plant were obtained. Observing that dawn was still far off, she resolved to search for more in case of emergencies. Just as she struggled through the snow, a wild fox darted past her, exclaiming in a hurried tone, "What joy! Many lowly creatures have perished in the tavern ahead. It is now deserted, filled with the corpses of the fallen. Brothers and sisters, let us hasten there. We are sure to find a feast." Indeed, that is the largest tavern in Maoshao town, stocked with fine delicacies. Let us go satisfy our cravings. The little wild fox excitedly rallied its companions, and a throng of nocturnal creatures rushed towards the tavern. Chen Shushu clenched her fists, taking a moment to digest this news. Xie Tingwei and the others were in trouble. And what of her Tang Bao? Her heart heavy with worry, she swiftly mounted her horse and galloped towards the tavern. The night wind howled fiercely, bringing with it the stinging cold, and the sound of snow swirling outside was incessant. Chen Shushu rested in the magistrate's opulent quarters, with ample charcoal fire warming the room. Yet, he could not find peace in sleep. Since that fateful day of injury, he had not enjoyed a restful slumber in 3 months. It was not merely the pain of his wounds that troubled him, but also the onslaught of unnameable emotions, leaving him restless and alone. Slowly rising, he consumed a dose of calming medicine before striding to the window, slightly ajar, allowing the biting wind to rush in. A soft, childish cry drifted toward him, growing closer, further agitating his nerves. "Ling Feng," he called for his attendant. "Is you still awake? Has he had another nightmare?"
Huh?
Ling Feng's eyes widened in confusion. "No, my lord, I attended to the young master earlier. He is still soundly asleep." "Then who is crying?" He distinctly heard a child's wail. Ling Feng, having not heard the sound, assumed it was his own ears playing tricks and stepped outside to listen intently. Aside from the howling wind and snow, there was nothing else. He turned back, recalling the child of Chen Shushu, who had seemed to cry out earlier, perhaps disturbed by the darkness of the dungeon. However, the county jail was quite distant from this residence. Even with excellent hearing, Qin Shi could not have heard it. Yet, despite his thoughts, he entered and respectfully suggested, perhaps it is the child Tang Bao crying. He is only about 3 years old and must be suffering from hunger and cold in the dungeon. Upon hearing this, Qin Shi's expression hardened momentarily before he coldly commanded, "Leave." Chapter 95, Unseen. Chen Shushu arrived at the tavern, which was in utter disarray. Many from the court and Shan Buxin's men lay dead or wounded. She hurried to the room where Tang Bao had stayed, only to find it empty. Uncertain if Xie Tingwei and the others had been captured, she stealthily approached the magistrate's office to inquire. The dark street was devoid of any shadows, and she endured the blizzard until dawn. When she learned from the townsfolk that the famed war general had captured the wanted rebels the previous night, to her astonishment, Qin Shi was not only unharmed, but had the strength to apprehend them. "Have you heard? Those escaped criminals are to be executed at noon today. There will be quite a spectacle. Those are remnants of the former dynasty. Their deaths are of little consequence. In this prosperous era, they chose to rebel. Executing them is just." Upon hearing this, Chen Shushu rushed forward, grasping the man's shoulder in urgency. "What did you say? Who are they going to execute?" The man looked at her. "Of course, it is the group of escaped criminals caught last night at the tavern. I heard there is even a child among them. My cousin is a constable at the magistrate's office. This news cannot be wrong."
Tang Bao.
Chen Shushu was consumed with anxiety and immediately began to beat the drum at the magistrate's entrance. She must see Chen Shushu. The county magistrate, upon hearing the drum, promptly sent someone to bring Chen Shushu inside. Upon seeing her resemblance to the woman in the imperial wanted poster, he inquired her name. Once everything matched, the magistrate was overjoyed. A key criminal had escaped last night, but today, one had delivered herself to his door. He waved his hand and instructed the constables to take her to the dungeon as he went to report this good news to General Shen.
Wait.
As the constables attempted to seize her, Chen Shushu suddenly declared, "I must see General Shen."
Ha!
A notorious criminal thinks herself worthy of an audience with the esteemed war general? What do you think you are? The county magistrate's expression darkened, and he impatiently gestured for the constables to drag her away. "My lord, isn't the governor in urgent need of the flourishing stone? I possess it. If you allow me to meet General Shen, I can present it," Chen Shushu hastily added. The magistrate's mind flickered. The flourishing stone was indeed of great importance to General Shen. Acquiring it would be a significant achievement. Moreover, this woman seemed to insist on meeting General Shen. Could they have been acquaintances? If so, it would be more advantageous to trade the stone for favor with General Shen. Contemplating this, he slightly lowered his gaze. "You give me the flourishing stone, and I will have someone take you to General Shen's residence immediately. Take me there, and I will provide it," Chen Shushu replied, sensing his hostility and fearing he might renege on the deal. The magistrate frowned slightly, standing up and instructing two constables. "Take her with me." They led Chen Shushu to the magistrate's courtyard, and as they approached the entrance, the magistrate extended his hand toward her. "Can you provide the medicine now?" Chen Shushu nodded. The constables released her, and she handed him one flourishing stone. The magistrate, filled with joy at receiving it, immediately ordered them to continue escorting her into a lavish courtyard. As she stepped through the grand entrance, Chen Shushu saw Ling Feng emerging from within, and the magistrate hurried over to question Ling Feng. The Ling Feng guard said, "Today, I have apprehended a notorious criminal from the court. However, this woman seems to know General Shen and wishes to meet him. What do you think?" Ling Feng's gaze flickered to Chen Shushu, and he raised an eyebrow in surprise. Questioning the county magistrate, "Are you certain she was captured today? Last night, aside from the food delivery, everyone else was apprehended. Why is Chen Shushu here?" "Indeed." The magistrate nodded vigorously. "She came forward voluntarily today. I would not dare to lie." Ling Feng stepped closer, observing that Chen Shushu's cheeks were reddened from the cold, her attire soiled, and her hair disheveled. He frowned slightly and instructed, "Have your men release her. General Shen will certainly be displeased to see her treated so cruelly." Upon hearing this, the two constables immediately loosened their grip. The magistrate then inquired, "Is it convenient for General Shen to see this woman? She is a rebel and a fugitive. I fear she may harbor ill intentions against him." Although Ling Feng could not comprehend Chen Shushu's heartless actions 3 months prior, she was still Shen Yu's mother. No matter how much Xin Shijian might despise her, he would not dare to neglect her. The general is highly skilled, and with many guards present, what harm could a mere woman inflict upon him? Ling Feng said dismissively, "You may take your leave. I shall ensure Chen Shushu is well cared for." "Very well," replied the magistrate. Once he departed, Ling Feng hastily led Chen Shushu into the main hall. "Madam, you must be freezing. The ground dragon here is heated, and the charcoal fire is ample. Please warm yourself. The general will return shortly." Chen Shushu looked around. "Does Xin Shijian live here? Is he feeling better?" "Yes, he is improving," Ling Feng replied. "He still requires daily medication, though he hesitated to mention the ointment, fearing it would upset Xin Shijian." "Where has he gone?" Chen Shushu worried that he was busy dealing with matters of execution. Ling Feng furrowed his brow. "Perhaps he has gone out on business. I shall search for him at once and urge his swift return." Since last night, after he inquired about the cries he had heard, Xin Shijian had not spoken a word and had yet to return. No one knew his whereabouts. "Thank you for your trouble," Chen Shushu said softly. Ling Feng smiled lightly and nodded. Just as he was about to leave, Chen Shushu called after him, "Ling Feng, please do not refer to me as madam anymore. It only adds to the awkwardness." Ling Feng observed her calm and clear expression and realized something. He nodded slightly, understood. "Father, is this truly another child of mother?" Xin Yu asked, gazing at the small girl lying on the couch, her size comparable to his, eyes tightly shut, and dirt covering her body. "Yes," Shen Shijian replied, his expression devoid of emotion as he regarded Tang Bao. Then why did you bring her here? Shunyu asked, confused. The child is innocent. Your father, moved by compassion, brought her here, Chen Shushu explained. Shunyu nodded. In that case, let her stay with me. I will take good care of her. Well done, my son, Chen Shushu praised, ruffling his hair. At that moment, Shunyu thought of Chen Shushu and felt an overwhelming desire to see her, to know if she was well. However, recalling her past actions and the suffering his father had endured over the months, he found himself reluctant to meet her again and chose to remain silent. Master, are you inside? At that moment, Ling Feng approached, gently knocking on the door. Chen Shushu glanced at Shunyu before stepping outside and closing the door behind him. What is it? Ling Feng replied, trembling slightly. Madam Chen has arrived and is in your chamber. She wishes to see you. Who allowed her to come out? Chen Shushu's expression darkened as he regarded Ling Feng with disdain. Seeing the man prepared to reprimand him for releasing the fugitive, Ling Feng hurriedly explained. It was not I who set her free. Last night, Yu Hui and the others did not capture her. She came forward voluntarily today. Is that so? Voluntarily? Chen Shushu said, casting a glance at Tang Bao before turning away. I will not see her. Chapter 96. A missed opportunity. Chen Shushu waited quietly for several minutes. Yet Chen Shushu did not return, nor did Ling Feng. She could only venture out to find him. Otherwise, at the stroke of noon, there would be no opportunity for change. She quickly exited the room and rushed to the courtyard, only to collide with a man. The familiar scent, mingled with an icy chill, filled her nostrils. Startled, she looked up to see the man's refined, gaunt face, his skin pale as jade, with snowflakes clinging to his dark hair. He had indeed lost a considerable amount of weight. Shen. Before she could utter a word, he abruptly pulled her away, pushing her aside with disdain. Criminals do not belong here. With that, he coldly stepped toward the house. Behind him, 2 guards approached to seize Chen Shushu. Chen Shushu, I will only say one thing. I beg you. As she spoke, she knelt down before him. As her knees touched the ground, Chen Shushu inhaled deeply, closing his eyes for a moment, and halted his steps. The guards, seeing the general's pause, ceased their attempts to forcibly drag the pitiful woman, who knelt despondently in the snow. Tang Bao is still young. She knows nothing of this. I implore you to release her. She is your daughter. Enough. Before she could finish, the man had swiftly approached her, his exquisite boots coming into view. Chen Shushu felt tears welling in her eyes, blurring her vision, but she fought to hold them back. Chen Shushu silently regarded her for a moment, then suddenly knelt before her, one knee touching the ground. He grasped her chin, his gaze sweeping over her pale face. His tone laced with irony. Tell me, will I be soft-hearted enough to spare that rebel for your sake? Chen Shushu's eyelashes fluttered, and the tears she had held back began to cascade down her cheeks, falling onto the man's snow-white fingers. After a long pause, she pushed his hand away, turning her head aside, her voice cool. There is no need. My master killed you last time and then rebelled. You need not, nor can you, forgive his crimes. At noon today, I shall accompany them to the underworld. I only hope you can find a way to spare Tang Bao's life. The child is innocent. Having come this far, having fled with Xie Tingwei for 3 months, her crimes were solidified, leaving her with no path to survival. She had never considered living on, only wishing for Tang Bao to be safe by Chen Shushu's side. Chen Shushu cherished Xinyu so dearly. If he were to learn that Tang Bao was his child, he would surely treat her well. As for her master's wax letter, it would need to be taken to the afterlife and given back to him. Huh? Do you still wish to play the star-crossed lovers with him? Chen Shushu caressed her ashen face, a smile creeping onto his lips, a smile that bore a hint of coldness. Beheading is far too mundane, don't you think? Hear us what we'll do. At noon today, you will take a knife and personally carve it into Xie Tingwei until he dies in agony, and then I will consider sparing that wild child. How does that sound? Chen Shushu's expression froze, her hands instinctively clenching tightly. What? You cannot do that? Chen Shushu observed her trembling form, a light sigh escaping him. If you cannot do this, what face do you have to come and plead with me? Why should I grant your wishes? Chen Shushu's heart tightened, the biting cold wind piercing through her clothes, and her knees began to ache. She felt as though she could not endure much longer. Chen Shushu gently lifted her finger and rested it on him, murmuring that it was her fault for breaking her promise, that she had caused him to be grievously injured by Xie Tingwei, nearly losing his life. She admitted that all of this was her mistake, and regardless of how he chose to treat her, she held no resentment. However, Tang Bao was Chen Shushu, and she would not allow him to evoke sympathy with his tearful eyes. Her heart would not soften even a fraction. If he did not heed her words today, he and his illegitimate child would face consequences. Before he could finish his warning, the woman suddenly fainted, collapsing into the snow. Her dark hair spread across the pure white ground, accentuating her delicate features, smaller than a palm. He reached out to touch her, startled by her feverish warmth. Quickly, fetch a doctor. Realizing something was amiss, he hastily ordered the guards and swiftly carried her indoors. He laid her on the couch, where the warmth enveloped her, and her pale face soon flushed a rosy hue, resembling an apple. He wet a towel and meticulously wiped her down to lower her temperature. Ling Feng watched in astonishment as the normally aloof man exhibited such humility, wondering if his master truly harbored such hatred as to wish death upon his wife. After wiping her face, he moved to her hands, and as he finished with her slender fingers, he noticed a distinct red mark where her sleeve brushed against her arm. He instinctively rolled the cuff up and saw scattered scratches, as if from thorns, covering both her arms. He checked her neck and chest, finding similar marks. Frowning slightly, he asked Ling Feng, "Have you tortured her?" Ling Feng tiptoed to take a look and quickly shook his head, explaining that without orders from Chen Shushu, the magistrate would not dare to resort to such cruelty. Moreover, with Xiao Mingqi being the third prince, who would dare to inflict punishment upon him? Chen Shushu, don't harm the child. At that moment, Chen Shushu grasped his hand, murmuring incoherently. Chen Shushu looked at her, pondering how she could still think of the child when her own life was in peril. She had never shown such concern for Yuer before, running off without a second thought.
The doctor arrived.
A soldier rushed in, announcing the arrival of an elderly man carrying a medical box. Chen Shushu made way, instructing the nearby guard to fetch a female doctor as well. The elder examined her before respectfully reporting, "This young lady has been under prolonged emotional strain, compounded by a chill, leading to her excessive sorrow and fainting." What does prolonged emotional strain mean? Chen Shushu queried, perplexed. Our investigation revealed that her internal organs, heart, liver, spleen, and stomach, are not in good condition, coupled with a deficiency in qi and blood. It appears she has been in a state of depression for some time and will need proper care moving forward. Depressed? He mused. She had been too joyful following Xie Tingmei. How could she be in despair? However, considering her status as a fugitive, it was no surprise that life had been difficult. A female doctor entered shortly thereafter. Chen Shushu promptly dismissed all the men, instructing the woman, "She has numerous scratches. Please examine them thoroughly for signs of infection." The doctor nodded, and after a quarter of an hour, she reported, "General, the scratches on this young lady are caused by thorns. Fortunately, they are superficial and have not penetrated deeply. With timely treatment, she will recover shortly." However, she then presented him with a plant. "I also found this in her possession." Chen Shushu took it, recognizing it as the life-saving herb he had sent people to search for. Did Chen Shushu endure all those injuries to gather this? Was she intending to use it for herself? He recalled her ability to communicate with beasts and her upbringing in the wild, making it plausible for her to gather herbs in the mountains. This explanation clarified why she had slipped through the net last night. "Prepare a broth with it," he instructed, handing the herb to her. The doctor was taken aback, questioning why Chen Shushu, who desperately sought this herb, would want to give it to her. "Do you not understand?" he said sternly, seeing her confusion. The doctor, not daring to linger, quickly handed him the ointment for her wounds before hurrying off to prepare the medicine. Once she left and closed the door behind her, Chen Shushu began to assist Chen Shushu with her clothing. Due to the winter chill, she was dressed in a thick, lotus-pink gown. As he peeled away the layers, his anxiety grew with each removal. She belonged to him, and they even had a child together. Yet every time he drew near, his heart would skip a beat. His fingers brushed against her bodice, but his throat felt parched, and he ultimately stopped, unable to continue. Gazing at the gentle curve, the fullness, and the slow rise and fall of her chest, he felt himself on the brink of losing control. The pent-up emotions of the past 3 months seemed to shatter in that instant. Damn Chen Shushu, he thought. Even unconscious, she was still provoking him. An hour later, after administering the medicine, Chen Shushu's agitation grew as Chen Shushu showed no signs of awakening. He tucked her in gently before hastily exiting. The cold wind extinguished the fire within him, prompting him to gather his composure before heading to the yamen, where he meticulously reviewed the execution plans for noon. Upon returning to the sleeping quarters, Chen Shushu remained in a deep slumber, showing no signs of recovery. His heart raced with anxiety as he leaned down, pressing his lips against her cheek for a lingering moment. Just then, the female doctor returned with the prepared medicine. Chen Shushu took the bowl, ready to feed her, when Shen Yu burst in, panic-stricken. "Father, something is wrong." That little girl, as he spoke, he caught sight of Chen Shushu's pale face and rushed to her side. "Mother, what happened to her?" Chen Shushu, noticing his son gripping Chen Shushu's hand with worry in his eyes, gently explained, "She is ill and needs her medicine." Shen Yu quickly took the bowl from him, not allowing any chance of refusal. "Then I will feed her," though he harbored resentment towards his mother. Seeing her in such a state filled his small heart with guilt. If only he had kept her by his side 3 months ago, she would not have suffered this calamity. Chen Shushu had intended to feed Chen Shushu himself, but Shen Yu's interruption left him feeling irritated as the boy pushed him aside. He wanted to expel him from the room, yet seeing that small head, filled with sorrow as it leaned towards Chen Shushu, quelled his unwarranted possessiveness. He stepped outside. Given Shen Yu's anxious demeanor, it seemed that the illegitimate child was in trouble. He hurried into Tang Bao's room, where Ling Feng paced anxiously. "What happened?" Chen Shushu approached, observing the once dirty little girl now appearing clean yet with an unnatural flush on her cheeks, her eyes tightly shut, resembling Chen Shushu. Tang Bao was ill and unconscious. "Why not summon a doctor?" Chen Shushu felt her forehead, finding it burning hot. Ling Feng, aware that Chen Shushu disliked Tang Bao, hesitated to call for a doctor. However, upon hearing the inquiry, he quickly dashed out. "Understood, I will go at once." "Mother!" Tang Bao, eyes closed, furrowed her brow and whimpered. Chen Shushu had initially intended to ignore her, but upon seeing her face, he couldn't help but gather her into his arms, rocking her gently. In her dazed state, she glimpsed a familiar face, the face of her negligent father. Surely, she must be dreaming. "Wake up, don't sleep." It seemed she could hear her father's voice calling out, for only in dreams would he ever speak to her in such a gentle manner. Tang Bao sensed his hand caressing her forehead, and she suddenly smiled. "Father, my father has finally embraced me. What did you call me?" Chen Shushu's gaze fractured with intensity. "Call me again?" Chen Shushu's urgent inquiry went unanswered, as the girl merely nestled closer into his embrace. "The doctor has arrived." It was the same female physician, who meticulously examined Tang Bao. The child had fainted due to a cold. She quickly reached a conclusion. Chen Shushu nodded and instructed her to take good care of Tang Bao before stepping out to inquire with Ling Feng. Was it Shan Yuan who had been bribed by Li Xuan to abduct Shushu's child? Ling Feng immediately affirmed, yes, Shan Yuan, greedy and lecherous, had colluded with Li Xuan long ago. That matter was undoubtedly his doing. Chen Shushu's expression darkened as he turned and strode toward the county jail. The dungeon was eerily silent, filled with the damp, dark scent of decay. As his noble form moved through, he quickened his pace towards the end of the cell block. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed, accompanied by the furious voice of Xia Tingwei. "Chen Shushu, where have you taken Tang Bao?" He had forcibly taken Tang Bao away the previous night, and now there was no news of her. Chen Shushu halted, casting a glance at the pale-faced Xiao Mingqi sitting behind him before looking back at Xia Tingwei with disdain. He then coldly ordered Ling Feng, gag him. He is not to be released until meals are served. Henceforth, he wished to hear no more words from this dying man regarding Chen Shushu. "You?" Xia Tingwei was about to retort when Xiao Mingqi gently tugged at his sleeve. Ultimately, his mouth was successfully silenced. Chen Shushu did not glance back as he continued forward. Xiao Mingqi then whispered, "Xiao Wu, we are already prisoners, and our survival is limited. Miss Chen and Tang Bao are safest with Chen Shushu. Why persist in this futile struggle?" Xia Tingwei whimpered, wanting to say more, but Xiao Mingqi gently patted his shoulder. "For the sake of Miss Chen and Tang Bao, let go. Only then will Chen Shushu ensure their safety. It is a good thing that they are cared for by him. Do not create unnecessary anguish." Xia Tingwei's mind was filled with Chen Shushu's face. Xiao Mingqi's words held merit. He truly lacked the ability to protect Chen Shushu any longer. Ultimately, it was he who had led Chen Shushu to this fate. She had been forced onto an irreversible path by him. Now, the only one who could offer her redemption was Chen Shushu. As this realization dawned, his proud head suddenly bowed, his eyes filled with despair. "Tell me, On the stormy night 3 years ago, what did you see when you abducted the young master? Shan Yuan, covered in wounds and deeply unconscious, was jolted awake by a bucket of cold water thrown over him by Ling Feng. He stared blankly at Chen Shushu, before smiling, filled with sorrow. I was merely acting under the orders of that woman, Li Xuan. Chen Shushu, it was your cousin who orchestrated everything. She commanded me to abduct the child. She even ordered me to kill Chen Shushu. I thought she had fainted, believing her dead, which is why I spared her. Had I known you would seek revenge, I would have ended her then. Before he could finish, Ling Feng commanded the nearby guards to beat him mercilessly. It was only when he was on the brink of death that Ling Feng glanced at Chen Shushu and turned back, sternly questioning Shan Yuan. On the night you abducted the child, did you see how many children the lady had given birth to? A pair of twins, but I only took the boy. The girl was killed by my men. Any further inquiries are futile. Shan Yuan spat, bloodied and furious. Killed? Then who is Tang Bao? Tang Bao resembled Chen Shushu so closely, and being of similar age to Yuer, she must surely be his sister. Moreover, she was his daughter. If all of this were true, what had he been doing these past few months? Guilt surged within him. Keep him secure, and schedule his execution for a later date. After a long pause, he left this command and hurried to Tang Bao's room. The female doctor had already administered medication to her, and her body temperature had dropped slightly, though she remained in a deep slumber. Tang Bao, he recalled how she would puff up her cheeks in anger every time they met.
Now,
Chen Shushu realized she had not been detesting him, but rather resenting him, for being her father yet abandoning her. However, with such a sweet little sunbeam like her by Chen Shushu's side, these years had not been entirely harsh for Chen Shushu. He gazed intently at Tang Bao for a moment before heading to Chen Shushu's room. Upon arriving at the doorway, a weighty tide of emotion washed over him, chaotic and suffocating. Miss, you have been asleep for quite some time. You should eat something. I'm not hungry. Chen Shushu's weak voice came from within, indicating she had awakened. Chen Shushu immediately perked up and entered the room, finding the woman dressed and approaching him, worry etched across her face. Where is Tang Bao? Looking at her pale visage, his gaze darkened. She is next door. Chen Shushu instantly tried to rush out, but he grasped her slender waist, locking eyes with her. His voice tinged with heaviness. Is Tang Bao my child? Chapter 98. A lifetime without parting. You. Chen Shushu wanted to ask something, but Chen Shushu, fearing her denial, spoke first. I have interrogated Shan Yuan. He saw that you had twins, and Tang Bao just called me father. Is this all mere coincidence? His tone turned resolute. Shushu, after all this time, why have you kept this from me? I thought Tang Bao was a bastard child. I never even regarded her properly. Because of this, I held deep resentment towards you. Had I known she was my daughter, I would not have allowed you to suffer so much upon our reunion. Hearing his accusatory tone, Chen Shushu recalled their past, feeling both pained and suffocated. She bit her lip, striving to suppress her emotions as she pushed him away, her tone irritated. I didn't tell you before, because I was afraid your family would snatch the child. This morning, I intended to speak, but you prevented me from doing so. With a scoff, she turned her head slightly, her lashes hiding an indescribable frustration. Chen Shushu reached out and pulled her back into his embrace. If I didn't let you speak, could you not have said it a few more times? Shushu, if you had confided in me sooner,
we would not have become like this.
Chen Shushu, somewhat exasperated, pushed him away again, her gaze turning icy. Chen Shushu, regardless of whether Li Xuan employed her schemes, you ultimately held no feelings for me. Though many misunderstandings between us were instigated by her, you abandoned me just a month into our marriage. You deeply despised me, treated me coldly, and for 2.5 years, you never once returned to see me. After our divorce, I raised Tang Bao alone. She is my life, my motivation to continue. You knew Yuer was my son, yet you wouldn't allow me to see him. If I had revealed Tang Bao's lineage, in a fit of rage, would you have taken her from me as well? Did you wish for my demise? Who said I would take her? Not allowing Yuer to recognize you is due to your abandonment of him. I admit this misunderstanding of you was my fault. I failed to investigate thoroughly. Chen Shushu spoke, tightly grasping her hand, leading the emotionally agitated woman to the bed, gently urging her to sit down, his tone soothing. Moreover, the reason I ignored you back then was that you always had your heart set on Aju. You held the heartlock shared with Aju in our marital home, laying beside me while calling his name. Those moments plunged me into deep suspicion, leading me to believe you did not love me, which caused me to neglect you. In truth, during the 2.5 years on the battlefield, not seeing you made my life unbearable. He often found solace in alcohol, as it became his closest companion. Embracing the soft warmth of the woman, he looked down at her with a serious expression, asking, "Tell me, who exactly is Eju? Is Xie Tingwei Eju?" Xie Tingwei had mentioned 3 months ago that his courtesy name was Ju, hence he is Eju. Yet, he could not bring himself to believe it. Since reuniting with Chen Shushu, he had never heard her call Xie Tingwei Eju. Instead, she seemed intent on searching for Eju, despite knowing Xie Tingwei was present. He vaguely sensed they were not the same person. The situation has escalated to this point. All of Yuanqi's descendants have been captured by Chen Shushu, leaving Chen Shushu with little to conceal. She truthfully recounted how her master rescued Eju and insisted she find him, revealing all the tokens entrusted to her. Chen Shushu's expression grew complicated upon hearing this. "So, you do not know who Eju is?" Chen Shushu nodded solemnly. "You took care of Eju for an entire night 9 years ago. Did no inappropriate feelings arise between you?" Chen Shushu felt that Chen Shushu's feelings for Eju were more profound than mere unacquainted affection. If it were truly unfamiliar, why would she call out that wild man's name in her dreams? Angered by his unfounded suspicions, Chen Shushu forcefully pushed him away. "What feelings could I possibly have for someone unconscious and covered in blood? Chen Shushu, must you always tarnish my reputation?" Whenever any male appeared near her, he seemed to lose his reason, leading her to feel both frustrated and powerless. Noticing her anger once more, Chen Shushu suppressed his doubts and continued to hold her gently, attempting to soothe her. "Am I this sensitive only because I lack a sense of security?" He embraced her, compelling her to meet his gaze. "You followed Xie Tingwei to such a distant border, seemingly indifferent to my well-being. Chen Shushu, do you truly harbor no feelings for me?" Chen Shushu found herself lost in the depths of his affectionate eyes, which now burned with intensity akin to the stars, causing her heart to race unevenly. "And what about you?" she asked softly, her long lashes fluttering, her rosy lips parting to voice the question. "You grew up alongside Li Shu, surely? He must have held some affection for you? Do not mention a dead man." Before she could finish, Chen Shushu interrupted decisively. "Shushu, since our first meeting at Ishan, I have been fond of you. Over the years, your absence and presence have stirred my heart. I cannot tolerate anyone else in my eyes. Even 3 months ago, after you left with him, I contemplated death." Upon hearing him mention 3 months ago, Chen Shushu immediately grew concerned and reached for his clothing. "How is your wound? Let me see." Chen Shushu grasped her anxious hand, smiling gently. "Sure, you may look, but what will you offer in return? Surely a mere apology cannot suffice to erase this?" Hearing this, Chen Shushu's gaze fell, recalling the wanted posters plastered throughout the city. Resigned, she looked at Chen Shushu. "I have already borne you 2 children. Chen Shushu, could you please let go of your grievances?" She hoped he would release any lingering resentment and, after her execution, raise the 2 children equally, without remarrying. If he must remarry, let it be to a kind-hearted individual. This was her sole request before her demise. Chen Shushu, unaware of her thoughts, was moved by her soft plea, his heart melting like water. "Shushu, we parted because of Eju, and again due to Xie Tingwei. Now that I can see